In the foul, rotting mass grave, a corpse suddenly arched its back and let out a blood-curdling scream. It hurt so damn much. What the hell is this place? Wait! I got hit by a car running a red light, so shouldn't I be in a hospital? Yang Junwu struggled to open his eyes. Everything was pitch black, and low wolf howls echoed from all around. The stench of decay hit his nostrils, making him nauseous. This was definitely not a hospital. Yang Junwu tried to stand, but found his legs completely useless. Then he realized the desperate truth. His arms and legs were all broken, and he couldn't move an inch lying on the ground. Damn it. This was way too miserable. God, you might as well have just killed me outright. The wolf howls grew closer, and suddenly a fragmented memory flooded into Yang Junwu's mind. Mass grave? Flying flower continent? I transmigrated? Flipping through the broken memories in his head, Yang Junwu was instantly speechless. The Flying Flower continent was divided into two great nations, the Flying Leaf Kingdom and the Xuanhuan Kingdom. This was a magical continent where mechas reigned supreme. Mechas were divided into 8 tiers: D, C, B, A, S, 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 S. The original owner of this body was the young master of the Yang family, one of the 5 great families of the Flying Leaf Kingdom. But he'd been set up, had his limbs broken, and was thrown into the wilderness to be wolf food. He didn't even know who had set him up before he died. Damn heavens, did I sleep with your woman in my past life or something? Why are you screwing me over like this? Yang Junwu cursed loudly. Other transmigrators either became legendary heroes or gifted young masters. But what was he? A half-dead waste about to become Wolf Chow. Before his words even faded, a thunderous boom erupted overhead. A white light split the sky, and a massive bolt of lightning struck down, drilling straight into his brow. Yang Junwu was stunned. I was just talking out of my ass, and there's actually divine punishment? Dang! Supreme Roulette System activation sequence initiated. A cold, neutral voice echoed in Yang Junwu's mind. What the hell? Host detection passed. Master recognition ceremony passed. Supreme Roulette System activated. Holy crap! It's a system. Looks like the heavens are fair after all. Yang Junwu's eyes widened. Of course he knew what a system was in all the novels from his past life. Anyone who got a system became the protagonist, surrounded by beauties and unbeatable power. Let me see what kind of awesome system this is. System, heal my body first, Yang Junwu said impatiently. Host, I'm sorry, but this system doesn't have that function. However... Hope sparked in Yang Junwu's heart. Since this is your first time using the system, I'll give you a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? The emotionless electronic voice asked. No shit, of course open it. Dang! Congratulations, you've received 1 roulette link card and 1 pill exchange voucher. 2 gleaming golden cards appeared in the system space. How do I use these? Simple. Just say, summon roulette, to bring up the Supreme Roulette for a draw. Different cards can yield different effects or items. I see. A pretty simple system then. The wolf howls grew closer. Using the pill card would be too slow. Even if he drew a divine medicine to heal his wounds, he couldn't fend off a pack of wolves. Yang Junwu picked up the roulette link card. Just then, voices of a man and a woman sounded from not far away. Yang Junwu's mind stirred and he held off for now. Soon the voices drew nearer. Yang Junwu peeked over. A pink and a cyan mecha, 2 tall humanoid machines, stopped on the mound. The mechas looked mighty, but from the original owner's memories, Yang Junwu knew these were the lowest tier on the Flying Flower Continent D-class mechas, external mechas controlled via neural link. Hey, second brother! There's a dead guy here who's not quite dead! The pink mecha said, extending a mechanical arm to press against Yang Junwu's chest. You're the dead one. Yang Junwu's forehead instantly sprouted 3 black lines. Little sister, forget him. The pursuers are almost here. Let's go. The cyan mecha glanced back urgently. Wait, he's still breathing. We can't just leave him to die. The pink mecha scooped Yang Junwu into its arms. The cyan mecha was a bit annoyed, but this clearly wasn't the time to argue, so he let her do as she pleased. Cradled in the pink mecha's arms, Yang Junwoo felt like he'd slipped into a warm, soft, fragrant little nest. In his past life, he'd been a lifelong loner for 18 years, and this was his first time being this close to a woman. Even though it was an external mecha, the feel was no different from real skin. Under such intense stimulation, a certain part of Yang Junwoo suddenly sprayed hot liquid, splattering all over the pink mecha's face. Second brother, he's bleeding. We need to get back and find a doctor fast. Suddenly, over a dozen black mechas appeared from all directions, surrounding the two of them. Go back? Where do you think you're going? Come quietly with me, and if I'm in a good mood, I might just spare your worthless lives. The leader was a burly, middle-aged man with a smug, sinister grin. He wore no external mecha, but daring to stand in front bare-bodied meant he must have a nano or atto core installed inside. Who are you people? The Tang family has no quarrel with you. Why do you keep hounding us? The pink mecha shouted. As she spoke, a dark cannon muzzle quietly appeared on her arm's side, and several pink threads shot out, snaking toward the man. Nice move, capture the chief. To defeat the band. Yang Zhongwu silently praised her. The girl sounded young, but her moves and decisions were sharp and decisive. No hesitation at all. Got it! Just as the pink threads were about to wrap around the middle-aged man, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared on him, deflecting the threads.
Nano mecha, activate!
The barrier slowly contracted, covering his body. In moments, he transformed into a towering 3-meter-tall yellow mecha. Nano core, C-class mecha, we're in trouble. The girl's face turned grim. From C-class onward, mechas became internal cores. Once activated, the core instantly reshaped the body, turning the user into the mecha itself. The technology and nature were worlds apart from external mechas. Such mechas were more powerful, more durable, and far more responsive. The nano core was the lowest tier of internal mecha, but it was more than enough to handle their D-class machines. Yang, you go first. I'll hold him off. The cyan! Mecha roared, surging forward, its massive fist launching at the man. You think you can stop me? None of you are leaving today! The man sneered, casually raising one hand. The cyan mecha's fist couldn't advance another inch. With a flick of his finger, the cyan mecha was sent flying back twice as fast as it had come, slamming into the ground and carving out a huge crater. Second brother, are you okay? Tang Yingjing cried out in shock. Don't rush, you're next. The man turned and launched a skill without giving her a chance to help. Silver Flash Punch! If that punch landed, the first to die wouldn't be her, but Yang Junwoo in her arms. Tang Yangying made her choice in an instant. She spun around and took the hit on her back. Crack! The sound of metal shattering rang out as the pink mecha's backplate broke into several pieces. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale. If the enemy hadn't wanted them alive, that blow would have killed her. Put me down. A voice came from her arms. You're awake? Tang Yingying looked down at the man in surprise. Yeah, thanks for protecting me just now. Now it's my turn to protect you, Yang Junwoo said calmly, his voice ringing in her ears. But he was just a cripple with broken limbs. Even so, there was something magnetic in Yang Junwoo's gaze that made her instinctively obey. As the young master of the Yang family, the original owner had an internal mecha inside his body. But with all his limbs broken, he couldn't activate its power. Yang Junwoo let out a long breath. Whether he lived or died came down to this draw. Supreme Roulette System, activate. Use Roulette LINK card. Yang Junwoo raised the card in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. In the system space, a massive roulette wheel appeared out of nowhere. It looked almost exactly like the prize wheels from supermarkets in his past life. 6 colors divided the wheel: gold, silver, copper, blue, green, and white, with gold being the smallest and white the largest. To the right of the wheel, a row of attributes appeared. Strength, 20. Agility, 0. Constitution, 0. Mecha, core damaged. Skills, none. Luck, 5. A mere 5 points of luck, fitting for my current situation. But so what? I'll break this cursed fate with my own hands. Spin! Yang Junwu roared at the sky, putting all his strength into spinning the wheel. The wheel spun at breakneck speed. Come on, give me gold! Yang Junwu stared hard at the slowing wheel. Ding! The wheel stopped, the pointer landing firmly on the gold section. Golden light instantly flooded the entire system space. Congratulations, host! You've obtained 1 legendary tier LINK. Who goes there? Wu Tian was startled by the golden light in Tang Yingying's arms. The one who's here to take your life, Yang Junwu said calmly. Just a crippled piece of trash like you? The black-clad men behind Wu Tian burst into laughter. With crippled limbs, no matter how great your abilities, you can't pilot a mech. What do you have to be arrogant about? Emicore, activate. A dark green light instantly enveloped Yang Wu, and an oppressive pressure radiated from him. An rank mech? That's impossible. Wu Tian was shocked, but greed quickly gleamed in his eyes. So what if it's an A-rank mech? A man with broken limbs can't control it. As long as I kill him, the A-rank core is mine. Heaven is helping me. I never thought a simple assassination mission would yield such a stunning prize. It seems fate wants Wu Tian to rise. At this moment, Wu Tian's eyes were only on Yang Junwu. Compared to obtaining the A-rank mech, killing the Tang siblings was secondary. Sister, run! Tang Feng, being sharp, immediately seized the chance to escape and grabbed Tang Yingying to leave. No, I can't watch him die here. Tang Yingying shook her head, pulled her hand free from Tang Feng, and instead stood in front of Yang Junwu. Sigh, if we die, we die. Faced with his sister's stubbornness, Tang Feng reluctantly stepped forward and stood beside her. Neither of them could have imagined that this simple step would drastically change their futures. Mech Battle Spirit of the Void, answer my summon. Mech, Link, engage. The golden link rune vanished, and an ancient incantation appeared in Yang Junwu's mind. Ancient and noble White Tiger Battle Spirit, become the speed of the Gale Void White Tiger Boots. Free and benevolent Azure Dragon Battle Spirit, become the wings that soar the skies, Void Azure Dragon Wings. Sturdy and loyal Black Tortoise Battle Spirit, become the unshakable shield, Void Black Tortoise Armor. Sharp and mighty Qilin Battle Spirit, become the fist that crushes all evil, Joy Qilin Arm. Passionate and vibrant Vermilion Bird Battle Spirit, become the mech's heart, and burn Void Vermilion Bird Heart. The Void trembled, and white, azure, blue, purple, and red 5-colored light blazed on Yang Junwu's body. His mech form had completely transformed. A pair of massive azure wings flapped on his back, lifting him lightly into the air. His right arm turned purple, his left hand held a blue shield, his feet wore translucent white boots, and a flame flickered in his chest. With all 5 Link components, the mech's rank had long surpassed a rank. Yang Junwu stepped lightly, and in the next second, he appeared behind Wu Tian. His thick right arm reached out casually and easily gripped the latter's neck. He leaned in with a smile and whispered, "Was it you who just said kill on sight?" No, not me. I was wrong. Spare me! Wu Tian's eyes were full of terror. Though the other hadn't acted yet, his C-rank mech was already starting to wail, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Seeing their leader captured, the dozen black-clad men immediately activated their mechs and attacked Yang Junwu simultaneously. Yang Junwu raised his left arm and the semicircular blue shield suddenly expanded, covering him entirely. On the shield, a black tortoise phantom flickered faintly. Clang, clang, clang! The black-clad mechs' attacks were all deflected by the shield, and the rebound severely injured them instead. So strong. Is this the power of an A-rank mech? Tang Yingyang's eyes sparkled. What kind of being had she picked up? No, I saw an A-rank mech exhibition at Working Academy, and it wasn't this powerful. Tang Feng shook his head. Several purple beams shot from Yang Junwu's mech, and the black-clad man hit didn't even let out a scream before turning to dust and vanishing into the dark night. One survivor is enough. Talk. Who are you? And why were you hunting them? I can't say. If I talk, the employer won't spare me. Wu Tian tried to hold out. Slap. Yang Junwu lightly tapped his shoulder and Wu Tian's whole body shuddered. His C-rank mech core shattered and disintegrated instantly, reverting him to human form. Wu Tian's face went pale with heartache. That C-rank mech had cost him nearly a lifetime of savings, and in less than half a minute, it had turned to scrap metal. My patience is limited. I'll give you 3 seconds, Yang Junwoo said coldly. 3. I'll talk. The one who ordered it is the Song family of Sky City. Wu Tian blurted out before Yang Junwoo could say 2. A match can be earned again, but if you're dead, you're gone for good. So it really is those Song family bastards. Tang Feng gritted his teeth. The Song and Tang families were sworn enemies and rivals, but it had always been fair competition. They never expected hired killers this time. Slap! Yang Junwoo lightly tapped Wu Tian's head, and the latter collapsed to the ground with a look of disbelief. You killed him? Tang Feng exclaimed. What? You wanted to keep him as evidence? Yang Junwoo turned around. Tang Feng met his gaze and stammered. Senior. I didn't mean that, Yang Junwoo said calmly. A man like that, even if he admits now that the Song family ordered it, once you confront the Song family, he'd have backup and could easily turn it around, claiming you forced him to lie. Then you'd be the ones at a disadvantage. What a master, truly more far-sighted than us. Tang Feng and Tang Yingying nodded repeatedly, filled with admiration. But Yang Junwoo's real thoughts were, the link time is almost up. If I don't kill this guy and he pulls out another C-rank core later, my life won't be worth a damn. Plus, playing the expert feels way too good. Tang Yingying looked at him with adoring eyes. Senior, we are from the Tang family of Yungyao City. You saved us. Will you honor us by staying at the Tang estate so we can properly host you? Tang Feng found it amusing. When had his little sister become so formal? Could the girl be smitten? But the other's origins were unknown, and the gap in strength was too vast. It might be a case of the maiden offering her pillow, but the Lord having no dreams of clouds. Yang Junwoo nodded. Very well, I have nothing pressing lately, so I'll go with you. Wonderful. Don't worry, senior. The Tang family will host you with all our might. Tang Yingying was overjoyed. But my legs are a bit inconvenient right now. Cough, that's nothing. I'm strong. I'll carry you, Tang Yingying said knowingly. Excellent. As Yang Junwoo finished speaking, the LINK summon time ended just then. The core cooled, and he reverted to human form, falling from the sky. Tang Yingying immediately stepped forward and caught him steadily in her arms. This girl's got a good head on her shoulders, Yang Junwoo thought smugly. Going to the Tang estate for good food and drink while recovering beats rotting in this stinking mass grave. Besides, these two Tang folks were decent enough to be worth knowing. Lying comfortably in a beauty's arms, this is the treatment a transmigrator deserves. Not long after they left, an old man descended from the sky and landed where Yang Junwoo had fought. His mech was peculiar, semi-transparent as if he were merging into the air, flickering in and out of sight. Indeed, the aura of a demigod, but weak only A-rank intensity. Strange. The old man took out a strange ore and scanned the area carefully. But he found nothing unusual. This was just an ordinary mass grave. Could my senses be off? The old man shook his head, put away the stone, and soared into the sky, soon vanishing beyond the horizon. Yungyao City, a small city in the western part of the Feiye Kingdom. The Tang family occupied about a third of Yungyao City's territory, making them one of the 3 great families in the city. As the 3 arrived at the Tang family's main gate, Yang Junwoo immediately felt a killing intent sweeping toward him. Second young master? Third miss? The gatekeeper's eyes bulged like bells when he saw Tang Yingying and the others. Hey, Xiaomo! Why are you looking at us like we're ghosts? Tang Yingying was quite displeased. No, it's just that this subordinate is overjoyed to see the third miss safe. I'll go inform the master at once. The gatekeeper, excited beyond measure, was about to rush inside to report when a tall bronze-colored mech charged out from within, landing directly in front of Tang Yingying. Father? You're in your mech. Where are you headed? This man was the Tang family patriarch. His mech looked impressive, likely a C-rank nano core mech. Yang Junwoo turned his head. You're both safe? I was just about to go demand answers from the Song family. Of course we're fine. Oh, father, let me introduce someone. This is Yang Yunwoo, who saved us on the road. Brother Yang, this is my father, Tang Xiao. Only then did Tang Xiao notice the man in Tang Yangying's arms, and his expression immediately turned hostile. This man was clearly crippled in all 4 limbs, barely able to protect himself. How could he have saved anyone? But as the head of the family, he wouldn't jump to conclusions before getting the full story. Tang San, Tang Si, take our guest to the guest quarters. I'll receive him personally later. Tang Xiao deactivated his mech and ordered the 2 beside him. Yes, master, no need. I'll take him there myself. Tang Ying leaped into the air and dashed toward the estate. The Tang family truly lived up to its name. Even the guest quarters were luxurious. Yang Junwu couldn't help but admire the 3-meter-wide bed in the room. Tang Ying carefully laid him down on it. Brother Yang, rest for a bit. I'll go fetch a doctor to treat you right away. Yang Junwu shook his head. Ying, there's something I want to ask you. About you and your second brother being hunted? Who else knows about it? Tang Ying froze at the question. Then, as if a thought struck her, her expression shifted drastically and she bolted out the door. Yang Junwu watched her retreating figure and shook his head. For now, he could barely save himself. He'd better focus on recovering his limbs first. Summon wheel. I want to use the pill exchange voucher. The massive wheel appeared once again in the system space. At the same time, his attributes materialized: strength, 20, agility, 0, constitution, 0, mech, A rank, cultivation technique, none. Luck. 15. His luck had increased. Was it because of killing Wu Tian earlier? Yang Junwu couldn't figure out the system's logic. Whatever, just give me gold. But this time, Lady Luck seemed absent. The wheel's pointer stopped on the silver zone. A white jade bottle descended from above, and Yang Junwu snatched it into his hand. Black jade tendon reconnecting pill X-Thran. Taking one will reconnect the meridians in your body. Do not overuse. What a treasure! Exactly what he needed right now. Overjoyed, Yang Junwu opened the bottle without hesitation and swallowed a pill. Ah! As the pill entered his body, an intense tingling numbness shot through the broken points of his limbs. Then, as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling over the wounds, the numbness turned into unbearable itching. So agonizing. The only thought in Yang Junwu's mind was, let me pass out. But instead, his consciousness grew sharper, and he could even see countless meridians sprouting at the broken ends, reconnecting his limbs. I can't take this anymore. His sea of consciousness began to churn violently. If he lost control, his spirit would collapse, and he'd be a mindless fool for the rest of his life. Just as he was about to break, the itching vanished, replaced by the searing pain of flesh being torn away. Yet compared to the maddening itch, this pain was almost soothing, and his sea of consciousness gradually stabilized. The pain slowly faded, and Yang Junwu felt utterly refreshed, as if reborn. Being able to control his body again, what a relief. He looked at the mirror on the wardrobe. A strikingly handsome face stared back. Wow, this body is seriously good looking. No wonder that little Miss Tang Ying took one look and was hooked. Jackpot. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the novice quest, Body Recovery. As you possess the hidden dragon body, you are rewarded with the body forging technique, dragon forging art, several mech upgrade materials, and 3 B-rank cores. Additionally, the wheel upgrade is now unlocked, and your attribute panel will display current level and upgrade progress. A cold, electronic voice rang out. Yang Junwu focused his mind and the attribute panel reappeared. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Constitution, 100. Mech, a rank. Cultivation technique. Dragon forging art. Yang first turn. First layer. Luck, 20 by N. Zhong a pay. 20 by. Kills. 2-1. Wheel tier. Rare. But if he got this much without upgrading, what would gold tier rewards bring? Mech wasn't out of the question. System, how do I upgrade the wheel? Yang Junwu quickly asked. Completing hidden quests or using Stardust Powder can upgrade it. Additionally, Stardust Powder can increase luck. When luck reaches 100, gold is guaranteed, and luck resets to 0 to accumulate anew. Stardust Powder? Yang Junwu quickly searched the original owner's fragmented memories and found the answer: Stardust Powder, the dust scattered when a mech core is destroyed. It can only drop when a bound C rank or higher mech is destroyed, along with its master. The exact mechanism remains unknown to this day. Adding a moderate amount of Stardust Powder to a core can effectively improve stability and extend transformation duration. As a result, Stardust Powder is extremely expensive. Some have even slaughtered others to obtain it, leading to the infamous massacre in Feihua Continent's history. Later, people discovered ores and monsters in the subworld that could yield Stardust Powder, and no similar incidents occurred again. So that's how it is. Yang Junwu understood now. The original owner was truly pitiful as the eldest young master of the Yang family. He'd been cast out for lacking talent, but the real reason was that he possessed the noble hidden dragon body, and ordinary techniques weren't even worthy of his cultivation. Don't worry, Since I've inherited your identity, I'll definitely uncover the truth behind your death and win back your status. Young Junwoo silently vowed and immediately began cultivating the dragon forging art. Advanced techniques were extremely difficult to master. After who knows how long, Yang Junwoo barely managed to grasp the basics. Dragon forging art, first turn, first layer. But even that simple breakthrough pushed him straight to the 5th stage of the body forging realm. Body cultivation had 6 realms: body forging, body tempering, overlord body, imperial body, immortal body, and divine realm. These corresponded to mech ranks B rank and below, a rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank, and God tier. For Yang Junwoo to use the rank core within him, he'd need at least the 1st stage of the body tempering realm. Cultivation was way too slow. Host, you can use stardust powder to speed up cultivation. Consume 10 grams of stardust powder. Cultivation speed plus 200%. Consume 100 grams. Cultivation speed plus 30 SAT. PS 10 GAT EYATAAAUYAU2 Consume 1000 grams. Cultivation speed plus 8 pash 100 and so on, with no upper limit. Damn, so if I have enough stardust powder, I can skyrocket and hit God tier in no time. Yang Junwoo's mind filled with a blazing image of himself as a God tier mech punching a planet to bits. But he quickly calmed down. He had no stardust powder at all right now. And besides boosting cultivation speed, he'd needed to raise luck and upgrade the wheel. It's never enough. Oh, powder. I need stardust powder. Yang Junwoo now truly understood why someone would slaughter others for it. But I'm a civilized man, I'd never do something so against human decency. Still, the Tang family is wealthy. They might have some stardust powder in storage. And it looks like the Tang family is having internal troubles. Once fighting breaks out, mechs are bound to be destroyed. If I step in to help them then, that's not killing, that's being a good Samaritan! Time to go see Tang Ying. With that thought, Yang Junwoo sprang up from the bed. Pong, pong, pong. Just then, rapid knocking sounded at the door. Yang Junwoo opened the door, and standing outside was Tang Feng. He wore an anxious expression, and as soon as the door opened, he craned his neck to peer inside. Young Master Yang, is my sister here with you? She left a long time ago and hasn't come back since. That's strange. I've been looking for her all day and haven't seen her anywhere. Tang Feng suddenly noticed that the man before him had walked over to open the door himself. Your legs. Yang Junwoo was actually able to walk on his own now, and his arms moved freely as well. Even a miracle doctor couldn't have healed him this fast. Never mind about me. Tell me, what's wrong with Ying? Yang Jun had a vague sense of dread. Tang Ying was the first girl who had been kind to him since he arrived in this world. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to her. This morning, she said she was going to see Big Brother, but she still hasn't come back. I went to ask Big Brother, and he said he never saw her. She couldn't have just vanished into thin air, right? And tomorrow is the day to select Yunyao City's Grand Competition representative. If she's not here, we can't do it. What's the Yunyao City Grand Competition? Yang Junwoo asked curiously. Well, Yunyao City is a second-tier main city, and every year it's eligible to recommend one young person to the Divine Weapon Academy. To keep things fair, the city lord decided to decide the spot through the grand competition. Each clan can send one person, and the final winner gets the Academy's letter of recommendation. Yang Junwoo knew about the Divine Weapon Academy. From the original owner's memories, it was the largest mecha academy on the Phi continent, well-funded, powerful, and seemingly connected to some mysterious organization. Graduating from the Divine Weapon Academy was extremely difficult, but once you did, every power on the Phi continent would be fighting to recruit you. For a small clan, getting a junior into that academy would massively boost their status. No wonder Tang Feng was so frantic. Let me ask you, what really happened when you and Ying were being hunted down before? This? Tang Feng hesitated. But then he recalled the A-rank mecha Yang Junwoo had activated earlier, and his tense nerves relaxed. Sigh, this is supposed to be a clan secret, but for you, young Master Yang, there's nothing I can't say. For this grand competition, Father spent all the money the clan had saved over a decade to bid on a B-rank core at Wind Moon City. With that B-rank core, our Tang clan can win first place in the grand competition and become students at the Divine Weapon Academy. To throw off anyone watching, Big Brother took the core and split from us, taking a different route back to Yunyao City. Sure enough, the Song clan took the bait and sent everyone after me and Third Sister. You know the rest. So that's it. Everything makes sense now. Second young Master Tang. So if you and young Ying had been killed, the B-rank core's fate would be clear, wouldn't it? Tang Feng wasn't stupid. He immediately understood what young Zhenwu meant. Young Master Yan, you're saying the killers weren't hired by the Song clan, but by Big Brother. No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Feng couldn't believe that over a decade of brotherhood meant less than a B-rank core. Let's go. Young Junwu stepped out the door. Where? Tang Feng froze. To find your eldest young master, of course. Yang's lively, but she wouldn't lie to you. Since she said she went to see him, that's where she went. Tang Feng had no choice. He didn't want to suspect his own big brother, but with Ying mysteriously missing, he had to trust young Junwu's reasoning. The two knocked on eldest young Master Tang Ye's door. Who is it? An irritated voice came from inside. Big brother, it's me. Please open the door. Tang Feng stepped forward. Tomorrow's the grand competition. Shouldn't you be resting in your room instead of coming to me? Big brother, third sister is missing. There was a brief silence. Then Tang Ye's voice came slowly. Third sister has the best talent of the three of us, but she's too playful. She's probably slipped off into the city to have fun. Don't worry, she's a grown girl. She won't get lost. But, damn it, enough stalling. Yang Junwu kicked out, and the sturdy ironwood door shattered into pieces. He didn't have time to trade words with Tang Yue. Tang Yue was startled by the two bursting in, then quickly put on a stern expression. Tang Feng, you're out of line. Young Master Yang, though you're a guest invited by our little sister, this is the Tang estate. Show some respect, or I'll have you removed even if it upsets her. Hand over Tang Ying, or don't blame me for being rude. Yang Junwu ignored him entirely, his voice cold. Ridiculous. Yang Ying was with you the whole time, now she's missing, and you blame me? Seeing the tension between the two, Tang Feng quickly stepped in to mediate. Big brother, if you really did hide little sister, just bring her out. We're family, we can talk things through. Tang Ye laughed loudly. Second brother, this man's origins are suspicious. Little sister fell under his spell and vanished. Are you going to trust an outsider over your own big brother? What's so funny? If anything happens to Tang Ying, I'll grind your bones to dust. Yang Junwu charged into the room. This is the Tang estate, not a place for you to run wild. Tang Yue blocked the doorway. Get out of my way. Yang Junwu threw a returning dragon fist. The dragon forging art wasn't just a body tempering technique, it also contained powerful offensive moves. The returning dragon fist was one of them. A cripple like you dares to strike at me. Tang Yue sneered in disdain. He didn't know how Yang Junwu's limbs had recovered, but a man who'd been completely crippled couldn't possibly have any real strength, even if he could move again. And Tang Ye was the only one in the Tang clan, besides the patriarch at the body tempering realm. Boy, let me show you what real power is. Boom. Their fists collided, and Tang Yu's massive frame was blasted back several meters, slamming hard into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. Yang Junwu, in contrast, didn't budge an inch, only feeling a slight recoil. So strong, Yang Junwu stared at his own fist in awe. Host, no need for surprise. You possess the noble hidden dragon body. Ordinary humans, even a rank above you, are no match for you, let alone at the same rank. No way. So this lord's body is invincible at the same rank? Haha, that's awesome. Impossible. How do you have such power? Tang Ye struggled to rise from the broken wall, his face full of shock. For the sake of you being Ying's blood brother, I'll give you one more chance. Hand her over or die. Yang Junwu's expression was calm, but his whole body radiated a chilling, killing intent. Even if your body is strong, it's useless. In this world, mechas are king. C-rank core. Activate. A dark green light enveloped Tang Yue, and his form began to change. Big brother, don't. Tang Feng quickly shouted. Young Junwu had an A-rank mecha core, a C-rank was just suicide. Second brother, don't worry, I won't kill him. I'll expose this fraud in front of everyone. With the C-rank mecha fused, Tang Yue was brimming with confidence. Tang Feng was speechless. He knew that no matter what he said now, his brother would see it as him defending Yang Junwu. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yang Junwu's mouth. He couldn't link. So the A-rank mecha was indeed unusable. But to deal with a mere C-rank mecha, he didn't need to use the A-rank core inside him at all. Yang Junwu pulled out a B-rank core, a reward from his beginner quest. Tang Yue's gaze froze. He could feel the immense power radiating from that mecha core. It was exactly like the B-rank core he'd brought back. But mecha cores weren't something you could just use on a whim. Adapting to the human body took time. Even if you forced a fusion, you couldn't unleash the mecha's full power. And there was even a risk of accidents. With that thought, Tang Yue regained his confidence. If he could get that B-rank core from the other man, plus the clan's one, who could possibly beat him in this Yunyao City Grand competition? Yang Junwu smiled faintly. He could see the envy, greed, and desire in the other's eyes. Too bad, sorry to disappoint. This lord has the hidden dragon body, so I'm not afraid of fusion backlash at all. Power of the stardust of time and space, become the steadfast mecha guardian fuse. B-rank Amy core. Silver light flooded the entire room. 3 seconds later, the light vanished, revealing a towering silver mech before the Tang brothers. Take this, returning dragon fist. Yang Junwu didn't bother with complex techniques. He simply swung a fist at Tang Yue's green mech. Facing the wild beast-like aura, Tang Yue's expression changed drastically.
He thrust both arms forward. Perfect defense shield.
The silver fist met the green shield, and after a single second of resistance, the shield shattered into pieces. The fist continued forward, mercilessly striking Tang Yue's chest. Tang Yue was sent flying again, smashing a human-shaped crater into the sturdy wall. The silver figure approached step by step, and panic flickered in Tang Yue's eyes. He suddenly realized Yang Junwu truly intended to kill him. All talk. My sister's locked in the basement, and the entrance is under the bedboard in my bedroom. Tang Yue spoke quickly. In the face of death, pride and mechs meant nothing. Big brother, is it really you? Tang Feng was both shocked and deeply pained. He had clung to a sliver of hope that Yang Junwu had been mistaken. Tang Yue deactivated his mech, revealing a pale, bloodless face. Yes, it was me. If not for this guy showing up, my plan would have succeeded. You two would have been captured by the mercenaries and missed the grand tournament. Then I'd be the only representative for the family, and the B-rank core would be mine. Big brother, you've lost your mind. Completely lost it. For the sake of a mere B-rank core, he would harm his own brothers and make a spectacle for outsiders. Yang Junwu lifted the bedboard, revealing a pitch-black opening leading to a long stone staircase. He followed the stairs down to the basement. Big brother? Is that you? What's happening outside? A familiar voice came from the corner ahead. Who else could it be but Tan Ying? Yang, it's me. Yang Junwu walked over and untied the rope binding her wrists. Brother Yan. Tang Ying was both surprised and overjoyed. She had never imagined her own eldest brother would lock her up, and that the one coming to save her was the same man who had saved her not long ago. Tang Ying couldn't contain herself. She threw herself into Yang Junwu's arms and sobbed with grievance. Yang Junwu gently patted her back. It's alright, it's over. It was my fault for letting you confront Tang Yu alone. Don't cry, let's get out of here first. The two returned to the surface, where Tan Zhao, the patriarch of the Tang family, had already arrived at the door with a group of elders. Tang Yue, what is the meaning of this? Tang Xiao demanded, looking at the mess in the room. Tang Yue remained silent. Tang Feng stepped forward and briefly recounted what had happened. What? Hiring killers and kidnapping your own sister? Tang Yue, you've really outdone yourself. I ask you, is what Tang Feng said true? Just kill me, Tang Yue muttered, his eyes devoid of light. You unfilial wretch. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Tang Xiao was furious. He swung his fist at Tang Yue. Wait! His fist was firmly caught by a single palm. He struggled a few times, but the other's hand didn't budge. Tang Xiao was astonished. As an early-stage body tempering realm cultivator, his strength far exceeded ordinary people, yet he was restrained by a single hand. The one who acted was, of course, Yang Junwu. Patriarch Tang, I have no interest in the Tang family's internal affairs. However, Ying said to forgive him this once, so you cannot kill him. Tang Jinyin quickly added, Father, big brother isn't usually like this. He's always been good to me and second brother. There's no way he'd harm us over the grand tournament spot. I suspect some other force is pulling strings behind the scenes. Please investigate, Father. Flies don't attack eggs without cracks. If he weren't weak-willed, how could he be swayed by others? Guards, take Tang Yue to the confinement room. I'll interrogate him personally later. Tang Ye was quickly led away, and the curious Tang family members were dispersed. Only Yang Junwu, Tang Xiao, Tang Feng, and Tang Ying remained in the room. Tang Xiao seemed to have aged several years in an instant. He let out a long sigh. Young Master Yang, thank you for this. If not for your intervention, Yor would surely have died today. Name your reward. Anything I have, I won't refuse. As the head of the family, many eyes were on him. If he shielded Tang Ye, someone in the family would surely oppose him, and some might even seize the chance to oust him. Yang Junwu's intervention gave him the opportunity to spare Tan Yue's life. Oh, then just give me a few caddies of stardust powder. Yang Junwu was not modest at all, asking for an outrageous amount. Tang Xiao paused, then said, I'm sorry, but I've never heard of stardust powder. Seeing that his expression didn't seem feigned, Yang Junwu felt helpless. The plan to obtain stardust powder from the Tang family had failed. The Tang family was only a third-rank family, so it was normal they didn't know about it. Then could the patriarch be willing to give me the Tang family's tournament spot? I am Pierre. Tang Zhao looked at Tang Feng and Tang Ying. I wholeheartedly agree. Brother Yang, representing the Tang family, is sure to win first place. Tang Ying immediately declared. Tang Feng smiled bitterly inwardly. To say he didn't want the spot would be a lie, but Tang Feng also knew that competing with Yang Junwu was beyond his league. Better to do him a favor. I have no objections either. Tang Zhao nodded. Since Ying and Fenger both agree, I have no objections. However, the city lord has a rule. Each family can only nominate its own members. Young Master Yang is not a Tang family member, so this might be a bit of a problem. Yang Junwu frowned. To seek revenge, he couldn't do it alone. The Yang family was one of the 5 great mech families in the Flying Leaf Kingdom. Except for the Tianhe Alliance, their mech forging ability was unmatched on the continent. Their influence spanned the entire nation, and their wealth was unimaginable. To oppose such a superpower, he needed a matching identity and influence. The Divine Weapons Academy was just the opportunity he needed. He had to secure this spot. Young Master Yang, are you married? Tang Zhao suddenly changed the subject, asking about Yang Junwu's marital status. Yang Zhongwu shook his head. Then I have an idea. If we announce that you are Ying Jing's fiancé, you can participate in the grand tournament as a half-member of the Tang family, and the city lord can't object. You sly old fox coming up with such a rotten idea. Yang Zhongwu cursed inwardly. If he actually won first place, his status as the Tang family's son-in-law would be known across the land, boosting the family's prestige and even forcing him and Tang Ying into a real marriage. If he failed, it was just a fiancé title, no harm to the Tang family at all. I'm sorry, I can't accept that. It's unfair to Ying. Yang Junwu shook his head. Brother Yang, I'm willing. Tang Ying suddenly spoke. Ying, think this through. If this gets out, I don't mind, but it could seriously damage your reputation, even affect your future marriage. Yang Junwu's tone was serious. Tang Ying lowered her head, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Brother Yang, as long as I can help you, I'd do anything, let alone sacrifice a little reputation. Tang Xiao laughed heartily. Young Master Yang, since Yang Ying doesn't mind, don't refuse. I'll report your name and status shortly. Then thank you. Yang Junwu pulled out a mech core from his chest. I never accept favors without repayment. This is a B-rank core as compensation for the spot. A B-rank core. Tang Jiao's expression shifted slightly. He had struggled to obtain one with the entire family's resources, yet this young man, not even 20, casually offered a B-rank core. Who on earth was he? Tang Xiao handed the B-rank core to Tang Ying. Yang, this time it was my failure that frightened you. Consider this my compensation. Thank you, father. Tang Ying took it numbly, but her expression dimmed a little. What she wanted wasn't a mech, it was to truly become Yang Junwu's fiancé. Brother Yang, our statuses are far apart, but I will work twice as hard. One day I'll catch up to you and be worthy of being your bride. Tang Ying clenched the core tightly, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. On the first day of September, the wind was calm and the sky clear. Yunya City welcomed its most bustling day of the year. 24 family factions within the city, plus 8 special invitation slots from the satellite districts, made up a total of 32 participants who would hold the Mecha Grand Competition in the city's largest square, deciding the recommendation quota for entry into the Divine Weapon Academy each year. For the contestants, this was a brutal elimination round. For the common folk, it was a carnival, a visual feast of metal and flesh. Of course, some families took this opportunity to discover new talents and win them over. In short, nearly 90% of the city's population gathered around the square, waiting for the competition to begin. What a lively scene. Entering the waiting area from the contestants' exclusive passage, Yang Junwu glanced back at the dense crowd and couldn't help but exclaim, For ordinary people, this is an annual holiday carnival besides watching the matches. It's also a day for food and shopping. Tang Ying held his arm and explained with a smile. Oh, isn't this Yang Ying? A year no see. You've certainly grown quite a bit. A richly dressed man sidled over, his lecherous eyes sweeping across her chest. Tang Yingying showed a look of obvious disgust. Young Master Yu, please show some respect. TSK, a loser like you, what if I don't show respect? The man reached out to touch Tang Yingyang's face. A jade-like palm shot out like lightning, gripping his fingers and squeezing gently. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Then a pig-like scream of agony burst from the man's mouth. Tang Yingyang, you bitch! You dare break my fingers? I'll kill you. A red light flickered as the man activated his mecha. Stand down. A low voice came from the side. The man trembled all over and the half-activated core instantly sputtered out. Big brother! Shameless fool, stand down now. Yes, big brother. The man dared not resist at all. He shot Yang Junwu a resentful glare and retreated behind the newcomer, Yu Lengxiao, the eldest son of the Yu family. They say he has a B-rank core inside him and his fusion rate is very high, Tang Yingyang said in a low voice. The Yu family's influence in Yunyao City was far greater than the Tang family's, and they controlled the Tang family's upstream industry. Wei Chaoyong, the second son of the Yu family, had coveted Tang Yingyang's beauty and had come to propose marriage more than once, but each time the Tang family had refused on the grounds that she was too young. Thus he harbored a grudge. He harassed Tang Yingying whenever he could, and to avoid him, the Tang family had kept her in secluded training at home for a year. The screams drew many glances. The Tang and Yu families were both major clans in Yunyao City, and every move they made drew attention. Now that this had happened, everyone looked over with a sense of anticipation. Isn't that Tang Yingying, the third miss of the Tang family? Damn, a year no see, she's even prettier. Pretty or not, she's got nothing to do with you. The Yu family's second young lord already has her claimed. Hey, look, there's a man beside Tang Yingying. Oh, really? And they're holding hands. Now, there's going to be a show the Yu young lord won't let this slide. Yu Lengxiao walked up to Tang Yingying and gave a gentlemanly bow. Little sister Yingying, I apologize for Chao Yong's rudeness. No need. Just keep him from bothering me in the future. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Since he had lowered his posture to apologize, Tang Yingying couldn't say much more. Wait, Yu Lengxiao straightened up and said calmly, "What now?" This man, Tang Yingying frowned. He brought it on himself. If he hadn't made the first move, Brother Yang wouldn't have acted. No matter how poor Chao Yong's character is, he's still a young lord of the Yu family. How can I let some unknown brat bully him? What would that make of the Yu family's face? What do you want? Yang Junwu stepped forward, shielding Tang Yingying behind him. You must be Yingying's fiancé, the Tang family's representative in this competition, right? Yu Lengxiao looked him up and down. That's right. Good! I want to make a bet with you. Yang Junwu raised an eyebrow. Bet? On what? Bet on who takes the championship of this competition. If you win, this B-rank core is yours. Yu Lengxiao pulled a crystal-clear bead from his chest, a B-rank mecha core. Heavens. Young Master Yu is actually wagering something so precious. Hey, that's because he's confident. And if he's willing to bet a B-rank core, what do you think his own core is? Exactly. A B-rank mecha is enough to sweep through all of Yunyao City. I recall last year's champion only used a C-rank mecha. The admiring and surprised murmurs around him reached Yu Lengxiao's ears, and he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. That's right, this year the Yu family had acquired 2 B-rank cores. One had already been absorbed by him, making him the standout of the Yunyao City competition. An unknown nobody like you, crushing you is child's play. A B-rank core. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. If the other party was offering it for free, how could Yang Junwu refuse? How do we bet? A poor brat like you probably doesn't have a B-rank core. How about this? If I win, you crawl on all fours, like a dog around Yunyao City's main avenue 3 times, and you dissolve your engagement with Tang Yingying so she can be betrothed to my second brother. That was harsh. If Yang Junwu lost, both his and the Tang family's faces would be dragged through the gutter. Tang Yingying was furious at the words. She pointed at Yu Lengxiao and said, Brother Yang, bet him. Don't think the Tang family is easy to bully. Yang Junwu smiled and shook his head. What? Scared? Fine, kowtow and apologize to my brother, withdraw from the competition immediately, and I'll let you off this once. Bet? Of course I'll bet. But a mere B-rank core isn't worth that much. Yang Junwu pulled a core from his chest. Its halo was even more crystalline than Yu Lengxiao's. Another B-rank core. The spectators in Yunyao City were about to faint from joy. A B-rank core, which was rarely seen in years or even a lifetime, had just appeared twice in a single moment. B-rank core against the B-rank core. And the loser also crawls 3 laps like a dog. Everyone here is a witness. As the eldest young lord of the Yu family, you're not afraid of a nobody like me, are you? Yang Junwu stared at him with a smile. Sweat beads the size of beans formed on Yu Longxiao's forehead. He never expected the other party to have a B-rank core too, and likely his internal fusion was also B-rank. B-rank against B-rank, he had no sure win. But the bet was his own proposal. If he backed down now, where would the Yu family's face go? His fusion rate with the B-rank mecha had already reached 70%. The opponent wouldn't find it so easy to beat him. Fine, I bet you. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed across the sky, drawing everyone's gaze away from Yu Longxiao and Yang Junwu as they looked up. On the main platform, a semi-transparent mech descended from the heavens, slowly landing beside City Lord Kong Yanzheng. Greetings, Elder Luo. Why have you come in person? Seeing the newcomer, Kong Yanzheng immediately bowed with utmost respect. Luo He, Vice Dean of the Outer Court at Divine Weapon Academy, had once been his combat instructor. For a small city like Yunyao, in past years, at most an ordinary teacher would come, and often just an inner court student would be sent to witness the event. Unexpectedly, this time the Vice Dean himself had arrived. Kong Yanzheng felt both nervous and excited. Begin the selection. Don't mind me, Lu He said, retracting his mech and taking a seat. Yes, Kong Yanzheng bowed respectfully. Yang Junwu glanced at the main platform, utterly shocked. That old man is incredibly strong. After he retracted his mech, the invisible pressure over the square instantly dissipated. To exert such overwhelming pressure without even trying this man's mech must be at least S rank or even higher. Yang Junwu had only felt such pressure in the original owner's memory fragments when facing Yang family head, Yang Zhentian. Divine Weapon Academy truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. It seems his choice was right. Yang Junwu clenched his fist secretly. Today, he must secure a spot in the academy. After a brief introduction, Kong Yangsheng announced the official start of the competition. A total of 32 participants had already drawn lots 2 days prior. Yang Junwu, representing the Tang family, was number 4, facing number 3 in the first round, a man from the satellite district. The man was handsome, and had he not been in plain clothes, one might have mistaken him for a young master of some great family. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, cheers erupted from the crowd below. Clearly, this man was quite popular in the satellite district. Lin Zhan of the satellite district, please enlighten me. Yang Junwu of the Tan family. No problem, no problem. Why not just concede now? Saves us both the trouble, Yang Junwu said with a grin. His attitude immediately riled up Lin Zhan's supporters below, who began shouting loudly. What is this? The fight hasn't even started, and that kid thinks he's already won? Puffed! Those big family disciples are all talk. Even if he has a B-rank core, he might not be a match for our handsome Lin. Exactly! What's he so cocky about? Handsome Lin! Take him down in 3 moves. Lin Zhan, however, did not get angry at Yang Junwu's dismissiveness. Though I, this humble one, am not as skilled as your excellency, I wish to see just how great the gap between C rank and B rank truly is. Yang Junwu smiled slightly. You'll see. The referee, noticing the two were chatting away, quickly announced the start of the match. Lin Zhan took a step back, just about to activate the mech core within him. A fist, swift as thunder, was already before his face. Lin Zhan was startled, instinctively raising his hands to guard. Boom. The immense impact sent him flying off the arena platform. The nano core within his body absorbed most of the shock, so his physical form was not seriously injured. But, according to the rules, falling off the platform meant an immediate forfeit. He hadn't even summoned his mech, and he had already lost. 3 seconds. Or 2. That was way too fast. The entire venue fell silent. Is that even allowed? A crisp male voice broke the silence. Referee, shouldn't you announce the result? The silent crowd suddenly erupted in boos and curses. Damn, that's shameless. A sneak attack. Exactly. Exploiting the rules is nothing. If you've got guts, fight head on. Yang, you have no martial honor. Referee, this round doesn't count. Most of those cursing Yang Junwu were from the satellite district. In their eyes, Lin Zhan was the pride of the satellite district. They could accept his defeat, but not this inexplicable elimination. The referee already said start, so Yang Junwu was free to attack. It's Lin Zhan's own carelessness that got him caught. Why blame others? Tang Ying Jing Jing Day Days Retortes scolding those people. But her voice was a drop in the ocean, ignored by all. The referee was at a loss, unsure what to do. He cast a pleading glance toward the city lord, but the latter was deep in conversation with Elder Luer, not even looking his way. In an instant, sweat poured from the referee's forehead. "Everyone, please hear me out," Lin Zhan said, picking himself up from the ground. Seeing the man himself speak, the surrounding crowd gradually quieted. "According to the rules, falling off the platform means immediate forfeit. I, Lin, accept this loss wholeheartedly. In a real battle, such a mistake would be fatal. Referee, please announce the result." The referee mentally gave him a thumbs up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and quickly declared Yang Junwu the winner. Lin Zhan stepped down from the platform and gave Yang Junwu a slight bow. "Thank you, Brother Yang, for teaching me a lesson. I hope to have the chance to duel you again." "No need for thanks. Sparring between friends is always welcome." "So, we're friends now?" "Of course." The two clasped hands. If this man wasn't deeply scheming, then he was a friend worth making. Yang Zhuangwu believed it was the latter. What a waste. Xiuxian cursed inwardly. He had hoped to gauge Yang Junwu's strength during this match, but the so-called top expert of the satellite district was so fragile, he didn't even get to see what Yang Junwu's mech looked like. In the next two rounds, Yang Junwu's opponents were even more pathetic. With his B-rank mech activated, one punch sent each flying, no extra moves, and he advanced to the semi-finals. "That kid does have a B-rank mech, but I still can't tell the fusion rate," xiuxian said, blasting his opponent away with a particle cannon, also advancing easily. Soon, the results of the other two matches came in. Xiu of the Yu family, Zhang Xinglin of the Zhang family, Shi Fan of the Xie family, and Yang Junwu of the Tang family. All four semi-finalists are from the four great families. Isn't that obvious? Without family backing, even with great talent, how could you get a B-rank mech? Hey, I don't care about that. The point is, T here is going to be a show. Whether Yang Junwu wins or Xiuxian loses, someone's going to run around the arena naked 3 times. Right. For us common folk, watching the four great families make fools of themselves is pure joy. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the final semifinals. The champion not only receives a recommendation letter from Divine Weapon Academy, but also a mysterious prize from the City Lord. Additionally, everyone present can participate in a champion prediction. We will draw 3 lucky winners from those who guess correctly and award each a C-rank core. The moment the host finished speaking, the square erupted in excitement. A C-rank core. Even medium-sized families rarely possess one. Get it? And you could immediately become a true mech warrior, changing your life forever. Brother, who are you picking? Obviously the Yu family's eldest son. I heard his mech fusion rate has reached 70%, nearly invincible among B ranks. Not necessarily. Yang Junwu, the Tang family's son-in-law, beat a C-rank mech with his bare hands. I think he's stronger. Have you forgotten Zhang Xinglin, the Zhang family's prodigy? He's only used one move in all 3 matches. Prediction time is over. First semifinal, Yang Junwu versus Xiuxian. Now begin. Kid, just surrender now. This young master can let you off easy and spare you the crawl on all 4s, so you don't make a fool of yourself. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Xiuxian called. Yang Junwu smiled faintly. Hey, my ass. Xiuxian really wanted to punch the grinning guy in front of him. If it weren't for the Yu family head telling him before the match not to strain relations, would he be polite? After all, the Tang family was one of the 4 great clans, and humiliating them wouldn't benefit the other 3 either. Are you scared? I'm scared of you. Screw that. You don't know when to back down, so don't blame me for not going easy on you. Hearing the stifled laughter from the crowd below, Xiuxian's face twisted in anger. Ordinary spectators would only think his earlier words were a sign of weakness. Scared is scared. Winning and losing is normal in a match. How about this, you pay 5 times compensation and I'll skip the crawl. Yang Junwu held up 5 fingers, his smile widening. And he didn't lower his voice, half the square heard it clearly. The Yu family head's face turned ashen. This idiot had shamed the Yu family before the fight even started. Scared? 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 Only those 3 words and the laughter of the crowd echoed in Xiuxian's mind. He completely lost his cool. B-rank core activation. Foul! The match hasn't started yet. Several spectators supporting Yang Junwoo began to shout below. The referee quickly announced the start of the match. He didn't dare risk offending the Yu family by disqualifying the young Master Yu outright. Wu Longxiao seized the initiative, his mech suit donned. On the other side, Yang Junwoo had just started his barrage beam. Over a dozen light screens shot from the cannon muzzles. The barrage beam's attack power was average, but Yang Junwoo's mech wasn't fully activated yet. If hit, the massive impact force would knock him out of the ring. Wu Longxiao was trying to copy the tactic Yang Junwoo had used on Lin Zhan earlier. Brother Yan dodge! Tang Yangyang jumped anxiously below the stage. The beams were incredibly fast. Even if Yang Junwoo finished activating his mech, he wouldn't have time to defend. Boom, boom, boom. The light screens accurately struck Yang Junwoo's area, immediately kicking up a cloud of smoke. Did it hit or did he block? Everyone stared wide-eyed into the smoke. The smoke quickly dispersed, but Yang Junwoo's figure was gone from the center. He's not there. Yang Junwoo isn't there. Was he knocked out? But he's not off the stage either. Look! He's behind young Master Yu! A red mech appeared out of thin air, swinging his right fist down at Yu Longxiao's head. Clang! A piercing clang of metal rang out, and Yu Longxiao was instantly sent flying, skidding headfirst several meters before stopping at the edge of the ring. Though his posture was rather undignified, at least he wasn't eliminated outright. After 2 seconds of silence, thunderous cheers erupted from the stands. Holy crap! Young Master Yang is so handsome. Yang Junwoo, I want to have your babies. This is gonna be good, young Master Yu, crawling on all fours, how thrilling. Elder Luo on the viewing stand let out a huh. Both were B-rank mechs, yet one hit sent the opponent flying. This man named Yang Junwoo was quite extraordinary. Moreover, that dodge just now seemed to require a transcendent level martial art technique. A minor clan actually managed to cultivate such talent. Impressive. Could this person be connected to the demigod aura that appeared earlier? Xiaozheng, what's his background? Kong Yancang quickly replied, Elder Luo, this man is the fiancé of the 3rd Miss of the Tang family. I've never seen him before. I heard they met in Fengyu City. From Fengyu City to Yunyao City, taking a shortcut would indeed pass through the mass grave. Seeing Luohi silent, Kong Yanzheng cautiously asked, Elder Luo, is there a problem with him? Luohi smiled slightly and whispered a few words in his ear. Kong Yaisheng's face filled with shock. No problem, I'll handle it immediately. Yu Longxiao felt utterly frustrated. Since childhood, he had always been the winner, like a noble peacock, with everyone around him as sparrows, only there to set off his handsome and imposing figure. But Yang Junwoo's appearance shattered his undefeated legend, even threatening to nail him to the pillar of shame. No, I absolutely cannot lose. Yang, I'll go all out with you. Enemy particle cannon. Yu Longxiao spread his wings behind him, launching into the air while a piercing yellow beam shot from his abdomen. An attack like that won't bring me down. 2 shields flew out from Yang Junwoo's arms, one on each side, forming a massive Emmy shield in front of him. The beam exploded against the shield, unable to advance further. Yu Longxiao seemed to know that a single particle cannon couldn't defeat his opponent. The moment the cannon fired, he charged forward, a light blade appearing in his hand, slashing down at Yang Junwoo's head. The Yu family's heirloom blade technique, cascading waterfall slash. Well done! Yang Junwoo's expression turned serious, and he activated the Dragon Forging art. Dragon Forging Twin Fingers. As the light faded, Yang Junwoo's slender twin fingers clamped firmly onto Yu Longxiao's unstoppable blade. Wow, unbelievable. Young Master Yu is completely countered. Who is this Yang Junwoo? Too terrifying, he blocked the attack with just 2 fingers. Ordinary spectators were thrilled, let alone Tan Yingying in the Tang family viewing area. Her face flushed red as she cheered wildly for Yang Junwoo. Beside her, Tang Feng sighed inwardly. My silly sister, the stronger Yang Junwoo becomes, the more impossible it is between you two. In the end, you'll only be left heartbroken. Yang Junwoo grinned at his opponent. Young Master Yu, is that all the strength you have? Didn't you eat? Yang Junwoo, what exactly do you want? Yu Longxiao finally realized the other was deliberately toying with him. If Yang Junwoo had attacked, he'd have already lost. I have no interest in making you, young Master Yu, a public spectacle. I've already told you what I want. Yang Junwoo released him and held up 5 fingers, waving them in front of his face. Yu Longxiao felt dizzy selling the entire Yu family wouldn't get him 5 B-rank cores. What? Not willing! Yang Junwoo, don't push it! Where am I supposed to find 5 cores for you? That's your problem. Either you crawl around the square like a puppy, 3 times. That's a fair deal. Yang Jungwoo's palm lit up with light, ready to strike. Wait, I can trade you a piece of information, Yu Lengxiao blurted out. What information could be worth 5 B-rank cores? About Stardust Powder. I know where to get Stardust Powder. What? Yang Jungwoo was... If the other could name Stardust Powder, it meant he knew its purpose, so the information might be real. B-rank mechs could be obtained by completing missions. Yang Jungwoo didn't care about those at all. Only Stardust Powder could upgrade the wheel and speed up martial art technique training. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he couldn't give up. Fine, I accept your terms. Surrender now. Yang Jungwoo stepped back a few paces and deactivated his mech fusion. Yu Lengxiao's face was pale, and he gritted out 3 words, I surrender. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your first victory over a B-rank opponent. Rewards: 1 B-rank core, 1 Mecha defense kit draw ticket, and 1 roulette link card. A crisp system voice rang through Yang Jungwoo's mind. Yang Jungwoo was overjoyed. He hadn't expected a reward just for taking down a B-rank mech. If this was the case, there were plenty more A rank, S rank, and higher opponents to come. This roulette system was really something, especially the link card. If he could draw gold and summon the 5 Phantom Beast set again, he wouldn't even flinch against an SR rank opponent. Come on! Let's see if this lord's luck is still holding. Supreme Roulette System, activate. Use roulette link card. Yang Jungwoo summoned the roulette directly. The pointer spun and finally stopped steadily in the white zone. Congratulations, host. You've obtained 1 ordinary link. Yang Jungwoo. Damn it. This is really price gouging by big data, isn't it? Second time and it's all white? What a crappy system. With 20 luck points, he'd only gotten white. He felt like the system was toying with him. Host, luck points only affect the gold zone. Other zones depend entirely on your own fortune. So, this young master is just unlucky? Yang Jungwoo was speechless, but facing a system that only ran on preset programs, there was no point arguing. Fine. Ordinary was fine. Something was better than nothing. Leaving the system space, Yang Jungwoo walked straight up to Yu Lengxiao and extended his hand. Hand it over! Yu Lengxiao reluctantly tossed a crumpled piece of parchment into his hand. Yang Jungwoo took it and looked. The paper seemed to depict a map, with 1 location circled in red. The marked spot is the location of the Stardust Mine. Go find it yourself. I'll trust you for now. But if you've tricked this young master, I'll definitely come back for you. Oh, and one more thing, don't harass Tang Yang anymore or don't blame me for not holding back. Yang Jungwoo turned and headed toward the Tang family's rest area. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Yu Lengxiao's mouth. Yang Jungwoo, you're too arrogant. Don't think a B-rank mech makes you invincible. There are plenty stronger than you in this world. Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you. The surrounding spectators were displeased at not seeing the young Master Yu crawl like a dog in public, and boos rang out across the square. But soon, their attention was drawn to the next match. Semi-final, second bout. Zhang Xinglin of the Zhang family versus Xie Fan of the Xie family. Both were B-rank core holders, evenly matched in strength and well acquainted with each other's styles. Back and forth they went on the stage, putting on a spectacular show. This was a true battle of equals. The first match had been more like a farce. Supporters on both sides cheered for their champions, and the atmosphere in and around the arena grew heated. After over 10 minutes of combat, Xie Fan, relying on a slight edge in physical realm, exhausted his opponent's core energy and narrowly defeated Zhang Xinglin. Xie Fan wins. The final would take place in 10 minutes. B-rank core energy takes about 10 minutes to replenish, and the rest rule ensures both finalists enter the match in peak condition. Patriarch Tang. Do you know what place this is? While the crowd buzzed about who would be the final winner, Yang Jungwoo slipped into the spectator area and found Tang Xiao with the parchment in hand. Judging by the terrain, it looks like the Yinling Mountains. Yang Jungwoo's heart skipped a beat. The name alone didn't sound very auspicious. That's right, the Yinling Mountains, a gathering place of darkness and crime. Rumor has it many wanted criminals hide there. The authorities once sent troops to wipe them out, but the terrain is complex, and among those criminals are some formidable figures. In the end, the suppression force suffered heavy losses and had to give up. So they just let them be. Yang Jungwoo was puzzled. The Yinling Mountains hold no resources, and wiping them out would cost both lives and money. No city lord wants to take on such a losing venture. Besides, those criminals rarely come out to commit crimes once they're in the mountains. The authorities eventually turned a blind eye, only setting up monitoring stations on the outskirts to keep them from leaving. I see. Yang Junwoo glanced toward the Yu family's direction. Interesting. Even a place the city lord couldn't handle, Yu Longxiao had such a detailed map. The Yu family wasn't simple, but this map definitely wasn't drawn on the spot to fool him, so he figured its authenticity was fairly high. Since it involved stardust powder, he'd have to find a way to get in there later. Rest time is over. Next up is the match to decide the champion of this tournament. Please welcome contestants Yang Junwoo and Xie Fan to the stage. Tang Yingying watched Yang Junwoo about to step up with eyes full of admiration. She waved her arms and shouted, "Brother Yang, go for it." Yang Junwoo glanced back with a smile. "Don't worry, the championship is mine." Their eyes met, and Tang Ying's heart felt like it had been zapped, tingling and numb. For a moment, she couldn't speak and could only nod vigorously. After winning the semifinal, Xie Fan had rested right on the stage and never left. Seeing Yang Junwoo come up, he rose, smiled slightly, and cupped his hands. "Brother Yang, this Xie admits he's no match for you, but I hope you'll go all out and let me experience the strength of a true master." As he spoke, there seemed to be a light in Xie Fan's eyes. A light full of fighting spirit, a thirst for power, a passion for battle. Yang Junwoo nodded. Match start. The referee commanded, "Mecha core fuse!" Both activated their B-rank cores simultaneously. In terms of speed, Yang Junwoo, with his hidden dragon body, was clearly half a second faster. But he didn't attack immediately, he waited for the other to fully fuse. "Brother Xie, watch out, here I come!" White light gathered on his right arm, morphing into a fist the size of half his body. Dragon break fists, slash. Well met. There was no fear in Xie Fan's eyes. Absolute defense. Starry sky shield. A massive shield expanded instantly, protecting him. Pestimet shield. There was no violent clash. Yang Junwoo's fist seemed to stick to the shield. Crack. Crack. IUNP. The next second, a huge fissure split Xie Fan's shield and it dissolved into fine particles, vanishing into the air. Such was the power of a single punch, terrifying. So strong. No wonder the young Master Yu had conceded voluntarily. Xie Fan's eyes burned even brighter. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his right arm transforming into 1,000 Jin giant hammer, striking at Yang Junwoo. "Brother Yang, this is my final attack. Take this, Starfall Hammer Strike." Yang Junwoo didn't retreat or dodge. The dragon break fist changed direction and intercepted the giant hammer head on. Whoa, attack against attack brutal, but I love it. The crowd erupted in fierce cheers. This kind of blood-pumping battle was exactly what they wanted to see. A blinding light burst at the moment fist and hammer collided, and everyone instinctively shut their eyes. When they opened them again, the light had faded. The two on stage had separated and deactivated their mech fusion. What happened? Who won? The crowd was bewildered. No idea, the light was too blinding, couldn't see a thing. Quiet! Let's hear what the referee says. All eyes turned to the referee on the match stage. But little did they know, the referee was cursing inwardly. How could he referee that? Like the audience, he hadn't seen a thing. By the time he snapped back, both had already reverted to human form. The referee felt a mix of shock and resentment toward Yang Junwoo. "Third time, it's you again." At that moment, he had an urge to end the match quickly and flee the place. Helpless, he could only look to the two contestants. "Brother Yang, you're truly formidable." This Xie yields. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Xie Fan's mouth. In that last clash, his mech hadn't fully protected his body, leaving him with a not insignificant internal injury. Well said, you're not bad yourself. But one day I will fight you again. There was no sign of defeat in Xie Fan's eyes, only a fiercer blaze. Yang Junwoo nodded solemnly. "I'll be waiting. I'll work hard." With that, Xie Fan jumped off the match stage on his own. The referee finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward, raised Yang Junwoo's right hand, and announced, "I declare the champion of this Yunyao City tournament is the mech pilot from the Tang family, Yang Junwoo." Awesome! Brother Yang did. But at that moment, Yang Junwoo wasn't paying attention to the crowd's cheers. His mind had already entered the system space. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest, winning the second-tier main city tournament championship. Rewards have been delivered to the system space. Please check. Sweet! Even this gives rewards. System, I love you. Yang Junwoo immediately opened his storage space. 10 pill draw tickets, 10 Mech LINK tickets, and 10 Mech forging material tickets. Jackpot! Total jackpot! If they all turn gold, heh. Looking at the dazzling array of roulette draw tickets inside, Yang Junwoo felt the sheer joy of sitting on a mountain of treasure. As the referee announced the result, the spectators who had bet on Yang Junwoo's victory erupted with excitement. AC class mech, something they might never obtain in their entire lives. Kong Yanzheng personally stepped onto the stage and drew a number. Please invite spectator number 666 to come on stage. Yay! I won! Amid the envious gazes of the crowd, a young boy around 10 years old rushed excitedly onto the competition stage. What's your name? Kong Yangcheng asked kindly. Reporting to the city lord, my name is Yutian and I'm 11 years old. Yutian! A good name! This is your reward. Please keep it safe. Kong Yangzheng handed him a C-class mech core. Yutian took it with both hands and said solemnly, I will definitely look up to Brother Yang as my idol and strive to become an outstanding mech pilot. Yang Junwoo stepped forward, patted his head, and smiled. Brother Yang believes in you. Keep it up, you will surely succeed. Yutian nodded firmly and left under the referee's guidance, yielding the stage to the city lord and Yang Junwoo. Young Master Yang, congratulations. I hope you become an outstanding mech pilot at the Divine Weapon Academy and bring honor to our Yuniao city. Kong Yanzheng's tone was very polite. He knew clearly that anyone who could graduate from the Divine Weapon Academy would become a remarkable figure in the future. Especially this one before him, his talent was already visibly formidable. Even among the geniuses as numerous as clouds at the Divine Weapon Academy, few could match him. This is your recommendation letter. Kong Yancheng handed Yang Junwoo a gold-embossed sealed letter. Thank you. Yang Junwoo took it. The letter was light, but it was something every young person on the Flying Flower continent yearned to obtain. Yang Junwoo carefully placed the letter into his chest and prepared to leave the stage. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. Kong Yanchang suddenly spoke. Is there something? Kong Yanzhang pointed to the elder on the main platform above and said, that is Vice Dean Luo, he of the Outer Academy at the Divine Weapon Academy. Vice Dean Luo is very interested in you. He's given you a chance to challenge him. If you can withstand 10 moves under him, you can directly secure a slot in the Inner Academy without going through the Outer Academy assessment. Directly enter the Inner Academy? Yang Junwoo looked up. Luhi seemed to sense it, and their eyes met. Yan Junwoo instantly felt a vast force pressing down from above, trying to crush him to the ground. You think mere aura can make me admit defeat? Not a chance. Yang Junwoo fully activated the dragon forging art, and a faint Azure Dragon emerged within his body. The moment the dragon's phantom appeared, Yang Junwoo felt all of Loyo He's pressure bounce off him. He stood tall and met the other's gaze without hesitation. Kong Yancheng was secretly shocked. He had once been a student of the Outer Academy and knew Luo He's strength well. Back then, Luo, he was at the peak of the Overlord Body Realm. Now he might have already broken through to the Emperor Body Realm. With a gap of nearly 3 major realms, Yang Junwoo could actually resist his pressure. As a young man under 20, his strength was far too impressive. Good, good, good. Luo He laughed 3 times. Without any visible movement, he vanished from the main platform and reappeared right in front of Yang Junwoo. Physical flight? Impressive. Yang Junwoo was envious. When would he be able to do that? So, do you accept my suggestion? Yang Junwoo's mind raced. This man's mech was at least A class, possibly even S class or SS class. With his current B class core, he definitely couldn't block a single move from an S class, let alone an SS class. Unless he could activate the A class core within him, plus the LINK kit, he might have a chance to fight. I'll risk it. Worst case, I get hurt. He wouldn't kill me in public. Yang Junwoo immediately entered the system space. Looking at the pill lottery ticket and Mecha LINK ticket in his hand, he muttered inwardly. System Master, can you drop a gold? Summon wheel, 10 pull pill exchange. In his past life, a 10 pull would at least yield something rare. The 10 pointers stopped on different sectors of the wheel. 5 white, 2 green, 2 blue, 1 bronze, not a single gold or silver. Damn, I really need to find a way to get stardust powder quickly. Pulling like this is just wasteful. Stema recovery pill, core enhancement pill, greater healing pill. Huh? This pill? Yang Junwoo's gaze fell on the last bronze pill bottle. Star Ascension Pill can elevate physical cultivation by 1 major realm below the Overlord Body Realm, lasting 10 minutes. After use, enters a 2-day weakness period during which mech merging is impossible. Alright, I accept the challenge. Yang Junwoo exited the system space. The time flow in the wheel space differed from the outside world. He had spent a while inside, but only 2 or 3 seconds had passed outside. I admire your courage. Let's begin. Rui's eyes showed approval. Just this unyielding fighting will alone made this young man worthy of an inner academy slot. But to block 10 of his attacks, not just one person, but all the B-class mechs present, combined probably couldn't do it. My attacks won't exceed the limit of an A-class mech. Luyu, he activated his mech core and instantly transformed into a translucent, towering mech. What oppressive force! At close range, Yang Junwu immediately confirmed that this mech's grade exceeded A. My mech is named Shadow Be Careful. Luo, he spoke, a one-character mech name. It was definitely S-class. From the original owner's memories, Yang Junwu knew that mechs above S-class had names. S-class used one character, SS class 2, SSS class 3. The more characters, the more powerful the mech. Facing the powerful mech Shadow, Yang Junwu dared not be careless. He immediately activated the A-class mech within him. Brilliant silver light burst forth and his body transformed into a silver mech that gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. So this is Brother Yang's true strength? Below the stage, X-Fan stared unblinkingly at the competition stage. He clenched his fists and silently vowed that one day he would possess an equally powerful mech. I didn't expect him to have hidden this. In the Yu family's rest area, Yu Longxiao's face had lost all color. If Yang Junwu had used this mech during their fight, he wouldn't have been able to block a single move. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. The trap he had set might not work. Using a pill to forcibly boost yourself, interesting. But relying on this A-class mech to withstand Shadow's 10 moves might not be enough. Lo Hei saw through Yang Junwu's situation at a glance. I know that, but this isn't over yet. Mecha LINK, activate. Yang Junwu threw out his only 2 bronze-grade links. Guardian slumbering in the deep darkness, connect as my power dark shield. Free wine floating in the world, become swift speed Azure Lotus Wind Wheel. A pitch-black shield appeared in Yang Junwu's right hand, and a mass of cyan mist formed beneath his feet, making him seem ethereal and elusive. Oh, links that enhance defense and speed? Looks like I'll have to get a bit serious. Before Luo he finished speaking, Shadow vanished from the spot, and 3 points of light rapidly expanded before Yang Junwu. Triangular strike! So fast! Yang Junwu's mind couldn't react, but his right arm equipped with the dark shield instinctively responded, raising a black shield in front of him, in position just as the attack arrived. Boom! The immense impact sent Yang Junwu flying, his body crashing heavily to the ground and sliding several meters across the competition stage, nearly falling off. The entire venue fell silent. The champion of the Yunyao City competition couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent. Brother Yang, go! Tang Yingying's eyes were filled with worry from below the stage. On the stage, Ying didn't stop after a successful strike. The energy core at his feet suddenly flared. Stealth! Ying's body vanished, and the next second, he appeared at the edge of the arena, a massive semi-transparent arm morphing into a great blade, slashing toward Yang Junwu. If that strike landed fully, even if Yang Junwu's mech wasn't destroyed, the impact would knock him off the platform. Was it going to end in just 2 moves? That would be too overwhelming. Everyone held their breath for Yang Junwu, hoping for a miracle. Yin's great blade showed no mercy, cleaving Yang Junwu's mech clean in 2. And after image, Luo, he reacted swiftly, not even turning around, a transparent shield materializing behind him. Boom! Yang Junwu's fist slammed into the shield violently. The former was knocked back while the latter didn't budge half a step. No wonder it's an S-class mech. Even a hastily raised defense is this strong. Yang Junwu silently praised, then activated his Xian energy at his feet, launching another attack at Loi. He's back. Heavens, what am I seeing? Yang Junwu is actually attacking on his own. I get it now. He deliberately lured his opponent into attacking, drew him to the edge of the arena, and then counterattacked to knock him off the platform. Alas, the strategy is solid, but the opponent is too strong. He just can't break through. Ying seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. No matter which direction Yang Junwu attacked from, the shield precisely blocked the path. Yang Junwu didn't give up. Instead, he quickened his attack pace. A good strategy first set a trap for a killing blow, then burn rounds after failure. I must say, you're quite clever. Lo, his approving voice came from within Ying. Yang Junwu's heart skipped a beat. His entire strategy had been seen through. But he'd already blocked 1 strike, dodged 1 with the green lotus wheel, and the subsequent continuous attacks had consumed 8 rounds. He just needed to hold out for 2 more rounds, and he'd succeed. Take my full force strike. Meteor Cannon. A crimson energy vortex appeared at the chest of the A-class mech, showing Yang Junwu pushing the mech core to its limit. This was an all-or-nothing move. If he couldn't take down his opponent with his core energy depleted, he wouldn't even be able to maintain his mech, let alone withstand the final blow. A full-power meteor cannon strike, even if not at the absolute peak of a class attack, was at least at the top tier. Lu, he didn't dare take it lightly, turning around to defend with all his might. 3 layers of transparent shields enveloped him securely. That's cheating. Tang Ying from below immediately protested. Indeed, each of those 3 shields was only a class strength, but which a class core could simultaneously deploy 3 top-tier shields. The arena had been dead silent, making Tang Yingying's outburst particularly jarring. Tang Feng beside her quickly covered her mouth, shooting her a stern glare. Shh, my dear sister, do you want to get our Tang family killed? Do you know who that is and how much power they wield? Tang Ying retorted defiantly. I don't care who he is. Just tell me, isn't this unfair? Alas, there's no such thing as fairness in this world. Rules are made by the strong. If you had strength like his, you could naturally question them. Tang Yingying's heart jolted at those words. She sat back down in silence, head bowed, lost in thought. Tang Feng sighed inwardly. His words might have been harsh, but for the sake of the Tang family, Tang Yingying had to learn the lesson that one must bow when under someone else's roof. The orange-yellow light pierced through the first shield, but its speed had drastically slowed. Zam! It met the second shield. No matter how blinding the yellow light, it couldn't break through. With sustained drain, the Ami core on Yang Junwu began to destabilize, parts of his body already starting to disintegrate. The moment the meteor cannon's light died, the A-class core was completely depleted, the mech vanished, and Yang Junwu's physical body returned. Admit defeat. Your bare body can't withstand a single strike from Ying. Getting this far already qualifies you for the inner academy. Luo, he said calmly. With that, Loi, he implied that regardless of the match's outcome, Yang Junwu could enter the inner academy directly. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yang Junwu's mouth. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Vice Dean Lo, but I'd like to test my limits further." Luo, his expression stiffened and he spoke seriously. Yang Junwu, don't gamble with your body. If it's damaged, it could affect your future cultivation. I understand. If I win, I hope Vice Dean Luo will grant me one additional condition. Very well. Since you're so confident, this Vice Dean will agree. But I won't go easy on you. Yang Junwu nodded slightly. He never expected his opponent to hold back, nor did he intend to truly risk his body. B-class core, activate. Defense suite, activate. In an instant, the B-class mech used in the earlier tournament covered Yang Junwu's entire body. Activating 2 cores in quick succession put a heavy strain on the body, but Yang Junwu didn't care. He possessed the hidden dragon body with limitless physical potential. Activating a mere B-class core was nowhere near enough to harm his foundation. Is Yang Junwu crazy? He's using a B-class mech to defend against the opponent's strongest strike? Seems he's also using a defense enhancement suite, but B-class against S-class, the gap is just too huge. The chatter from below continued, but the 2 on stage heard none of it. They were fully in combat mode, minds hyper-focused, automatically filtering out distractions. Take this dazzling shadow slash. Loi clasped his hands together and a faintly visible longsword materialized, slashing down at Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu's outer defense shield shattered first, followed by the solid shield of the enhancement suite. The 2 layers of defense he'd painstakingly set up were rendered useless. The dazzling shadow slash continued its relentless descent. The B-class mech on Yang Junwu began to crack, and finally, with a thunderous crack, the core couldn't withstand such overwhelming force and shattered outright. The mech that the Tang family had struggled so hard to acquire was utterly destroyed in a single strike. The shockwave from the mech's self-destruction finally reduced the dazzling shadow slash's power by 70%. But the remaining 30% struck Yang Junwu's physical body directly. Yang Junwu felt his internal organs churning violently, as if they might tear apart at any moment. Just then, a low dragon's roar echoed from within him, and a mysterious silver light enveloped his organs, protecting them from being shredded by the dazzling shadow slash's force. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Junwu's lips. Areas not shielded by the dragon's roar still suffered considerable damage. He forced himself up from the ground, staggering step by step to a spot not far from Luo. A smile tugging at his lips. Vice Dean Luo, I win. Luo, he felt a stir in his heart. He'd seen students with strong willpower before, but someone like Yang Junwu Luo, he truly experienced it for the first time, and even he, with all his experience, couldn't help but be moved. He nodded, his tone earnest. Yes, you win. Thank you. Hearing the answer he'd hoped for, Yang Junwu's eyes closed, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Tang Family Estate, midnight, Tang Yingying's boudoir. Tang Yingying looked at Yang Junwu lying on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, his face pale. Tang Feng spoke up. Little sister, rest assured that Vice Dean Luo said Brother Yang just overexerted himself. A couple of days of rest, and he'll recover no danger to his life. It's already midnight, so you should get some sleep. If you collapse from exhaustion, who will take care of him? Tang Ying said softly. I know, second brother. You go on back first. Tang Feng sighed. His little sister had clearly fallen head over heels in love. There was no persuading her, so he had to let her be. All right, I'll head off then. I'll have the kitchen send you some late-night snacks later. Tang Feng got up and left. Not long after he left, a dark shadow silently entered the room. Tang Ying sensed something and turned to look. The visitor wasn't in humanoid form, but clad in a pitch-black mech that blended with the night. From the person, Tang Ying felt a powerful, oppressive aura, similar in intensity to Luoyi's, even stronger. Who are you? She steadied herself and asked. If the other party had ill intentions, even if she called all the Tang family members, they'd be no match. Suddenly, a woman's laughter came from within the black mech. Very good. Your composure is quite impressive. Tang Ying secretly moved her feet, shielding Yang Junwu on the bed behind her. The woman said calmly, rest assured, I'm not here to kill him. If I wanted to make a move, blocking won't help. Tang Ying frowned. Who exactly are you, and what's your purpose here? Of course, it's for you. For me? Tang Ying. Let me ask you, have you fallen in love with Yang Jungu? Tang Ying never expected the question to be so direct, and her face flushed instantly. The woman smiled. Liking someone isn't a bad thing, but he's about to enter the best academy on the continent for further studies. In the future, the gap between you two will only grow wider, and you'll never be together. Tang Ying clenched her fists slightly. What exactly are you trying to say? My meaning is simple. To win the man you admire, you at least need to be on the same level as him. Tang Ying said with a bitter smile. You don't need to tell me that. I understand. Brother Yang is definitely not an ordinary person, and he can't stay by my side forever. Just being able to stay with him a while now is enough for me. The woman suddenly laughed heartily. Tang Ying, you can fool yourself with that if you like. But ask yourself, are you really willing to let such a good man slip away from you? Tang Ying froze. There was meaning behind her words. Take me as your master, and I can guarantee that your future achievements won't be worse than Yang Junwu's. The woman didn't beat around the bush and directly stated her purpose, but I don't even know who you are. My name is Xiuxian, an SS rank night mech pilot. Tang Ying's mouth hung wide open and couldn't close for a long time. A SS rank expert coming in the middle of the night to take her as a disciple? She pinched her thigh hard. It hurt she wasn't dreaming. Seeing her in a daze, Xiuxian spoke again. What? Are you unwilling? Willing? Of course I'm willing! Disciple Tang Ying pays respects to master. Tang Ying immediately knelt down and performed the formal apprenticeship ceremony. Such a good opportunity, she couldn't give it up. Very good, come with me. Xiuxian turned to leave. Master, wait a moment. Tang Ying looked back at Yang Junwu on the bed. Xiuxian said calmly, Disciple, temporary separation is for a better reunion. If love lasts long, why must we be together day and night? Could you let me leave a farewell letter? Tang Ying pleaded. All right, I'll give you 5 minutes. Thank you, master. 5 minutes later, the woman and Tang Ying disappeared from the boudoir, leaving only a letter on the dressing table. 2 days later, Yan Zhongwu and Luo, he boarded the shuttle car heading to the Divine Weapon Academy. This vehicle was somewhat like a car on Earth, similar to a D-rank external mech. It could be directly driven by its internal core without consuming one's own energy, the most convenient mode of transportation on the Flying Flower continent. Seeing Yang Junwu's worried expression, lol, he smiled. What, missing your little fiancé? Yang Junwu nodded slightly. Although his engagement with Tang Ying was fake, the Tang family had treated him well, and Tang Ying was his savior. Her mysterious disappearance did worry him. If not for the farewell letter being in Tang Ying's handwriting, he would have been searching everywhere by now. Don't worry. Once you arrive at the academy, you can use your rights as an inner court disciple to post a mission. I believe you'll find news of Tang Ying soon. The Divine Weapon Academy, though just a school that trains mech pilots, has graduates everywhere. Most disciples have joined powerful factions and hold high positions. Therefore, these graduates have built a vast intelligence network. It can be said that even the royal families of the Flying Leaf Kingdom or the Xianhua Kingdom may not have such a detailed intelligence network. If even the academy can't find her, then she truly can't be found. Vice Dean Luo, I remember you said I could ask you for a favor, right? Yang Junwu changed the subject. Correct. If you want me to help find her, that's also possible. No, I want you to accompany me to a place. Yang Junwu tapped a few times on the shuttle car's control panel. The shuttle car, originally heading toward the academy, suddenly veered west. 15 minutes later, the shuttle car drove into a very complex mountain range. Yinling Mountains? What are you doing here? Luo he immediately recognized the place. Treasure hunting, of course. Yang Junwu grinned and pulled out the map Yu Longxiao had given him from his chest. Yu Longxiao certainly hadn't kindly handed over the location of the stardust powder. There might indeed be stardust powder here, but it must be guarded by someone or powerful beasts. The other party wanted to bury him here. He had already planned his countermeasure. He couldn't give up. The stardust powder. So he brought a powerful bodyguard. Luo He. With an S rank or even stronger bodyguard around, he'd like to see who dared to make a move against him. After calibrating the direction a few times, the shuttle car slowly descended not far from the red circle on the map. Yang Junwu didn't hesitate and directly activated his B rank core, moving out in mech form. In a place where danger could strike at any moment, being cautious was always wise. Lohi nodded slightly, very satisfied with Yang Junwu's handling. He followed about 100 meters behind Yang Junwu. If Yang Junwu wasn't in mortal danger, he wouldn't intervene. Who goes there? When Yang Junwu was about 50 meters from the red circle, a camp appeared ahead, and the outermost watchtower immediately spotted him. Your grandpa! Yang Junwu raised his hand and fired 2 particle cannons, mercilessly shooting at the watchtower. Those who roamed the Yinling Mountains were all desperados. Killing them was doing the world a favor. The guards on the watchtowers were nothing more than D-rank mech pilots, and some hadn't even managed to activate their mechs. The particle cannon blazed brilliantly, reducing those men to ashes in an instant. Lu He shook his head from behind. When you hold an overwhelming advantage in strength, the proper approach is to take out the sentries quietly. Sure enough, the explosion and flash of the particle cannon alerted the other bandits in the fort. 40 or 50 C-rank and D-rank mechs surged out. Come on, Yang Junwu bellowed, his spirit soaring. In a flash, he didn't retreat but advanced, cutting straight into the heart of the enemy formation. Good strategy? Luo, he nodded with a smile. This newcomer might be impulsive, but his combat instincts were exceptional. When facing a siege, charging into the core is the best move. The outer enemies hesitate to strike for fear of hitting their own, leaving only the inner circle able to attack you, greatly reducing the threat. Dragon Breaker Fist. Yang Junwu showed no mercy. Golden light gathering on his right arm. Every bandit he struck was either sent flying or destroyed outright. 5 minutes later, the enemy had lost half their numbers. Everyone, get back! A thunderous shout rang out from within the fort, and a red mech descended from the sky like a meteor, hurtling toward Yang Junwu, a B-rank mech. Yang Junwu's expression tightened, but he didn't back down, throwing a punch to meet it. Boom! 2 massive fists collided. The shockwave blasted the nearby bandits back several steps. Yang Junwu stumbled back 5 or 6 paces before steadying himself, a flicker of alarm in his heart. He possessed the hidden dragon body, and the Dragon Breaker Fist was the pinnacle of strength in the dragon forging art. Yet, in a contest of pure power, he had lost. What he didn't know was that his opponent, Wang Chao, was even more shocked. Wang Chao's mech was a specially reinforced unit, built for close combat and raw strength. He had just used his altitude advantage and struck with everything he had, yet the opponent only retreated a few steps, completely unharmed. This guy's a master. Both men silently acknowledged the other's skill. Who exactly are you, Your Excellency? Why do you violate the Yinling Accord and attack my Menghu Gang without provocation? Yang Junwu smiled faintly. I'm not from your Yinling Mountains, so I don't have to follow your broken accord. I ask you, is there a nebula or vein here? Wang Chao was taken aback. He doesn't know about it? Could it be that Yu Longxiao tricked me? But since I'm already here, I might as well go in and take a look. Maybe this man is just lying. If there's nothing, this young master will leave on his own, Yang Junwu said. Wang Chao suddenly burst into laughter. A brat like you dares to talk big. The Menghu Gang isn't the Spring Fragrance Pavilion. You can't just come and go as you please. This kid has a B-rank mech, and it's of higher quality than most. He must be the young master of some great family. If I can capture him alive, I might make a fortune. A blue signal flare shot into the sky, and soon 4 more B-rank mechs appeared from the fort, surrounding Yang Junwu in the center. Yang Junwu frowned. He hadn't expected an ordinary bandit stronghold to possess 5 B-rank mechs. He had already consumed a good deal of core energy taking down the underlings, leaving him with less than half. There was no way he could handle a coordinated attack from 5 at once. Yang Junwu didn't hesitate long. He launched his attack immediately. His target, Wang Chao, directly in front of him. Come on. Wang Chao laughed heartily, unafraid, and threw a punch to meet him. This guy is tough, but in a contest of strength I still have the edge. Slow beam. 6 beams of light shot from Yang Junwu's flanks, wrapping around his opponent. Trying to restrain this fort master? Not so easy. Wang Chao snorted, crossing his arms. A transparent barrier appeared, blocking all the slow beams. But Yang Junwu had wanted the opponent to go on the defensive. He burned core energy without hesitation, pushing his mech to maximum speed and reached the enemy in the blink of an eye. Wang Chao was stunned. He never expected Yang Junwu to close in so fast. There was no time to throw a counterpunch. The Dragon Breaker fist slammed into the barrier, which shattered in less than a second. Core shock Wang Chao couldn't gather energy for a moment and could only watch helplessly as 3 laser beams pierced his mech's defenses and wrapped around the core. Demerge immediately, or I'll destroy it. If the core were destroyed, the mech would be completely ruined beyond repair. Wang Chao didn't hesitate. He demerged his mech form and reverted to human form. Yang Junwu grabbed his neck, saying coldly, "Tell your men to demerge and surrender, or I'll snap your neck first." "Everyone, demerge now," Wang Chao shouted. He had no doubt that if he didn't comply, the man would act without a second thought. The several B-rank mech pilots had no choice but to obey their fort master's command and demerge their mechs. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from the shadows. Wang Chao was startled. He hadn't sensed anyone there at all. If even a B-rank mech couldn't detect them, were they A-rank or even S-rank? So he really is from a wealthy family. Even his bodyguard is this formidable. Wang Chao suddenly felt relieved he had surrendered so quickly. If he provoked that one into action, they might have wiped out everyone here in a few moves. Old Louis-o, Yang Junwu nodded to the newcomer. Well done. Your tactics, combat techniques, and handling of unexpected situations were all impressive. Louis, he didn't hold back his praise. Hearing such praise, Yang Junwu felt a bit embarrassed. He steadied himself and said to Wang Chao, "Don't worry, I have no grudge against you, and I won't kill you. Just hand over the nebula or vein." Wang Chao smiled bitterly. "Young master, I truly don't know anything about a nebula or vein." "Fine, then let me take a look around the fort. That should be acceptable, right?" Wang Chao was speechless. He was at the man's mercy now. Could he? As soon as he entered the fort, Yang Junwu was drawn to a glowing gate in the courtyard. The Gate of Dreams? Here's an unknown Gate of Dreams here. Lo, he rushed to the glowing gate, shock evident in his eyes. Something that could move an S-R-rank master was no ordinary treasure. Yang Junwu quickly searched his inherited memories for information about the Gate of Dreams. Gate of Dreams, strange teleportation gates that appear either fixed or randomly on the continent. Passing through them leads to different subworlds. These subworlds contain ore veins, mech materials, various exotic beasts, and more. The Gate of Dreams is like a vast treasure trove. Every faction wants to control as many gates as possible. Unfortunately, most fixed gates are controlled by the great families, and only a few appear randomly across the continent. Each appearance triggers fierce competition among countless factions. He never expected to encounter one here. Yang Junwu's heart burned with excitement. If the treasure map was accurate, this subworld very likely held a nebula or vein. This was a jackpot. A nebula or vein could yield nebula ore, which could be refined into nebula dust. With enough nebula dust, his cultivation speed would skyrocket, and his wheel of fortune luck could be maxed out. Before Yang Junwu's eyes, countless golden runes danced in the air. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Wang Chao's mouth. The Dream Gate was protected by a barrier he had specially set up with the help of a master. Unless someone knew the activation code, outsiders couldn't get in at all. As long as they didn't enter the Dream Gate, he didn't care if they tore down the entire stronghold. Yang Junwu was just about to step through when a strange beam of light blocked him. Huh? According to the original owner's memories, the Dream Gate could be passed through without any special requirements. Why couldn't he get in now? Lo, he chuckled. Looks like there's a little something interesting on it. He stepped forward and tapped the gate. The barrier covering the Dream Gate vanished without a trace. Wang Chao's face changed drastically. Who exactly are you people? Yang Junwu snorted coldly. None of your business. Lu He raised an eyebrow and said calmly, Junwu, as a student of the Divine Weapon Academy, there's no need to hide your identity at any time. Divine Weapon Academy. Hearing those 4 words, Wang Chao's face turned even paler. If the Divine Weapon Academy had its sights on him, even his superiors couldn't save him. They'd likely cut ties with him immediately. This was an organization you absolutely couldn't provoke. Offend the royal family, and you could still scrape by in the Yinling Mountains. But offend the Divine Weapon Academy, and they'd level the entire mountain. Wang Chao had no choice but to clasp his hands and say, since you are seniors from the academy, please help yourselves to whatever you fancy. I only ask that you spare my brothers and me. Yang Junwu was momentarily stunned. He never expected the academy's reputation to be so effective. Maybe in the future, he could use it to get some things like stardust powder, cash, or the academy has rules. If any student uses the academy's name to cause trouble outside, the academy will not tolerate it. As if seeing through Yang Junwu's thoughts, Luo, he warned him. Yang Junwu gave an awkward smile. Vice Dean, you're joking. How could I ever have such thoughts? Good to hear. With the barrier gone, the two easily stepped through the dream gate. After a flash of shifting light, Yang Junwu found himself standing on a hilltop. Below was a barren grassland, and not far from the grassland sat a small mine where a dozen or so stronghold members were extracting ore. So this is a secondary world. It feels so small. Counting the mine's area, the entire plain looked to be only about the size of a dozen football fields. This was completely different from what Yang Junwu had imagined a secondary world to be. He thought there might be some native creatures or something, but it turned out to be this crude. This isn't a secondary plane, Luo, he suddenly spoke up. Huh? Yang Junwu was shocked. Wasn't the Dream Gate supposed to connect only the main plane and secondary planes? If this wasn't a secondary plane, then what was it? Then what is this place? When in doubt, ask. Yang Junwu didn't hold back. Simply put, this is a collapsed secondary plane. It no longer qualifies as a secondary plane. You could call it a small world. Yang D-I-E-N-I-D-L-E-T-L-E. A shrunken secondary plane isn't a secondary plane anymore? Seeing his bewildered expression, Luo he patiently explained. If you compare a secondary world to a mecha core, then a small world is like the nanometer or angstrom materials left after the core cracks. They share the same origin, but they don't have any of the core's functions. Got it. Yang Zhongwu's excitement immediately deflated. He thought he'd found a treasure mountain, but it turned out to be just a corner of one. Judging by the size of this mine, he might not even get 100 grams of stardust powder out of it. We're so unlucky. We found something that's useless. Yang Junwu couldn't help complaining. Luo, he burst out laughing. This kind of thing is rare and hard to come by, and you call it useless? Rare? What's so good about it? Yang Junwu was puzzled. The original owner's knowledge was extensive, but most of it came from books. Before the incident, he barely left the Yang estate, so it was almost all theory. Lo, he activated the mecha core in his body, and Shadow appeared before Yang Junwu once again. All miners, listen up! Leave through the teleportation portal immediately! The workers in the mine looked bewildered. They'd never seen this person before, but the powerful aura emanating from above made their decision easy. They dropped their pickaxes and quickly retreated through the Dream Gate. Soon, only Yang Junwu and Wu, he remained in the entire small world. Oh, he flew above the mine, and a massive blade over 10 meters long appeared in his hand. The moment the blade appeared, the entire space trembled violently, as if sensing a great crisis. So strong! Yang Junwu stared unblinkingly at the translucent figure ahead. So this was the true power of an S-class mecha? If Luo he had used this move back then, even with an A-class core, defense module, and LNK enhancement, Yang Junwu would never have been able to block it. Open. Luo! He shouted, raising the blade high and bringing it down with all his might. The massive mine was split in two, revealing the pale rock inside. Just as Yang Junwu was scratching his head in confusion, a beam of light shot out from the broken mountain. Trying to run? Lo, his figure vanished! And a large hand descended from above, catching the light in its grasp. The light darted left and right, but couldn't escape Luo, his palm. Gradually, the light began to dim, until it finally went completely still. Luo, he opened his hand, revealing a goose egg-sized pearl resting quietly in his palm. Yang Junwu leaned in for a closer look. The pearl reflected the scene of the small world, truly miraculous. Take it. Luo Yi deactivated his fusion with Shadow and tossed the pearl to him. Yang Junwu quickly caught it with both hands. The pearl, which didn't look big, was surprisingly heavy. What is this? The origin of the small world, the world pearl. With it, you can enter this world from anywhere. No need for the Dream Gate. Ooh, his words were calm, but Yang Junwu's heart was in turmoil. What did this mean? It meant this small world was entirely his to use. The mine here would belong to him alone. More importantly, this would become his personal mobile supply depot. The rarity of the World Pearl was no less than that of an S-class core. Such a precious item. And Luo he had given it to him without even blinking. Thank you, Vice Dean, Yang Junwu said with genuine gratitude. No need. This place was discovered by you after all. I merely lent a hand. But until your strength reaches S-class, it's best not to let others know you possess the World Pearl. Understood! Yang Junwu carefully tucked the World Pearl into his chest. Let's head back. With the World Pearl allowing him to enter the small world at any time, Yang Junwu wasn't in a hurry to explore further. Back at the Dream Gate, the light within had already faded. With the World Pearl gone from the small world, the Dream Gate had lost its connection target and was now completely useless. Send us out, Yang Junwu thought. A mysterious force shot out from the World Pearl, enveloping them both. When the force faded, the two had already left the small world and returned to the strongholds. Gentlemen, is there anything else you need? Wang Chao hurried over to greet them. Seeing their empty hands, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. No, we're leaving now, Yang Junwu said flatly. Watching the two board the shuttle and disappear into the horizon, Wang Chao finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Second, third, come with me to check the valuables. He was most eager to know what the two had taken from his treasure vault. Half a minute later, a wail echoed across most of the Yinling Mountains. Damn them. They destroyed my dream gate. The shuttle car stopped on an empty plain. Yan Jingwu was puzzled, wondering why old Luo had parked the car in such a god-forsaken place. Vice Dean Luo, aren't we supposed to be heading to the academy to register? Luo Yi laughed heartily. That's right, this is where the academy is located, the Tianxing Basin. Huh? This place didn't look like it had any people at all. Lo, he stepped forward a few paces, pulled a token from his chest, and pressed it against the air ahead. In what had been empty space, a massive 7-colored barrier began to slowly appear. Beneath the barrier, a light gate slowly opened. Let's go, Lo Yi's voice snapped Yang Junwu out of his daze. A full stealth shield, only the Army Corps could create something like this. But this shield was far too massive. Compared to the barrier generated by an A-rank mech, it was nearly 10,000 times larger. A shield this big, what kind of core would be needed to sustain it? Was this the heritage of the continent's top academy? Terrifying. Yang Junwu's heart was filled with shock, but even more so with delight. If he could carve out a certain status here, wouldn't that be far better than being the young master of the young family? After the two entered, the light gate vanished, and the shield disappeared from sight. What appeared before Yang Junwu were floating buildings. The buildings came in all shapes, exuding a technological feel of machinery and metal. Shuttle cars flew back and forth in the air, weaving between the different structures. This wasn't an academy at all. It was a full-fledged miniature mech city. The academy's freshman registration office was an arc-shaped building that looked like a gleaming white flat boat, quite artistic. Lo, he led him to the entrance and then left. Yang Jingwu straightened his clothes slightly and entered alone. As soon as he stepped inside, a dozen or so gazes turned toward him. These people were all young, elites, sent from various cities and families. Yang Jingwu walked to the empty seat at the very back and sat down. Beside him was a young woman. Her skin was fair and tender, her jade-like nose straight, and her oval face neither too plump nor too thin, paired with a single ponytail of black hair. A brown teardrop mole beneath the corner of her right eye didn't seem out of place at all. It only made her look more delicate and cute. Hello, I'm Yang Junwu from Yunyao City. Yang Junwu greeted proactively. Su ro wo shu wai. The woman curved her lips slightly, offering a polite, shallow smile. Hey, what's going on here? I've been waiting here for an hour already. When can I finally register? A man sitting at the front suddenly stood up and shouted at the registration desk nearby. Student Sun Yue. Each entrance assessment is done in groups of 15. You're still one short, so please be patient. A staff member at the registration desk replied. So there really was an entrance assessment. Yang Junwu wasn't surprised. In his previous life on Earth, there had been all sorts of entrance assessments too.
He just didn't know what form it would take, written test or combat test.
For the written test, he had the original owner's vast theoretical knowledge. For the combat test, he had a B-rank core and plenty of INNK opportunities. Either way, he wasn't afraid. Since he had time to kill, he couldn't waste it. Yang Jingwu immediately began cultivating the dragon forging art mental method. Last time, he had drawn quite a few enhancement pills. These pills could speed up the dragon forging art mental method, but their effect was limited. Each pill lasted about half an hour. Surging true force surged through Yang Junwu's body. After countless temperings, who knew how long had passed, but part of the scales on the front of the ethereal dragon body became real, glimmering with light. Dragon forging art. Third turn, first layer. Yang Zhongwu had directly broken through 2 minor realms in one go. With the breakthrough in the dragon forging art, his physical realm also jumped from body tempering realm, 5th stage to 9th stage, only a step away from breaking through to body quenching realm. This wasn't just due to his recent cultivation. The dragon forging art could cultivate on its own, and it had already accumulated a good deal of energy before the breakthrough. It just all came together at once. Yan Zhongwu swung his arms, feeling the power surging through his physical body. Su Shui turned back to glance at him, a hint of confusion in her starry eyes. She felt that Yang Junwu's aura had changed, vastly different from when he first walked in. A faint pressure emanated from him. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance. Finally, someone's here. I was about to die of boredom, Sun Yue grumbled. The newcomer was also a stunning beauty. Unlike Su Shui's delicate refinement, this woman was more alluring and mature. Yang Junwu's gaze landed on her face, and his expression froze. Cao Meng Yo! She had actually gotten into Divine Weapon Academy too. A wry smile crept onto Yang Junwu's lips. Cao Meng Yo, the young lady of the CHO family, was also the arranged marriage candidate that the original owner's grandfather had set up for him. It was the night before the wedding that he got drunk and had an affair with Cao Mengye's best friend Bei Shuling, the second daughter of the Bei family. Then, the Bai family tied him up, broke his limbs, and threw him into a mass grave. Everyone thought he was dead, and his engagement to Cao Mengyue naturally became a piece of scrap paper. He had always felt something was off about this whole affair, but the Yang family hadn't just failed to step in to investigate. They had tacitly approved of the Bai family's actions and directly expelled him from the family. Maybe he could get some answers from this young lady of the Cao family. Thinking of this, Yang Junwu proactively stood up and walked toward Cao Mengyue. "Miss Cao, long time no see." Cao Mengyue hadn't noticed Yang Junwu in the corner at first, but when she looked closely, her face filled with terror. "Yang Junwu, you're not dead?" Just as he suspected, Cao Mengyue must know something, or she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Yang Junwu smiled calmly. "You're that eager for your fiancé to die?" Cao Mengyue took a few deep breaths, quickly composed herself, and scanned Yang Junwu with her gaze, as if trying to see through him. "Yang Junwu, the engagement between us has been dissolved. I don't know why you're still alive, but there's no connection between us now. If you don't want me to spill that incident, you'd better not bring up the engagement again." "Don't worry, I'm here just to study, and we're only ordinary classmates." "That's best." Cao Mengye narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded. "Hey, you two, what are you dawdling about over there? Get over here and take the entrance assessment." Sun Yu shouted impatiently from the door. Yang Junwu took a deep breath. Now wasn't the time to reveal his hand. With his current status and strength, he couldn't even match the second-tier Cao family, let alone contend with the Yang and Bai families. Focus on the present. Passing the entrance exam was the most important thing. The receptionist led the 15 newcomers to a light gate. Once you enter through here, you'll be in the assessment space, equipped with a standard B-rank mech. The more enemies you kill and the longer you survive, the higher your score. Those ranked 1st to 5th go to Class 1, 6th to 10th to Class 2, and 11th to 15th to Class 3. The assessment lasts 1 hour. Good luck, everyone. The group passed through the light gate one by one. A flash of light and Yang Junwu found himself at the edge of a dense forest with a B-rank mech already activated on his body. He couldn't use his own mech, so the assessment was fair, it seemed. If that was the case, his hidden dragon body would be a huge advantage. But soon, Yang Junwu realized something was wrong. Not only could he not sense his original mech core, but he also couldn't sense his hidden dragon body or the wheel system. Suddenly, he understood. This wasn't the real world, it was a virtual space. Rumble! He turned around and was startled. The clear sky had suddenly turned into a fiery red boundary, and it was constantly moving toward the center. The boundary collapsed, eventually destroying the entire virtual space. This trial was ruthless. The people and beasts within were all being driven toward the center. "Classmate Yang, what are you standing there for? Move forward." Blue mech slid past him, and judging by the voice, it seemed to be Su Wo Shui. Yang Zhuangwu immediately followed, and the two arrived at the entrance of the forest. 5 or 6 people had already gathered at the entrance, none of them daring to act rashly. "Anyone else?" asked a handsome male student. "I don't know. Probably no one else," Yang Junwu said, glancing behind him. Apart from the collapsing boundary advancing steadily, he saw no other mech pilots. "It seems this forest has more than one entrance." The speaker was Sun Yue, who could never stay still. His gaze fell on Su Rushui's face, his burning eyes as if he wanted to devour her whole. Su Rushui seemed to sense it and turned her head away. I have a suggestion. Since our 15 people have split into 2 routes, there might be a confrontation later. I suggest the 7 of us form a team and help each other. It'll be safer." Sun Yue shifted his gaze from Su Rushui and swept it over the crowd before speaking. "Young Master Sun is absolutely right. Divided, we're weak. United, we're strong. Teaming up benefits everyone." A female student immediately stepped forward to support him. Except for Yang Junwu and Su Rushui, everyone else nodded in agreement to form a team. "What about you two?" With 4 people's support, Sun Yue had clearly grown more arrogant. "Sorry, I prefer to act alone," Su Rushui said, shaking her head. Yang Junwu laughed heartily. "If I join, that makes 6 people. How would we divide the spoils?" Only 5 from Class 1 could advance. With 6 people, even if the team took first place, 1 person would inevitably end up in Class 2. Also, even with a 5-person team, how can you guarantee fair distribution? Points aren't calculated by team. Yang Junwu's words struck at the very foundation. If Sun Yue couldn't come up with a fair and just solution, this makeshift team would fall apart. "Everyone, rest assured, I am the eldest young master of the Sun family, the greatest clan in Tianhui City. This young master always keeps his word. The spoils will be distributed in rotation, and I will never favor anyone in the team. The Sun family of Tianhui City was a renowned mech material forging clan on par with the Yang family of the capital. Their wealth ranked at least in the top 20 in the entire Feian nation. The others in his team were mostly from second-tier cities. Though they were the best chosen from their cities, they were still far behind the status of the Sun family's eldest young master. With the Sun family status as a guarantee, they believed Sun Yue would keep his word. You too. Since you won't join, don't blame us for being rude. The 5 who had formed the team surrounded Yang Junwu and Su Ruoshui in the center. By eliminating 2 competitors first, they could monopolize the resources here. These guys were ruthless. You really dare to make a move? Yang Junwu yelped as he slipped out of the encirclement. So fast. The 5-man team was stunned. They had pushed their speed to the limit to block him, yet still couldn't catch up and could only watch helplessly as he escaped. All nets were the same. The only explanation for this was that his cultivation technique was far superior to theirs. Sun Yue frowned. Though the Sun family wasn't known for combat, with their wealth, they could obtain many rare cultivation technique manuals. Sun Yue's own divine feather art was an extremely rare technique. If even he couldn't catch up, how powerful was the other's technique? Beyond shock, his eyes burned with desire. A person from a mere second-tier city didn't deserve such a technique. But this wasn't the time to think about that. One had escaped, but they still had one trapped. Even if Su Ruoshui was a beauty who stirred Sun Yue's heart, she had to be eliminated now. Go! Sun Yue shouted, shooting a net of electricity from his hand. Stasis light net. If Su Ruoshui were caught, her movement and attack speed would be restricted. Facing the incoming electric light, Su Ruoshui raised an elegant brow. Without seeming to move, she flickered and shifted, already spinning out of the net's attack range. Nice footwork, Yang Junwu cheered inwardly. Su Ruoshui's speed wasn't as fast as his dragon flash, but her angles and timing were perfectly precise, easily dodging Sun Yue's sneak attack. But the danger wasn't over. The other 4 teammates pounced from 4 directions. Dodging 2 photon cannon blasts, Su Ruoshui conjured a blue shield in her hand, blocking a 3rd's light blade. Then, her mech moved as nimbly as duckweed on water, swaying gently a few times, narrowly evading the last one's particle cannon attack. The entire dodge sequence flowed like water, as if the mech were dancing gracefully on the surface, thrilling and beautiful. Please stop, or I will fight back, Su Ruoshui said, stepping back half a pace as a warning. Keep attacking! If she regains her composure, we're all doomed. Sun Yue shouted when he saw his teammates hesitate. But it was too late. The 4's momentary hesitation gave Su Ruoshui a chance to counterattack. She put away her shield, and a long light blade appeared in her hand. Flower-cutting sword. Su Ruoshui cried out, transforming into a blue dragon weaving through the 5 of them. If her dodging had been like a butterfly dancing, her attack now was like a surging tsunami, fierce and penetrating every gap. With 2 swift slashes, she accurately pierced the cores of 2 of them. A flash of light and the 2, having lost their mech cores, were teleported away, securing the last and second-to-last places in this opening exam. Useless trash! Sun Yue's face twisted with malice. His arms transformed into feathered wings, shooting towards Su Ruoshui. Spirit Feather Frenzy. Rolling Wave Art. Su Ruoshui's hands turned blue and she grabbed the remaining 2 mechs, pulling them in front of her to block the incoming white feathers. Boom! Boom! Their shields lasted less than 5 seconds before shattering. Su Ruoshui swung her blade backhanded, taking out the 2 defenseless pilots directly. Clean decisive. Yang Junwu asked himself if it were him, with the dragon forging art at full power, he could probably do it too, but never with such elegance. This girl looked delicate, but she was a real tough one. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sun Yue was about to flee. He activated Dragon Flash again, blocking his escape route. 5 against 1 and you still want to run? Aren't you ashamed? Yang Junwu taunted. None of your business. Get out of my way. Sun Yue had no time to waste. His arms turned into feathers, slashing down at Yang Junwu's head. Returning Dragon Fist. Yang Junwu didn't move half a step, his right arm glowing with a faint light as it met Sun Yue's feathered wings. Then Sun Yue witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his academy life. The wings blocked the fist for less than a second before shattering into pieces, followed by a tremendous force slamming into the shield on his chest. The chest was where the mech core was located, and because it was close to the core, it was also the strongest defensive point of the entire mech. Yet even this shield lasted only 2 seconds before it shattered. Impossible. Sun Yue's eyes were filled with shock as he retreated with all his might. But once Yang Junwu made his move, he had no intention of letting him go. A light energy trail erupted from beneath his feet, and his speed instantly surged, pressing tightly against Sun Yue's body. No matter how the latter retreated, he couldn't escape Yang Junwu's grasp. Yang Junwu's right hand, buried in the opponent's core, squeezed hard. Boom! Sun Yue's core exploded instantly, his mech shattered, and he was teleported out of the consciousness space. Sun Yue's newly formed 5-man team was now locked into bottom 5. Su Shui's expression turned slightly serious as she put a bit more distance between herself and Yang Junwu. Team up? Yang Junwu smiled at her. For some reason, Su Shui felt she could trust this man before her. She nodded gently. All right, let's go. The space collapse is coming this way. Yang Junwu took the lead, walking ahead. The two had barely penetrated half a mile into the forest when strange rustling sounds came from the treetops. Careful, something's following us. Yang Junwu barked, raising his hand and firing a laser cannon at the spot where the leaves were shaking. Oh! A strange cry came from the branches as a monkey-like beast tumbled to the ground. Su Shui's face turned grim. This is a ghoul monkey. Monkeys aren't strong individually. The strongest barely matches a C-class mech, but the most terrifying thing about them is that they don't live alone. They appear in tribes with 50 to 100 ghoul monkeys per tribe. One isn't scary, but if 100 attack together, even a B-class mech might not hold up. Sure enough, rustling sounds came from the surrounding woods as a dense horde of ghoul monkeys appeared, charging at the two without hesitation. Bring it on! Unlike Su Shui's tension, Yang Junwu was thrilled inside. This wasn't danger, this was pure points. Yang Junwu held a light blade in his right hand and conjured a shield with his left, charging straight into the heart of the ghoul monkey swarm. According to the original owner's memories, ghoul monkey attacks are venom-based. A toxin in their front claws can corrode a nanomech's outer shell, damaging the core. But this toxin has far less effect on a B-class AME mech, and the only real threat is the high concentration venom they spit from their mouths. So Yang Junwu focused his defense solely on the ghoul monkey's spit, while tanking their ordinary claw attacks with his mech's shield. In an instant, another 7 or 8 ghoul monkeys were sliced in two by his light blade. Ghoul monkeys' defenses weren't usually this weak against a B-class mech's attacks. They could normally withstand 2 or 3 hits. But Yang Junwu's hidden dragon physique seemed to naturally suppress these creatures. Against his attacks, their defenses dropped by at least 30%. Didn't expect the hidden dragon physique to have this effect, but it makes sense. Dragons are kings of all beasts. Just their presence is enough to suppress these low-tier creatures. Yang Junwu's confidence grew. He even discarded his shield, using his left hand to lock enemies with a slow beam and his right hand to harvest with the light blade. In just 3 minutes, over 30 ghoul monkey corpses lay at his feet. Yang Junwu was enjoying the slaughter when he noticed the ghoul monkeys around him thinning out. They stopped attacking and scattered in all directions instead. Ghoul monkeys aren't highly intelligent, but seeing the corpses of their kin everywhere, they knew that no matter how many they numbered, they couldn't beat this killing god. They might have stopped coming, but Yang Junwu had no intention of letting them go. These were all shiny points. How could he watch them slip away? Yang Junwu accelerated, his core output at full power, chasing down the remaining ghoul monkeys. On the other side, Su Shui was also surrounded by over 20 ghoul monkeys. Unlike Yang Junwu's brute force slaughter, rippling blue light waves appeared around her body. When the ghoul monkeys struck these light waves, it was like entering a maze, trapped layer by layer in the ripples. Each tremor dealt damage to the ghoul monkey's body. Though a single hit wasn't lethal, they couldn't escape the light wave's range, and the more they struggled, the worse their injuries became. When their strength was spent, a thick ray pierced through their heads, taking the last of their life. If Yang Junwu was violent, crushing, Su Shui was a spider weaving a web, slowly savoring the prey that wandered in. The former was efficient but costly, the latter was slightly slower but far more economical. When Yang Junwu's kill count reached 20, Su Shui had fewer than 5. But by the time he hit 30, she was already at 25, only 5 behind. Impressive. Yang Junwu killed the last ghoul monkey on the perimeter, his final kill count at 39. Su Shui's tally was 31 at that point, with 4 still tangled in her light web. Her final count would be 35, not far off from his. Su Shui raised an eyebrow. Are you praising yourself? I only got 35. If that's impressive, doesn't that make you even more so? My physique is a bit different from normal people, so it's not a fair comparison. Besides, your energy consumption is much lower than mine. Yang Junwoo shook his head. Without the hidden dragon physique suppression of the goo monkeys, his kill speed would drop by at least 30%. All right, let's stop flattering each other. Su Ruoshui broke into a smile. So beautiful. Like a rose blooming on a lake's surface. Yang Junwoo stared at that enchanting smile, momentarily entranced. The moment he saw Su Ruoshui smile, the hatred in his heart and his pursuit of cultivation seemed to vanish. He only wanted to roam the world with her. Yang Junwoo shook his head hard, forcing that absurd thought out of his mind. This was no time for romance. Only one goo monkey remained in Su Ruoshui's light web, and it was already on its last legs. One final strike would finish it. Both of them relaxed slightly. But just as Su Ruoshui's laser pierced the monkey's brain, something unexpected happened. The dying goo monkey's body suddenly swelled, growing until it was 10 times its original size. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and inhaled. Yellow spiritual energy rose from the goo monkey corpses on the ground, all sucked into its mouth. The giant goo monkey swung its right arm, thicker than a stone statue, and Su Ruoshui's light web was torn apart in an instant. Simultaneously, the nails on its left arm grew rapidly, reaching a full meter in length. The moment the light web vanished, the giant goo monkey's left claws, glowing with eerie green light, swiped down at Su Ruoshui's head. Facing such a crisis, Su Ruoshui didn't panic. 3 blue shields were instantly computed and raised before her. Crack. The first shield offered no defense at all, pierced straight through by the long claws. Watch out! Yang Junwoo roared, his core overclocking, as he unleashed the dragon break fist with full force, smashing toward the giant goo monkey's head. He didn't help Su Ruoshui defend, because the giant goo monkey's venom was now too potent for a B-class mech to easily withstand. As each way to rescue Zhao, that was the only chance for survival. Crack! Su Ruoshui's second shield shattered. Facing Yang Junwoo's attack, the giant ancient monkey paid him no mind at all. Its eyes seemed fixed solely on Su Ruoshui before it. Damn it, ignoring this young master, then die. Crack. Boom. 2 loud sounds rang out simultaneously. Su Ruoshui's last shield shattered, and at the same time, the giant goo monkey's head exploded. The goo monkey, having absorbed the power of its kind, was formidable, but its intelligence and body hadn't been enhanced. Under Yang Junwoo's frenzied assault, its skull shattered and it crashed to the ground. Huff, huff, huff! Yang Junwoo gasped for air. His true strength was still too lacking. Without the Lion K provided by the roulette and the boost from various pills, he was barely stronger than an ordinary B-rank mech pilot, only slightly ahead in cultivation technique. It seemed he needed to improve quickly. At this moment, his core energy was nearly depleted. If another monster comparable to a B-rank mech appeared, he'd be eliminated for sure. Just as he was about to sit down and recover his core energy, a cold, neutral mechanical voice sounded from above. Ding dong. System notice. If an examine kills another examine, the slain examine's current points will be directly transferred to the killer. Current points. Yang Junwoo 59, Su Ruoshui 34, Mo Yibai 测试, Cao Mengyue 1700. Damn it! They're even announcing everyone's status. Are they trying to mess with me? Yang Zhongwu was alarmed. If everyone's points were constantly broadcast, then the highest scorer at the end would likely be ganged up on by the others. For Yang Zhongwu, he didn't even need to wait that long, because there was a lethal threat right in front of him. His combat power was nearly 0 now. Although Su Ruoshui had also expended a lot, she could easily kill him. Sure enough, snapping back to reality, Su Ruoshui walked toward him, step by step. Yang Zhongwu didn't beg for mercy. He simply closed his eyes. This was just an assessment. Even if she killed him, it wouldn't matter much. But for some reason, the thought of being eliminated like this caused a faint ache in his heart. Soon, Su Ruoshui stood before him. Will you walk on your own, or should I help you? Su Ruoshui's tone was calm, as if stating something utterly ordinary. Go ahead, I won't blame you. Yang Zhongwu sighed softly. What was coming had come. All right. Su Ruoshui suddenly crouched down. Yang Zhongwu froze, disbelief flashing in his eyes. You're going to carry me? Su Ruoshui smiled brightly. What, did you think I'd take the chance to kill you and snatch your points? Yang Zhongwu's heart soared with joy. His thoughts drifted far away. Could this girl have taken a liking to me? Taking her in wouldn't be bad. She's strong and considerate. Hey, what are you grinning about? I'm warning you, don't get any wild ideas. We need to team up to fend off others' attacks. Su Ruoshui's clear eyes obviously saw right through Yang Zhongwu's little thoughts. Got it. Lying on Su Ruoshui's back, Yang Junwu pondered. This woman was truly mysterious. Her heart was lively, yet something seemed to bind her, preventing her from being her true self. The two walked about 5 kilometers toward the center of the forest, encountering some beasts along the way, all handled by Su Ruoshui alone. Partly because Su Ruoshui had a larger point gap, and watching Su Ruoshui fight up close, Yang Junwu increasingly realized her cultivation technique was no simple matter. Her attacks weren't as strong as the dragon forging art, but they weren't weak either, and in defense and control, they completely surpassed it. A technique that balanced all aspects and was still powerful. Such arts were rare in this world. Even if Su Ruoshui wasn't a royal relative, she must be a descendant of some great clan. But one thing was odd. The original owner's memories had no trace of her, and the Su family wasn't a prominent one. Interesting. Yang Junwu grew even more intrigued by her. The two advanced another dozen kilometers and came upon a strange little hut. The hut seemed built from some kind of bamboo. Yang Junwu pushed hard, but the hut didn't budge, not ordinary bamboo. Yang Junwu had the Su Ruoshui wait outside on guard while he entered alone to inspect. Inside, there was no furniture, only a shimmering light gate at the center, with a bamboo stele beside it bearing the words "exit" in large characters. Yang Junwu carefully surveyed the surroundings, confirmed nothing was missed, and stepped back out. Classmate Yang, what's inside? Su Ruoshui asked. It should be the exit of this virtual space, and also the central point. If we leave now, we can keep our points. He had 59 points, and Su Ruoshui had 54, far ahead of 3rd place Mo Yibai's 30 and 4th place Cao Monggui's R28. Su Ruoshui shook her head. It's still early. Leaving now would be disadvantageous. If the others team up to farm monsters, they could quickly surpass us. Yang Junwu agreed. 2 paths lay before them. Leave to hunt monsters for points, or hide and ambush anyone who arrived. After discussing, they both felt hiding here to ambush was better, easy, effortless, and without the risk of being surrounded by hordes of beasts. After all, this was a Bijing Zhilu. No matter how many points opponents gathered, they'd all have to leave through here. So while the outside world was in heated battle, the two ended up chatting inside the hut. Classmate Su, you're from Nianhua country, right? Su Ruoshui's expression flickered slightly, and she lowered her head. How did you know? Yang Junwu smiled. Just a guess. A guess? The cultivation technique you possess is extraordinary. If not from a great clan, then from the royal family. But I know a bit about the powerful factions in Feihua country, and none are surnamed Shu. So you're likely from Nianhua country. Su Ruoshui neither confirmed nor denied, but countered. And you? A 2nd-tier city couldn't have produced a genius like you. Genius? Yang Junwu gave a bitter smile. Maybe only you think so. Su Ruoshui's big eyes widened, burning with gossip. What happened? Tell me. For some reason, looking into Su Ruoshui's bright eyes, the gloom in Yang Junwu's heart eased considerably. My constitution is special. I couldn't cultivate from a young age. So my grandfather gave up on me, and even the branch of my father was abandoned by the family. Later, my younger brother Yang Xiuxian was born. He was the standout in everyone's eyes from childhood with exceptional talent, even called the #1 forging genius of Faiye country. As the eldest grandson, to avoid affecting Yang Jingxuan's inheritance, the family arranged a marriage for me, wanting to marry me off. But for some reason, on the night before the wedding, I was drugged and drunk. When I woke up, I was lying in a woman's bed, and we had been intimate. Yang Junwu. Pause slightly here. Go on. What happened next? Who was that woman? Su Ruoshui urged, chin resting on her hands. Yang Junwu's forehead veins twitched slightly. My dear classmate, shouldn't you show a bit of sympathy instead of looking like you're enjoying a show? All I know is her surname was Bai, the 2nd daughter of the local Bai family. She was likely set up too. Later, I asked the family to investigate, but instead, they tacitly allowed the Xie and Bai families to break my limbs and leave me to fend for myself. Grandfather, you're truly heartless. At this point, Yang Junwu's emotions had fully merged with the original owner, and his eyes burned with resentment. Luckily, the Tang family took me in and saved my life, and I entered the Divine Weapons Academy on their behalf. Except for the roulette, he'd told her almost everything. Su Ruoshui was silent for a few seconds, then sighed softly. So you're not a virgin anymore? Yang Junwu's face darkened. Wait, shouldn't your focus be on my tragic story of being cast out? Oh, it is tragic. Not only were you kicked out, but you also lost your virginity. Su Ruoshui nodded repeatedly. Yang Junwu and his companion had waited in the room for less than 5 minutes when they heard arguing nearby. Mo Yibai, our team spotted this snow lotus beast first. How dare you break the agreement and strike directly? Cao Mengyue stood at the front of her team, pointing at the leader of the opposing group and cursing. Her side had 8 people split into 2 groups, and the 2 sides had long since agreed not to interfere with each other. Now, Mo Yibai had openly snatched the spoils from Cao Mengyue's team, and a conflict erupted on the spot. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corner of Mo Yibai's mouth. Cao Mengyue, a woman from a mere second-rate family dares to scold this young master? Look at yourself, who do you think you are? Besides, as they say, the capable shall possess. You lot couldn't kill this beast after half a day of trying. That's just your own incompetence. As he spoke, the 3 teammates behind him burst into loud laughter, showing no respect for the 4 across from them. Almost all of Cao Mengyue's team members came from minor families or small cities, while the worst of the opposing team came from second-rate families. Especially Mo Yibai, although the Mo family wasn't one of the 5 superfamilies, they were among the strongest and wealthiest of the first-rate families. You shameless bastard! Cao Mengyue's 4 were furious, but they knew full well that their current strength was no match for the enemy. They could only swallow their anger and endure. Let's go! Cao Mengyue turned to leave. Mo Yibai's figure flickered, blocking her path. Did I say you could leave? We've already given you the beast, what more do you want? Cao Mengyue was on full alert, a vague sense of dread creeping into her heart. Her peripheral vision swept around, and sure enough, the other 3 had each singled out one of her teammates. Do you know why I didn't make a move on you from the start? Because with you for as free labor, I could rack up more points. People of lower rank should stay in their lower classes. Now hand over your points obediently. Mo Yibai laughed triumphantly. Don't even think about it. Cao Mengyue spoke while quickly scanning for an escape route. She didn't know if she could hold her own against the man before her, and once her 3 teammates were wiped out, being surrounded by 4 would leave her with no chance at all. Don't bother running, you can't escape. But I'm a generous guy, so I'll give you a chance to enter Class 1. Become my woman and I won't kill you, Mo Yibai said coldly. After all, Cao Mengyue was a real beauty. It wouldn't hurt to have some fun with her. In your dreams. Cao Mengyue shouted and launched the attack herself. 2 slow beams flew toward Mo Yibai from left and right, trying to restrain him. Cheap tricks. Moonlight slash. Mo Yibai drew a light blade, and with no visible effort, he sliced through both slow beams. But Cao Mengyue's assault wasn't over. Her body surged forward, and 4 light swords shot from her shoulders and chest. 4-image light sword. This move was Cao Mengyue's own creation, refined over years until it was battle-ready, with power rivaling a rare technique. Trash like you should stop embarrassing yourselves. Arc Moon Strike. Mo Yibai roared, hurling the moon blade in his hand. It arced through the air, knocking away all 4 of Cao Mengyue's light swords, and still had enough force to strike her body. You fell for it. A smile curled at the corner of Cao Mengyue's mouth. The 4 light swords, just knocked away by the moonblade, regrouped and shot toward Mo Yibai's chest. How is this possible? Mo Yibai was stunned. If that pierced his shield, it could strike his core directly. But he was a skilled fighter, and at the critical moment, he made the right choice. Instead of raising his shield to tank the hit, he twisted his body and blocked with his arm. Sizzle! A grating sound like a spatula scraping a pan rang out. The light swords pierced through 2 of his on-guards, wounding Mo Yibai severely, but he escaped with his life. Meanwhile, the moonblade struck Cao Mengyue's chest, sending her flying. She crashed hard to the ground, suffering minor injuries. You bitch! You actually dared to hurt me. The wound on his arm enraged Mo Yibai completely. He walked step by step towards Cao Mengyue, who lay on the ground, dozens of moonblades gleaming around him. Moonblade storm! He pointed, and the moonblades spun like death-dealing wheels, racing towards Cao Mengyue. Water Spirit Guard. Just then, a woman's voice spoke calmly, and a blue light barrier appeared in front of Cao Mengyue. The moonblade slammed into the barrier, quickly tearing a hole in it. But almost immediately, the torn spot began to repair itself. The blades were like fish caught in a net. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break through the barrier. It's you! Why are you interfering in my business? As the barrier and blades vanished, Mo Yibai saw the woman standing before Cao Mengyue, and panic flickered in his heart. Su Rushui said calmly, "Your business is indeed none of my concern, but a man humiliating a woman like that's hardly proper." Mo Yibai's mind raced. On the current ranking, only 2 people were ahead of him, Yang Junwu and Su Rushui. Yan Junwu didn't sound like a woman's name, so the person before him must be Su Rushui with 54 points. If he could take her points, first place would be his for sure. All he needed to do now was stall for time until his teammates regrouped. You're Su Rushui, right? Mo Yibai started his delaying tactic. You're not entirely stupid. Su Rushui indeed didn't attack. You're strong, join my team. You might not know this, but even in Class 1, there's elimination at the bottom, so those with more cultivation resources will hold a steadier position. Suruo Shui closed her eyes. No need to waste words, Stolly. If you want your teammates to gather, I can wait. Mo Yibai was taken aback. She'd seen through his trick, yet she still didn't attack. Did she really have that much confidence in taking on 4 alone? Maybe outside, but here, all mechs were equal in strength. The only difference was technique. But even a top-tier technique couldn't easily overcome the advantage of numbers at the same level. Let's see what tricks you're playing. Soon the 3 members of Cao Mengyue's team were eliminated one by one, and the 4 enemies regrouped. Cao Mengyue opened her mouth, but in the end, said nothing. She'd needed saving herself. What could she do? With his teammates back, Mo Yibai grew cocky again. So, Ruoshui, you were pretty arrogant just now. Let's see how you handle 1 against 4. The 4 moved quickly, surrounding the 2 in the center. A strange smile curled at the corner of Su Ruoshui's mouth. Calling for backup, huh? This Young? Miss can do that too. Hey, classmate Young, stop hiding, come out and grab some points. Coming! A dark figure shot down from the treetops, a massive fist slamming straight onto the head of one of the 4. That person reacted quickly, raising a shield to meet it. Crack! The light shield shattered in less than half a second. The attacker's speed was completely unaffected. The fist came down, and the target's entire mech shattered instantly, his body vanishing as a flash of light. Instant kill! A true instant kill! This was a battle between equals. Everyone except Su Rushui was stunned. Yang Junwu walked past Cao Mengyue, came to Su Ruoshui's side, and said with a smile, Beautiful Su, this young master will gladly accept these 15 points. Cao Mengyue's face turned pale. She never imagined that Yang Junwu, whom the Yang family had dismissed as a waste, would become this powerful. At this moment, a hint of regret stirred within her. No, she absolutely couldn't let him learn the truth about that incident. Otherwise, not just herself, but the entire Kao family would suffer. She silently vowed to find a way to get Yang Junwu expelled from the academy, or simply have him killed. When Mo Yibai snapped back to reality instead of being alarmed, he was delighted. Classmate, you're quite strong. How about joining my team? I'll have your back. Stick with this young master, and whatever mech materials you need, I'll make sure you get them. Yang Junwu smiled calmly. So, you want to recruit me? Exactly. I won't beat around the bush. You're indeed strong, but even the most talented need financial backing. You might get a B rank core, but what about A rank or S rank? Without a mech core, talent alone gets you nowhere. My Mo family is a quasi-super family with vast wealth and expertise in mesh material forging. I'm definitely your best option. The others exchanged glances. What was happening? The entrance exam wasn't even over, and he was already trying to recruit people? Your offer is tempting, but there are still 6 of us. Who do you plan to eliminate? Yang Junwu glanced at the remaining 3. When his gaze swept over her, Cao Mengyue's heart leaped with panic. Could he be seeking revenge and planning to kick her out directly? She edged back a little, trying to make herself less conspicuous. Mo Yibai's mind raced. Yan Junwu and Su Rushui seemed close, so he couldn't kick her out, and more importantly, he couldn't beat her anyway. They had only rescued Cao Mengyue, which meant she was someone he wanted to protect, so she was off limits too. That left only the 2 others in his team. Changqiao Lu Zhong, Yuto Du Wang Ang Wang. The winner makes the top 5. Mo Yibai, you're shameless. We're teammates. How can you sell us out? Zhang Chao and Li Zhuang's faces changed as they shouted in fury. Teammates, you think you're worthy of being my teammates? You're just my lackeys. Hurry up, don't make me do it myself. A look of contempt flickered across Mo Yibai's face. Zhang Chao and Li Zhong exchanged a glance and nodded firmly. Let's go. We'll fight him to the death. So what if he's from a first-rank family? Worst case, we go down together. They attacked from both sides, charging at Mo Yibai with full force. Particle cannons led the way, followed by slow beams. Overestimating yourselves? Mo Yibai snorted coldly, raising both arms. 2 light shields spun with flawless defense, completely blocking Zhang and Li's attacks. The gap in cultivation techniques was laid bare in that moment. Zhang Chao and Li Zhong grew more desperate with each strike. No matter the angle, their attacks were effortlessly deflected. Under the relentless assault, their core energy began to wane, and their moves grew visibly sluggish. Mo Yibai seized the opening immediately, summoning the Crescent Moon Sword and preparing a counterattack. Just then, a gray shadow lunged from behind him, closing the distance in under 2 seconds. The light blade in his hand stabbed mercilessly toward the core at his back. Cao Mengyu, how dare you? At the brink of death, Mo Yibai unleashed astonishing reflexes. He spun in place, meeting the attack head-on with his crescent moon sword. An attack against an attack. He wasn't afraid. Die. Primal light slash. A flicker of madness flashed in Cao Mengyu's eyes. The light blade, seemingly about to clash with the crescent moon sword, rippled like a wave and passed straight through it. Ice. Ow zzz. An ugly screech of metal rang out as Mo Yibai's back defense was pierced, and the core took a direct hit. At the same time, Cao Mengyu's body was struck by the crescent moon sword, sent flying several meters before slowly coming to a stop. She was instantly gravely wounded, unable even to stand. Mutual destruction! Yet a smile of triumph curled at the corner of Cao Mengyu's lips. She had won. Mo Yibai, struck in the core, would be eliminated first, and even if the others killed her afterward, her score would still rank 5th. Y'all pay for this. This young master swears it. Mo Yibai let out one last defiant roar before dissolving into specks of light. Such a dramatic ending left Zhang Chao and Li Zhong both shocked and overjoyed. Shocked because they had offended Mo Yibai, who would surely cause trouble for them at the academy. Overjoyed because they had secured their spots in the top 5, guaranteeing entry into Class 1. Only then did they realize that Yang Junwu had never intended to join the Mo family. He had been stringing Mo Yibai along the whole time. This man was terrifying. And those two women, one with formidable strength, the other ruthless and cunning if they couldn't be friends, they must never become enemies. They forced smiles, trying to appear friendly, and said, "Classmate Yang, what should we do now?" Yang Junwu raised an eyebrow. What, still trying to take my points? No, of course not. We're lucky just to make it into Class 1. We wouldn't dare ask for more. They waved their hands hastily. Yang Junwu pointed to the small hut. That's the exit. Thank you. Chang Chao beamed. Even though they'd made the top 5, leaving with points was better than leaving without. They hurried toward the hut. Yang Junwu walked slowly to Cao Mengyu's side. She stared at him intently. Yang Junwu, I know you hate me, but I had no choice. You should understand as members of a great family, we can't control our own destinies. Yang Junwu said, word by word. I just want to know what really happened that day, and who orchestrated it all. Cao Mengyu shook her head gently. I'm sorry, I passed out that day too. When I woke up, my father told me you had been taken by the Bai family and would never return, and that I should forget our engagement. Yang Junwu stared at her for a long moment, then said calmly, I'll take your word for now. At the academy, I hope you'll keep my identity a secret. Not just for me, but for your own sake. Cao Mengyu nodded firmly. Don't worry. I want to find out who's behind this too. If you need help, you can always come to me. All right. You go on ahead. Yang Junwu stood up, making no move against her. Thank you. Cao Mengyu quickly left through the hut. Her points were substantial now, her own 38 plus Mo Yibai's 45, totaling 83, even surpassing Yang Junwu's 79, ranking her first. She had long since learned that entrance exam points, besides determining class placement, could be directly converted into academy points, which were far more valuable exchangeable for materials, cultivation resources, mech courses, and more. Unfortunately, neither Yang Junwu nor Su Ru Shui knew this, or they would never have let Cao Mengyu leave with so many points. After Cao Mengyu left, only Yang Junwu and Su Ruoshui remained in the forest. Still have some time. How about we get some exercise? Yang Junwu suggested with a grin. Sure, you take the top. I'll take the bottom, each to their own. Su Ruoshui nodded. They split up, attacking from the upper and lower sides of the hut, launching a full-scale sweep of the forest monsters. 10 minutes later, the collapsing terrain around them was less than 50 meters from the hut's exit. They regrouped, panting, their core energy flashing red. They exchanged a smile, and Su Ruoshui spoke first, lifting her chin. 95 points. What about you? Yang Junwu's lips curled into a smug arc. Sorry, just 5 more than you, exactly 100 points. Not a single one less. Ding, congratulations host on completing the mission. You have passed the entrance exam and been placed in Class 1. Rewards have been distributed to the system space. Please check and accept them. Additionally, the Roulette's active mission has been unlocked, and the host may claim it at will. There's a reward for this too? How did the Roulette know I was going to enter the Divine Weapon Academy? Did it just make this up on the spot? Whatever, whether it was pre-planned or improvised, as long as there are benefits, that's what matters. Yang Junwu was starting to like this system more and more. It always surprised him in unexpected ways. The rewards were some pill exchange vouchers and mecha material exchange vouchers. Compared to previous rewards, these weren't much. With that, Yang Zhongwu had more options available to him. Host, please note, The system provides 3 optional missions each time. The host may only accept 1 mission at a time. Once accepted, the other 2 missions disappear, and no new missions will appear until the current one is completed. Yang Junwu understood. Under these rules, he better choose the mission that was easiest to complete. I want to accept a mission. As he commanded, 3 optional missions appeared on the roulette. Point 1. Successfully build a B rank or higher mecha. Establish an academy faction. Second, break through to the body tempering realm. Yang Junwu thought for a long while, then finally chose the second one. Mission requirements. The faction must have no fewer than 5 members and possess at least 2 A-rank mechas within the faction. Upon meeting these criteria, the faction is considered successfully established. The member requirement shouldn't be a problem. As for A-rank mechas, he already had one himself. Given Su Ruoshui's cultivation technique, it wasn't impossible for her to own an A-rank mecha either. With the mission accepted, Yang Yu exited the system space. The exit of the small hut was a nano-teleportation belt. After passing through the belt, they arrived in a bright, spacious room. Seeing the 2 of them, dozens of gazes swept over. Some were indifferent, some curious, and some were stunned by Su Ruoshui's beauty. Among them, 2 murderous glares shot toward Yang Junwu. Who else could it be but Sang Yue and Mo Yibai? Both had suffered losses at his hands. One had fallen to Class 3, the other had been kicked into Class 2. How could they be in a good mood? Yang Junwu didn't even glance at them. Glances couldn't kill, and besides, this was the academy, not their family clans. No matter how much power you had here, only results mattered. Sang Yue, being ignored, felt a surge of nameless anger. He rushed up to Yang Junwu in 2 steps, grabbed his collar and snarled, "Kid, do you dare to have a real fight with me, using your own mecha? Let go!" Yang Junwu casually brushed his hand, and Sang Yue's grip was knocked away by a powerful force. Sang Yue was inwardly startled. The physical strength the other party displayed was definitely at the body tempering realm level. Body tempering realm corresponded to an A-rank core. Could this guy's mecha core also be a rank? No private duels are allowed within the academy, or you'll be punished according to school rules, a senior sister said coldly as she stepped between the 2. If you want to settle personal grudges, you can spend credit points to apply to the academy, and the academy will arrange the venue and time. Sang Yue was overjoyed. He pointed at Yang Junwu and declared loudly, "Fine, I want to apply for a duel with him. The application costs 10 credit points and the other party must agree," the senior sister said, looking like she was enjoying the show. "So kid, do you dare to accept?" "I refuse," Yang Junwu said flatly. "Coward! Are you even a man?" Yang Junwu smiled calmly. "I don't know if I'm a man, but I have no interest in putting on a show for others. If you want to fight, that's fine. Let's bet 50 credit points. Do you dare?" Yang Junwu didn't yet know exactly what credit points were, but since even applying for a duel cost them, credit points must be a hard currency in the academy. Earning 50 for free would definitely be a good deal. "Senior sister, what's the initial credit for new students?" Sang Yue quickly asked the senior sister. "New students start with 0 credits. However, the points you earned from the entrance exam can be exchanged for credit points at the exchange office over there at a 1-to-1 ratio." What? Yang Junwu was instantly covered in black lines. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Maybe because you didn't ask." Oh my god, what a huge loss. Yang Junwu's heart was bleeding. The 3 people he'd let go had at least 1,200 points combined, more than his entire current wealth. He was stunned. Sang Yue was equally dumbfounded. Yang Junwu at least had 100 points. He currently had 0. His chance to regain face was gone. Yang Junwu's eyes rolled and he suddenly spoke up. "Classmate Sun, I have a proposal. Would you be interested?" "Go ahead and say it." "Here's the deal. I'll initiate this challenge. If you win, I'll give you 50 credit points. If you lose, I don't want your credit points. You must join my academy faction." Sang Yue's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected this guy to know about academy factions. The Sun family did have a presence in the academy, and the factions were mostly divided among the major families. Independent factions had a hard time surviving. A nobody from a second-tier city wanting to establish his own academy faction. That was pure delusion. If the faction failed to establish or was disbanded, the wager would be completely void. "Fine. I agree," the senior sister said solemnly. "Classmate, you need to think this through. Once a duel is reported to the academy, the terms agreed upon by both parties must be fulfilled. If violated, you'll not only have to compensate a large number of credit points, but also face disciplinary action." "I'm fully aware." "All right, I'll go apply for you right away. Follow me." This senior sister seemed to enjoy gossip too, and immediately started filling out the application form, offering a one-stop service. As a result, under her influence, the commotion grew bigger and bigger. Not only did most new students learn about the duel, but it even reached the ears of some senior students and teachers. President, your cousin is about to get into a fight. In the office of the Rising Sun Society's president, a member rushed in a fluster. San Tianyi frowned. What is Xiaowei up to? Grandfather told him before he came that he should report to the Rising Sun Society immediately after enrolling. He's treating it like a deaf ear. He'd heard about his cousin's impulsive nature, but he hadn't expected him to start causing trouble on the very first day of enrollment. I also heard he bet 50 credit points with someone. If he loses, he has to join the other party's faction. What? That idiot! San Tianyi was shocked. Selling himself for 50 credit points, what else could that be but stupidity? Let's go to the duel arena. San Tianyi hurriedly left the Rising Sun Society. His hasty departure immediately alerted the other major factions. The Rising Sun Society had grown increasingly powerful over the past 2 years, even showing signs of challenging the 10 great sacred societies. Every move San Tianyi made would stir many people's nerves. After learning he was heading to the duel arena, many factions began to speculate that he was planning something big. So major factions began dispatching personnel to the duel arena to find out what was going on. And so a duel that was originally just about new students fighting for pride stirred up the entire Divine Weapon Academy. The Outer Academy's Grand Arena had 3 tiers, large, medium, and small. Originally, the senior sister had applied for the small arena, but the number of spectators was so overwhelming that the small arena simply couldn't hold them all. With no other choice, the arena supervisor simply opened up the grand arena for them. As soon as Yang Yunwu stepped into the arena, a deafening roar of noise hit his ears. Looking up, he saw the stands packed with a sea of people. What the heck? Why are these guys so interested in a new student's duel? Yang Junwu was taken aback. He didn't need this much attention right now. Laying low and developing was the way of kings. A kid who's never seen the world scared by a little crowd like this? Sun Yu-wei sneered, pointing a finger at him dismissively. Yang Junwu smiled calmly. Too many spectators, I'm just worried you'll have no face left when you lose. Anyone can talk big. Let's see what you've got. The two retreated to their starting positions. Yang Junwu's mind raced. His opponent was so arrogant and confident he likely had an A-rank core inside him. Even if the cinch rate wasn't high, dealing with him in a B-rank mech would be troublesome, and it would risk exposing his cultivation technique. He still had 1-star ascension pill, but the side effects were too severe. Being unable to use his core for 2 days was too dangerous. Mecha LINK also required an A-rank core to activate. After ruling out all feasible options, there was only one way. Draw a top-grade attack module and use attack power far surpassing a B-rank core to take the opponent down in one shot. Yang Junwu quickly entered the roulette space. I want to draw. With a shout, the massive roulette appeared. Yang Junwu noticed that compared to last time, the rim of the roulette now had some intermittent patterns, though they were hard to make out. Host attributes: strength, 101, agility, 101, constitution, 101, mech, a rank. B rank, cultivation technique, dragon forging art, 0 cycles, 3 layers. Luck points: 30 MB, kills. 5. Roulette rank. Rare. Roulette experience. 240 Mango Nalev. Compared to his time in Yunyao City, his abilities had improved slightly, and because he'd completed some tasks, the roulette's experience had also ticked up a bit. But the pace was still too slow. Once enrollment matters were settled, he'd need to head straight to the Stardust Mine. He took out 10 mech module draw cards. The biggest difference between mech modules and LINK was permanence. Once a mech was equipped with a module, as long as the core didn't vanish, it could be used indefinitely and even swapped out. But more modules weren't always better. Too many would drain the mech core faster and reduce its duration. In his last battle against Weisteen Lue, Yang Junwu had used a defense module. This time, he had to draw an attack module. Come on, time to test my luck. Give me a 10 pull. 10 pointers began spinning rapidly on the roulette, then gradually stopped in different colored zones. The first to stop were 3 in the white zone, then 3 green, 2 blue, and 1 bronze. Only 1 pointer remained, still spinning slowly. Silver or gold? It has to be gold. Yang Junwu chanted inwardly, his eyes locked on the gold zone of the roulette. Ding! A crisp sound rang out from above the roulette, and the pointer stopped dead in the middle of the gold zone. Yes! Success! Attack module, come out! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the top-grade attack module, Night Demon's Kiss. Equipable on B-rank O's or higher. Luck points reset to 0. 30 luck points for gold on a temple. That felt like a steal. Unlike the games from his past life, there was no pity system here. It was all pure luck. The 10 modules floated in the system space, and Yang Junwoo's eyes immediately locked onto the one in the center. Though it was called an attack module, it looked like a sculpture of an ancient creature. Its eerie eyes especially exuded a chilling aura, as if trying to draw Yang Junwoo's soul in. Yang Junwoo quickly steadied himself. Impressive, truly worthy of a top-grade module. B-rank core. Absorb Night Demon's Kiss. Just as he finished equipping it, the Grand Arena's referee announced the start of the duel. 2 massive ME core screens floating in mid-air displayed both fighters' statuses and levels for the surrounding spectators to see. Sun Yue made the first move. A rank mech. Sky Feather, activate. Many new students in the stands were puzzled didn't only S rank and above mechs get names. Why could an A rank be named? Suru Shui spoke calmly. That's not the mech's name. It's just a nickname Sun Yue made up himself. There's no word limit, it's like a pet name. A nearby new student suddenly realized. Then I could call my mech Invincible Handsome Cool number 1 too. Suru Shui. So it was an A-rank mech. A new student being able to use and own an A-rank mech still surprised quite a few people. Of course, it was only a slight surprise. Every year, among new students, those with A-rank mechs numbered anywhere from 5 to 10, not exactly headline news. But when his opponent activated his mech, almost everyone stared at the huge B in Yang Junwoo's attribute panel, stunned. Only a B-rank mech? How is he supposed to and with such a huge gap and such a low-level match, why even use the Grand Arena? Sun Yue, now fused with his mech, had calmed down considerably. This time, he didn't mock him. His opponent had clearly guessed he had an A-rank core, yet still dared to challenge him to a one-on-one that meant his B-rank mech was no ordinary one. 3 particle cannons fired the standard probing opening in mech combat. To be honest, this was also Yang Junwoo's first evenly matched formal battle. He wanted to see just how big the gap between a B-rank and an A-rank mech really was under normal conditions. He sent 3 particle cannons to meet them. After 3 thunderous booms, Yang Junwoo's cannon blasts vanished, while his opponent's dimmed, slightly but still, struck his chest. Yang Junwoo staggered back 3 steps. Not bad the power had weakened. Is that all? Does a duel like this need the Grand Arena? What a waste of resources. Let's go. Nothing to see here. Boos erupted from the stands. People liked watching the unusual. In a rank crushing a B rank was too ordinary, no entertainment value at all. Sun Yue sneered. Yang Junwoo, if that's all you've got, I suggest you go home and hit the sack. No need to embarrass yourself in public. Have you won yet? Yang Junwoo replied coolly. You won't take the easy way out. I was being nice, giving you an out, but you insist on being stubborn. I won't hold back anymore. Bring it on. After delivering his harsh words, Sun Yue's demeanor shifted instantly. Spirit Feather Cyclone! 2 massive feather-shaped cyclones shot from the cannon ports on his chest, hurtling straight at Yang Junwoo. These were no ordinary winds. They were Emmy wind clusters, imbued with devastating destructive power. Yang Junwoo took a deep breath, channeling his core at full capacity, and summoned a translucent shield that enveloped his entire body. A white light engulfed him completely as the feather cyclones, like razor-sharp saws, sliced into his shield. In the audience, Suru Oshui frowned, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. AB rank against an A rank, not entirely impossible to win, but definitely not by facing the attack head-on like this. Otherwise, his core energy would drain quickly. Yang Junwoo's combat skill shouldn't be limited to this. What was he thinking? Boom! A thunderous crash shook the entire arena. Amidst the white light, a figure was sent flying, slammed into the Grand Arena's barrier, and crashed hard onto the ground. Brutal! Many in the audience couldn't help but comment. The one sent flying was, of course, Yang Junwoo. The comeback they'd hoped for never came. Admit defeat. You're no match for this young master's sky feather. Sun Yue gave his opponent no room to recover, pressing the attack again. It's over. Final strike, sky feather slash. A massive feather blade materialized in his hand, slashing down toward Yang Woo's head. This kid's combat skills are quite impressive. Sun Tianyi nodded slightly from the sidelines. Sun Yuwei's timing was excellent when you're stronger than your opponent. Strike to kill in one blow, leaving no chance for a comeback. Though he did talk a bit too much. Facing the descending strike, a strange smile crept onto Yang Junwoo's lips. Here it comes, the chance he's been waiting for. Suru Shui's eyes lit up. Task, pretty lady, you're not still hoping for that Yang Junwoo, are you? A new student nearby couldn't help but mock. Suru Shui ignored him completely, her gaze locked on Yang Junwoo. With his opponent going for a killing blow, all his core energy was focused on the attack, leaving his defense wide open, the perfect chance to counter. Of course, defense wide open meant relative to a mech of the same rank. An A rank mech's base defense wasn't something a mere B rank could break. That was exactly why Sun Yue felt confident attacking at full power. Night Phantom's Kiss. Activate. A shield-shaped device on Yang Junwu's right arm suddenly lit up. A phantom of a human face shot out from the shield, hurtling toward Sun Yue's chest. What the heck is that? Many were stunned. Couldn't see clearly, but attacking an A-rank mech head-on, he's asking for death. Others sneered. Sun Yue suddenly saw a massive woman's face before his eyes, and then, inexplicably, his core's energy supply vanished, leaving him unable to sustain his attack. Panic surged through him. He abandoned the Skyfeather Slash and focused entirely on defense. But it was too late. The giant face had already slammed into him. Skyfeather's passive defense held for only a moment before shattering, and the attack energy drove straight toward the internal core. If the core was destroyed, he'd lose the duel and an A-rank mech along with it. It's over. Sun Yue's face went ashen, and he gave up resisting entirely. The energy of Night Phantom's Kiss reached Skyfeather's core, then suddenly veered, exiting through the left arm joint. The left arm's mech armor was damaged, but began to self-repair. This duel, Yang Junwu wins. The Grand Arena referee announced the result directly. Yang Junwu won? How? The audience fell into dead silence. New students and most senior students alike were baffled. They couldn't understand why Sun Yue had stopped attacking at the end. If he'd pressed the attack, he might have won. Even if he couldn't, it would have been mutual destruction a draw. In a private room on the second floor, two elders watched the arena, faint surprise in their eyes. An attack module with a mental attack attached. This new student named Yang Yunwu is no simpleton. Brother Luo, is this the one you brought from Yunyao City? One elder asked. The elder beside him was none other than Lo Hei. Lo Hei nodded. Indeed, it seems I underestimated this kid. He's got many secrets.
To have such strength, he couldn't have been trained by just a second-tier...
Aren't you worried he's backed by some mysterious force? Luo Hei smiled faintly. Whoever enters the Divine Armament Academy has some backing. Remember the Academy's motto, we only nurture talent, regardless of origin or destination. True enough. Don't worry. I'll teach him well, the elder nodded. What I mean is, let me take him directly as my closed-door disciple. Luo, he finally revealed his true intention. The elder wasn't fooled and immediately shook his head. That won't do. It goes against Academy rules. Keeping him here by force won't work either. Within 6 months, the inner court will take him away. But if he becomes my closed-door disciple, he'll get inner court student treatment directly, and they'll have no reason to forcibly pull him in. The elder paused. Ludo, he had a point. News of today's duel would reach the inner court soon, and they'd surely send people to keep an eye on Yang Wu. Fine, I agree. But he still studies in my class, the elder said. His plan was the only way to keep him in the outer court, so he had to consent. Of course. No matter how gifted, he must build a solid foundation. Back in the arena, Yang Junwu had no idea he was already being watched. He walked over and pulled Sun Yue to his feet. So, brother Sun, what do you say? Sun Yue turned his head away with a cold snort. You won. This young master honors his bets. I'll join your faction, but since you haven't established it yet, consider it a debt owed. Young Junwu gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. You own up to your actions, that's a real man. But you're thinking, if my faction never gets off the ground, you won't have to honor the bet, right? Think what you like. I'm out of here. Caught red-handed, Sun Yue's face flushed. He tossed out a parting line and strode off the arena. Finally, he'd recruited his first member. Only 3 more slots to go before establishing his faction. Next, Yang Zhongwu planned to ask Su Rushui. Given her strength, she likely had major backing too. But during the entrance exam, Su Rushui had said she preferred to work alone. That meant she didn't need to recruit for a faction at the academy, or perhaps her backers had no other presence here. Either way, there might be something to leverage. For now, he'd go ask her. If he could win over Su Rushui, he'd only need to convince 2 more people to join. Attention, new students. Please report to your respective classes according to your points ranking. You have 10 minutes. A broadcast announcement rang out. The new students in the stands hurried off toward the teaching building. Yang Juhu, guided by a senior female student, also left the arena. But instead of heading to the teaching building, she led him to a VIP room on the 3rd floor of the arena. Pushing open the door, Yang Junwu immediately spotted Luo. He seated inside, and it all clicked. So Vice Dean Luo had been watching him all along. Vice Dean Luo. He quickly stepped forward to greet him. That was a good fight just now. Luo, he said with a smile. Thank you. Back in Yunyao City, I promised you entry into the inner court. Do you remember? Luo, he got straight to the point. Yang Junwu was taken aback. Could Lo He be planning to let him directly into the inner court? However, After watching your duel just now, I've decided to have you study in the outer court for a while. Your combat ideas are solid, but your fundamentals still need work. If you entered the inner court directly, it would be like building a castle in the air, beautiful, but prone to collapse. Of course, since I promised you inner court student treatment, I won't go back on my word. From today onward, I'll take you as my closed-door disciple. As the Vice Dean's closed-door disciple, your status will be equivalent to an inner court student, and you'll enjoy all the benefits of the inner court. Are you willing? I understand. I'll follow the Vice Dean's arrangements. Yang Junwu's expression remained calm. He understood Luo, his meaning. In Earth terms, it was simple. He was like an elementary school student who could solve university-level problems because he had a computer, but that didn't mean he possessed university-level knowledge. Moreover, alright, let's head to the Student Center registration office to register, and that'll make it official. The two opened the door and prepared to head to the registration office. Just then, 3 old men, similar in age to Luo He, rushed in through the doorway. Old fellow, you're too cunning. Hiding such a good seedling, trying to keep him all to yourself. The leading old man sneered. Another one spoke to Yang Junwu, behind Luo He. I am Zhang Tian, Inner Court Vice Dean. If you become my disciple, not only will you get inner court treatment, but I can also provide A-rank cores and various materials for your use. The third also spoke. I am xiuxian, Outer Court Vice Dean, skilled in alchemy. If you become my disciple, I can provide you with cultivation techniques and various pills. Lu, his head was spinning. He never expected these 3 old fellows to arrive so quickly. He had wanted to get things settled early, so even if they learned the news later, it would be too late. The first old man to speak smiled at Yang Junwu. Student Yang, I am Shui Tianya, Outer Court Vice Dean, proficient in core inscriptions. If you become my disciple, I can craft a core below S rank specifically for you. The conditions offered by the 3 Vice Deans were all excellent. Especially xiuxian's a custom-made mech core not only had high fusion with its owner, but could also be specially enhanced in specific parts according to the user's technique, boosting real combat power. Yang Zhongwu sized up the 3, then turned his gaze to Lue. Lue, he forced a bitter smile. His strength lay in combat. He wasn't skilled in forging or inscriptions, nor was he as wealthy as Zhang Tian. He simply couldn't compete with these fellows. Chang Tian laughed. Yang Zhongwu, you don't need to be afraid of him. Students choosing their masters is completely voluntary. No one can force you. Yang Junwu shook his head and spoke. I appreciate the goodwill of all the seniors, but a person's foundation is trust. Before you arrived, I had already agreed to become Vice Dean Luo's disciple. So I apologize. Everyone, including Luo He, was stunned for a moment. Then Luo He gave Yang Junwu a thumbs up and said with a triumphant smile, Everyone, you can leave now. We have procedures to handle. Despite being refused, Shu Tianya's eyes still showed approval. He nodded. Yan Junwu, you're quite good. These days, it's rare to find a young man who maintains such integrity. If you ever want to learn inscriptions, come find me. Yang Junwu was overjoyed and immediately cupped his fists. Thank you. All right. I'm off. Shu Tianya laughed heartily and led the way out. Watching the 3 leave, Luo He let out a long breath. Yang Zhangwu's complete indifference to temptation truly surprised him. What he didn't know was that, in Yang Junwu's mind, the conditions offered by the 3 weren't all that attractive. Mech cores, pills, materials, he could get all of those through the roulette. As for techniques, there was no need to mention it. Nothing suited his hidden dragon body better than the dragon forging art. The only thing that piqued his interest was mech forging and inscription engraving, but the most urgent matter now was enhancing his physical strength to control A-rank and even S-rank mechs. Once his strength improved, he could find ways to obtain more stardust powder, upgrade the roulette, and speed up his cultivation. He didn't know the temperaments of the other 3 Vice Deans, but Lue He, in his eyes, was a man of his word and willing to help him. With that thought, choosing a master was a no-brainer. The apprenticeship registration was simple. Pay 10 academy points, fill in both parties' information, and upload the teacher's data to the student badge. It took about 7 or 8 minutes back and forth. Seeing that the assembly time was approaching, Yang Junwu activated his core and headed to the teaching building in mech form. Finally, at 9 minutes and 50 seconds, he rushed to the door of Class 1. The other students in Class 1 had already gathered. Awago HUA. I wise you my ears. Yan Junwu quickly deactivated the mech fusion and ran to the empty seat to sit down. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 was a young woman, seemingly under 30. She glanced at Yang Junwu and slowly began. Everyone's here now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Yakin, and I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 2 years. Hello, Teacher Liu. Everyone said in unison. I know some of you come from prominent families across the land, and others from second-tier cities or even satellite cities. But from the moment you stepped into Divine Weapon Academy, you have only one identity, students of Divine Weapon Academy. No other identity will shield you. Violate school rules or run out of points and you'll be expelled. I hope you all behave accordingly. Everyone felt a chill. Teacher Leo was giving them a warning. They didn't dare breathe too loudly, especially those from big families. If they got expelled, they'd lose face when returning home and might even be sidelined by their families. Liu Yakin nodded in satisfaction and said, "Your course schedules can be checked on your academy badges. Additionally, every Monday, you can use 1 academy point to exchange for a Class 1 exclusive reward at the Points supermarket. Next is dormitory assignment. Class 1 dorms are 2 per room. Now please come up one by one to draw your room numbers." Yang Zhangwu recalled his previous life's university dorm, 12 to a room that was cramped. A 2-person dorm on Earth would be considered a luxury suite. He went up and drew a lot, number 10. The other students had mostly drawn theirs, but Su Ruoshui beside him hadn't moved. "Go on, or you'll miss out on a good number." Su Ruoshui glanced at him and casually asked, "What number did you get?" 10. "Why? You want to share a room with me?" Yang Junwu joked. Such 2-person dorms were definitely separated by gender. Su Ruoshui didn't say much and walked to the podium. "Teacher Liu, can I have a single room? I can pay with academy points." Liu Yakin was taken aback. In all her years, this was the first time a student had made such a request. She shook her head. "No. The rooms are allocated based on student numbers. There are no extras." "I understand." Su Rushui put her hand into the lot container and drew one at random. Number 25. For some reason, when Yang Junwu saw the number in her hand, he felt a faint pang of disappointment. "Excuse me, which one is number 10? Su Ruoshui stood at the podium, addressing everyone in the room. Yan Zhongwu stayed silent. Su Ruoshui already knew his number, so there was no need to ask. She was asking about the other number 10. A chubby male student stood up. "I'm number 10. I'll trade you 10 credits for it." So, said flat mud. The others looked at him with envy. Just for swapping a number, he'd get 10 credits for free. Based on the Outer Academy's standard of 1 credit per month, he could stay at the Academy for 10 months without doing anything. "All right, deal." Zhang Huan agreed without hesitation. He had no idea why she wanted number 10, but free credits were free credits. Why not take them? "Hold on. I don't agree." Cao Mengge suddenly stood up. "Teacher Liu, if we can just swap rooms freely, won't everything be in chaos?" She held number 25 in her hand. If Su Rushui swapped with Zhang Huan, she'd end up rooming with him. "Hey, what's your problem? Looking down on me?" Anyone who made it into Class 1 had pride, and Zhang Huan immediately took offense. Seyao Mengyue said calmly, "I'm not looking down on anyone. I just think everything should follow the rules." "That's a joke. The rules aren't set by you. Teacher Liu hasn't said a word, so who are you to butt in?" Seeing the 10 credits about to slip away, Zhang Huan was furious. Everyone's gaze shifted to Liu Yakin. Liu Yakin smiled slightly and said, "Let me tell you all a rule of the Academy. Any transaction made voluntarily with credits is legal. So this dormitory card swap doesn't violate any Academy rules and can be finalized." At that, the room buzzed with murmurs. Su Ruoshui kept her calm expression, transferred 10 credits to Zhang Huan with her ID badge, took the number 10 card from him, and returned to her seat. Yang Junwu leaned over with a grin. "Didn't think you'd want to room with me so badly that you'd spend 10 credits. Su Ruoshui replied flatly, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just don't like rooming with people I'm not familiar with." "Isn't that the same thing? It means I'm someone you trust, right?" "Overthinking it. It's just that you're like me here to improve yourself, not to stir up trouble." Yang Junwu was taken aback, then thought to himself with a bitter smile, "You got the first part right, but whether I'll stir up trouble, that's another story." The morning was mainly for Class 1 students to get to know each other. Formal classes would start in the afternoon. Yang Zhongwu found a chance to pull Zhang Chao and Li Zhong aside. "You two, I'm thinking of starting a faction in the Academy. Are you interested?" Well, the two exchanged glances, hesitation flashing in their eyes. They'd just seen Yang Junwu's strength firsthand defeating an A-rank mech with a B-rank mech. His talent and power spoke for themselves, but he had no background. A faction he started on his own would struggle to survive in the Academy. Speak your minds, don't beat around the bush, Yang Gunwu said, raising an eyebrow. Young Master Yang, we all respect your strength. If you wanted, plenty of big factions would take you in. But if you start your own, you'll definitely get crushed by the established factions. With just a few small fry like us, we're no match for them. Zhang Qiao finished? Looking at Yang Junwu nervously. Yang Junwu didn't get angry at all. Instead, a smile spread across his face. You've got a point. But think about it. Every faction starts from nothing. Joining mine won't get you direct benefits, but you'll enjoy the thrill of building something from the ground up. Isn't that one of life's greatest joys? Forget it, I won't push you. Go think it over, and tell me your choice before class ends tomorrow. Seeing they were still hesitant, Yang Junwu didn't force it. You can't force a melon to be sweet, and besides, Yang Junwu believed they'd come around eventually. After lunch, Yang Junwu and Su Ruoshui headed to dormitory 10. Opening the door and seeing the massive space before him, he was stunned. This wasn't a dorm at all. It was a luxurious villa. Bedroom, study, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, forging room, rune room, vault room. This is way too complete. Su Ruoshui was more composed and asked, "There are 2 bedrooms. Which one do you want?" Huh? There are 2? I thought there was only 1. Before Yang Junwu could finish, Su Wushui's sharp glare silenced him. He quickly added, "Don't be mad, just joking. I'll take the downstairs one, you take upstairs." Fine. Su Ruoshui headed upstairs immediately. Wait, there's one more thing I want to ask you, Yang Junwu called out. Go on, what is it? I want to build a faction of our own. How about it? Interested in joining? I'll make you vice president. Yang Junwu waited eagerly for her answer. Vice president, huh? Su Ruoshui seemed thoughtful. Yang Junwu clapped his hands suddenly. Let's not split hairs. You can be president if you want. All right, I'm in. This time, Su Ruoshui didn't hesitate at all. That quick? You weren't waiting for me to offer that, were you? Yang Junwu felt like he'd lost out. You guess. Su Ruoshui turned and went upstairs, leaving him with a view of her slender figure. Entering the first-floor bedroom, Yang Junwu pulled out the world pearl from his chest. Time to upgrade his cultivation speed. With a flash of light, he appeared in the Stardust Vein mini-world. Extracting stardust powder from the stardust ore was actually similar to refining materials. If anything, the former was simpler. Yang Jiangwu searched around the vein and discovered a metal hut. The hut had a lock, but since he was the master of the mini-world, the lock fell off with a thought, and the door swung open slowly. Stepping inside, Yang Junwu froze, then burst into joy. Mech materials, purified ores, and even 3 C-rank mech cores. It hit him, this wasn't just a vein, it was the Tiger Gang's treasure vault. He'd basically cleaned them out. Searching more carefully, he found 2 bottles of powder in a smaller metal box. That's right, the stardust powder he'd been longing for. The 2 bottles together held about 50 grams of stardust powder. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu submitted 10 grams to the wheel system. Congratulations, host. Your Forging Dragon art cultivation speed has increased by 200%, now at 300%. Yang Junwu could clearly feel his internal spiritual energy circulating much faster. What to do with the remaining 40 grams? He had 3 options. First, save it up once he hit 100 grams. He could directly boost cultivation speed. Second, enhance the wheel system. Third, raise his luck stat. The last option was ruled out immediately. Luck was the kind of thing where, unless you hit 150 and 90 weren't much different, it reset to 0 after a gold pull anyway, so it was a waste. Alright, let's upgrade the wheel then. Yang Yunwu used all the remaining stardust powder to raise the wheel's level. A faint golden light flickered around the wheel's edge. The previously blurry patterns became much clearer, still a bit short of covering the entire rim. Wheel upgrade successful, current level. Rare 25%. Next level, Precious unlocks a rank mech sets, A rank forging materials, and precious grade LINK. Yang Junwu's vision went dark. He hadn't expected 40 grams of powder to not even level it up once. If he'd known, he wouldn't have used it. In dormitory no. Qi of the 2nd year building. Bai Linfeng stared at the woman before him, his brows furrowed deeply. Cao Mengye, what urgent matter brings you here? Of course. You haven't forgotten about your sister's affair, have you? Bai Linfeng shot her a cold glance and said, Humph, that matter was merely a mutual benefit between the Bai and Cao families. One could even say our Bai family did you a great favor. Unfortunately, your side didn't finish the job properly. Yang Junwu is not dead, Cao Mengyue said calmly. Impossible. Bai Linfeng's face changed drastically. Not only is he alive, but he's also entered the Divine Weapon Academy. Once he uses the Academy's resources to uncover the truth of that matter, do you think he'll seek revenge? Damn it! What a bunch of incompetents! They let him survive. Bai Linfeng paced around the room, then his eyes lit up. No, you're lying to me. Yang Junwu has no talent for piloting mechs. Even if he survived, there's no way he could have gotten into the Divine Weapon Academy. Cao Mangye was momentarily taken aback. She had considered this point before, but from their exchanges, it didn't seem like someone else was impersonating him. I don't care whether he's real or fake. In any case, you must find a way to expel him from the academy. Bai Lingfeng was not one to be easily pushed around. He sneered in response. Cao Mengyu, don't think you can wash your hands of this. Can your Cao family escape this matter? Cao Mengyue said confidently, I have no intention of standing aside. I'll find a way to make him leave. However, I have no connections within the academy, so I need your help. How do you propose to help? Provide me with cultivation materials and mecha materials. Demanding a large amount of resources, that was Si Mengye's true purpose in coming here. She believed that if Bai Linfeng wanted to eliminate the threat of Yang Junwu, he would agree to her demands. Indeed, after half a minute of deliberation, Bai Linfeng spoke. I can provide you with resources, but you must guarantee that Yang Junwu will be expelled. If necessary, you may even... Bai Linfeng made a throat-slitting gesture. Don't worry, his being alive is also a huge threat to me. We're on the same side. Over the next 3 days, the academy buzzed with activity, as if everyone had entered a state of intense study. The course Yang Junwu found most interesting was material forging. After class, he didn't go out to wander but practiced forging in his dormitory. Students who could successfully forge a C-rank mech core material could pass an assessment to become core forgers. The ranks ranged from C to SSS, matching mech ranks. Each promotion required. The Divine Weapon Academy's certification was recognized across the entire Flying Flower continent, making it highly valuable. After tinkering for 3 days, Yang Junwu finally realized that to successfully forge core materials, a powerful forging technique was essential. The Yang family, to which the original owner belonged, was itself a forging clan, so they possessed many forging hammer techniques. Yang Junwu tried several, but found they weren't suitable for the hidden dragon body. A sudden idea struck him, and he ran into the system space, shouting, System, give me a forging cultivation technique. The system's flat, electronic voice responded, Host can exchange stardust powder for skill lottery tickets, which may yield a technique suitable for you. Forget it. Relying on that to gamble on luck, who knows when he'd draw something suitable. After much thought, Yang Junwu thought of one person, Zhang Tian, the vice dean of the inner court. To hold the position of vice dean, one's forger rank must be at least S. Perhaps he had a suitable technique. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks interrupted his thoughts. Yang Junwu suddenly remembered there was a welcome event tonight. He opened the door and Su Roushui appeared at the entrance. Yang Junwu was immediately captivated by her, unable to tear his eyes away. At this moment, Su Roushui wore a flowing floral gown, a pink hat, and even light makeup. Seeing Yang Junwu staring at her, even the usually composed girl blushed. Haven't you looked enough? Su Roushui scolded. Of course not. Today you're so beautiful, I need to take a few more looks. But I'm a bit curious. Aren't you not fond of socializing? Yang Junwu was puzzled. Su Roushui rarely interacted with others besides him, spending her time only on studying and cultivation. Her diligence even made him feel ashamed. Yet for this welcoming assembly, she had dressed up meticulously, truly hard to understand. It's not for socializing, just out of courtesy. Courtesy? Yang Junwu became even more confused. All right, enough about me. What about you? How are the preparations for establishing your faction going? Su Roushui didn't explain, but changed the subject instead. Yang Junwu smiled bitterly. It's tough. Those two are vague and haven't given a definite answer. I've heard that every welcoming assembly is essentially a recruitment gathering for the major factions. Nearly 90% of people will choose to join some faction during the event. If you can't succeed this time, you might not get another chance. Yang Junwu nodded and extended his right arm. Beautiful Miss Su, may I accompany you to the welcoming assembly? Su Roushui naturally linked her arm with his and smiled slightly. Of course. When the two arrived at Sunset Lake, colorful lanterns had already been lit around the shore and dozens of ornate boats floated on the lake, bearing various recruitment slogans. Each boat represented a faction. After the welcome party ended, they would begin fierce competition to snatch new members. After a few impressive performances by senior students, the host, Ziwei, took the stage. Dear new students and new friends. By now, you've likely heard of the Academy's factions. Indeed, at the Divine Weapon Academy, it's hard to survive alone. Only by joining a powerful faction with great benefits can you gain more. Next is the time for mutual selection between you and the major factions. Students interested in a particular faction can take the speedboats on the lake to the corresponding ornate boat for discussions. A stir broke out among the new students. Although there were some family factions in the academy, apart from a few major families, most people had no direct family faction to join, so they had a wide range of choices. Those from family factions had no choice but to board speedboats and head straight for their family's ornate boats. Sun Yuwei was about to board a boat when a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. He turned around to see Yang Junwu smiling at him. Don't forget our bet. You're to join the faction I'm in. Sun Yuwei sneered. I'm willing to honor the agreement, but where's your faction? Where is it? Yang Junwu said calmly. It doesn't exist yet, but it will in a moment. Sun Yuwei scoffed. Yang Junwu, stop joking. If you keep delaying and don't join a faction, do I have to wait around for you forever? No need to rush. It'll be here soon. Yang Junwu released him, walked to the stage, and snatched the microphone from Senior Ziwei. New faction for first years, the Waterlord Society. Anyone want to join? As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire crowd was stunned. Is that kid crazy? Isn't he directly opposing the big factions in the academy?
Could he have some serious backing?
Pfft, what backing? He's just from a second-tier city in the Fire Kingdom. Truly, a newborn calf fears no tiger. Actually, I'd like to see if he can shake up the faction rankings that haven't changed in years. You're overthinking. Everyone buzzed with discussion. Although 9 out of 10 didn't think Yang Junwu could successfully establish a faction, he did draw the attention of many neutral onlookers. Seeing no one respond, Yang Junwu shouted to Sun Yuwei, "That young master's son, our bet was recorded by the Academy Grand Arena."
You can't back out now.
Countless eyes turned to him, and Sun Yuwei's scalp tingled. Yang Junwu was putting him on the spot, roasting him over the fire. If he didn't go, he'd be violating academy rules and earning a reputation for poor credibility. If he did go and Yang Junwu managed to gather 5 people, he'd never be able to back out again. Even if that Surusui supports him, he still needs 2 more people. Sun Yuwei finally chose to walk over to Yang Junwu. I, Sun Yuwei, new student of Class 2, Year 1, announce my joining of the Waterlord Society. Very good. You won't regret this choice today. Yang Junwu smiled at him. Sun Yuwei turned his head away, ignoring the gesture of goodwill. Yang Junwu didn't mind and continued calling out to the crowd below. Class Yang, Year 1, Su Roshui, willing to join. Class 1, Year 1, Cao Mengge, willing to join. 2 stunning beauties walked slowly to Yang Junwu's side, one on each side. Surushui was dressed elegantly, exuding the air of a young lady from a noble family. Cao Mengyu, in contrast, wore a tight-fitting short skirt, appearing capable and lively. Such contrasting gorgeous women standing together immediately drew countless stares and speculation. No way. What does Yang Junwu have to win the favor of 2 stunning beauties, while I can't even get a girlfriend? Lamented a second-year xianxia. Seems like this guy isn't as simple as he appears. Just one more person. Can he gather the minimum number to establish a faction? With these 2 beauties standing there, many guys' hearts stirred. Maybe the suspense of gathering 5 people wasn't so great after all. In the crowd, Zhang Chao and Li Zhong were deeply conflicted. They'd gotten into Class 1 because Yang Junwu had let them off the hook. Besides, Yang Junwu had already mentioned wanting them to join. Could a faction made entirely of new students really survive? They didn't dare gamble on it. But joining a big faction with their status would just make them insignificant roles, never truly valued. Most new students shared their thoughts, unable to make a choice at the moment. Just as everyone was hesitating, a figure flew over from a pleasure boat and landed directly on the main stage. Everyone, I am Sun Meng, Vice President of the Sunrise Society. I hope you'll consider joining us. Once you're in, as long as you complete the missions assigned by the President on time, you'll receive C rank, B rank, even A rank cores, plus various cultivation resource rewards. Interesting. I didn't expect the Sunrise Society to come out recruiting. It seems Yang Junwu's disruption has made the big factions feel the crisis. On the 3rd floor platform of a tower by the lake stood a middle-aged man and woman. The woman spoke, her gaze fixed on Su Roshui beside Yang Junwu, a complex look on her face. The middle-aged man seemed to sense the woman's emotional shift, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her forehead gently. What? Regretting marrying me? The woman shook her head. No, it's not that. I just hope everyone can make their own choices. The man smiled. That's simple. I can cancel that clause. The woman shot him a glare. You want the world to descend into chaos? I don't want to be the culprit in history. The man laughed heartily. With a flash of light, the 2 vanished into the pavilion as if they'd never been there. Yang Zhongwu looked Sun Meng up and down. The Sun family, jumping out so quickly, was unexpected. Logically speaking, for the sake of face, the Sun family's faction should be the least likely to show up. This meant Sun Yue was very important to the Sun family. They absolutely couldn't let him join another faction. San Meng turned to Suru Shui and Cao Mengyue. Two beautiful ladies, don't let this man deceive you and waste your talents in vain. In the academy, factions are ranked from C rank to S rank, and you can only take on academy missions of the corresponding level. Newly established factions are only C rank, and upgrading is extremely difficult. If you want more cultivation resources and mech cores, choosing to join a high-rank faction is the right move. Sun Meng's words seemed aimed at the two women, but they were really a warning to those wavering newcomers. Ek gebu turo wayang, zhuro wu de de turo wu de wei o wo. Everything Sun Meng said was true. The disadvantages of a new faction were real. Yang Junwu cleared his throat and spoke. Dear new classmates, Senior Sun's words are indeed true. I can't give you mech cores, and I can't take on high-level missions yet. But think about it, what do you really get from joining a faction that's already stable, with members far stronger than you? Yes, they can take S-rank missions, but can you? No, you can't. So why not join the Waterlord Society and show what you've got? We're all elites from our regions. Are you willing to be someone else's lackey? The first rule of the Waterlord Society is, those with ability rise. Even I, the acting president, can be replaced. If you have the skill, even the president's seat can rotate. At these words, the entire crowd was stunned. Excitement was clearly visible in the new students' eyes. Right, everyone? Here was a prodigy from their hometown. No one wanted to be left behind. Joining a faction made entirely of new students, competing together, was indeed thrilling. Alas, they're just newcomers, full of passion, unaware of the gaps between factions. The second-year senior sighed, speaking from experience. But I have to say, Yang Junwu is quite the talent, using such an unconventional approach to attract members. Hey, if he actually pulls it off, I'll give him a big thumbs up. Seeing the atmosphere shift in Yang Junwu's favor, Sun Meng panicked and quickly said, everyone, don't fall for his empty promises. Without cultivation resources, how will you improve quickly? Without high-level mech cores, you can't even do missions. Yang Junwu stood up and pulled out dozens of jade bottles and 5 or 6 transparent boxes from his chest. Indeed, the Waterlord Society doesn't have high-rank cores, but we have plenty of pills, mech materials, and even cultivation techniques suitable for your growth. With these, we can fully customize our own mechs. Isn't that more satisfying than begging others? Hearing Yang Junwu's words, many new students felt their blood boil. That's right, why should new students be looked down upon? We can have our own faction too. We're in! Zhang Tao and Li Zhong rushed straight onto the main stage. Welcome! Yang Junwu smiled and shook hands with both, his heart finally settling. He just pulled out everything he had stashed away. If no one had responded even then, today's show would have been a total failure. 12. In the end, a total of 12 new students were willing to join the Waterlord Society, 5 from Class 1, 2 from Class 2, and the rest from Class 3. This was easy to understand. Almost all students in Class 3 came from cities below the second tier, with no background. Even if they joined a major faction, they wouldn't be given important roles. It was better to follow Yang Junwu and take a gamble. A student council officer was present on site and registered them. The Waterlord Society was officially established. Yang Junwu activated his badge, and the faction's detailed information immediately appeared. Waterlord Society, 12 members, rank C, faction .0, ranked 21st. It surprised Yang Junwu that the entire academy had only 20 factions. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the self-selected task of establishing an academy faction. Rewards 100 material lottery cards, 10 Mac enhancement lottery tickets, 50 elixir lottery tickets, and a 1% increase in roulette upgrade progress. These were substantial rewards, very helpful for running a faction. Yan Junwu eagerly opened a new task list. Task 1, successfully forge a B-rank mech core. Task 2, break through to the body tempering realm. Task 3, earn 1,000 faction points. Double reward. What the heck? Double rewards? Then I definitely have to pick the third one. Confirm? A flat, emotionless electronic voice asked. Confirm. Leaving the system space, Yang Junwu's consciousness returned to reality. The orientation was nearing its end, but this one would surely be talked about for a long time because of the birth of the Waterlord Society. Student Yang, please wait a moment. A senior female from the student council called out to Yang Junwu, who was about to leave. Senior, is something the matter? It's like this. Now that you've established the Waterlord Society, you can apply to the Academy for a faction building for office use, storing faction items, and even a forging room. Oh, there's such a thing? Yang Zhongwu's eyes lit up. Of course. Using a faction building costs credits. A standard building costs 50 credits per month, an intermediate 180, and an advanced 100. My personal advice is that when you don't have many members, applying for a standard building is more cost-effective. Damn, that expensive. No thanks. Yang Zhongwu refused without hesitation. But if a faction doesn't even have an office, it'll be very inconvenient. The senior tried to persuade him, but Yang Junwu had already turned and walked away. Are you kidding? Does this lord look like an easy mark? 50 credits a month, 600 a year just for an office space? After walking a short distance, Su Roushui spoke up. What are you planning to do about a faction base? You can't just leave everyone scattered. It'll make the members feel insecure. 50 credits isn't that expensive either. Everyone can chip in and it's easy to gather. Yang Junwu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I've already got a plan. I'll tell you the details when we get home. Alright, Su Roushui nodded and didn't ask further. Xiao Menye watched the two of them joking around, and for some reason, a sour feeling welled up inside her. Cao Menye, what's wrong with you? You've already broken off the engagement with him, and you've schemed against him. You have to find a way to get rid of him. She quickly recited this in her mind, forcing the sour feeling down. Back in the dormitory, Yang Junwu locked the door and took out the world bead from his pocket. The moment Su Ruoshui saw the world bed, she froze. A minor world. You actually own a complete minor world. Impressive you recognized at a glance that this is a world bead leading to a minor world. Come on, take me to see it. Su Roushui was extremely excited. She had seen world beads before, but had never entered one. Of course. Please come in. It was rare for something to stir Su Roushui's emotions like this. Yang Junwu opened as a spatial gate, and the two passed through, arriving in the minor world. Wow, so this is a minor world. I never imagined it would be this vast. Su Roushui spread her arms, feeling the gentle breeze around her. Roushui, what do you think about setting up our Waterlord Society's base here? Yang Junwu asked with a grin. That would be great. I've heard that some of the larger families have their own minor worlds and they store all their important items inside. They never get lost. Su Roushui gradually calmed down and said, but are you sure you want everyone to know you have this minor world? The rarity of a minor world is almost comparable to a large stardust vein. To obtain one, both luck and strength are indispensable. That's why even many first-tier families may not possess a complete minor world. Revealing the existence of a minor world would indeed attract covetous eyes. But Yang Junwu had already thought it through. He could hide the fact that he owned a minor world for a while, but not forever. It would be exposed eventually. At least within the academy, no one would dare to seize it openly. By building the faction base inside the minor world, and since the only entrance and exit was in his hands, he could firmly control everything about the Waterlord Society. Moreover, having this minor world would strengthen the members' confidence. After Yang Junwu explained all this, Su Roushui stared at him for a long while before squeezing out a few words. These are all just excuses, aren't they? The real reason is that you don't have to spend credits, right? Sis, see through it, but don't say it out loud. Give your president some face, okay? Fine, I want a private office and make it the brightest one. Su Ruoshui said with a faint smile. Yang Junwu. After the excitement faded, the two began seriously discussing how to build the future faction structures. Building an office building from scratch wasn't simple. It required large amounts of nanomaterials and special construction materials. Yang Junwu had plenty of Mac materials on hand, but no construction materials. Then he thought of someone, his teacher, Lu Hei. After hearing Yang Junwu's request, he laughed heartily. You want construction materials? Easy. The Academy's exchange center has plenty. Just use credits to exchange for them. Yang Junwu smiled bitterly. Teacher, please don't mock me. If I had that many credits, why would I come to you? Then I can't help it. Even though you're my student, I can't break the Academy's rules and just hand you materials directly. Lu Yi spread his hands. Is there absolutely no room for negotiation? Seeing Yang Junwu's resentful gaze. Lu, he said helplessly. All right. I can promise you this, if you gather the materials, I'll handle the design and construction. Is there a way to get materials without spending? The Academy has a dedicated trading zone. There, you can trade for any item you want. The methods are varied. You can barter item for item or buy with credits. Great, thank you, teacher. Yang Junwu asked for the location of the trading zone, took his leave of Luo Hei, and hurried off toward it. The trading area was located on the east side of the Academy. Unlike the traditional markets, it was less a marketplace and more a vast garden. Every 5 meters, there was a floating counter where students conducted their transactions. These counters were shared by all students and did not require any credits. As soon as Yang Junwu entered the area, voices reached his ears. 太住在金情. He offended those major powers and still thinks he can trade here? This should be interesting. Unbeknownst to him, a group of people began to trail behind Yang Junwu, trying to stay inconspicuous. He seemed oblivious, casually browsing through the numerous stalls. Soon he locked onto a stall run by a senior female. Senior, how much for this superstar or foundation? Yang Junwu pointed at a miniature silver building model. Fixed price 200 credits, Zhang Ying said. The onlookers gasped. 200 credits, this senior was truly ruthless. This kind of thing, which could only be used for fixed foundations, was worth at most 10 credits. A foundation for 200 credits? Senior, aren't you being a bit too greedy? Yang Junwu said calmly. Zhang Ying sneered. Junior Yang, let me be honest with you. The 10 major powers have issued a ban order against you. I'm the only one kind enough to sell to you. Go ask around and see if anyone else offers a lower price. 20 credits. Deal or not? Junior Yang, give up on that idea. It's not that I don't want to sell to you, but if I go against the ban order, I'll be the one banned. I don't have 200 credits. Would this work? Yang Junwu pulled out a crystal clear metallic sphere from his pocket. A B-grade core. Everyone's eyes lit up. Although in the Divine Weapon Academy, almost everyone owned at least one A-grade core, B-grade cores were still extremely valuable. The reason was simple. Once you entered the academy, you couldn't leave until graduation, so there was no way to get more supplies. You could only buy them from the academy or forge them yourself. A B-grade core could generally be exchanged for around 100 credits. High-quality ones could even double that. But conversely, 100 credits could hardly buy a B-grade core because there was no market despite the price. Unexpectedly, this new student was carrying so many cores on him. When she heard he was willing to offer a B-grade core, Zhang Yang was tempted. Although the 10 major powers had secretly issued a ban order, such unfair competition couldn't be brought into the open, and not everyone was a member of those powers, so they couldn't completely stop others from trading with Yang Junwu. Trading a worthless building core for a mech core, this kind of deal, didn't come around every day. Junior Yang, I'll trade with you. I can give you a 3. Activate it and it's ready to use, very convenient. Plus, I'll throw in a full set of indoor desk, bed, and seating kits. A male student squeezed through the crowd, smiling at Yang Junwu. Zhang Ying's expression changed, and she glared at the newcomer. Liu Mingming, you dare to openly violate the ban order? The newcomer laughed. It's just building materials. I doubt those society leaders would bother turning against me over such a trivial matter. Zhang Ying was momentarily speechless. Liu Mingming's Azure Sky Society, though not as powerful as the 10 major powers, was still one of the established powers, so he had no fear of the ban order. Junior Yang, you were trading with me first. I'm willing to sell to you and even throw in mech forging materials as a bonus. Zhang Ying made one last attempt, but this time, Yang Junwu shook his head. Sorry, senior sister, I don't need mech materials for now. The senior brother's package suits me better. Deal. Liu Mingming tossed a bag of cores directly to Yang Junwu, who placed the B-grade core into his palm. Pleasure doing business, Yang Junwu said with a smile. Likewise. I'm Liu Mingming, an executive of the Azure Sky Society. If there's ever a chance to cooperate in the future, feel free to find me. Will do. With the complete building kit in hand, Yang Junwu no longer needed to trouble Lu Hohe to redesign and construct for him. Still, he went back to the Academy Villa to inform him. When Lu Hohe heard he had obtained a complete building kit, he was quite surprised. Someone actually took the initiative to cooperate with the Waterlord Society, which meant some powers wanted to use this variable to poke at the status of the 10 major powers. This, however, would put the Waterlord Society in a precarious position. If Yang Junwu and his group withstood the pressure, the Waterlord Society could rise from the cracks between the major powers and soar to great heights. But if they couldn't hold up, not only would the Waterlord Society disband, but its members would suffer severe repercussions, even affecting their future prospects. In his view, Yang Junwu had talent and perseverance. If he just followed the path step by step, within 3 years, he would definitely become an S-grade or even SS-grade mech pilot. Forget it. Young people have passion and drive. Let him hit some walls. Lo, he muttered to himself. What he didn't know was that in his previous life, Yang Junwu had already hit a huge wall, even losing his life. Back at the dormitory, Yang Junwu asked Su Ruoshui to notify all Waterlord Society members to gather at dormitory 10. Soon, all 11 arrived one by one. As soon as Sun Yuwei entered, he said impatiently, Yang Junwu, I need to cultivate. Don't call me for nothing. Yang Junwu said calmly. Patience. I called you all here because there's something important. TSKAC grade power. What could be important? Sun Yuwei grumbled, but he still found a stool and sat down. Once everyone was present, Yang Junwu smiled and said, Everyone, welcome to the first general meeting of our power. First, I want to make one thing clear. No matter which family you originally belong to, here, the interests of the power come first. If anyone leaks important information about our power, or if you're with us in name but not in heart, then I'm sorry, but as the president, I'll have to expel you from the Waterlord Society. Who this was aimed at was obvious. The only one here with ties to another power was Sun Yuwei. Sun Yuwei's expression changed. If he were truly expelled from the Waterlord Society, he couldn't join any power for a year, which would cost him at least 100 credits from power missions. Alright, enough talk. The first thing we're doing today is building the Waterlord Society's office building. Cao Mengyu was puzzled. From what she knew, power buildings were rented from the academy. Could they even build their own? But her confusion was soon resolved when Yang Junwu opened a door. A pocket world! Cao Mengyu couldn't help but exclaim. Yang Junwu glanced at her. Interesting, she actually knew about pocket worlds. Everyone, please. One by one, they passed through the glowing door and entered Yang Junwu's pocket world. After a brief explanation, everyone understood the origin of the pocket world. President, so you're saying no outsiders can enter here without your permission? Zhang Chao asked excitedly. Of course. Building the Waterlord Society's office here is both safe and convenient. Yang Junwu nodded. Perfect. President, I love you. Zhu Lili's eyes sparkled. Ahem. Yang Jianwu glanced at Su Ruoshui and seeing no reaction, quickly changed the subject. The building core is here. Let's get started. Perfect! The group lay sprawled across the first floor lobby, gazing up at the towering ceiling, a wave of accomplishment washing over them. This faction building had drained nearly all their spiritual energy, leaving them so exhausted they could barely stand. Hey, since I started cultivating, this is the first time I've burned through so much energy. That was awesome, Zhang Chao howled. Same here. From now on, when new members join, they can build their own rooms, Zhu Lili said. Everyone voiced their agreement. This was an experience every new faction member should go through at least once. Yang Junwu picked himself up off the floor, a devilish grin curling at the corner of his mouth. He clapped his hands and said, Everyone, this is the perfect time to cultivate. All of you, head to the cultivation rooms. Sun Yuwei's forehead instantly sprouted 3 black lines. Irritated, he snapped. Yang Junwu, we're all exhausted, and you still want us to cultivate? Are you even human? Yang Junwu replied calmly. It's up to you. Anyone who doesn't want to cultivate can leave right now. The Waterlord Society won't force any member to train. But those willing to cultivate can come to me for a 6-cycle cultivation pill. After taking it, your cultivation speed will increase by 50% for 5 hours. Give me one. No. Su Ruoshui was the first to stand, taking the pill from Yang Junwu's hand and swallowing it directly. Then she left the lobby and headed for the cultivation room. Cao Mengyu wasn't about to be outdone. She grabbed a pill and started cultivating. One by one, all the members except Sun Yuwei took their pills and headed to the cultivation rooms. Just as Yang Junwu was about to leave, Sun Yuwei quickly called out, President, wait. Oh, you're still here? Yang Junwu said with a faint smile, his tone casual. Sun Yuwei's mind was in turmoil. Should he cave? As the young master of a first-class family, was he really going to apologize to someone from a second-tier city? But if he didn't cave, everyone else would be speeding ahead in cultivation, and he'd soon be left behind. That would be even more humiliating. Between boosting his strength and saving face, Sun Yuwei ultimately chose the former. President, I'm sorry, I was wrong earlier. I'm willing to cultivate. Fine, here's your pill. Yang Junwu handed him a 6-cycle cultivation pill. Sun Yuwei quickly took it and headed to the cultivation room. Looking at the now empty lobby, Yang Junwu let out a long breath. The foundation of the faction was set. Now, it was all about strengthening it. He took a pill himself and walked into Su Ruoshui's cultivation room. There was no helping it. There weren't enough cultivation rooms, so they had to share 2 per room. And Su Ruoshui refused to share with anyone but Yang Junwu. You're here. Su Ruoshui glanced up at him, then closed her eyes again. Yang Junwu sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state. I don't get it. Why do you insist on keeping Sun Yuwei around? He has his own family faction. Clearly, he won't be loyal to us, Su Ruoshui asked. She'd wanted to ask this for a long time, but never had the chance. Yang Junwu smiled slightly. It's simple. Think about it, the Sun family is huge. If Sun Yuwei can stay content in the Waterlord Society, doesn't that show how appealing our faction is? Su Ruoshui was taken aback, then nodded. Besides, we don't have any direct conflict with the Sun family. We might even be able to cooperate with them through Sun Yuwei. This was actually the real reason Yang Junwu wanted a member from a major family in the faction. Sure, he had the roulette lottery system, so he wasn't short on pills or mech materials. But things like stardust powder and mech cores were in short supply, and as the roulette tasks got harder, earning rewards became tougher. so he needed to complete faction missions to get essential cultivation supplies. And cooperating with a big faction could save a lot of trouble. But for now, Sun Yue hadn't developed a sense of belonging to the Waterlord Society, so the plan wasn't viable yet. Still, using your own resources to cover the faction's shortfall isn't a long-term solution. Suru Shuish sounded worried. Once members got used to the perks, they'd need even more resources to support their cultivation down the line. Relying solely on Yang Junwu's money and effort wouldn't last. Yang Junwu pulled a white sheet of paper from his chest, covered in small handwriting. Don't worry. Today was just about getting them to help build the faction's facilities. In the future, if they want these cultivation resources, they'll have to complete faction missions and trade in faction points for them. Su Ruoshui suddenly understood he'd already planned everything out. Her beautiful eyes swept over Yang Junwu's face repeatedly. Such meticulous thinking, such forward-looking plans, it didn't seem like something from someone from a second-tier city. Is there something on my face? Yang Juwo noticed her staring and quickly wiped his hand across his cheek. Su Rushui let out a soft laugh. There's nothing on your face. That smile was like a flower bud blooming into full blossom, brightening the entire room. For a moment, Yang Junwu was utterly captivated. Rushui, you look really beautiful when you smile. You should smile more often. Rushui's smile faded as she shot him a glare. Enough with the nonsense. Focus on cultivating. The sky gradually darkened. 5 hours passed quickly. Yang Junwu opened his eyes feeling refreshed all over. He hadn't expected that after expending all his spiritual energy, his cultivation speed would be much faster than usual. Combined with the pill's effect, those 5 hours were worth several days of training. He could already sense the thin barrier of the body tempering stage, peak of the 9th cycle of body forging. With the automatic cultivation effect of the stardust powder, he was just one step away from breaking through to the body tempering stage. He glanced at Suruo Shui beside him. Her breathing was steady, clearly still in deep cultivation. Yang Junwu quietly slipped out of the cultivation room. Back in the first floor lobby, everyone had already gathered after finishing their cultivation sessions. Seeing Yang Junwu, they immediately crowded around him. Zhang Chao was ecstatic. President, your pills and cultivation methods are amazing. In just 4 or 5 hours, I jumped 2 minor realms. Li Zhang looked at him enviously. I only went up 1. Everyone chimed in. Most had advanced 1 minor realm, except Sun Yue. But inside, he was deeply shaken. Though he hadn't broken through, his spiritual energy had grown significantly. And that was just from 5 short hours of cultivation. This Yang Junwu was truly hard to read. Not only did he have an incredibly rare pocket world, but he also had all kinds of cultivation pills. The Sun family was a major clan, and even among direct descendants, the competition was fierce. Sun Yue was relatively outstanding among the younger generation, but that didn't mean the position of family head was a sure thing. Several of his cousins had considerable backing. Among them was Sung Tianyi, the president of the Rising Sun Society. If he could get similar cultivation resources, he'd rather not join the Rising Sun Society. Maybe stumbling into the Waterlord Society by accident was a good opportunity for him after all. Everyone, this is a reward for your collective efforts in building the faction building. Next time, if you want to obtain cultivation pills, you must exchange them with faction points. I have detailed the specific exchange rules, and you are all welcome to share your opinions to improve them. Yang Junwu's voice interrupted Sun Yue's thoughts. Well, let's stay here and see for now. If the Waterlord Society really succeeds, his prestige here will definitely be higher than in the Sunrise Society. The crowd began a heated discussion about the list Yang Junwu had laid out. Cao Mengye looked at the bustling scene before her and couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Did the Yang family get it wrong? This person in front of her didn't seem like someone with low talent at all. Not only was he knowledgeable in cultivation, but he was also skilled at managing a faction. Unfortunately, even if she wanted to go back, it was too late to mend fences now. Once Yang Junwu learned the truth of that day, she would become his target for revenge. Therefore, the stronger Yang Junwu became, the more urgently she needed to eliminate him. The buzz around the Waterlord Society began to fade after a day or two. The reason was simple. The members of the Waterlord Society were all first-year students whose main task was to study, not to compete with established factions for dominance. The teacher for the Mecha Fusion class was a young woman named Mu Ning, a master of the Overlord Body Realm. She was a graduate of the academy and had stayed on to teach after graduation. Classmates, which do you think is stronger, a B-rank mecha with a 90% fusion rate or an A-rank mecha with a 60% fusion rate? Of course, the A-rank is stronger. No matter how high the fusion rate of a B-rank mecha is, it's still only B-rank unless the user's own strength gap is too large. Cao Mengyo immediately replied. Not just her, almost everyone thought the same. Wrong. Mu-Ning wagged her finger. Among you, has anyone achieved a 90% fusion rate with a B-rank mecha? All the students shook their heads. The highest among them had a B-rank mecha fusion rate of 78%, still a ways off from 90. Yang Zhongwu, however, seemed lost in thought. He remembered that during his battle with Luo He, his fusion rate with the A-rank mecha in his original body had reached a terrifying 88%, extremely close to 90. No wonder he had been able to withstand the opponent's strike back then. It was because of the high fusion rate. So you don't know how huge the difference is between a fusion rate above 90 and below 90. Simply put, below 85, each point of increase boosts your strength by about 10%. From 85 to 90, each point is about 30%. Mu-Ning paused, then raised a finger and said, and above 90, each point is 100%. Xianhuan stood up and questioned. Teacher, that can't be right. According to what you're saying, wouldn't a C-rank mecha with a 90% fusion rate be able to beat an A-rank mecha with a 50% fusion rate? Mu-Ning smiled slightly. What you get from books is shallow. We can prove it through actual combat. My BR-rank mecha fusion rate is 91%. Which classmate has an A-rank mecha fusion rate of 70%? Please come up. I will. A male student volunteered and stepped forward. I'm Muzan, with an A-rank fusion rate of 72%. The other students were shocked. 72% with an A rank was definitely the highest in the class, even a clear lead. All classmates, please follow me. Mu-Ning waved her hand, and a light gate opened beside the podium. Ha! Yang Junwu let out a soft exclamation. The light gate was very similar to his world teleportation portal. Could she also have a minor world? Stepping through the light gate, what came into view was a small dueling arena, which could probably hold about 100 people. The rest was just spatial boundaries. If this were a minor world, it would be far too small. As if she had read his mind, Mu-Ning turned to glance at him and said with a smile, this isn't a real minor world. It's a space artificially created with IME technology. With the Academy's current technology, this is as big as it can get for now. Artificially created. Yang Zhongwu was stunned. The Academy was indeed not simple. Although this thing couldn't compare to a minor world, it was more than enough to be used as storage space. If it could be mass-produced, he was sure it would sell like crazy. By now, Mu-Ning and Muzan had already entered the dueling arena. Teacher Mu, watch out! Muzan made the first move. His rank core fused instantly. A light blade materialized in his palm, and his thrusters fired at full speed. In less than a second, the light blade had already stabbed at Mu-Ning's chest. This strike was Mu-Jan's full power. Break. Mu-Ning didn't even raise her eyelids. She simply clenched her right hand into a fist and punched toward the blade. Clang. The light blade snapped on impact. Mu-Ning's momentum didn't stop. She turned her fist into a palm and struck Mu-Jan's chest, right at the core. The latter was sent flying back at twice the speed he had come, crashing into the barrier of the dueling arena with a loud boom. The barrier shook, but didn't break. Mu-Jan, however, was in bad shape. His chest was caved in and his mecha flickered in and out, almost forcibly deactivating the fusion. Yang Zhongwu's eyes sharpened. What did it mean to one-shot kill? This was a true one-shot kill with a single move. And Teacher Mu had even held back. If that had been a full punch, Mu-Jan's core would probably have been destroyed. Everyone present fell into a deep silence. The concept of mecha ranks had been ingrained in them since childhood. That was why they worked so hard to cultivate, striving to use higher-level mecha cores. But Mu-Ning's single palm strike overturned years of their understanding, leaving each of them with mixed feelings. Could years of hard work really be less than a fusion talent? Su Ru Wush Wei suddenly spoke up. Teacher Mu, can all of us reach a fusion rate like yours? Her question voiced what everyone was thinking. Mu-Ning said, as long as you cultivate diligently according to my methods, even if you don't reach 90, reaching 85 is a sure thing. Of course, if anyone fails to reach 80, then this course will be failed. Ah? A chorus of groans rose from the audience. According to the Academy rules, failing even one course meant being demoted at the end of the semester, dropping from Class 1 to Class 3. If you failed 2 courses, then unfortunately, you'd be expelled outright. Everyone, please take out your B-rank course. Mu-Ning walked out of the dueling arena and smeared some strange powder on each person's eye corners. This is stardust powder? Yang Junwu was taken aback, immediately recognizing the powder in Mu-Ning's hand as the rare stardust powder. Mu-Ning smiled at him. Not bad. You can actually recognize it. Stardust powder allows you to see the flow of metal particles within the core. When forging mechas, this method can be used to test the purity of materials. But what you need to do now isn't testing, it's communicating with them. Xuanhuan widened his eyes and asked, Teacher, when you say them, do you mean the Amy particles? Exactly. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you achieve a more perfect fusion, Muning nodded. But metals can't talk. How do we communicate? Everyone was baffled. Everyone's method is different. Please explore it on your own. Oh, and one more thing. The stardust powder used this time is 1 gram per person, which will be deducted from your benefits. Everyone. Calming his mind, Yang Junwu followed the method Muning had taught him, sensing the flow of Ami particles within the core. Stardust powder acted as a bridge connecting consciousness and Ami particles, materializing his awareness and allowing it to enter the core space. Gradually, a wondrous scene appeared before Yang Junwu's eyes. Glowing Ami particles raced along predetermined paths like cars on a highway. Unfortunately, the road was far from smooth. Some sections had sharp curves, causing the particles to slow down considerably. Other sections were even worse, with outright gaps that required the particles to leap across. Yang Zhuanwu suddenly understood this was the method for using stardust powder to assess whether a core was flawless. The fluor deceleration inducing curves, the better. Gaps directly affected quality. The more gaps, the poorer the core. Use your consciousness to merge with the Ami particles, boosting their speed. The more you enhance, the higher your fusion rate. Muning's voice was distant yet clear. Yang Junwu attempted to extend an invitation to the Ami particles, but received no response. Brother Ami, I see you've reached your limit. How about I give you a hand? Brother Ami, would you like to be friends? Brother Ami, how about we merge? I warn you, if you ignore me again, I'll destroy you! Oh no, key deviation. Muning turned and saw Yang Junwu trembling, his body flushed red. She hurried over and channeled her pure spiritual energy into him. Stay clear-headed, maintain inner focus, and don't let your thoughts wander, she snapped. Yang Junwu shuddered, breaking into a cold sweat. He had just been in a trance, his consciousness completely out of control. Muning's spiritual energy was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, snapping him back to full awareness. Fusion isn't about commanding the particles, it's about imagining yourself as part of them, becoming part of them. Yang Junwu had an epiphany. Consciousness was formless and weightless, able to attach to anything. Gradually, his perspective shifted. He was no longer an observer but countless fragments, each merging with an Ami particle, and his will could accelerate the flow of the particles. If Ami particles were like racing cars, mental strength was the driver. The more drivers, the more cars could be accelerated, and the faster they went. The core's own quality was the road, its condition was a hard constraint. Full fusion meant all cars accelerated without obstruction. Thus, fusion rate depended on both mental strength and core quality. 80%, 85%. At 86%, Yang Junwu felt every Ami particle had merged with his consciousness, and he could push no further. The stardust powder's effect was still active, so he switched to another B-rank core. This time, the fusion rate was even lower, only reaching 83%. Yang Junwu understood the difference was determined by core quality. 83% was that core's maximum fusion rate, unrelated to the user. Products from second-tier cities were indeed mediocre. Yang Junwu sighed softly, released the fusion, and his consciousness returned to normal. After about 20 minutes, the other students gradually finished their first fusion rate training session. Class 1 was indeed an elite class. From their excited expressions, it was clear they had gained valuable insights and made significant progress. Ruoshui, how did it go? Tsuruoshui nodded gently. Very rewarding. I never imagined there was a method like this to improve fusion rate. Alright everyone. Improving a B-rank mech is relatively easy, but an A-rank mech is at least 50 times harder, so never become complacent. Yes, teacher. This lesson is over. Please return through the light gate. Back in the classroom, after a brief rest, the mech material identification course began. IMPIINTIO. The new student schedule was packed, exhausting them from morning to night. Under such conditions, even Yang Junwu had no energy to consider faction missions. Have a month pass like this. During that time, Yang Junwu successfully broke through to the first turn body tempering realm. From then on, he could freely use the rank mech inherent in his original body. President, something's wrong. Zhang Chao burst into the president's office in a fluster. Yang Junwu gestured for him to sit. Calm down, tell me slowly. The Changfeng Society, Tiandi Society, and Qinglong Society have jointly petitioned for the Student Council to revoke our Shuizhen Society's faction status. And the Student Council has already started discussing it. These three societies have nothing to do with us. Why would they suddenly care about Shuizhen Society? Yang Junwu was puzzled. On the faction ranking list, Changfeng Society, Tiandi Society, and Qinglong Society ranked 20th, 19th, and 18th respectively, just above Shuizhen Society with 0 points solidly at the bottom. Isn't it obvious? The top 10 factions must be behind this, trying to bring us down, Zhang Chao said urgently. Over the past half-month, though it was supposed to be points for pills, Yang Junwoo had still provided plenty of pills to support his faction members' training, with points owed for now. As a result, all 11 members had improved significantly. Zhang Chao had gone from the 5th turn body-tempering realm to the 8th turn, advancing a minor realm every 10 days, astonishing speed. And his progress was only mid-tier. According to President Yang Junwoo's plan, all faction members must break through the body-tempering realm within 6 months. If the faction were disbanded, he couldn't maintain this training pace. How could he not be anxious? Normally, faction points were submitted once every 6 months to maintain status. Only a month had passed, so the student council shouldn't have agreed. Just then, Li Zhong burst in from outside. President Zheng, I found out. The Academy passed a resolution. Starting today, a faction elimination system is in effect. Each month, based on faction points, only the top 20 factions are retained. The rest are eliminated. Previous accumulated points will be split equally among the top 20.
That's great news! Yang Junwoo was overjoyed.
Great news? Zheng Chao thought the president had lost his mind. There were 21 factions in total, and only the top 20 would survive, clearly targeting Xiuxian society.
Of course it's great news!
Go notify the others and have everyone come to the office for a meeting, Yang Junwoo said confidently. Moments later, all 12 gathered in the president's office. Everyone had heard about the elimination rule and wore grim expressions. Zhu Lili spoke first. President, we must protest to the academy. This rule is deliberately targeting us. Do you think our protest will work? Cao Mengyue scoffed. Hey, don't undermine our morale. We haven't tried yet, so how do you know it won't work? Zhu Lili retorted. I really don't get what the academy is thinking. Do they want new factions to never be able to surpass old ones? Li Zhong complained. Everyone, let's hear what the president has to say, Sun Yue said, signaling for quiet. His expression seemed calm, but inside he was deeply conflicted. Having been with Xiuxian society for a month, Sun Yue had grown somewhat attached to it. But reason told him that a faction propped up solely by Yang Junwoo could never go far. If it were disbanded this time, he could regain his freedom and join another faction. So no matter the outcome, it was painful for him. Everyone, no need to panic. In my view, this reform isn't meant to suppress new factions. It's actually a huge opportunity for them. Yang Junwoo's opening words stunned everyone. Sun Yue raised an eyebrow. President, what do you plan to do? Yang Junwoo looked around at everyone and smiled slightly. Simple. I declare that Xiuxian society is hereby disbanded.
What? Yang Junwoo? Are you crazy? You're disbanding the Waterlord Society yourself.
Cao Mengyue was shocked. She had imagined all sorts of reactions from Yang Junwoo, but the one thing she never considered was him personally disbanding the faction. No wonder the Yang family didn't want this guy. There was clearly a reason. Just a small setback, and he was giving up outright. The other faction members were equally baffled. He just told them not to panic, and now he was turning into a coward? If Yang Junwoo hadn't provided so many cultivation materials in the past, someone probably would have started cursing by now. Only Su Ru Shu Shui sensed something deeper. Junwoo, do you mean disband this month and reform next month? Yang Junwoo gave her a thumbs up. Exactly, that's what I mean. Everyone thought it over and finally understood. Sun Yue's eyes widened. The Waterlord Society has 0 points right now. Disbanding costs us nothing, and voluntary dissolution won't trigger bottom elimination. Cao Mengyue nodded. According to the Student Council, rankings are based on monthly faction points. So as long as we re-establish at the start of the month and take on quests, we just need to outrank the 20th place that month. Yang Junwoo laughed heartily. Just holding our position is too passive. Don't forget the top 20. Get all the points from eliminated factions. Even a 20th of that is plenty for us. Everyone was stunned, then overjoyed. No wonder he's our leader. He thinks so much further ahead than we do. Sun Yue suddenly spoke up. Yang Junwoo, if you voluntarily disband the Waterlord Society, then our bet no longer stands, and I'm free to leave. Indeed, his bet with Yang Junwoo only applied to the faction's first establishment. Once the Waterlord Society disbanded, the contract became void, and he could freely join any other faction. Yang Junwoo smiled slightly. Of course, that's your freedom. But I still hope you'll consider staying with us. After a month together, we all know each other well. Brother Yu Wei, the leader's right. If we work together, we're no worse than those so-called big factions, Zhang Chao urged. Sai Yue snorted coldly. You have no idea how terrifying those established factions are. Yang Junwoo, let me ask you, the lowest ranked Longwind Society is a B-rank faction, can take B-rank quests, and has more people than us. How are we supposed to outscore them in a month? Cao Mengyue said calmly. I can answer that. You? Cao Mengyue glanced at Yang Junwoo, who smiled and nodded at her. She'd figured it out too. It's simple. According to faction point rules, points only update at the end of the month.
So as long as we keep things quiet, they won't know how many points we've earned.
As for surpassing them, that takes all of us working hard. We can't just expect rewards without putting in effort, right? Yang Junwu looked at everyone and raised his hand in a vow. I, Yang Junwu, swear to the heavens if you all continue with the Waterlord Society, I guarantee enough cultivation resources for everyone. Zhang Chao and Li Zhong, already die-hard loyalists, immediately slapped their thighs. Leader, we're saying it here even if everyone else leaves. We'll keep fighting with you.
Julie Li spoke up.
What? You're abandoning your sister here? How could we? We're all family brothers and sisters. The Waterlord Society won't lose a single one. Except for Sun Yu Wei. Every member present agreed to keep following Yang Junwu. Fortune favors the bold, and there's no second chance their choice was exactly what Yang Junwu expected. Sun Yu Wei was the biggest wild card. If he chose to leave and leak their plan to the major factions, Yang Junwu's scheme would collapse. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Sun Yu Wei gritted his teeth and said, before walking out of Waterlord Pavilion alone. Su Rushui watched his retreating figure with some worry. You can't force love. Maybe we shouldn't have brought him in from the start. But Yang Junwu smiled confidently. Don't worry, even if he doesn't rejoin, he won't leak our secret. Su Wuoshui was taken aback.
You're so...
He's a proud man at heart. Someone like that wouldn't stoop to petty tricks. Suru Oshui said no more. She trusted Yang Junwu's judgment. Alright, everyone, we've got a busy month ahead. Time to focus on cultivation, Yang Junwu said to all. Yes, leader. A day later, a bombshell spread across campus. The Waterlord Society, founded just a month ago, had suddenly applied to disband. The leaders of the major factions were initially surprised. After all, at the welcome party, they declared they'd shake the top 10 factions, and now, less than a month later, they'd fizzled out. But they quickly realized it was because of the new faction rules coming next month. With only a dozen or so members, the Waterlord Society was destined to be dead last. Rather than face forced dissolution and humiliation, it was more dignified to disband voluntarily. Among the first years, there was plenty of mockery. Former Waterlord Society members got looks of contempt, especially Yang Junwu. I thought Yang Junwu was something special. He shouted his slogans loud, but before the old factions even made a move, one rule changed, and he caved. Exactly. Those who believed in him are just unlucky, stuck with such a useless leader. Don't pity them. They chose this path, so they have to walk it, no matter how hard. Luckily, the Waterlord Society members rushed to dorm 10 right after class, squeezing in every second of cultivation, so the taunts barely reached their ears. 3 days later, in the dean's office, Lo He and xiuxian stood on either side, not daring to look up at the man in the green robe at the head. Even the dean wouldn't command such deference could this man's status be higher than the dean's. After a long moment, the man in the green robe spoke. His voice didn't sound old, at most early 30s. You two, is the faction rule change handled? Xiuxian quickly nodded. It's done as you instructed, sir. Good. Don't interfere. Let the students handle their own affairs. But if anyone tries to break the rules, punish them per school regulations, no mercy. I'll have a shadow agent oversee this from the outer court. At the mention of a shadow agent, Xiuxian couldn't help but shudder. Even a master like him was afraid it was hard to imagine. He quickly said, Rest assured, sir, we'll keep a close watch. The man in the green robe frowned slightly. But what? Speak plainly. Yes. Is it necessary to waste a shadow agent's power on such a trivial matter? Luo seized the chance to add, Sir, given your status, isn't targeting a new student a bit much? The man in the green robe looked at their anxious faces and suddenly smiled. I'm glad you two stand up for the students. But don't worry. I'm doing this to help him grow quickly. Matters on that side are growing urgent, and I don't have much time. I need to find a successor fast. Luo He and Xiuxian exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Did he mean to make Yang Junwu his successor? Did they even know each other? Don't be nervous. It won't happen until he graduates anyway. And it's just an intention. If he doesn't meet my standards, I'll pick someone else. Keep this strictly confidential, understood? Yes, sir. The man in the green robe flickered and vanished from the room as if he'd never been there. Lu He suddenly grew excited. Old friend. If Yang Junwu really inherits that position, I'll rise with my student. Xiuxian smiled faintly. Brother Luo, don't get too excited. It's not set in stone yet. It depends on Yang Junwu's performance. Luo, he waved his hand dismissively and snorted. I know my student. He'll be fine. Yang Junwu, of course, had no idea the rule change was due to a man in a green robe. Right now, he was arguing with the student council registration senior. Senior. Isn't founding a new faction just 20 credits? Why is it suddenly 40? The senior said impatiently. Go read the rules yourself. After a faction founder disbands, re-establishing costs double the credits. What the hell? When did that rule get added? Yang Junwu was fuming. He clearly remembered it wasn't there before. 20 credits wasn't much, but he wasn't about to be played for a fool. So if someone else founds it, it's just 20 credits, right? The senior was stunned, then nodded. Correct. Fine. Wait here. I'll be right back. Yang Junwu sprinted toward dorm 10. So what if they needed a new founder? He had plenty. Entering the small world, Yang Junwu broadcast to the whole building, everyone, pause your cultivation. We're going to handle the faction registration first. Soon, a group of 11 gathered in the dorm. Yang Junwu said to Su Ruashui, Ruashui, you'll apply this time. Su Ruashui was puzzled. Why? Some idiot made a rule that anyone who's founded a faction before has to pay double credits to do it again. Ah, that was it. Su Ruashui covered her mouth and laughed. All right, I'll do it. But that makes me the leader, doesn't it? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the points? Yang Junwu waved his hand grandly. I trust you. Even if you did take the points and run, consider it a gift. Seeing Yang Junwu's serious face, Su Ruashui's smile faded and she nodded firmly. Don't worry. I, Su Ruashui, will never betray the Waterlord Society. Returning to the registration office, Su Ruashui paid 20 academic credits. What is the name of the faction you wish to establish? Waterlord Society, Su Ruashui said calmly. Huh? The senior registration sister was completely stunned. Wasn't the Waterlord Society just disbanded? Why was it being re-established? Senior sister, I checked the rules. There's no regulation against reusing the name of a disbanded faction. So please register it quickly. Everyone is waiting to respond. Yang Junwu popped his head in with a grin. So he had found someone to apply. The senior sister understood. Yang Junwu was right. There was indeed no such rule. The senior sister could only process the registration. Soon, the newly established Waterlord Society completed its response with 11 members registered. Seeing that they weren't leaving, the senior sister said impatiently, the registration is done. Is there anything else? Yang Junwu nodded. Senior sister, we'd like to take on a faction mission. C-rank missions are posted on the scrolling wall next door. Go check them out yourself. If you want to accept one, just use your faction badge to tap and select it. The senior sister pointed to a screen wall nearby. A newly formed C-rank faction could only accept C-rank missions. Most C-rank missions were repeatable, with low difficulty and low rewards, and there was no penalty for failing them. So they were mostly self-service, no registration needed. No, we want to take on a B-rank mission. The senior sister shot him a glare. Are you messing with me? Your faction is only C-rank. You can't accept B-rank missions. Yang Junwu wagged a finger and pulled a badge from his pocket.
It's true that the Waterlord Society...
That should let us take a B-rank mission, right? The senior sister's eyelid twitched. She knew exactly what badge Yang Junwu was handing over. It was proof of inner court student status. Yang Junwu was an inner court student. The ratio of outer court students entering the inner court was about 1 in 100, meaning only 1 out of 100 made it in. And most earned inner court status in the latter half of their second year or in their third year. He was just a freshman. How was that possible? The inner court was hard to enter. As an inner court student, one was a key focus of the Divine Weapon Academy's training with high treatment. According to the rules, a faction with an inner court disciple could accept missions 1 rank higher than its own level. Though the senior sister believed no one would dare impersonate an inner court student, she still checked the badge just in case. It passed without a doubt. She returned the badge to Yang Junwu with both hands. Her attitude toward him did a complete 180. Any inner court student was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Junior brother, here are the latest B-rank missions, listed from highest to lowest difficulty and points. Even though you're an inner court student, your overall strength is a bit weak. I suggest starting with the easiest. Yang Junwu nodded. The senior sister's advice matched his own thoughts. After all, this was their first B-rank mission. The priority was success, not taking risks. Su Ruashui tapped on a mission icon. This one. The senior sister opened the mission details. B-rank mission. Eliminate mechanical beasts. Mission brief. On the lower level beast continent, the Academy has an automatic observation outpost. The outpost has detected many mechanical beasts roaming nearby. Mission requirements. Eliminate all mechanical beasts within a 5-kilometer radius of the observation point to prevent the outpost from being destroyed. After elimination, the outpost will send feedback. Time remaining, 3 days, 3 hours, and 3 minutes.
Rewards.
Base points reward is 30 WUF. For each B-rank mechanical beast corpse brought back, an additional 5 points are awarded. Maximum reward is 100 points. Yang Junwu roughly understood why Su Rushui chose this mission. She didn't like dealing with strangers, and this kind of elimination mission suited her best. Plus, beyond the base reward, she could earn extra points by killing more. Yang Junwu nodded. Alright, let's go with this one. The senior sister said, "Since this is your first B-rank mission, I must remind you, if you fail to complete it within the time limit, corresponding faction points will be deducted. If the faction points balance runs out, the equivalent academic credits will be deducted from the members on the mission."
Do you confirm acceptance?
Confirmed. Yang Junwu nodded without hesitation. This mission had to be completed, there was nothing to think about. Alright, mission accepted. You can take this mission badge to the teleportation gate for transport. Note, the badge will record your mission progress. Losing or damaging it will be considered a mission failure. Understood. So Rushui took the badge and carefully placed it in her inner pocket. Yang Zhongwu grinned at the senior sister. "Senior sister, don't leak my inner court status or mission details, or I'll file a complaint with the discipline office." Without waiting for her reaction, he turned to the Waterlord Society members. "You have 1 hour to prepare and get ready. This time we're all going. At 4:50, we meet at the teleportation gate." "Yes, President." At the Sunrise Society in Sun Tianyi's office. Sun Yuwei fidgeted, twisting his hands, his gaze darting. "Cousin, I'd like to think it over a bit more." "Think it over? Have you been in the Waterlord Society so long that you've lost all ambition?" Sun Tianyi was very displeased. He and Sun Yuwei were already rivals. If not for maintaining the direct line's competitiveness, he wouldn't have wanted to train a competitor for himself. But Sun Yuwei was so disappointing. Not only had he embarrassed the Sun family on his first day at the academy, but now he'd lost even the bearing of a young master. "Cousin, I haven't. Your father specifically asked me to take care of you. Enough with the nonsense, go apply now and join the Sunrise Society. I'll make you vice president." Sun Yuwei smiled bitterly. "Cousin, isn't this too rushed? I just left the Waterlord Society, and if I immediately join the Sunrise Society, people will suspect the Waterlord Society's disbandment is linked to us." Sun Tianyi laughed loudly. "So what if they suspect? In the academy, strength rules. Only improving your power is the right path. Everything else can be ignored." Report. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Sun Tianyi sat back in his chair. A Sunrise Society member walked in, saw Sun Yuwei sitting nearby, and froze for a moment. "What is it? Speak freely." "Yes, President. The Waterlord Society has been re-established." "What? Say that again." "The Waterlord Society has been re-established." Sun Yuwei's eyes lit up. Then he lowered his head and stayed silent. So they guessed right. Yang Zhongwu must have had a backup plan when he disbanded the faction. Sun Tianyi said, suddenly irritated. Logically, a mere Waterlord Society couldn't affect the Sunrise Society, but he felt a nagging unease. No, re-establishing a faction costs double credits. He can't have that many. In the first few months of the first year, credits were spent heavily, mostly outflows, few inflows. This was the foundation building stage. Few people chose to do missions. Instead, they used points to exchange for cultivation resources. The president isn't Yang Junwu, it's Su Rushui. Her. At the mention of that name, a ripple stirred in Sun Tianyi's heart. The ice beauty. Why would such a stunning woman get tangled up with a poor guy like Yang Junwu? President, are they trying to make a push and do missions to enter the top 20?
Push? What do they have to push with?
They have only a dozen members, all newcomers. Even if they did 100 C-rank missions a month, they couldn't surpass the bottom-ranked Chengfeng Society, let alone other factions. Sun Tianyi snorted dismissively. The president is absolutely right. If there's nothing else, I'll go train. Wait, notify all members this month. Everyone must participate in and complete at least one B-rank or higher mission. Those who don't will have double contribution points deducted. Understood. The member left, leaving only the two cousins in the room. Sun Tianyi said, "For this mission, you'll follow me and get a feel for the format and difficulty." But Sun Yuwei shook his head. "Sorry, cousin, I've decided not to join the Sunrise Society." Sun Tianyi raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you thinking of going back?" To his surprise, Sun Yuwei actually nodded. "Yes. Since the Waterlord Society has been reformed, I can't abandon my teammates."
"Are you crazy? Yang Junwu's faction is disbanded, and your bet is settled."
"This is Su Rushui's faction now, it has nothing to do with you." Sun Tianyi was furious. He'd gone out of his way to pave the path for Sun Yuwei, and the guy was still thinking about that lousy Waterlord Society. Sun Yuwei said solemnly, "Cousin, we sons are upright and finish what we start. I want to try walking my own path." Seeing the determination in his eyes, Sun Tianyi's anger faded by half. To become a true expert, one indeed needed that kind of spirit. He sighed softly. Fine, I can't convince you. I hope you keep moving forward on the path you've chosen. Sun Yuwei was overjoyed. So cousin, you agree? Sun Tianyi rolled his eyes. Your legs are on you. Even if I disagreed, what could I do? Thanks, cousin. I'm off then. Sun Yuwei quickly rose from his chair. From Sun Tianyi's cautious approach, it was clear that bottom-ranked factions, like the Changfeng Society, would be working even harder to earn points. Yang Junwu's plan wouldn't be easy to pull off. He had to get this news to Yang Junwu as soon as possible. Sun Yuwei rushed to the door, but Sun Tianyi's voice came from behind. Wait, cousin, anything else? If the Waterlord Society turns out to be unreliable, you can come back anytime. The Sunrise Society will always be your home. Sun Tianyi's voice was low, but carried a strange weight. Sun Yuwei's eyes moistened slightly, and he nodded firmly. I will. At the teleportation gate, Yang Junwu and his group arrived empty-handed to find Teacher Mo. After scanning their mission badges, Teacher Mo warned, the Beast Dimension has no supplies. Going in with nothing is dangerous. Don't worry, teacher, we know what we're doing, Yang Junwu said. All right, stand on the central platform of the teleportation array and don't move. The teleport will begin shortly. Every Divine Weapon student had a trump card up their sleeve. Since they were prepared, Teacher Mo didn't press further. Just as the array's light was about to flare, a shout came from outside the door. Wait, I'm coming too. Zhang Chao's face lit up at the voice. That sounds like Bro Yue. Sure enough, the door burst open, and Sun Yuwei rushed in, panting. Teacher Mo shot him a displeased glare. What's the matter with you, student? Don't you know the teleport rules? Rushing in like that can easily disrupt the teleport. Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm late. I'm with them, Sun Yuwei quickly apologized. Make sure you have everyone accounted for before teleporting. I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again. You, get into the array and stand still. Thanks, teacher. Sun Yuwei quickly jumped into the array. Yang Junwu patted his shoulder. Changed your mind? I just want to see how your plan fails. Sun Yuwei turned his head away. Riding the teleportation array for the first time, Yang Junwu found it fascinating. His body seemed to turn into particles, moving at high speed through empty space. This felt a bit like the moment when stardust powder fused with the core. Just as he was about to study it more closely, the light vanished, and he reformed into human shape, feet on solid ground. The teleport was over. Yang Junwu looked around. They were on the rooftop platform of a circular building. President, there's a note here. Zhang Chao pointed to a screen beside the platform. Self-service teleport device. Can teleport back to the academy. Cooldown 24 hours. The countdown above showed 23 hours and 59 minutes. Looks like we'll be here for a day and a night, Sun Yuwei said. Yang Junwu took out his mission badge and carefully read the mission details. The requirement was to eliminate all mechanical beasts within a 5-kilometer radius of the observation point. In other words, if new mechanical beasts entered during the clearing process, the mission wouldn't count as complete. He thought for a moment, then spoke. Everyone, I suggest we split into 4 groups of 3, each responsible for one direction, east, west, south, and north. I, Ruo Shui, Cao Mengyue, and San Yuwei will each lead a group. Among the Waterlord Society, only the 4 of them could control A-rank cores for now, so having each lead a team minimized risk. Su Shui opened her mouth as if to speak, but she only wanted to follow Yang Junwu, not lead her own team. In the end, she said nothing. I want to be in the president's group. Cu Lili immediately moved closer. B2. Zhang Chao raised his hand. All right, then the 3 of us will handle the north. You all go ahead. The 3 immediately initiated fusion and leaped off the observation platform. Ding! The moment they activated, a system notification sounded in Yang Junwu's mind. Adventure quest initiated. During this patrol, if the team kills 10 mechanical and 10 non-mechanical beasts, you will receive an adventure reward. Time limit 5 hours. There's actually a free reward like this. System, I love you. Yang Xiaoyu was thrilled. Since they'd be killing beasts along the way anyway, getting extra rewards was a sweet bonus. But 15 minutes later, Zhu Lili deactivated her fusion and slumped onto a large rock. Exhausted, President, we've run back and forth across 5 kilometers. Not a single beast, not even a bird, Zhang Chao said. Could all the beasts be concentrated in the other 3 directions? Yang Junwu shook his head. That was unlikely. If the other directions had encountered a large gathering of mechanical beasts, they would have been notified. And even if there were no mechanical beasts, there should still be ordinary beasts. But now along their path, they'd seen nothing. Just then, Yang Junwu suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the space around him. His expression changed drastically. Zhu Lili, fuse now. Before he finished speaking, he threw a punch toward the space behind Zhu Lili. Boom! Yang Junwu's hasty strike sent him stumbling back 3 steps before he steadied himself. Zhu Lili was startled, but thankfully, their training had conditioned her to react instantly to Yang Junwu's commands. Even though she didn't understand why she needed to fuse at that moment, she did it instinctively. She had just completed fusion when a massive force slammed into her back, nearly shattering her. Flare! As he retreated, Yang Junwu fired a shell into the air. It exploded, illuminating the hidden figures lurking in the mist. They looked closely and gasped in shock. 5 massive mechanical beasts had surrounded them. The one that had just attacked was a giant dinosaur-like beast. This is insane! They can't even turn invisible. No wonder we didn't see any beasts along the way, Zhu Lili said, still shaken. If not for Yang Junwu's warning, she'd have been hid directly in her physical form by this time next year. They'd be visiting her grave. Yang Junwu's expression turned grim. These creatures weren't just capable of invisibility, they also used tactics. They exploited their target's complacency and launched sneak attacks. He suddenly worried about the other 3 teams. Before coming, everyone, including Yang Junwu, had underestimated this mission. It was just a B-rank mission. They all had B-rank cores, and with 4 A-rank mech pilots in command, completing it should have been child's play. No one had openly expressed this mindset, but it lingered in their subconscious. Now it was clear they were gravely mistaken. Take the 5 beasts surrounding them. For instance, none of them was weaker than B-rank. Roar! Seeing the sneak attack fail, a furious roar echoed from afar. The 5 beasts responded to the roar, turning frenzied and charging at the trio again. Their attacks were simple and brutal, using their massive bodies for physical strikes. Dragon Break Fist. Facing a fist nearly 10 times his size, Yang Junwu didn't back down. He spun and threw his own punch to meet it. Zhu Lili and Zhen Chao were stunned. The MA core's repair capability was strong. That was the biggest advantage. But trading blows like this? What if he got shattered in one hit, with no chance to repair? But the shock wasn't over yet. When the 2 fists, one huge, one small, collided, it wasn't Yang Junwu who was sent flying, but the massive dinosaur mechanical beast. Is he even human? The 2 exchanged a dumbfounded look and simultaneously muttered that the president wasn't human. Hey, you 2, stop spacing out. You want me to fight all 5 alone? Yang Junwu, exhausted from the front line, turned back to see 2 blank faces and couldn't help but curse. The capable do more! Zhu Lili laughed and immediately opened fire. They didn't dare trade blows with the beasts like Yang Junwu did. Instead, they used their mech's agility to dodge. B-rank mech firepower was no joke. Even with the beast's thick hides, under the duo's relentless assault, metal scales flew everywhere, and the creature staggered, retreating. A light blade appeared in Yang Junwu's hand. He leaped into the air and slashed at the dinosaur mechanical beast's head. Roar. The dinosaur beast. Yang Junwu was ready. He folded mid-air, dodging easily, then boosted forward, landing directly in the blind spot above the dinosaur's head. Die! The light blade slashed down at the massive neck. Zzz. The grating sound of metal grinding filled the air. The beast's hide was indeed tough. Even the light blade, computed from AMA particles, couldn't break through instantly. President, let me help. Go weakening energy stream. Zhu Lili raised her right arm, and a strange particle stream struck the dinosaur's neck precisely. The hardened shell softened instantly. Though the effect lasted less than half a second, it was enough for Yang Wu. Sever! He shouted, and the light blade sliced down, cutting the dinosaur's head clean off. Boom! The headless body thrashed wildly before crashing to the ground. Nice work! Yang Junwu gave Zhu Lili a thumbs up. Thanks for the praise, President! Let's go! 4 more left. Having found a way to deal with the beasts, Yang Junwu led Zhu Lili toward another one. Oh! A strange beast roar echoed from afar again. The remaining 4 beasts heard it and immediately abandoned the trio, turning to flee. Damn it, don't run. These were all shiny rewards. No way he'd let them escape. Yang Zhongwu pushed his speed to the limit and blocked a shark-like mechanical beast. Returning Dragon Fist. Crack! The force of this punch shattered the mech armor on Yang Junwu's arm, exceeding the B-rank mech's resistance limit. The shark beast's scales were pierced by the punch, and it was sent flying dozens of meters before crashing down. Its vitality was tenacious. Despite such a powerful blow, it didn't die instantly. It thrashed on the ground, struggling to rise. Yang Junwu wouldn't give it another chance to escape. The light blade and Zhu Lili's weakening energy stream appeared simultaneously above the shark's head. The light blade slashed down, cleaving its massive body in 2. As the shark beast fell, The area fell silent again. The other two mechanical beasts had already vanished without a trace. Yang Junwu had expended enormous energy, and his core had suffered significant damage. It seemed the beasts wouldn't return anytime soon, so he deactivated his fusion and gasped for air. After using several violent techniques in a row, even his hidden dragon body was straining. If he hadn't broken through to the body tempering stage earlier, those head-on clashes would have left him severely injured. Zhu Lili and Zhang Chao stared at their president like he was a monster. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Yang Junwu turned and asked. "Zhu Lili, President, are you sure you're not a beast yourself?" Yang Junwu was speechless, knowing he'd shocked them a bit too much. But with his hidden dragon body, calling him a beast in some sense wasn't entirely wrong. "How's it going on your end?" Yang Junwu sent a message to Su Ro Shui. A reply came back quickly. "Ran into a few mechanical beasts, but they weren't strong, cleaned them up in no time." "Did you run into any regular beasts?" "Didn't really notice. Probably 2 or 3. Just took care of them on the way." "Only 2 or 3? Yang Zhongwu's heart sank halfway. "Next time you run into non-mechanical beasts, try to capture them alive. I need them." "Cut it!" Su Ruoshui had no idea what he wanted them for, but she agreed without hesitation. Yang Zhongwu then checked on the other 2 groups. Sang Mengyue's side was under a bit of pressure, but they'd already dealt with the first wave of attacks. As for Sun Yuwei... "President, are you kidding me? I'm equipped with an A-rank mech right now. You think a mere B-rank mech monster could give me trouble?" Yang Junwu was speechless. He'd thought about warning him, but then figured it wasn't worth it. "Some lessons only sink in after you get burned." After giving the same order to spare non-mechanical beasts, Yang Junwu ended the call. Looks like none of them ran into large mechanical giant beasts. Zhang Chao forced a bitter smile. "Damn, I picked the wrong side. Looks like all the boss-level ones came for you." Zhu Lili rolled her eyes. "What are you scared of? With me and the president working together, even 10 more would be a piece of cake." "Cut the nonsense!" Yang Junwu shot her a stern glare. It seemed the whole Shuizheng society had caught Sun Yue's attitude. He'd need to find a chance to address that specifically. "President, what do we do now? If these beasts keep hiding and using hit-and-run tactics, we'll never finish the mission," Zhang Chao said, worried. "With the enemy's stealth ability, actively hunting them all down wouldn't be easy." Yang Junwu smiled calmly. "We don't need to find all the mechanical giant beasts. But the mission requires no mechanical beasts within 5 kilometers of the monitoring point, right?" Zhu Lili was confused. "That's fine. We just need to make them voluntarily retreat beyond 5 kilometers. Zhu Lili rolled her eyes again. "You're not the beast leader. What makes you think they'll just leave on their own?" Then she watched as Yang Junwu pulled 3 strange devices from his chest. "What are those?" "Mech tracking kits. 1 for each of you. Equip them." Yang Junwu said with a grin. "Wait, aren't we here to kill beasts? Why do we need these?" Zhu Lili was puzzled. Despite both having mech in the name, the mech tracking kit couldn't track mechanical beasts. Its principle was to sense fluctuations in the ME particle flow within a core. Mechanical giant beasts had no cores, so they couldn't be tracked. That's not necessarily true. A mysterious smile curled at the corner of Yang Junwu's mouth. He had a theory that needed testing. "We'll search in 3 directions. Try not to overlap, and don't limit ourselves to 5 kilometers. Remember, once you detect a core, don't act rashly, notify your teammates first." "Got it." The 3 moved out immediately. Yang Junwu followed the direction where the giant beast had retreated. 1 kilometer, no reaction. 2 kilometers, still nothing. At the edge of 5 kilometers, the detector finally picked up a faint signal. If Yang Junwu's sync rate weren't so high, that tiny blip would have been impossible to catch. "Bearing north, 173 east 25, dead over here now." Zhu Lili and Zhang Chao received Yang Junwu's message. Whoa, the president really is the president. Stunned, they headed straight for the target location without hesitation. When they arrived, they saw Yang Junwu standing on a rock in the distance, waving at them. They moved closer. "President, where are those things?" Zhang Chao asked urgently. Yang Junwu pointed to a valley not far below. Zhang Chao leaned over to look and nearly toppled over. "In the vast valley were over 100 mechanical giant beasts," he stammered. "President, let's retreat. If all 100 of those mechanical giant beasts come at once, even an S-rank mech might not hold up, let alone a B-rank." Yang Junwu said seriously, "You're underestimating what an S-rank mech can do." Zhang Chao rolled his eyes. "Is this really the time to argue about that? Scan them with your tracking kit, and you'll understand," Yang Junwu said calmly. Zhang Chao was scared, but he did as told. "Huh, why does it only pick up 1 point? Are those beasts all illusions or something?" Zhu Lili sneered. "Think about it. Mechanical giant beasts can't be scanned anyway. There must be some weird thing mixed in among them." Yang Junwu gave her a thumbs up. Right, remember when we fought the giant beast? Both when it attacked and when it fled, there was a sound coming from far away. Zhu Lili's eyes lit up. I get it. You mean there's a controller behind these mechanical giant beasts? Exactly. And now it looks like that controller even has a mech core. How is that possible? Zhang Qiao was blown away by their deduction. Mechanical giant beasts were controlled by cores, and the core's controller was human, meaning someone was pulling the strings behind them. Who would have the guts to mess with the Academy's property? But how do we get that controller out? Zhu Lili frowned. The tracking kit could only pinpoint a general location, not identify a specific beast. Hidden among over 100 mechanical giant beasts, there was no way to confirm. Simple. Just shout. Oh. Wait. What? Just shout? Zhang Qiao tensed up and quickly urged, President, don't. Shouting will probably alert all 100+ mechanical giant beasts. Yang Junwu chuckled. Scared? Oh, forget it. If the president and Sister Lily aren't backing down, I'm a grown man. What do I have to fear? If I die, I die. In the end, Zhang Chao chose to trust Yang Junwu's judgment. Yang Junwu shouted down at the valley, Hey, you controller hiding back there, come out and face us. His voice echoed through the valley. The mechanical giant beasts didn't move, and no one responded. Hey, I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. If I kill all your 100+ beasts, don't come crying. Zhang Chao slapped his forehead. Is that how you threaten someone? It was like the enemy had set an ambush, and you rode in alone demanding they surrender or you'd wipe out their ambush. How did you figure it out? A middle-aged man's voice rang out, and a griffin-shaped mech slowly flew out of the valley. Simple. If these mech beasts had no controller, they'd be spread evenly around the outpost, not clustered on one side. What's more, these things have no intelligence, yet they manage stealth ambushes and retreats when outmatched. It'd be harder not to suspect something. The most direct evidence, of course, is that we found your core with the mech tracking kit. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. I didn't realize I had so many flaws in your eyes. Yang Junwu then dropped a bombshell. If I'm not mistaken, you're also a teacher at Divine Weapon Academy, in charge of this area. This time, the middle-aged man was genuinely shocked. It took him a moment to compose himself. Why? There's an academy monitoring station here. If an outsider came and controlled this many mechanical giant beasts without the academy sending anyone to investigate thoroughly, I'd start questioning whether this academy is worth my time. Yang Junwu said calmly. What drove his conclusion was simple. Trust in the academy's competence. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Interesting deduction. But even if you know my identity, it won't help. I'll still interfere with you according to the rules. However, since you're the first team to see through me, I'll give you a chance to complete the mission easily. Please speak, teacher. Yang Junwu gave a slight bow. I'll send 10 mech beasts to fight you 3. You can't use a rank cores, and you can't kill any mech beasts, only temporarily disable them. If you win, the mission counts as complete. If you lose, it's a failure. That's impossible. Zhang Chao thought the teacher was messing with them. 3 against 10 was already a huge disadvantage. And now, with the no-kill rule and the president barred from using his A-rank core, what was there to fight with? No problem, but I have one additional condition. Yang Junwu's tone was calm, his emotions steady. Name it! I want 8 regular mechanical beasts. What do you need those for? The middle-aged man hadn't expected that condition. Regular mechanical beasts were so plentiful he couldn't be bothered to control them. 10? He could give 100 without issue. Sorry, that's a personal secret of mine. Fine, I agree. Everyone had their secrets. The middle-aged man didn't pry and nodded to accept Yang Junwu's request. Give us 10 minutes to discuss tactics. Sure, 10 minutes? They could discuss for a whole day and it wouldn't matter. The gap in strength was clear. Any tactic was useless against overwhelming power. The 3 retreated into the woods. President, 10 mechanical giant beasts. We shouldn't have agreed to this, Zhang Chao said, agitated. Enough, quiet down. The president has his reasons. Just listen to his plan. Zhu Lili shot him a glare. Oh, Zhang Chao shut up immediately. He might dare to question Yang Junwu sometimes, but when Zhu Lili spoke, he went silent. Yang Junwu looked at them both and smiled. These giant beasts do hit hard, but the teacher's requirement is just to temporarily disable them. So we just need to use trap kits to restrain them all, keep them from attacking, and we win. There was such a trick. Zhu Lili was thrilled. I didn't know you had trap kits too, President. You're amazing. Yang Junwu shook his head. I don't have any trap kits on me right now. The 2 stood frozen like wooden chickens, 3 black lines appearing on their foreheads. No kit. Then why are you talking? Yang Zhongwu indeed didn't have any trap kits on him. When using kit gacha tickets without specifying a type, you'd only get the two mainstream kits, defense and attack. Yang Zhongwu checked his inventory. He still had 5 kit gacha tickets left. As long as he could pull 3 trap kits above copper rank, that would be enough. Come on, let's see how my luck's been lately. First ticket. Yang Zhongwu locked the gacha onto trap kits. The roulette spun at full speed, then gradually slowed down, finally stopping in the copper zone. Nice! Keep going! The second ticket was a bit unlucky, only a green. Yang Zhongwu took a deep breath and spun the third. The pointer hovered between blue and copper. Move over, damn it, Yang Junwu shouted. But as it turned out, luck isn't something you can yell into submission. The pointer finally settled in the blue zone, less than 2 centimeters from copper. Phew. Yang Junwu was getting nervous. He only had 2 tickets left, and he needed both to hit copper or above. Screw it, let's go all in double spin. 2 pointers started spinning in opposite directions. The first one slowed down, approaching the gold zone. Stop, stop, stop. The pointer came to a steady halt at the edge of the gold zone. Just as Yang Junwu let out a long breath, the pointer, which had clearly stopped, jumped a bit, crossing the line between gold and white, landing in the white zone. WTF. Even the usually composed Yang Junwu couldn't help but curse. The very next second after his outburst, the other pointer stopped dead in the gold zone. Yang Junwu was dumbfounded. So this was what they meant by a light at the end of the tunnel and a blessing in disguise. Congratulations, host, on winning the gold trap kit. Roulette luck points have been reset to 0. The system notification rang out. Reset to 0 whatever. It's not like he had much luck points anyway. Yang Zhongwu had figured it out. This thing only had 2 states, 0 and 100. Blue was a bit weak, but combined with gold, it should be about as effective as 3 coppers. They'd have a fighting chance. If worse came to worse, they could just break the monster's legs. As long as they didn't die, it was fine. Yang Jiangwu tossed the gold and copper kits to Zhu Lili and Zhang Chao. Wow, so the president was lying after all. You had trap kits this good and said you didn't. Zhu Lili's eyes sparkled as she quickly swapped out her tracking kit for the trap kit. A standard B-rank mech could only equip 1 kit at a time, so before using a new kit, you had to unload the old one. If you were in the middle of a fight, the enemy wouldn't give you time to switch kits. That was the limitation of mech kits. The 3 of them geared up, and Yang Junwu shouted down into the valley. Teacher, we're ready. Let's begin. That fast? The middle-aged man was a bit surprised, but he didn't take the 3 of them seriously. He waved his hand and summoned 10 mechanical beasts of above-average strength. Damn! He's going easy on us! Why not send out the 10 strongest? Zhang Chao felt insulted on the spot. Shut your mouth! Keep yapping, and you can take on all 10 yourself. True. Lily was beyond speechless, almost ready to blast him. Stay sharp, don't underestimate them. Yang Junwu didn't think these 10 would be easy to handle. Ah! The 10 beasts roared in unison, and a fierce gale swept through the forest. Zhang Chao, fall back and set up in traps. Zhu Lili, you're with me. We'll lure them away first so they don't get near Zhang Chao. Let's play it safe, one at a time. Yang Junwu gave the orders immediately. Got it. Zhu Lili soared into the air and fired 3 of short. The shells hit 3 beasts dead on. The damage wasn't huge, but it was enough to sting. Sure enough, the 3 beasts spun around and charged at Zhu Lili. Nice work. Yang Jiangyu praised her. His shoulders shifted and he fired his own particle cannons. His fusion with the mech was deeper, so he could fire 4 shots at once with better accuracy. 4 mechanical beasts got hit and turned toward Yang Junwu. 7 of the 10 beasts had been pulled away, and Zhang Chao immediately felt the pressure drop. But with 3 beasts still interfering, he couldn't finish setting up the traps. Boss President, help me out! Don't rush. Let me create some distance first. Yang Junwu led the 4 beasts far away, then suddenly spun around and with lightning speed cut back through the gaps in their attacks. Slick, slick, slick. Zhang Chao clapped. 3 more particle cannon shots hit the last 3 beasts dead on, and then he turned and ran. The middle-aged man watched the scene tense. These kids had no idea how reckless they were being. If Yang Zhongwu's life was in danger, he'd step in immediately. After all, these were academy elites. He couldn't let one of them die just because of a moment of bravado. Right now was Yang Zhongwu's most dangerous moment. He was caught in a pincer attack from 7 mechanical beasts. 1 wrong move, and he'd be crushed into a pancake. Facing the crisis, Yang Junwu stayed ice cold in his mind. He even closed his eyes. Mind like a steel mirror. He could feel every atom of his consciousness merging with the mech's core. Without opening his eyes, every particle on the mech's surface was his eyes. Yang Zhuanwu moved like a nimble sprite, sliding between the legs of one mechanical beast, then twisting gracefully to dodge a massive iron fist coming from the right. The beasts on both sides slammed into each other from the momentum. Zhou Lili and Zhang Chao were completely stunned. The latter couldn't help but yell, "Holy crap, is that even humanly possible?" Zhu Lili nodded in agreement. One word to describe Yang Junwu's maneuver just now: insane. "Hey, you two, stop gawking. I can't hold this forever." Forcibly boosting fusion level drained his mental energy massively. 7 mechanical beasts were putting enormous pressure on Yang Junwu, and his 2 teammates were just watching the show. Zhang Chao snapped out of it and quickly activated the gravity trap. "Pull one over first."
On it!
Zhu Lili fired 2 laser shots, pushing back 2 of the beasts trailing her, then immediately flew with the remaining one toward the trap Zhang Chao had set. Mechanical beasts had no intelligence. The moment it stepped into the trap, Zhang Chao triggered it. The massive gravity crushed its huge body to the ground, completely immobilizing it. That was the power of a gold kit at least 10 times stronger than a standard one. But with the boost in power came a boost in consumption. Zhang Chao roughly estimated that at the current drain rate, he could only hold out for 3 minutes. And if they controlled more beasts later, the drain would only increase, so it'd definitely be less than 3 minutes in the end. "Quick, keep going!" Zhang Chao shouted. "Coming!" With one beast off his back, Zhu Lili easily lured another mechanical beast into the trap, then the third. And then she went to Yang Junwu to bring one over. As long as Yang Junwu could hold them off. At this pace, they should finish within 2 minutes. Watching the 3 of them work in perfect sync, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh softly. Are young people these days really this strong? Whether it was Yang Junwu's mech fusion level or their tactical coordination, it didn't seem like the kind of skill a first-year student should have. But plans never survive contact with reality. Just when there were only 3 mechanical beasts left, Zhang Chao realized his trap was full. It couldn't hold anymore. The mech core's drain was way higher than expected. He could last maybe 20 more seconds at most. "Zhu Lili, trigger the trap," Yang Junwu barked. Zhu Lili got the hint and abandoned her lure, activating the gravity trap. "Returning Dragon Fist!" Yang Junwu roared, slamming 2 rapid punches into the back of a mechanical beast. The beast's massive body was sent flying straight into Zhu Lili's trap. With only one left, Yang Junwu didn't need to bother with all that. The blue rank trap plus his brute force was enough to secure it. Done. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. As they say, each generation outshines the last. Your task is complete. I'll recall all mechanical beasts within 5 kilometers of the outpost. Thanks, teacher. Finishing the task this smoothly was a nice bonus. Go pick your 8 small beasts from over there. The middle-aged man pointed to a group of mechanical beasts already gathering nearby. Yang Zhongwu stepped forward and picked the 8 smallest ones. 1 particle cannon blast, and they were all shattered. Task progress. Mechanical beasts killed 10 Shay. Non-mechanical beasts killed 0-10. Now he just needed to notify Su Rushui and the others to bring the captured non-mechanical beasts to the outpost. Once they were killed, the system task would be complete. Teacher, we'll take our leave then. Yang Junwu and the other 2 returned to the outpost and disengaged their mech fusion. I am beat. Zhang Chao flopped straight onto the ground. He pushed past his limits just now to control 7 mechanical beasts, and his mental energy was utterly drained. Now that he could relax, the exhaustion flooded his mind. All he wanted was a good, long sleep. Yang Junwu hauled him up from the ground. Don't sleep yet. This is the perfect time to train. If you can push through, this session could break your mental limits. The limit training method was extremely effective for honing mental energy, but not many could use it because staying focused on training under those conditions required a willpower most people didn't have. Boss President, let me rest a bit. I really can't anymore. Zhang Chao couldn't even keep his eyes open. We don't have the resources and backing those prodigies have. All we've got is hard work and sweat. Hold on. I believe in you. Yang Junwu pulled out a bottle of pills and poured out 3. Mind-cleansing pills. They boost the purity of your spiritual power and mental energy. Perfect for right now. Thanks, President. Zhu Lili took one immediately and went off to train on her own. I'm in 2, no way I'm losing to that woman. Zhang Chao, seeing Zhu Lili push through, found some hidden strength and snatched a pill from Yang Junwu's hand, swallowing it down. Yang Junwu smiled faintly. This kid wasn't falling for Zhu Lili, was he? The power of love knows no limits. Maybe it really would help him break through. He shook his head lightly. He wasn't about to miss this training opportunity either. He downed a pill and sank into cultivation. When the three woke up, Su Ruoshui and the others had already returned to the base. Wow, that feels amazing! Zhang Chao stretched lazily. Opening his eyes, he found the whole world had become clearer. He could even see the flow of energy particles in the air. So this is the power of a purified spiritual power? Boss President, I love you. Zhang Chao was overflowing with gratitude toward young Junwu and lunged at him in a single bound. Get lost. I don't have gay tendencies. Yeah. Junwu kicked him, flying without hesitation. Su Ruoshui brought her beautiful face close to his, and young Junwu could even catch the faint scent of her youthful fragrance. Cough, Ruoshui! What are you up to? Don't tell me you want to kiss me like Zhang Chao did. Dream on! I just think you seem a bit different, Su Ruoshui said with a hint of annoyance. Really? Better looking or uglier? Yang Junwu did feel that after his spiritual power increased, his whole body felt lighter. Better looking, of course. Su Ruoshui nodded seriously. Heh. That's good then. The 10 ordinary mutant beasts you asked for are outside the door. Go get them yourself. Su Ruoshui stood up and pointed at the entrance. Oh right, the system mission reward. I almost forgot. Yang Junwu rushed out the door. Seeing the 10 mutant beasts tied up in a heap, missing limbs and wings, Yang Junwu gasped inwardly. This beauty really doesn't hold back. If he'd been any later, half of them would have been dead. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu fired a laser cannon to put them out of their misery. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the adventure mission. Rewards 10 B-grade mecha material lottery tickets, 10 pill lottery tickets, and 1 mecha set lottery ticket. Only 1 mecha set ticket? Yang Junwu felt he'd taken a loss. He'd used 5 just to take down those 10 mechanical mutant beasts. But then he thought, even without the adventure mission, he'd have had to use them anyway. Besides, the mecha set wasn't a one-time item, it might come in handy for the next mission. The pill tickets were the most urgent need, so Yang Junwu did a 10 pull right away. Sure enough, his earlier luck with gold tier pulls had been used up. This 10 pull only yielded 2 bronze tier items, and the rest were below blue tier. Night fell, and Yang Junwu sat on the rooftop, gazing at the sky. Stars twinkled overhead, and he wondered which one was his home. A wave of melancholy washed over him, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Sitting here alone sighing instead of sleeping? A slender figure! Yan Junwo smiled. Aren't you awake too? Su Ruoshui sat down next to him. Homesick? A little, Yang Junwu admitted honestly, though the home he meant wasn't the young family of this continent. Actually, I kind of envy you. Su Ruoshui suddenly changed the subject. Yang Junwu chuckled. I'm just someone abandoned by my family all alone. What's there to envy? But at least you're free. I'd rather my family kicked me out. Don't talk nonsense. Your family must be powerful and wealthy, so you've never experienced the bitterness of being alone, which is why you think that way. Can you imagine the despair and fear of being too weak to move, watching helplessly as wild dogs tear at your body? Su Ruoshui shuddered. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up those bad memories. Yang Jongwoo shook his head gently. It's fine. The past is in the past. At least now I have my teacher and you all as companions. That's enough. Suddenly, Su Ruoshui wrapped her arms around his waist from behind and whispered, Woo, I'll always be your support. Yang Junwoo turned his head, and their eyes met. The atmosphere suddenly turned pink. Looking at those luscious red lips and feeling the warmth from her soft hands at his waist, Yang Junwoo began to lose himself. The distance between them shrank. Whoosh! At that moment, a black light struck the railing not far from them with a violent clang. Who's there? Yang Junwoo shoved Su Ruoshui away, and his mecha core fused instantly. Su Ruoshui was quick, too. She completed her fusion the moment she was pushed and activated a particle scan. But the scan showed no Ami particle fluctuations nearby except for Yang Junwoo's mecha. Over there, it was Yang Junwoo who detected a faint fluctuation in the woods to the right front using his spiritual power. After his spiritual power breakthrough, his sensitivity to spiritual energy vibrations in the air had sharpened, and since the attacker was too close, he caught their trail. Two flares shot straight toward the energy fluctuation. Boing! The flares burst, illuminating the area for a kilometer around. A mass of black mist wrapped around a humanoid shadow, quickly retreating into the forest. Got you, you little rat! Yang Junwoo wasn't about to let it escape easily and accelerated in pursuit. Su Ruoshui simultaneously cut off from the side. The two worked in perfect sync, compressing the shadow's movement space and driving it toward the mutant beast valley. Though he didn't know who the middle-aged teacher was, anyone who could control that many mechanical mutant beasts had to be incredibly powerful. The shadow seemed to realize there was someone it couldn't afford to provoke over there, so it stopped. You two, stop chasing. I mean no harm. A hoarse female voice came from within the shadow. Yeah, right, no harm. I was just about to get a kiss, and you ruined it. If you mean no harm, then stop hiding and state your name. The shadow ignored Yang Junwoo and turned to Su Ruoshui, who had arrived. Su Ruoshui, don't forget who you are. You and Yang Junwoo can never be together. If you keep this up, you'll only hurt yourself and him. Su Ruoshui trembled at the words, fear flashing in her eyes. You? How do you know my identity? Are you? Never mind who I am. The shadow cut her off. You know who you are. That's all I'll say. If you stay stubborn, next time don't blame me for being ruthless. The shadow turned and left. Wait, Yang Junwoo moved to chase, but Su Ruoshui blocked him. Woo, don't chase. Su Ruoshui shook her head. Ruoshui, you... Let's go back. Su Ruoshui turned to leave. Yang Junwoo grabbed her wrist. Ruoshui, what's going on? You know that person, don't you? Why did she say we can't be together? Tears welled in Su Ruoshui's eyes, and she yanked her hand free. Woo, stop asking. Fine. I won't ask. I believe one day you'll tell me the truth on your own. I, Yang Junwoo, refuse to believe that as long as we're strong enough and love each other, anything can stop us from being together. President, Sister Ruoshui! Zhang Chao and the others called from a distance. They'd been startled awake by the flares and, finding the two missing, had come out to search. We're here, Yang Junwoo called back. The group quickly gathered around. Sister Ruoshui, why are you crying? Did the president bully you? Julili was shocked to see Su Ruoshui's tear-streaked face. In everyone's eyes, Su Ruoshui was a famous ice-cold beauty. She rarely smiled except at Yang Junwoo and was usually stern and aloof. But her strength was among the top in the Waterlord Society, and besides Yang Junwoo, no one could beat her. Seeing her show such a vulnerable side was a first for everyone, so they naturally pinned the culprit on Yang Junwoo. Nonsense. Yang Junwoo shot them a glare. He was the most frustrated one here. Not only had he missed the kiss, but he'd also been ordered not to pursue a relationship with Su Ruoshui. I'm fine. We were just chasing a mysterious figure, and her special weapon grazed me. Su Ruoshui wiped away her tears, reverting to her cold, composed self. A master who can make Sister Ruoshui cry, that's terrifying, Zhang Chao said nervously. Shut up. Zhu Lili was exasperated. Did he really believe there was some master with a special weapon? Sang Yuwei snuck over to Yang Junwoo and gave him a thumbs up. Bro, nice one? Nice my ass. Everyone, back inside. Explaining would only make things worse, so Yang Junwoo pulled rank and ordered everyone back. The group returned to the outpost. There were still 5 hours left before the 24-hour cooldown, but no one felt like sleeping. The atmosphere in the room turned awkward. Zhang Qiao, come out and spar with me. Zhu Lili beckoned to him and headed outside. Cheng Chao looked resigned. Sis me again? Can you pick someone else for once? Less talk. You coming or not? Fine, I'm coming. In a bizarre cave, dark, viscous liquid dripped along the walls, a sickening sight. You went to see him secretly? A tall, shadowy figure stood on a platform back to the door. Below the steps, someone knelt. Forgive me, master. I was wrong. Jealousy is a good thing, it drives you to grow. But the dark nether is still weak. If those who claim to be righteous discover us, it would be our doom. Master, this disciple knows her mistake. It won't happen again. I've told you before, in this world, strength rules. As long as you're strong enough, you can have anything: money, men, power, status, all within reach. Focus on your cultivation. That's what you should be doing now. As punishment, you'll train in the 10,000 snake pit for 7 days. Any objections? The kneeling shadow trembled slightly. No objections, master. Go then. The figure on the platform gradually faded until it vanished completely. Yes. The shadow rose and turned into a wisp of black energy, darting out the door. As the two left, only the eerie drip-drip of the cave remained. Looking at the 13 mechanical beast heads before him, the senior sister in charge of registration was utterly astonished. 24 hours, and they had already completed a B-rank mission? That was way too fast. If a super faction had this kind of speed, it would be normal, but she knew very well that this group wasn't even qualified to take on B-rank missions. They had only managed to do so by relying on Yang Junwo's status as an inner courtyard student. If she knew that the actual completion time was only a little over 5 hours, with the rest spent waiting for the teleportation array to cool down, she would have been even more shocked. The mission was settled, 35 base points plus 65 bonus points, totaling 100 points. Great, the Waterlord Society finally has its first pot of gold. The group immediately urged Yang Junwu to take on the next mission. The senior sister advised everyone it's best not to take on missions too frequently. You should have a rest period between missions, or it will affect your daily cultivation. Thank you for the reminder, but we don't need rest for now, Yang Junwu said with a smile. The senior sister meant well, but she didn't know that this group had already rested during their mission and had even greatly improved their strength. Just as Yang Junwu was about to pick a mission, a familiar figure walked in from the door. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out it's the new faction that claims it will shake the 20 great factions, the Waterlord Society. Mo Yibai, accompanied by 4 branch members, had come to take on a mission but unexpectedly ran into his old rival, so he immediately stepped forward to mock them. Saru Shui snorted coldly. I thought who it was. Turns out it's young Master Mo, the defeated opponent. Mo Yibai's face darkened. Being ambushed by Yang Junwu and Su Ruo Shui was the biggest stain on his life. So what if you're in the top class? Without a strong backing, you're nothing but grasshoppers after autumn. You won't jump for long. Yang Junwu said calmly, our affairs are none of your concern, outsider. Su Ruo Shui's face flushed slightly. Outsider? So that made her an insider? Mo Yibai gritted his teeth and said, don't get too cocky. If you have the guts, disband every month and see how long you can last. His gaze fell on Zhang Chao and Li Zhong behind Yang Zhongwu. Zhang Chao, Li Zhong, you two traitors. Following Yang Junwu, you'll definitely regret it. Li Zhong said nothing, but Zhang Chao couldn't hold back and retorted, whether we regret it or not, at least it's better than following you. Sharp tongue. I can't be bothered to talk to fools like you. Senior sister, I want to take on a B-rank mission. Mo Yibai turned and walked toward the senior sister behind the mission counter. Ah, Mo Yibai, I challenge you to a duel. Oh, are you sure? Mo Yibai turned back. Don't be impulsive. You're not his match yet, Yang Junwu said, stepping in front of Zhang Chao. I'll spare your life for now. I have a mission to do and no time to play with you, Zhang Chao said, giving himself an out. Humph. Coward, Mo Yibai said, though he actually wished Zhang Chao would duel him. Not only would he win the bet, but it would also greatly damage the Waterlord Society's reputation. Senior sister, I want to take on this B-rank mission, Mo Yibai said, pointing at the mission list. All right, please show your faction badge. Mo Yibai pulled a golden badge from his chest. Compared to the Waterlord Society's bronze badge, the golden badge was clearly more exquisite, and it also represented the status of an A-rank faction. The Jianyu Society, a faction led by the Mo family, currently ranked 14th, and had just been upgraded to a rank last month. In truth, with the Mo family's real strength, it would be hard for them to break into the top 15. But The Mo family had mines they controlled, 6 secondary world portals, and 2 mining pocket worlds, one of which was in the hands of the current Genyu society leader, Mo Wentian. With that, he could attract mech forges to join. As a direct member of the Mo family, Mo Yibai received special treatment from Mo Wentian. Even though he hadn't made it into the top class, Mo Wentian still gave him the position of branch leader. Mo Yibai's branch had 20 members in total, more than the entire Waterlord Society. To repay Mo Wentian's trust, he worked very hard on missions and had earned 500 faction points last month, a fairly impressive result. This mission is an exploration mission. The detection device in the Icefield realm has detected fluctuations of a teleportation array deep within the Icefield realm. You need to verify whether it's true, and if a portal exists, check for any dangers nearby. Do you confirm taking on this mission? Confirmed, Mo Yibai nodded. Exploration missions were actually relatively simpler among B-rank missions. You only needed to investigate and write an exploration report. No combat required. He had already done 3 or 4 such missions before, so when this one appeared, he didn't hesitate to choose it. After Mo Yibai left, Yang Junwoo stepped forward. Senior sister, we also want to take on that mission just now. Classmate, think carefully. Although exploration missions can be taken by multiple factions, only one can claim the reward in the end. I understand. Alright, you can see the mission details yourselves. The senior sister handed over a tablet. Mission objectives: 1. Determine whether the portal exists. Determine the type, strength, and numbers of monsters near the portal. 3. Optional objective: enter the portal to confirm the nature of the secondary world. Not recommended. 4. Exetuming mission duration: 5 days. Mission evaluation: if only one team goes, completing the first 2 objectives earns the base reward, with additional rewards based on detail. If multiple teams go, the team with more accurate and detailed information earns the reward. Call Chang Chao Kun. Why? Why yo? Call Kun. Chao clenched his fist and said, "Great. This time we'll snatch that guy Mo Yibai's reward. Let him see how formidable the Waterlord Society is." Yang Junwoo nodded and said to the group, "Who wants to go?" Zhang Chao was stunned. "Aren't we all going together?" Yang Junwoo shook his head. "It's an exploration mission. Having more people doesn't necessarily make it more effective. Besides, if we all stick together, it won't help your growth or your personal points. I suggest we go in groups of 4, and the other 2 groups take C-rank missions." Su Ruoshui said calmly. "I'll go with you." Zhang Chao quickly raised his hand. "Wherever the boss goes, I go. Hey Lily, come along. Chu Lily. The leader is right. We can't always rely on him. We need to learn to stand on our own. I'll take a C-rank mission. Huh? Zhang Chao was dumbfounded. He never expected Zhu Lili to not stick with him at a critical moment. He looked at Yang Junwu, then at Zhu Lili, and was torn with indecision. Yang Jiangwu said irritably, "Get over to Lili's side. I don't want someone in my team whose heart is elsewhere." "Thanks, boss." Zhang Chao zipped over to Zhu Lili's side. "We still need 2 more," Yang Zhongwu said. "I'll go." Cao Mengye spoke up. "Leader, count me in," Li Zhong said, stepping forward. "All right, since we're all here, let's set out." Yang Junwu led the 3 to the portal. The teacher at the portal clearly recognized them. "You're going on another mission? Remember to rest. Don't push yourselves too hard for points," the teacher advised. Yang Junwu smiled and said, "Thank you, teacher. We know what we're doing." "All right, where are you headed?" "The Icefield Realm." "Also the Icefield Realm." The teacher was taken aback. Yang Junwu nodded. It seemed Mo Yibai's team had already gone there not long ago. "Go stand in teleportation array number no DR." The 4 entered the array, a flash of white light, and soon they found themselves in a metal building. Stepping out the door, howling winds mixed with ice powder rushed at them. "Achoo!" Li Zhong couldn't help but sneeze and quickly activated his fusion, using his mech body to ward off the cold. Surushui looked at the falling snow and said, "Is this the Icefield Realm?" "This isn't the Icefield Realm. This is Extreme North Isle, the northernmost island of Flying Flower Continent." A middle-aged man, wrapped tightly from head to toe, walked over through the wind and snow. The group was deeply shocked. They hadn't expected the academy to have assets in such a remote place. "Who are you?" Yang Junwu asked. "I'm the academy's administrator for Extreme North Isle. The portal to the Icefield Realm you're heading to is due north, about 5 kilometers from here." "Thank you." The group plunged into the wind and snow, heading in the direction the administrator had pointed. Soon, a portal as crystal clear as a diamond appeared ahead of them. "This should be the portal to the Icefield Realm. Follow me in, and don't fall behind," Yang Junwu said, activating his mech communication. The wind and snow outside were too fierce to hear anything. "Yes, leader." 4 flashes of light passed, and the group vanished from Extreme North Isle, arriving in the Icefield Realm. What greeted their eyes was a massive frozen lake. The ice crystals on the lake sparkled with a myriad of colors under the sunlight, turning the lake into a dazzling, surreal fairy tale world. So beautiful. Su Ruoshui was mesmerized. She wasn't the only one. Xiao Mengye and Li Zhong were also staring blankly at the scenery around them. Yang Zhongwu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He scanned the surroundings and saw a rainbow-colored ribbon approaching Su Ruoshui at incredible speed. "Watch out!" Yang Junwu stepped forward and punched the head of the rainbow-colored strange snake. Squeak! The attacker let out a cry of pain, realizing its ambush had failed, and quickly retreated. Yang Junwu didn't know if there were other hidden monsters nearby, so he didn't pursue but gathered the 4 together. "Be careful! This place isn't as safe as it looks." The 4 maintained a defensive formation and moved forward slowly. Soon, Yang Junwu spotted a huge pit. The rainbow-colored snake had come from that pit to ambush them. They continued forward for about 5 or 6 kilometers before finally leaving the Rainbow Lake area and arriving at the edge of a vast grassland. "That's not right. Isn't this the Icefield Realm? How can there be such a big grassland?" Cao Mengyo asked in confusion. "Be careful. I have a feeling something's off here." For some reason, Yang Junwu felt his heart beating twice as fast as usual, and there was a killing impulse stirring inside him. "Everyone, guard me." After a moment's thought, Yang Junwu directly deactivated his mech fusion. Surushui was taken aback deactivating fusion in a place like this. Was he out of his mind? But she trusted that Yang Junwu had his reasons, and she watched their surroundings even more nervously, ready to strike at any moment. As soon as his physical body appeared, Yang Junwu felt an intense, bone-chilling cold. Sure enough, the grassland here was just an illusion. Some force must be masking the original terrain. Just then, his hidden dragon body sent out a mental signal, as if saying something over there was extremely attractive to it. Yang Junwu was stunned. This was the first time he'd felt such a strong craving from his hidden dragon body. What could possibly be so appealing to it? Whether to complete the mission or answer the hidden dragon body's call, he had to go check it out. Refusing with his mech, Yang Junwu pointed northwest. "Let's head that way." The 4 of them spread out in combat formation, with Yang Junwu and Su Ruoshui taking the lead. "Ooh, let's turn back. Something ahead gives me a creeping dread." Halfway there, Surushui suddenly spoke up. At this moment, the call inside Yang Junwu's body was even stronger, even in mech fusion state. He could clearly feel the hidden dragon body's excitement. He absolutely couldn't give up on finding out what was causing this. But the others really had no obligation to risk themselves with him. "How about this? You all head back to the entrance and wait for me. I'll go alone to check it out, Yang Junwu said to Su Ruoshui. Su Ruoshui shook her head. Since you're going, I'll go with you. Cao Mengyue and Li Zhong quickly chimed in. We're a team, how can we let the president bear the danger alone? We'll all go together. More hands make lighter work, and it's easier to escape danger as a group. All right, let's go together. The four continued forward, but as they neared the edge of the grassland, they suddenly hit a wall. A transparent wall. Is this a barrier? It's huge. Cao Mengye reached out to touch it, feeling a slight similarity to the mech's shield barrier. But this wall was too massive and wide. It stretched beyond sight. Even 100 A-rank mech cores might not be enough to sustain such a large energy output. Su Ruoshui said in a low voice, Wu, I can sense the source of danger is behind this barrier. Yang Junwu smiled slightly. And the truth of the matter is behind it too. Cao Menyo leaned in. President, how do we get in? Attack it directly? Yang Junwu pondered for a moment, then decided to try. Break through a point, focus our attack on one spot. We don't need to destroy the whole barrier wall, just open a gap. The four prepared, and 8 laser cannon blasts hit the same spot on the barrier. But a minute passed, and the barrier didn't even tremble, let alone crack. No good. This barrier is too strong. We can't break it, Li Zhong said, slumping to the ground in defeat. Yan Zhuanwu was frustrated. Was he going to have to give up on an opportunity so close at hand? Seeing his anxious expression, Su Ruoshui spoke up. Ooh, don't worry, I have a way. What way? Yang Junwu's face lit up with hope as he looked at her expectantly. Su Ruoshui gave a bitter smile. A secret technique passed down in my family. With my current strength, I can't fully control it, and I'll need your help. I can't guarantee it'll work. That's fine, let's give it a try. If it really doesn't work, we'll just have to give up, Yang Junwu nodded. Just as Su Ruoshui was about to perform the secret technique, 5 people emerged from the mist. Mo Yibai was extremely annoyed. It was supposed to be a simple mission, but his team seemed trapped in a giant maze, unable to find the way forward. After circling around several times, he suddenly detected mech core energy fluctuations to his left front. He quickly led his team toward the source, only to find someone he never expected to see. Yang Zhongwu, why are you here? Why, you can come and we can't. Yang Kunwu replied calmly. No, it's just how can a mere C-rank faction like yours take on a B-rank mission? That's none of your business. You. Mo Yibai was left speechless by Yang Junwu's retort. Captain, there's a barrier here. One of Mo Yibai's team members walked to the barrier wall and pushed hard, but it didn't budge. Barrier? Mo Yibai seemed to understand something and pointed at Yang Junwu, bursting into laughter. I get it now. Yang Junwu, a C-rank faction is a C-rank faction. If you don't have the right tool, don't take on the job. A mere barrier stops you cold. How ridiculous. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yang Junwu's mouth. So you're saying you're brave enough to break through this barrier wall? Mo Yibai glanced at the size of the barrier. He wouldn't dare boast about destroying the whole thing, but just making a hole to get through. That should be no problem. With that thought, he snorted, I can't break the whole barrier, but making a door to get in? That's a piece of cake. All right, if you can break it, I'll call you Dad right here, Yang Junwu said. No need for that. Just have your Shuizhong Society people steer clear of my Zhenyu Society from now on, Mo Yibai sneered. Go ahead. Yang Junwu didn't waste words and stepped aside. Brothers, let's hit it together. Mo Yibai didn't dare be overconfident, so he gathered all 5 of them to attack the barrier. This time, the impact was louder than Yang Junwu's group's attempt, but the barrier remained unmoved. That's impossible. Mo Yibai was dumbfounded. Let's join in too. Yang Junwu didn't mock him. He was focused on finding a way in. All 9 attacked simultaneously, with Yang Junwu, Su Ruoshui, and Cao Mengye even switching to a rank max, but they still couldn't break the barrier. This is too bizarre. This thing is beyond us, Mo Yibai said, giving up after exhausting his strength. Yang Junwu said, since you can't do it, why not try our method? Mo Yibai sneered. What method do you have? Su Ruoshui's icy voice reached his ears. He doesn't. But I do. Mo Yibai shuddered. For some reason, facing this woman always gave him a sense of dread. Not daring to meet Su Ruoshui's gaze, Mo Yibai lowered his head and muttered, then show us what you've got, or we'll all be stuck here. Su Ruoshui said, I am about to perform a secret technique. You all need to transfer your mech energy to me. Yang Junwu was taken aback. All the energy? Could she handle? Of the remaining 8 people, 4 had a rank mechs that was a lot of energy. Su Ruoshui seemed to read his concern and gave him a smile. Wu, don't worry. I'll be fine. All right, let's begin. Yang Junwu nodded. Su Ruoshui closed her eyes, and her body slowly rose into the air. At about 10 meters up, she stopped. A flash of light appeared behind her, and 2 pairs of pure white wings slowly unfurled. What is that? The people below were stunned. This was definitely not Mac equipment. It was some kind of technique from her own body. So beautiful. The men present couldn't take their eyes off her. Xiuxian was already beautiful, but her usual cold demeanor kept people at a distance. Now, with the 2 pairs of white wings, she looked like an angel from heaven, her beauty even more striking. Cao Mengyue's eyes flickered, and a strong surge of jealousy rose in her heart. Why? They had similar looks and similar strength. Why did she get all the attention? Cao Mengyue, what are you doing? Stop spacing out and send your energy. Li Zhong noticed she wasn't moving and called out. Oh, coming. Cao Mengyue responded and activated her mech's energy transfer. 8 beams of light converged on the energy receiver behind Xiuxian. As the energy increased, the white wings began to turn transparent, like diamond wings. But after the first pair of wings transformed, the incoming energy wasn't enough. The third wing only half transformed before it couldn't continue. Xiuxian muttered incantations, and 4 rainbow-colored lights lit up at the shoulders of the wings. The lights traced a door shape on the 4 corners of the barrier wall. Everyone, get in quickly! I can't hold this for long, Xiuxian shouted. Can we just walk through that door? The 5 members of Mo Yibai's team looked at each other, none of them moving. Only Yang Junwu didn't hesitate, darting toward the rainbow door. Sure enough, the barrier had no effect on him, and he vanished into the light. Seeing this, Mo Yibai quickly ordered his team to follow. Cao Mengyue and Li Zhong weren't about to be left behind and rushed in right after. Once everyone was through, the wings behind Xiuxian disappeared, and she slowly landed on the ground, her mech fusion forcibly deactivated. Her face was pale, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. The secret technique had drained her greatly. It would take at least half a month to fully recover. Xiuxian looked toward the barrier wall. Woo, this is all I can do for you. The rest is up to you. What greeted everyone's eyes was a world of ice and snow. Endless glaciers, with countless mists drifting down from the mountaintops, finally settling on the barrier wall. Yang Junwu suddenly understood, so that's how the unbreakable barrier came to be. No wonder it was so tough. After being steeped in freezing air for who knows how many years, it made sense it had such power. Everyone, the teleportation gate should be deep in this glacier. Let's split up here and rely on our own luck. Mo Yibai led his team away quickly. Man, that guy has no loyalty. Sister Ruoshui got him in here, and he didn't even say thanks, Li Zhong grumbled. Yang Junwu said calmly, Don't worry about others. Let's just focus on ourselves. For safety, I suggest we stick together. Any objections? Cao Mengyue and Li Zhong both agreed, and the 3 of them sped off toward the depths of the glacier. The closer they got to the glacier, the lower the surrounding temperature dropped. Even before they reached the base of the glacier, Li Zhong could feel the cold breaking through his mech's defenses and seeping into his body. President, Sister Menju, I can't go any further. Li Zhong dared not continue. If his mech gave out, he'd turn into an ice sculpture. All right, go back and find Ruoshui. It's dangerous here. Yang Jun nodded. Even with his A-rank core fused, he could feel the biting cold outside. Li Zhong had done well to make it this far. Cao Mengyue, are you going back with him? Yang Junwu turned to ask. Cao Mengyue shook her head. For some reason, after entering the barrier, she felt a force ahead pulling at her. Until she figured out what it was, she wasn't going back. Besides, if there were rare treasures here, she couldn't let Yang Junwu claim them all for himself. Fine, let's go then. Yang Junwu didn't care either way. If she wanted to tag along, so be it. The 2 pressed on and finally reached the base of the glacier. This time they could see what it really was. God, what the hell is that? Cao Mengyue screamed. Yang Junwu's heart pounded too, but he held his tongue. What lay before them wasn't a glacier at all. It was a massive bone dragon made of ice. The bone dragon stretched for miles, its 12 pairs of wings like 12 icy peaks. It seemed to be sleeping, and the breath from its nostrils had turned the surroundings into a frozen world. Yan Junwu suddenly understood. The barrier wall outside was formed from this icy power. No wonder it was so hard. Cao Mengyue was trembling all over. An invisible pressure in the air seemed to demand her submission. She knew that if she gave in, she'd become the bone dragon's slave, trapped forever. Actatake, mech shield, Cao Mengyue shouted, her heart crying out in defiance. Wrapped it in the shield, the pressure eased a bit, and she managed to stand straight. Yang Junwu, let's go back. This place isn't for students like us. If we report this to the academy, we'll get plenty of rewards. When Cao Mengyue realized what had been calling to her was the bone dragon's breath, she knew it wasn't nature's gift, it was a predator's lure. Retreating now was the best choice. If the bone dragon woke, they'd all be buried here. But Yang Junwu seemed not to hear her at all. Instead, he walked toward a cave beneath the dragon. Cao Mengyue's heart sank. Damn it, Yang Junwu must be under the frost's control. If he died here, she'd be free. No more worrying about that secret getting out. Yet somehow, watching his retreating figure, she couldn't bring herself to leave alone. Gritting her teeth, she charged after him. Deep in the cave, young Junwoo stood before an ice sculpture, lost in thought. Hyang Junwoo, we... Cao Mengyue started to urge him to leave, but was cut off. Shh, keep it down. Don't wake that thing up. You're fine? Cao Mengyue was stunned. Yang Junwoo showed no sign of being bewitched. He had no time for her now. His hidden dragon body had guided him here, drawn by something it craved. In the vast cave, the ice sculpture was the most conspicuous thing.
Cao Mengyue, do me a favor, use your laser cannon to melt this ice.
Fine. Cao Mengyue didn't refuse. She wanted to see what was inside too. They both activated their laser cannons and began burning the ice. Slowly, the ice melted, revealing what was frozen inside. It's a portal! Cao Mengyue gasped, then quickly covered her mouth. As the ice melted, the light on the portal grew brighter. Whoa. Finally done. They had nearly drained all the power from their A-rank cores. Young Junwoo stared at the shimmering portal. The urge from his hidden dragon body grew stronger. What it needed was inside. They'd found the portal and scouted the monsters nearby. By all rights, the mission was complete. Cao Mengye was about to suggest they leave when she saw young Junwoo dive headfirst into the portal. Was he crazy? Cao Mengye was dumbfounded. If something that terrifying existed outside the portal, who knew what was inside? Forget it. She gritted her teeth and dove in after him. Unlike the frozen world outside, the world beyond the portal had a gentle breeze and warm sunshine. An endless grassland stretched out, with a dense forest at its edge. But oddly, there were no animals or people in sight. The whole world was peaceful and serene. Yang Junwoo arrived beneath a massive rock, where 2 eggs lay neatly, each the size of a human head, covered in intricate patterns. Cao Mengyue exclaimed. Could these be the frost? Yang Junwoo shot her a look. Does that make sense? Something that big laying eggs this small? And that's a bone dragon, how would it lay eggs? But these were undoubtedly dragon eggs, because his hidden dragon body was practically vibrating with excitement and craving. Whatever. Screw it if I die. I die. Yang Junwoo reached out and touched one of the eggs. A surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed from the shell into his body. The egg seemed to sense the danger and tried to resist, but its power was too weak, and the hidden dragon body quickly suppressed its struggle. As the egg's energy seeped into him, Yang Junwoo could clearly see his meridians and bones strengthening at lightning speed. If he had to describe the feeling in one word, it was awesome. Seeing this, Cao Mengyue walked over to the other egg and reached out. Zap! Her face darkened. Why can Yang Junwoo do it, but I can't? She refused to give up and tried again, still repelled. This time, it even shattered a small piece of her mech's finger armor. Helpless, Cao Mengyue had to step back and watch Yang Junwoo absorb the egg's power. If I hit him now, even if the academy finds out, I could blame the ice dragon. Cao Mengyue stared hard at Yang Junwoo's back, the cannon on her arm slowly opening. Sorushui, resting on the grass, suddenly opened her eyes. Something's wrong. Yang Junwoo is in danger. Li Tong jumped, startled. Sister Ruoshui, what's wrong? Su Ruoshui snapped back to reality. Somehow, a sudden dread had gripped her heart. Lai Zheng chuckled. Sister Ruoshui, are you worried about the president? Don't worry, he's strong and not reckless. If there's danger, he'll retreat. Ruoshui nodded. The sense of crisis had already faded. What's wrong with me, having such a delusion? She murmured to herself. Cao Mengyue lowered her arm, forcing herself not to strike. Not only might an attack wake the frost dragon, but if it wasn't a killing blow, Yang Junwoo would counterattack. With her current strength, she couldn't beat him. But watching him absorb the egg's power while she couldn't was maddening. She decided to ignore it and walked to the other side of the rock. Suddenly, she spotted something yellow on the ground. Cao Mengyue bent down and picked it up. Could this be a dragon egg too? The yellow egg was about the size of a goose egg, with no energy fluctuation at all. Carefully, she hid it in her clothes. On the other side, Yang Junwoo had finished absorbing 1 egg, his cultivation level soaring. 2nd stage body tempering. 3rd stage body tempering. All the way to 9th stage body tempering before it stopped. Though his hidden dragon body still craved more, Yang Junwoo felt he shouldn't absorb any further. As they say, too much is as bad as too little. Such rapid advancement wasn't necessarily good. A house with a weak foundation is always at risk of collapsing. Plus, if he absorbed all the eggs here, the big creature outside might sense it and wake up. If it woke, they'd be done for. Yang Junwoo snapped a few photos and called for Cao Mengyue to leave. Back at the base of the glacier, he suddenly said to her, Cao Mengyue, I have a favor to ask. Don't spread the news about the dragon eggs beyond the portal. Cao Mengyue smiled. Fine, but what's in it for me, President? Yang Junwoo asked. What do you want? Let's see. I haven't decided yet. Consider it a promise you owe me. I'll tell you when I've thought of something. Deal then. Yang Junwu nodded. Cao Mengyue smirked inwardly. Even if Yang Junwu hadn't asked, she wouldn't have told anyone after all. He'd absorbed the egg with no proof left, while she had a live dragon egg tucked away. Yan Junwu hadn't gone far when he saw Mo Yibai and his 4 teammates approaching from the other side. Where are your people? Only 2 left? Mo Yibai asked, puzzled. Yang Junwu said calmly. Li Zhong left earlier. There's no portal here, just a terrifying beast. A beast? What beast? Mo Yibai was confused. Take a closer look at those glaciers ahead. What do they look like? Yang Yunwu said. Then, without waiting for a reaction, he sped off at full throttle toward the barrier. Why is he running so fast? Mo Yibai stared at the glaciers and slowly his face changed. There's an ice dragon this big in the world? Captain, you mean those glaciers are the dragon's body? One team member gasped. Then what are we still doing here? If the ice dragon notices us, 1 breath, and we're dead. Another member turned and bolted without hesitation. No wonder Yang Junwu and the others had fled so fast, they wanted to use them as bait. Realizing this, Mo Yibai didn't hesitate. He powered up his mech to the max and chased after Yang Junwu. Back at the academy, Yang Zhongwu first went to turn in his mission. The news of the great ice dragon's appearance immediately shocked the academy's higher-ups. Their first action was to cancel the ice field exploration missions and deactivate the teleportation array leading to the ice field. The Academic Affairs Office summoned the 9 students who had participated in the mission and demanded they keep it completely confidential. Yang Junwu readily agreed to this. As long as their information wasn't exposed, it was good news for the Waterlord Society. However, since the Academy viewed this matter as so dangerous, it would be unreasonable not to reap some benefits from it. So Yang Junwu immediately went to find his master. Luo Youyi, Master, because of the Academy's faulty information, we nearly lost our lives on the ice field. Surely we deserve some compensation? In truth, the Academy was already considering giving both teams some points. What Lu he hadn't expected was that Yang Junwu would come to him on his own. He asked, what kind of compensation do you want? A few dozen B-rank cores, 5 or 6,000 points that should barely be enough. Lu, he was at a loss for words. You kid really dare to dream. If you've got the guts, go propose it directly to the school committee and see if the dean doesn't throw you out on your ear. Yang Junwu asked curiously, by the way, I've been at the academy this long, but I've never seen the dean. Who is he, exactly? Liu. His expression changed and he scolded. Don't ask about things you shouldn't pry into. Be careful, or trouble will stick to you. Oh. Yang Junwu looked obedient and innocent, staring at him with wide eyes. Forget it. Who says you're not my last disciple? I'll go talk to the Academic Affairs Office. Remember, you must not breathe a word of this. Lo, he couldn't bear to see his beloved disciple wronged, and his heart softened. Great. Thanks so much, Master. Yang Junwu's excitement returned in an instant, a complete contrast to the meek, helpless image he'd just projected. Lu He nearly changed his mind on the spot, but Yang Junwu had already left the room. That kid, he actually came to fool his master. Lo, he gave a helpless, wry smile. Shaking his head, he headed toward the Academic Affairs Office. Back at the Waterlord Society base, Yang Junwu issued an order to suspend B-rank missions. First, because the Waterlord Society had been making too much noise lately, if the Long Wind Society or Heaven Earth Society caught wind of their plans, winning this month's points battle would become very difficult. Second, after the glacier trip, a large amount of power within him had yet to settle, and he needed time to digest it. Su Shui, after using her secret art, needed a period of rest to recover. Cao Mengyue also suddenly announced she was going into closed-door cultivation. That left San Yue as the only A-rank mech pilot at full strength. Doing B-rank missions under these circumstances was too dangerous. Of course, even if B-rank was off the table, C-rank missions were still doable. The members needed points to exchange for cultivation resources, and the Waterlord Society also needed to project an image of working hard on C-rank missions. 5 days passed. Yan Junwu's dragon qi had been almost completely absorbed by his hidden dragon body, yet his realm had dropped instead of risen from the 8th turn of the body tempering realm down to the 7th turn. But he was very satisfied. His current 7th turn body tempering strength far surpassed the unstable 8th turn he'd had 5 days ago. This was the benefit of a solid foundation. Good news also came from Luo He. The Academic Affairs Office had decided to award them 2 B-rank cores and 500 faction points as compensation. Yang Zhongwu was overjoyed. The B-rank cores from the Academy were completely different from those circulating on the outside. Ordinary B-rank cores had a fusion rate of, at most, around 80-something, while those produced by the Academy started at 90 or above. As for the 500 faction points, that was equivalent to perfectly completing 5 B-rank missions. The Waterlord Society currently had 670 points, placing them at least in the middle tier among all factions. President, great news! Zhang Chao burst into the office from outside. What good news? Everyone immediately turned their gaze to him. In 3 days, the 5 Academy Exchange Meet will be held at the Divine Weapon Academy. Each grade selects 5 participants. If you place, you'll be rewarded with a large number of academic credits and faction points for your faction. Yang Junwu was taken aback. What's the 5 Academy Exchange Meet? Don't worry, I've already asked around. The 5 academies are the Divine Weapon Academy, Spirit Butterfly Academy, Clear Wind Academy, War God Academy, and Heaven Mad Academy. Spirit Butterfly Academy. A memory of a woman surfaced in Yang Junwu's mind. Xiuxian, his cousin, and the sister who had been kindest to him in the Yang family. Xiuxian had entered the Spirit Butterfly Academy for advanced study 3 years ago and should now be a 3rd-year student. He wondered if she'd be selected to come to the 5 Academy Exchange Meet this time. Pause! Seeing Yang Junwu lost in thought, Zhang Chao waved a hand in front of his face. Yang Junwu slapped his hand away. Go, go. Whoever wants to go can sign up. No need to ask me. Huh? Zhang Chao was stunned. Boss, you're not participating? We'll see. Yang Junwu didn't want to show off like that because it wouldn't help him at all. More importantly, he didn't know how to face Sister Wan. Su Ruoshui said calmly, I'm not participating either. If Sister Ruoshui isn't going either, then it's over. The spots will definitely be taken by others. Zhang Chao wailed. He'd improved a lot recently, but compared to those experts who could pilot a rank mechs, he still had a long way to go. San Yuwei snorted coldly. What? Does my Waterlord Society have no talents besides the president and vice president? Jiang Qiao quickly forced a smile. How could I forget Brother Sun? It's just that there are 5 spots, and with only you, Brother Sun, it's a bit lacking. Cao Mengye looked up. I'll go too. For some reason, Zhang Chao felt that Cao Mengyue was different from before, as if she constantly radiated a faint, unsettling aura. If Sister Cao is willing to step up, that's even better. At least our faction will have 2 experts competing. Chu Lili spoke up from the side. I suggest everyone who wants to go should sign up. Whether or not you get selected, at least you can see the gap between yourself and the other experts. Cheng Chao's eyes lit up. As expected of my Lili, always thinking ahead. How about we go together? Get lost. Yang Junwu didn't want to participate, but some things couldn't be avoided. Lu He came to him directly and told him to join the first-year mech duel. If he didn't, the 2 B rank cores and 500 points would be void. Yang Junwu had no choice but to agree. Don't be ungrateful, kid. Others would kill for this chance. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Luo, he couldn't help but scold him. Yang Junwu smiled bitterly. Thank you, master, but I just want to cultivate in peace. No ambition. What can pure hard training achieve? You need real battles to improve faster. By the way, after lunch, go find that old man Zhan Tian. Zhan Tian? Yang Junwu racked his brain before remembering he was the vice dean of the Inner Academy, skilled in forging. The Inner and Outer Academies weren't actually in the same place. You had to pass through a teleportation gate. After showing his Inner Academy badge to the guard at the gate, the guard opened the portal and sent him to the Inner Academy. As soon as he entered, Yang Junwu felt the spiritual qi around him was almost like a thin paste, even slightly sticky. That was insane. With such dense spiritual qi, cultivation would definitely be twice as effective. No wonder everyone in the Outer Academy wanted to get into the Inner Academy. The Inner Academy had few students. Yang Junwu walked a long stretch without seeing a single person. Man, the Inner Academy is this big and there's no one to ask for directions. Where am I supposed to find Vice Dean Zhan Tian? After turning down 2 small paths, Yang Zhenwu finally spotted a man meditating in a pavilion at the center of a lake. He hurried over to him, but before he could even reach the edge of the pavilion, 3 sharp sword chi attacks came flying at his face. The man hadn't fused a mech at all. This was purely his own power. Yang Zhenwu also wanted to test his current dragon, forging art and hidden dragon body, so he didn't fuse a mech either. He clenched his fist and knocked away the incoming sword ki one by one. That feels great. Yang Junwu looked at his uninjured fist, a wave of satisfaction washing over him from head to toe. The strength of his hidden dragon body had indeed improved a lot. Now, even without a mech, he could go toe-to-toe with an ordinary D-rank external mech using just his flesh. As if sensing his opponent, the man in the pavilion suddenly opened his eyes. Without any visible movement, a fist was already in front of Yang Junwu's face. So fast. Yang Junwu's mind shook. There was no time to block with a punch, so he abandoned defense entirely and jabbed 2 fingers toward the man's chest, using offense as defense. Sure enough, the man didn't want to trade blows and dodged aside with a flash. Yang Junwu took 3 steps back, moving out of the man's key lock range. Only then could he get a good look at the man's face. Beautiful. For some reason, that was the word that popped into Yang Junwu's mind, a word that shouldn't describe a man at all. But that was exactly the feeling the man before him gave off. Handsome as Pan An, with red lips and white teeth, delicate and refined, flawless. Yang Junwoo found it hard to connect the face before him with the fierce attack just moments ago. Seeing Yang Junwoo's expression, the man's eyes dimmed. Sure enough, everyone who saw him had the same reaction. The man let out a long sigh. This had happened more than once, and he was gradually getting used to it. Junior, I don't think I've seen you before. Are you a new student? Ah, yes. I'm Yang Junwoo, a freshman this year. And you, senior? Yang Junwoo struggled to tear his gaze away from the man's face. My name is Meng Xuanhuan. Senior Meng, hello. I'm looking for Vice Dean Zhan Tian. Do you know where he is? You're looking for my master? Meng Xuanhuan was taken aback. You're Vice Dean Zhan Tian's disciple? Yang Junwoo hadn't expected that asking a random person would lead him to the right one. Master is in the forging room now. I'll take you there. Meng Xuanhuan nodded. After winding through a few more paths, Meng Xuanhuan led him into a 3-story building and stopped in front of the forging room on the east side. Master, someone's here to see you. Meng Xuanhuan knocked gently. Tell him to wait. Zhan Tian's voice came from inside. Meng Xuanhuan smiled apologetically at Yang Junwoo. Junior, have a seat and rest for a bit. When Master is forging, he doesn't even pay attention to the dean. Let's wait. I understand. No rush. Yang Junwoo nodded. Forging wasn't a simple task. One tiny mistake could ruin all the previous work. Senior Meng, you're truly amazing. Your physical body is incredibly powerful. With nothing else to do, the two started chatting. Meng Xuanhuan gave a wry smile. Junior, do you also think I look like a girl? Yang Junwoo scratched his head, not knowing how to respond. Actually, you don't need to say it, I know. To make myself look fiercer, I worked hard on training my body. But even after reaching the Overlord body realm, my appearance hasn't changed one bit. If he hadn't seen Meng Xuanhuan's face with his own eyes, Yang Junwoo would have thought this guy was just showing off. Who trains all the way to the Overlord body realm for a reason like that? You're pretty impressive too, Junior. You can actually withstand attacks from the Overlord body realm. Meng Xuanhuan was also curious about Yang Junwoo. His impression was that Yang Junwoo's realm wasn't high, but his physical strength was extraordinary, almost on par with his own. Yang Junwoo smiled. Maybe it's because of my constitution. My body is decent enough. They chatted for about half an hour when suddenly, Zhan Tian's cursing voice came from inside. Meng Xuanhuan's expression changed. Damn, the master must have failed the forging this time. You should hide for now. Come back after he cools down. Yang Junwoo stood up to leave, but a voice came from inside. Xuanhuan, who's here? Bring him in. Meng Xuanhuan spread his hands helplessly. Yang Junwoo shook his head, indicating it was fine. The two walked slowly into the room. As soon as he entered, Yang Junwoo smelled a pungent odor of melted metal. Zhan Tian stared grimly at the pool of metallic waste. Silent. Yang Junwoo stepped forward directly and bowed. Vice Dean Zhang, hello. Master Luo, he sent me to see you. Only then did Zhang Tian turn to look at him. You? What's your name again? Student Yang Junwoo. Oh, I remember now. Custom mech core, right? Bring out the materials. Zhang Tian said coldly. He was clearly still immersed in his recent failure and in a bad mood. Yang Junwoo hadn't expected to need to supply his own materials, and Lu He hadn't mentioned it. Fortunately, he had a decent stock of B-rank mech materials in his pocket world, though he wasn't sure which ones were useful. Yang Junwoo simply dumped all the materials out at once. They clattered into a pile on the floor of the forging room. Meng Xuanhuan was stunned. Such a large piece of blood jade crystal? Such pure Isui stone? And even white crystal? Good heavens! These were all rare materials for forging B-rank cores, some even usable for A-rank cores. But these materials alone wouldn't shock them given their status. Obtaining such things wasn't hard. What truly stunned them was the purity take Isui stone, for example. It's a byproduct of mother crystal ore, usually no more than 70% pure. Even deliberately purified, it rarely exceeds 90%. But the Isui stone Yang Junwoo brought was crystal clear, almost no impurities, visible purity at least 95%. That old man Luo He, how much good stuff did he give you? Zhang Tian said, exasperated. Little did he know, these were actually Yang Junwoo's own. But since he misunderstood, Yang Junwoo went along with it, avoiding a long explanation. Vice Dean, I don't know which materials are needed to forge a B-rank core. Please pick what you need. What type of mech do you want to build? Zhang Tian asked. What do you mean? Yang Junwoo was confused. Although they're all called B-rank mechs, each one is different. For example, support range type, it has excellent endurance and strong long-range attack power, but weak melee capability. Recovery enhancement type, strong recovery, average attack. Melee strength type focuses on close-range attacks, high attack and defense, but average speed. Yang Junwoo hadn't realized there was so much to learn about B-rank mechs. Meng Xuanhuan whispered, only a top-tier forger like the master can create so many types. For ordinary forgers, just succeeding is already good enough. Yang Kunwu understood now. No wonder the master sent him to Weistin Zheng. He wanted a mech tailored specifically for him. I want the melee agility type. Yang Junwu thought for a moment and made his choice. What could complement the dragon forging art was close-range combat. And with the hidden dragon body's bonuses, his strength and defense were more than sufficient. If the mech could provide attack speed bonuses, his melee system would be nearly perfect. Chang Tian picked out a dozen or so items from the pile. That's enough. Put the rest away. Yes, Vice Dean. Yang Junwu quickly swept the remaining materials back into his pocket world. He wasn't worried about exposing a top-tier forger like this surely had his own pocket world. Sure enough, neither of them showed any surprise at the flash of light. After tidying up, they prepared to forge. Zhang Tian suddenly stepped aside and said to Meng Shuhuan, "Shuhuan, you do it." Meng Shuhuan glanced at Yang Junwu, then spoke up. "Master, why not let Yang Junwu try? His physical strength is no less than mine." "Oh? You're also at the Overlord Body Realm?" Zhang Tian was "No, it's just that I have a special constitution and great strength," Yang Junwu quickly explained. He didn't understand why Meng Shuhuan was pushing him forward. He was a complete novice at forging. "Fine, then you do it." Yang Junwu took a deep breath. He trusted that Meng Shuhuan wouldn't harm him, and trying couldn't hurt. He had plenty of materials. "Just swing the hammer. Leave the rest to me," Zhang Tian said from behind him. A magnificent red mech appeared on Zhang Tian, and he lightly tapped the back of Yang Junwu's head. Yang Junwu suddenly found his perspective changed. He could see every grain and pattern in the materials before him. And within those patterns were tiny black spots, the so-called impurities. Zhang Tian's voice echoed directly in his mind. "Focus your mind. Forge the materials into the most primitive angstrom particles and arrange them as you envision. During the forging, remove as much impurity as possible." Clang! Yang Junwu's hammer struck, and the patterns shifted slightly. How many strikes would it take to reach the goal? No matter, let's go. Clang, clang, clang. The forging room filled with intense metallic clashes. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Meng Shuhuan watched in shock as the two continued forging. He had recommended Yang Junwu because he knew Zhang Tian had a technique of spiritual transmission that could guide a disciple's forging at the level of consciousness. This method required the person being taught to have the physical capability to complete the forging themselves. In simple terms, Zhang Tian used Yang Junwu's body to forge, allowing the latter to fully experience the entire process. With this teaching method, someone with high comprehension could grasp the basics in 1 or 2 sessions. Based on his own experience, half an hour was enough to produce a qualified B-rank mech core prototype. Yang Junwu's physique was roughly comparable to his, so sustaining it for half an hour to an hour shouldn't be a problem. Meng Shuhuan had taken a liking to Yang Junwu, so he'd found a way to get Zhang Tian to teach him. But now, an hour and a half had passed, and the two showed no sign of finishing. The master would be fine, but Yang Junwu's body might not hold up. After all, this was his first time forging. If it caused any real damage, then Meng Shuhuan's good intentions would backfire, and the guilt would be immense. 2 hours passed. Should he interrupt them? Meng Shuhuan was deeply conflicted. The master hated being interrupted during forging, and once absorbed, he never cared about his own body's limits, let alone Yang Junwu's condition. His own forging record was 3 hours. Yang Junwu's physique was about the same, so if nothing happened by 3 hours, he would forcibly interrupt, even if it meant being scolded. At this moment, Yang Junwu was lost in the thrill of forging. With each material being forged, he felt a surge of dragon qi drilling into it. The dragon qi itself was harmless, it didn't directly affect his forging, and it even greatly enhanced the material's strength. But it carried a will. It refused to allow any impurities in the material. The presence of impurities made the dragon qi unwilling to merge, and Yang Junwu neither had the ability nor the desire to expel it. So he had only one option: repeatedly purify the materials using the method Zhang Tian had imparted through his spiritual transmission. This greatly increased the time he spent. For ordinary materials, even the top forger couldn't fully purify them. But with dragon qi, the materials themselves were already highly pure, making such a feat possible. The dragon qi repelled impurities, pushing them together each time, which lightened Yang Junwu's purification workload. As each material was purified, the final product was about to emerge, and by then, 3 hours had already passed. Just as Meng Shuhuan was about to speak up, a blinding golden light blazed from the forging table. The golden light shot straight through the roof, piercing into the sky. A heavenly thunderbolt crashed down, splitting the 2-story building in half. Watching the apocalyptic scene, Yang Junwu felt a wave of fear. If Zhang Tian hadn't reacted quickly, shielding him and the mech core from the thunderbolt, he would have been reduced to ashes. It's just a B-rank core. Was a heavenly tribulation really necessary? a core that was 100% perfect with zero impurities. Zhang Tian held the golden core in his hands, his gaze tender, as if looking at his own child. After a moment, he turned to Yang Junwu, his burning eyes seeming to melt him. Yang Junwu, you're a forging genius. Study forging with me. I guarantee you'll become a forging master in 2 years, no 1 year. Beside him, Meng Shuhuan's mouth hung open. The master was always harsh, yet now he was offering such praise proof of how extraordinary Yang Junwu's forging talent truly was. I'm sorry, Vice Dean Zheng. I'm grateful for your high regard, but I already have a master. You don't know shit. Students with combat talent are a dime a dozen, but a forger who can make 100% pure core is 1 in a million. No one's done it in the last 100 years. Wasting such talent by not learning forging is a crime. You're the crime. 4 or 5 people burst through the broken door. Luo He among them. The rest were vice deans from the school committee. With such a commotion in the inner court, they'd rushed over immediately. Yang Junwu is a rare combat genius. Where am I supposed to find someone like him? You want to poach from me? No way. One vice dean said, Brother Luo Yang Junwu is a rare talent. If we let him hang on just one tree, it's a loss for the whole academy. Exactly. And a mech you forge yourself fits you better and boosts your combat power too, another dean urged. You've got it all figured out, don't you? Do you have any idea how much time forging takes? 5 or 10 years and you might not even master it. That time could turn him into a top-tier expert. Is Yang Zhengwu's forging talent ordinary? Brother Zhang just said he could graduate in just 1 year. Impossible. Don't listen to his bullshit. Ask him yourself, how long has he been stuck at SS rank? Meng Shuhuan was completely dazed. He never imagined that bumping into some random guy would bring so many big shots fighting to take him as a disciple. By his own standards, his identity and talent were already 1 in 10,000, yet he'd never seen this kind of frenzy. Brother Yang is way too strong. He didn't feel jealous, though he was genuinely happy for Yang Junwu, but also a bit worried. Having too many talents isn't necessarily a good thing, because it's hard to choose. Giving up anyone feels wasteful. If you try to do everything, you might not have enough time to reach the peak in any of them. He wondered how Yang Junwu would decide. Actually, Yang Junwu's initial thought was that he wasn't too keen on spending time learning forging. Because he had the roulette lottery system, as long as he completed tasks, he'd get a steady stream of cores. Sure, not every core would be powerful, but if he hit a gold tier one, it would last him a long time. Plus, from the refining he just did, even with Vice Dean Zhang's hands-on, step-by-step guidance, it took nearly 4 hours just to make a B-rank core. He didn't have that kind of time. Everyone, can I have a moment alone with Yang Junwu? Zhang Tian suddenly spoke up. No. Who knows what you're trying to trick him into? Lo, he objected first. Fine, then you stay too. Zhang Tian actually gave in. The 3 left the forging hut and entered a cultivation room. Zhang Tian cut to the chase. Yang Junwu, are you of the Dragon Clan body? Yang Junwu was shocked. That was his biggest secret. How did Zhang Tian know? He stammered, unable to answer right away. Lo, he was also surprised. He didn't usually keep a close eye on this disciple, but he never expected him to have the Dragon Clan body. After calming himself, he said, Yunwu, speak freely. The Dragon Clan body is rare, but Divine Weapon Academy has seen such talents before. Alright, Yang Junwu thought it over and decided to come clean. There was no hiding it forever anyway, and with 2 SS rank big shots guiding him, he could avoid some detours. He explained that he had the hidden dragon body and had obtained a dragon egg earlier. You little sneak, you hid that well. Luo he gave him a flick on the head. Yang Junwu had conveniently left out the dragon egg in his report to the academy. I was afraid I'd get punished. I think you were hoping that if the frost dragon came looking, the academy would have your back. Luo, he said, annoyed. Yang Junwu laughed awkwardly. He'd indeed had that thought. The academy's strength should be enough to handle a mere ice dragon. Zhang Tian mused. No wonder I sensed 2 different kinds of dragon chi during the forging. That explains it. Since Yang Junwu has the war dragon body, there's even less reason for him to learn forging from you. Disciple, let's go. Luo, he turned to leave. Wait, if Yang Junwu were just an ordinary 100% fusion forger, then there'd be no need to learn forging. But he's not just any forger, he's a dragon forger. What? Oh. Luo, his eyes widened. Cheng Tian pulled the B-rank core from his chest. Feel the power of this core yourself. Luo, he took the core in his hand and could actually feel a heartbeat, as if the core itself were alive. Zhang Tian, pressed his advantage. Yang Junwu's cores are perfect for his own use. The power is nearly doubled. So learning forging will only enhance his combat strength. Lol. He was silent for a moment as I looked at Yang Yongwu. Disciple Junwu, it's your call. Yang Junwu had been dead set against spending time on forging, but now that he saw how much his own cores boosted him, he wavered. He wanted both combat power and forging. For cultivation, if he had more stardust powder, he wouldn't need as much training time. And the cores he forged could be traded for stardust powder too. Master, Weisstein Zhang, I'm willing to learn forging. But first, let's make one thing clear. I'm learning forging to boost my strength. If I ever find it's holding me back, I'll pause the forging training. Deal. Both Zhang Tian and Luo, he agreed. One more thing, can I sell the cores I forged to the academy in exchange for stardust powder? You know about stardust powder? Zhang Tian was taken aback. Stardust powder doesn't do much for you. It's only used to increase fusion rate. I have other uses for it. Fine. Leave it to me. Zhang Tian nodded. With his status at Yang Junwu's high fusion cores, trading for some stardust powder shouldn't be a problem. I have no more questions. Yang Junwu knew when to stop. Starting next week, come to me every Saturday and Sunday. Yes, master. Yang Junwu nodded. Haha, the lad's teachable. Zhang Tian was overjoyed. From the way, Yang Junwu addressed him. He'd accepted him. If he couldn't reach the peak of forging himself, raising a disciple to the top would still be a forger's glory. I'll go find that old geezer xiuxian to inscribe the runes for you. Don't worry, it'll be done before the match. Zhang Tian turned and left the cultivation room. Master. Yang Junwu looked up at Luo. He felt a lot of guilt toward Luo He. The man had been genuinely helping him all along while he'd hidden so much. Luo He raised a hand to stop him. No need to explain, I understand. If one day you reach that position, I'll be satisfied. Now go prepare. Don't embarrass me in tomorrow's class selection match. Yes, master. Back at the Shuijian Society building, he was surrounded the moment he walked in. Zhang Chao ran over first. Boss, that golden light earlier, that was you, right? So awesome. What happened? Yeah, and that pitch-black heavenly thunder, my heart nearly stopped when it appeared. Terrifying, Li Zhong added. Everyone was talking at once and Yang Junwu's head was spinning. Guys, it's simple. I accidentally forged a perfect fusion core in the inner court, which triggered the heavenly thunder. The vice team blocked it. That's it. Everyone. What a humble brag. That was 100% fusion core. They'd never even heard of such a thing, let alone made one, and Yang Junwu just brushed it off with accidentally. But how did you guys know it was me? Yang Junwu was curious they didn't know about his trip to the inner court. Chu Lili smiled. It was your Ruishui who told everyone. She said the golden light had your aura. That works? Yang Junwu stared at Su Wo Shui Yi, dumbfounded. Su Wo Shui Yi said calmly, it's simple. I used a little secret technique and happened to detect it. Everyone covered their mouths, giggling. These two were a perfect match. Even their way of snapping back was the same. By the way, where's Sao Mengyu? Oh, she's in closed-door cultivation, I think. She said not to worry about her. Closed-door cultivation? Tomorrow's the selection match. Wasn't she going to compete for the 5 Academies exchange? But honestly, there wasn't much point in joining anyway. If his master hadn't forced him, he wouldn't have signed up either. All right, everyone. Go train. Don't crowd here. Got it. We won't be third wheels. Chu Lili's gaze bounced between Yang Junwu and Su Ruoshui, then she smiled and left the hall. Soon only Yang Junwu and Su Ruoshui remained in the hall. Can we talk? Yang Junwu looked at Su Ruoshui. A smile curled at the corner of her mouth, and she extended her hand gracefully. Sure, where? How about my room? It's the quietest. If any other man had said that to Su Ruoshui, she'd probably have slapped him across the face. But Yang Junwu was different. Su Ruoshui knew he genuinely meant it was just quiet. Fine. The moment they left, Zhang Xiao and Zhu Lili poked their heads out from behind the corner. Lily, did you hear what they said? How about you come to my room to cultivate too? Zhang Xiao rubbed his hands together. Get lost. Who's going to your room? I'm going to the boss's room to eavesdrop. How can I miss such juicy content? With that, Zhu Lili headed toward Yang Junwu's bedroom on the 2nd floor, leaving Zhang Xiao standing there, speechless and bewildered. Seriously, the couple's little game, why are you butting in? He quickly followed. Zhu Lili had no sense of restraint. If she pissed off the boss, they'd get kicked out of the small world. The Altar Academy, Grand Arena. Yang Junwu looked at the familiar scene, feeling a wave of nostalgia. He never thought he'd find himself here again. This time, however, it wasn't for a duel with someone else, but to decide the 5 first-year contestants. There were 10 registrants in total, with the Waterlord faction holding 3 spots, Yang Junwu, Sun Yuwei, and Cao Mengyu. The rest included Zhang Huan, Su Qianye, and Luo Shanshan from Class 1, Mo Yibai and Lin Rudi from Class 2, and Bai Shuiqin and Luo Fanglo from Class 3. All were experts capable of piloting a rank course. Dean of Students Zhang Mingbo personally presided over this first-year selection and began reading the rules. Students, this assessment adopts a one-on-one point system. Each of you will face every other opponent once. A win earns 1 point, and the top 5 in points will represent the first year in the competition. Good luck, everyone! Win the Inter-Academy Exchange Competition, bring glory to our academy, and earn valuable credit points for yourselves. Yang Xiuanhu drew number 5, neither early nor late, and his first-round opponent was number 6, Bai Xiuxian. The first round turned out to be a match between old acquaintances, number 2, Mo Yibai, versus number 1, Sun Yuwei. When these two entered the academy, their strength should have been about equal. One joined the Town Guard Society, ranked 14th, while the other was forced into the new Waterlord Society. The two stood facing each other. Mo Yibai sneered, "Sun Yuwei, you've really fallen. Wasting time in such a useless faction. Today, I'll show you just how big the gap between factions can be." Sun Yuwei laughed heartily. "Mo Yibai, we never settled things in the entrance exam. This time, I'll make you realize there's always a higher mountain and a greater sky. Match start." At the referee's command, both instantly initiated mech fusion. The only difference was that Sun Yuwei fused with a B-rank core, while Mo Yibai used an A rank. The surrounding spectators erupted in murmurs. "No way using a B-rank core? That's too disrespectful. Maybe he doesn't have an A-rank core, since he joined a new faction with no backing. That can't be. The Sun family is a big clan. How could they not afford an A-rank core? So he thinks he can win with just a B-rank core? That's arrogant." Regardless of what the audience thought, Mo Yibai remained calm. The opponent wouldn't gamble his family's and personal reputation on tricks here, so there was only one explanation. He truly believed a B-rank mech was enough to handle him. If the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. That was Mo Yibai's current strategy. What are they doing? Why isn't anyone moving? Maybe it's about pride. Mo Yibai, within a rank, can't just attack first against a B rank. Possible. Sun Yuwei's at a disadvantage, so he can't make the first move either. In a private box on the 2nd floor. Sun Tianyi frowned deeply. He couldn't figure out what Sun Yuwei was up to either. Seeing Mo Yibai stay still for so long, Sun Yuwei laughed. "What? Scared of a mere B-rank mech? If you won't attack, don't blame me for being rude." 3 particle accelerator cannon blasts shot toward the opponent. Mo Yibai didn't move, raising his right arm to deflect the projectiles. "Sun Yuwei, show me your real skill. That kind of attack won't bring me down." "Really?" Sun Yuwei's expression didn't change as he raised his hand and fired again. This time, not 3, but 9 blasts. Firing 9 particle accelerator cannon shots simultaneously was nearly the limit for a B-rank mech, requiring a fusion rate above 85. This time, Mo Yibai didn't take it head-on. He fired 9 particle cannon shots of his own, shooting down each incoming projectile with precision that left the first years in awe. But it wasn't over. Sun Yuwei's attack changed, this time still a ranged attack, but switched to an uninterceptable laser cannon. However, the laser cannon's power was too weak. As long as he wasn't hit repeatedly in the same spot, an A-rank mech could withstand it. Mo Yibai dodged quickly, evading the laser fire. He was cautious, never putting himself in danger. Sun Yuwei tracked him, firing 5 laser beams to block different angles, ensuring that no matter how Mo Yibai moved, 2 or 3 beams would hit. Mo Yibai raised the shield to block the attacks. He sneered coldly. "Sun Yuwei, you're not planning to wear me down with ranged attacks, are you?" Sun Yuwei shouted. "How could that be? I'm not that kind of person." He raised his hand and fired 3 more particle cannon blasts. Mo Yibai simply extended a full-body shield for defense. Whether it was particle cannon, laser cannon, or even field wave cannon, it didn't matter. He just needed to wait at ease and let the shield absorb everything. This fool. In another private box on the 2nd floor, Mo Winchen's face turned ashen as he looked at the arena. "What's wrong, President?" "I think Mo Yibai's response is fine. The opponent's strength is unknown, so testing with defense first is a normal tactic," asked Mo Linlin, a capable member beside him. "Fine. Attack is the best defense. If he suspects the opponent has a trump card, he should attack even more, suppress the opponent, and prevent them from using their secret moves. As they say, prolonged defense leads to failure. His current approach has fallen into the opponent's trap. The opponent must have a secret method to break through defenses." Mo Linlin comforted him. "Don't worry, Mo Yibai will realize this. Once he finds out the opponent has no special skills, he'll switch from defense to attack." But the switch Mo Linlin hoped for never came. 10 minutes passed, and the arena still showed Sun Yuwei attacking relentlessly while Mo Yibai kept defending. Why did Mo Yibai choose this? 3 words, no pressure. Indeed, no matter how Sun Yuwei attacked, his shield couldn't be broken. Rather than risk an attack, it was better to drain the opponent's energy. A B rank core had far less energy than an A rank, and attacking consumed more than defending. In at most 10 more minutes, the opponent's energy would be nearly spent, and victory would come easily. Yet 20 minutes passed, and Sun Yuwei's attacks remained fierce, showing no signs of fatigue. Instead, Mo Yibai realized he might not be able to switch from defense to attack. For one, Sun Yuwei's attacks grew more intense. For another, he had transferred too much core energy to the shield. Once he dropped it, the mech's body might not withstand the attacks that slipped through. Now he could only grit his teeth and endure, hoping the opponent would exhaust their core energy faster. Another 10 minutes passed. Some in the audience began to complain. This is so boring. And a rank fighting a B rank and being this cowardly using stalling tactics. Exactly. If everyone fights like this, we won't pick the contestants even by the end of the day. Mo Yibai, attack! Stop defending, damn it! Mo Yibai's face turned pale. Sun Yuwei's attack intensity had actually weakened considerably, indicating his core energy was running low. Unfortunately, he no longer had the ability to counterattack. Even his shield was flickering. His core energy was nearly depleted. Mo Yibai, this is the final blow. Sun Yuwei suddenly charged forward, activating Spirit Feather Cyclone. Mo Yibai's last shred of shield shattered, and a light sword pressed against his chest. I concede. Mo Yibai spoke helplessly. The opponent had shown mercy, not striking his core. Sun Yuwei sheathed his light sword and prepared to leave. Wait, I have a question. I want to know where I lost, Mo Yibai said, his eyes filled with unwillingness. It's simple. I have a very good recovery kit, so in an attrition battle you can't outlast me. Of course, don't think you could have won by attacking aggressively from the start. If you had, there would still have been a surprise waiting for you. First match, number 1 Sun Yuwei wins, 1 point. The referee remained enthusiastic, but the audience offered sparse applause. This opening was far from spectacular. Second match, number 3, Lu Fanlo versus number 4, Cao Mengyue. Begin! This match featured 2 beauties, and the audience, especially the male spectators, suddenly perked up. That's how Mengyue is also from the Waterlord Society. Yeah, she's from the Waterlord Society. I heard there's an even prettier and stronger beauty there who didn't compete today. This Waterlord Society is impressive. If all 3 participants get selected, that's really something. Unlikely. That's how Mengyue seems to have just been promoted recently and isn't from a big family. She probably doesn't even have an A-rank mech. Sure enough, Cao Mengyue fused with a B-rank mech, while her opponent Lu Fanglu had an A-rank mech. Cao Mengyue suddenly spoke. Lu Fanglu, you should concede now. I can't fully control my power at the moment, and I'm afraid I might hurt you. Lu Fanglu was stunned. The other's expression didn't seem fake, but conceding before even fighting would be too embarrassing. She shook her head gently. Sorry, please make your move. Cao Mengyue said no more. She slowly raised her right hand and a black flame shot from her fingertip. Elemental attack? The first-year audience was confused, but the third-years widened their eyes. An elemental attack wasn't a mech attribute. It was a powerful attack unleashed when a mech pilot's own ability was amplified through the mech. Depending on the elemental attribute, it could unleash powerful special abilities. A mech pilot with an elemental attack was rarer than 1 in 100,000. Unexpectedly, this Cao Mengyue possessed an elemental ability. In the rest area, Yang Yunwu and Sun Yuwei exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion. Boss, when did Mengyue get an elemental ability? Sun Yuwei asked. Yang Yunwu shook his head. I don't know either. It should be a new ability she gained during her recent seclusion. We'll ask her after the match. No matter where Cao Mengyue's ability came from, at least in this match, she was certain to win. Lu Fanglo had no idea what elemental attacks were, but Cao Mengyue's assault put immense pressure on her. With the previous lesson fresh in mind, she refused to underestimate the possibility that the opponent's B-rank mech could break through her defenses. So she made what she considered the most reasonable defense. A small shield appeared on her left arm. She raised her forearm slightly, accurately meeting the flames. Cao Mengyue shot at her. The black flames struck her shield in an instant. Then something terrifying happened. The shield wasn't pierced, but the black flames spread across the entire surface, and the shield visibly began to melt. Alfanduo reacted quickly, discarding the shield and leaping back to create distance. But it was too late. Ciamoneuaz. Second attack was already upon her. This time, she could only rely on the mech's own strength to resist. The black flames engulfed her entirely. Even an A-rank mech couldn't withstand the searing heat and began to melt away at an alarming rate. The referee above immediately intervened, casting a pure white light onto Lu Fangluo, extinguishing Cao Mengyou's flames. Though Lu Fangluo's life was saved, her precious A-rank core was destroyed. She wasn't from a prominent family. She had spent nearly all her wealth and credits to obtain that core, only to see it ruined in a match. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, Lu Fangluo fainted on the spot. Her classmates from Class 3 immediately protested, shouting loudly, "What a venomous woman, it's just a match and she goes this far." Exactly. We're all classmates, this is shameless. Referee, I demand you disqualify her. Facing the barrage of accusations, Cao Mengyou clenched her fists and said coldly, "Before the match, I advised her to concede, but she refused." With that, she stepped off the arena. Her explanation only fueled the anger of Class 3. Was she implying it was Lu Fangluo's own fault? Yet the senior students and observing teachers remained calm. In the academy, strength was everything. There was no room for mercy or holding back. The weak get beaten, and with the talent Cao Mengyou had shown, entering the inner academy was a foregone conclusion. No one cared what would become of a defeated opponent. Sorry, President. I was a bit heavy-handed just now, Cao Mengyou said, returning to the rest area and addressing Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu shook his head. I can see you still can't control it perfectly. Keep working on it. He didn't know why Cao Mengyou had suddenly gained elemental power, but the stronger the Waterlord Society became, the easier his plans would be to execute. Third match. Number 5, Yang Junwu versus Number 6, Bai Shuixin. Both contestants, please take the stage. Sun Yuwei said, "Boss, it's your turn." Yang Junwu rose, smiling at the two. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Arriving at the arena, Bai Shuixin was already there. They stood 5 meters apart. Yang Junwu spoke first. Classmate Bai, I heard you haven't joined any faction. How about joining the Waterlord Society? Bai Shuixin smiled brightly. Sure, but can you let me win this match? Letting you win won't do. Our Waterlord Society has no precedent for going easy. How about this? I'll stay in place this round. If you can defeat me, you get the win. But if you lose, you join the Waterlord Society. That's the best I can offer. In the spectator stands, Zhu Lili said to the beautiful woman beside her, Sister Ruoshui, look at him. He's seducing another girl again. Su Ruoshui replied calmly. He's just recruiting talent for the Waterlord Society. Don't overthink it, Zhu Lili face-palmed. You trust him way too much. Let me tell you, the stronger a man is, the more likely he is to have his eyes on the next thing. You need to be careful, don't give anyone a chance. Su Ruoshui said, I don't understand what you're talking about. Zhu Lili was speechless. She'd spelled it out so clearly, why couldn't Sister Ruoshui get it? Or did she truly trust Yang Junwu unconditionally? Bai Shuixin thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine, it's a deal, but don't cry when I beat you. Don't worry, bring it on. Yang Junwu walked to the center of the arena and stood still. His B-rank mech fused in an instant. This time, he used the standard mech he brought from outside with an 85% sync rate. Here I come! Bai Shuixin's A-rank mech fused, and she suddenly accelerated, throwing a punch at Yang Junwu. Despite her petite frame, she chose such a violent melee attack. Yang Junwu didn't move an inch, casually raising his right hand. Boom! Fist met palm and a blinding light burst at the point of impact. That's incredible strength. An ordinary person would have been sent flying by that punch. In terms of raw power, Yang Junwu is stronger. He's the defender and didn't take a single step back. He blocked Bai Shuixin's attack. But Bai Shuixin's attacks can't be that simple. Yang Junwu might not win yet. He's restricted to staying in place. If he can't dodge and has to take every hit head on, even if his strength holds, his mech won't. Sure enough, Bai Shuixin chuckled. Don't think my attacks are that simple. That was just an appetizer. Take this, 10,000 butterflies fist. Bai Shuixin began moving at high speed, becoming a blur in the air like a swarm of butterflies circling Yang Junwu. And these butterflies weren't just for show, each punch carried the same intensity as her first. Yang Junwu's hands blurred as he countered her attacks. But the restriction of staying in place was a huge disadvantage. He could block frontal attacks almost perfectly, but attacks from behind were far harder. Within less than a minute, he was hit at least 5 times. Each hit made Ruoshui's heart skip a beat in the stands. Yet after all those blows, Yang Junwu remained rooted to the spot, unmoved. That's terrifying look. His mech armor is nearly cracked, but he's still holding his defense. His physical strength is insane. Do you think Yang Junwu has already reached the Overlord round? Impossible. He couldn't even use an A-rank mech when he enrolled. At best, he's in the body-tempering realm. Too bad he's overplayed his hand this time. Facing Bai Xiuxian, who's also a power type with a better mech, he's about to collapse. The audience's judgment wasn't wrong. Yang Junwu's mech was just a standard B rank without any enhancement modules. So in a direct endurance contest, he couldn't outlast Bai Xiuxian unless he counterattacked. After continuous rapid attacks, Bai Xiuxian was clearly struggling too. She hadn't expected Yang Junwu to withstand so many hits without falling. Her mech's core energy was still sufficient, but her body was starting to give out. She was at the third cycle of body tempering, and a special secret technique allowed her to temporarily boost her physical strength. Now the technique was wearing off, and her attacks slowed considerably. As she threw a punch at Yang Junwu's face, her arms suddenly ached, trembling slightly in the air. She quickly overcame it, but in a duel between experts, a tiny mistake could spell doom. A solid hand grabbed her incoming wrist. Then, a scene that stunned the entire audience unfolded. Yang Junwu swung Bai Xiuxian around and slammed her left and right. The sound of mech hitting the ground echoed with thunderous thuds. Bai Xiuxian channeled all her energy to break free, but before she could gather it, Yang Junwu smashed her into the ground, while a strange force flowed through her captured wrist. The energy she'd just gathered scattered under the combined pressure. After about a dozen attempts, Bai Xiuxian finally gave up. She realized he was toying with her. Their two strengths were worlds apart. I concede. She shouted those 3 words with all her might, and the dizziness in her head finally faded. Yang Junwu smiled at her. No going back on your word. Bai Xiuxian waved a hand. I'm convinced. From today, I, Bai Xiuxian, voluntarily joined the Waterlord Society and I won't regret it. The spectator stands fell silent. 2 months ago, the man who'd made bold claims by the lake seemed to be steadily fulfilling his promises. His faction hadn't disbanded, it kept growing, and he could even recruit people on the arena. The first match could be dismissed as Mo Yibai's mistake, but without strong strength backing him, Sun Yuwei couldn't have executed the battle plan. And Cao Mengyu, who'd been utterly ordinary when she entered the academy, had now awakened elemental power. All of this happened after she joined the Waterlord Society. Could it be that the Waterlord Society truly held some mysterious power that boosted cultivation speed and awakened special abilities? Many in the crowd began to scheme maybe a visit to the Waterlord Society could bring unexpected rewards. In the first-year competition, the top 10 factions hadn't sent their core members, but they dispatched elites to observe. Seeing the Waterlord Society's performance, each of them wore a serious expression. They began to reconsider. Maybe they'd been too dismissive of the Waterlord Society. At this rate, they might actually stir up trouble. Yang Junwu and Bai Xiuxian left the arena, and the latter, straightforward as she was, followed him directly to the Waterlord Society's rest area. When Cao Mengyu saw Bai Xiuxian's face, she shuddered. You are? Hello, sister. I'm Bai Xiuxian, just joined the Waterlord Society. Please take care of me. Are you from the Bai family of Feiye Kingdom? Cao Mengye frowned. The Bai family had influence in the academy. Why would this Bai Xiuxian join the Waterlord Society? No, you've got it wrong. Though I share the surname Bai, I'm not fortunate enough to be a Bai family descendant. I'm from a satellite city, born poor. I hope you'll all look out for me. Sun Yuwei laughed. Don't worry, if you're truly loyal to the Waterlord Society, the president won't treat you badly. But if you have any ill intentions, don't blame us brothers for being rough. As the competition progressed, the second and third rounds were completed one after another. On the point standings, Yang Junwu, Cao Mengyu, and Sun Yuwei all held 3 wins and 0 losses, firmly in first place. Bai Xiuxian, the new member of the Waterlord Society, and Mo Yibai from Class 2 each had 2 wins. Essentially, the final victor would come from among these 5. But the competition still had to continue, and the spectators wanted to see who truly was the strongest among the first years. Round 4, first match, Bai Xiuxian versus Mo Yibai. The referee's voice rang out, and a huge cheer erupted from the crowd. Most of it was for Mo Yibai, of course, since he had the support of his faction members' strength and numbers. After 3 rounds of sparring, both sides knew each other's attack patterns well. Without any wasted words, they immediately clashed. Mo Yibai's agility was exceptional. He attacked from all angles. Bai Xiuxian, in contrast, used the same tactic Yang Junwu had used against her, turning in a small circle on the spot, using force to counter speed. This way, the range she needed to cover was much smaller than Mo Yibai's. The 2 exchanged blows, the sound of metal clashing ringing out from time to time. Such an evenly matched and intense battle excited the spectators outside the arena. Suddenly, Mo Yibai stopped and pulled back to create distance. This is my final move. If you can block it, you win. He brought his hands together in a diamond shape, and a white mist appeared between them. IC type attack? Yang Junwu was shocked. But his ice doesn't seem fully formed yet, otherwise it wouldn't be mist but real solid ice. Bai Shuixian didn't dare be careless. She immediately consumed all her remaining energy to conjure a shield. Gale Frost Fist! Mo Yibai's fists, wreathed in white mist, slammed into Bai Shuixian's shield. The shield wobbled but didn't shatter. Just as Bai Shuixian let out a sigh of relief, thinking she had blocked it, a crack suddenly split the center of the shield and began spreading in all directions. I concede, she said without hesitation. This match goes to Mo Yibai. He earns 1 point. From the stands, Suruo Shui looked thoughtful. Both Sao Mengyo and Mo Yibai had awakened their powers after returning from reconnaissance missions. They must have gotten something inside the glacier barrier. But while Mo Yibai's ice could be explained, what about Cao Mengyo's? That eerie, corrosive fire? It seemed completely mismatched with the glacier realm. It was worth having Yang Junwu ask about it sometime. After defeating Bai Shuixian, Mo Yibai finally let out a long breath. If he hadn't won, the top 3 would have been entirely taken over by the Waterlord Society. He was the last shred of dignity for all other factions, so he absolutely couldn't afford to slip up. That was why he'd used even his not yet fully awakened ice power. Round 4, second match. Yang Junwu versus Sun Yuwei. Both fighters, please enter the arena. Sun Yuwei's eyes gleamed with determination. He had long been waiting for another showdown with Yang Junwu. Over the past 2 months, his progress had been immense, and he was confident he could defeat Yang Junwu without suit enhancement. The two stepped onto the field and took their positions. Yang Junwu, I'll give this match everything I've got. I hope you'll do the same. At least let me see how big the gap between us really is. Sun Yuwei declared loudly. Yang Junwu smiled faintly. This kid couldn't hide anything on his face, and he was still being so polite. Cut the act. You've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? If you want revenge, you'll have to see if you've got what it takes. Match start. Before the referee even finished speaking, Sun Yuwei's skill was already in motion. Spirit Feather Cyclone. Countless feather blades swept toward Yang Junwu, each one far more powerful than a laser cannon blast. Nice one. Yang Junwu didn't summon a shield as others expected. Instead, he threw a cyan fist. The fist collided with the feather blades, scattering them in all directions, and his fist remained completely unscathed. So strong. Is this overwhelming force breaks all techniques? Amazing. The spectators marveled. But smashing aside the opponent's attack clearly wasn't Yang Junwu's limit. He didn't stop, accelerating again, his fist driving straight toward the core in Sun Yuwei's chest. Not that simple, Sun Yuwei snorted coldly. Though Yang Junwu's strength exceeded his expectations, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. He retreated swiftly, energy surging in his hands as a massive feather began to form. That's not necessarily true. Yang Junwu smiled, and as if the water's surface rippled, his figure vanished on the spot, reappearing right next to Sun Yuwei. If you hadn't saved your big move, you might have lasted a few more exchanges. Too bad you're too slow. His voice sounded in Sun Yuwei's ear as his right hand pierced through the core's defense, shattering the B-rank mech core with a single punch. Whoa, he's really going for it. From the stands, Zhu Lili's eyes went wide with disbelief. She wasn't alone. Most of the spectators were stunned. After all, the two were from the same faction. They held back against others but went this hard on their own teammate. Did they have some personal grudge? Soon, the old feud from when Yang Junwu and Sun Yuwei first enrolled was dug up and spread rapidly among the students. No wonder so Sun Yuwei had been forced to join. On the field, the two paid no attention to the crowd's chatter. With his core destroyed, Sun Yuwei gave a wry smile. Boss, aren't you being a bit too ruthless? Yang Junwu laughed heartily. I had to take you down a peg. Don't worry, I'll get you a new one later. Sun Yuwei's eyes lit up. News that Yang Junwu could forge a B-rank mech core with 100% fusion had already spread through the Waterlord Society. Yang Junwu knew exactly what the kid was thinking and shook his head. Don't even think about that. I'm not at that level yet. The first time he'd succeeded was entirely thanks to Zhang Tian's forging technique controlling the whole process. Though he'd learned a lot along the way, reaching that state of unity between man and heaven would take at least 3 to 5 months. Sun Yuwei wasn't worried at all. Then I'll owe it. I'll come collect when you're ready. The two walked off the stage with arms around each other's shoulders, looking like great friends, nothing like the rift others imagined. The competition continued. Cao Mengyue drew Bai Shuixian. Before the referee even finished speaking, Bai Shuixian immediately conceded. The referee was exasperated, at least put up a token fight. Not even stepping onto the stage was too much. But Bai Shuixian headed straight to the restroom after conceding, so the referee had no choice but to announce the next match. Finally, the competition neared its end. Yang Junwu remained undefeated throughout, ranking first with 9 wins and 0 losses. Second was CLMANGL with 8 wins and 0 losses. The next match was Xiao Mengye versus Sun Yuwei. If she won, she'd match Yang Junwu at 9 and 0, and the final round would decide the champion and runner-up. If Sun Yuwei won, Yang Junwu would clinch the title early. But either way, the top 3 being entirely swept by the Waterlord Society was a foregone conclusion. Xiao Mengye and Sun Yuwei stood 5 meters apart. Brother Sun, you should concede. My power is hard to control, and I'd hate to hurt you, Cao Mengye said. Sun Yuwei raised a finger and wagged it. Sister Mengyue, don't be so confident. Elemental fire is indeed formidable, but it can't beat everyone in the world. Win or lose, we'll only know after we fight. Then let's go. Cao Mengye didn't waste words. If you want to fight, then fight. With his B-rank mech destroyed by Yang Junwu, Sun Yuwei had to fall back on his A-rank mech. In terms of raw power, the B-rank had been slightly better, but in core endurance and burst, the A-rank far surpassed it. Cao Mengye struck first. A particle beam wreathed in black flames shot towards Sun Yuwei, but he remained calm, raising his hand to fire a single spirit feather. The feather struck the flames precisely. The corrosive power of the black fire immediately took effect, splitting into tiny flames that enveloped the feather. Detonate! Sun Yuwei murmured. The feather exploded, scattering the black flames, which quickly corroded the fragmented feathers. Once the corrosion was complete, the black flames vanished as well. Sun Yuwei is clever. Miao Mengye's attack is powerful and corrosive. Even shields can't hold up, but he neutralized it with a single feather. Exactly. As long as there's no contact, the corrosive power can't invade the body, no matter how strong it is. But that's also because Sun Yuwei's base strength is high. Otherwise, the feather would have been corroded before he could even control it. Cao Mengyu frowned. She hadn't expected him to counter her killer move with such a simple trick. She couldn't keep attacking like this. Using elemental power cost her at least 10 times more energy than him. Dragging things out would only hurt her. So she changed tactics immediately. A lightsaber appeared in her hand, and she charged at Sun Yuwei. Good! Sun Yuwei shouted, showing no fear. In pure combat ability, he had the edge. But he still had to watch out for her pulling a dirty trick mid-attack. The two exchanged dozens of moves, and gradually Sun Yuwei gained the upper hand. Sister Mengyu, you're strong, but to challenge me and the boss, you still need more practice. Not necessarily. Cao Mengyu pushed her attack speed to the max, her body merely becoming a blur. Just as Sun Yuwei was focused on defense, black flames suddenly appeared on her fingertips, sweeping directly toward his wrist. Sun Yuwei had been on guard for her tricks during the fight. The moment the black flames appeared, countless feathers erupted from his body, shooting at Cao Mengyu. Cao Mengyu's expression didn't change, his reaction was almost exactly as she predicted. It's over! Flame Great Explosion! Before the feathers could get close to the black flames, the fire burst violently. The closest victims were, of course, the spirit feathers. Caught off guard, Sun Yuwei had no time to recall them. The black flames on each feather detonated all at once, blasting him away. His expression finally changed. That move of Cao Mengye's was her true trump card. His feathered flames were nearly impossible to counter now. I concede, Sun Yuwei shouted the words. The referee stepped in to stop the flames from corroding Sun Yuwei's core further. So Cao Mengye won. She's really strong. Duh. Anyone who can awaken elemental power is bound to be formidable. Now I really want to know who's stronger, her or Yang Junwu. I don't think she can beat Yang Junwu. The gap in strength is obvious. Not necessarily. Yang Junwu relies mostly on close combat. No matter how strong he is, he can't block the corrosive power's invasion. The final round of the competition began. Actually, if it was just about selecting people, the top 5 had already been decided in the previous round. Yang Junwu, Cao Mengyue, Sun Yuwei, Mo Yibai, and Bai Shuxing. So the only highlight of this round was Yang Junwu versus Xiao Mengyu. No one knew which of these two undefeated experts would ultimately hold on to their winning streak. The audience didn't care about the other matches at all. They just wanted them to end quickly. Finally, with a command from the referee, the question of who would take home the final championship of the day was about to be answered. At the Waterlord Society rest area, Yang Junwu smiled and said, Cao Mengye, our scores are already far ahead of 3rd place. How about we both forfeit and share 1st place? Xiao Mengyu was stunned for a moment and shook her head. She had done so much, all for the purpose of becoming the strongest among the strong, so she wouldn't have to live under others' scrutiny. To build the Xiao family into a first-rate or even super first-rate family, she had to push forward fearlessly, and right now, the one blocking her path was Yang Junwu. This battle, she had to fight, and she had to give it her all. Fine, if you want to fight, then I'll fight with you. Yang Zhengwu wasn't one to back down from a challenge. He hadn't yet had experience fighting an elemental mech pilot, so this battle with Xiao Mengye would let him feel the difference in fighting an elemental mech. The match begins. Yang Zhengwu completed his B-rank mech fusion, while on the other side, Cao Mengye directly fused with an A-rank mech. A rank versus B-rank? Cao Mengye is sure to win. That's not necessarily true. How many times has Yang Junwu won with a B-rank? Black Flame Incineration. Cao Mengye raised her hand and sent a stream of black flame toward Yang Junwu. Yang Zhongwu, wanting to test just how strong her black flame was, actually reached out his hand and grabbed the incoming flame. No way. Is Yang Junwu crazy? He's grabbing black flame with his bare hand. Whoa, if he doesn't block it, won't he be corroded directly? Is Yang Junwu going to lose in one move? Under the gaze of thousands in the arena, the black flame, like a small snake, was tightly gripped by Yang Junwu's right hand. Strangely, Yang Junwu's right hand was fine, but the flame in his hand grew fainter and fainter until it finally disappeared completely. That's impossible. Cao Mengye's confidence instantly shattered. Yang Junwu also felt very strange. Originally, his plan wasn't to catch it with his bare hand, since that was too dangerous. But it was as if a voice in his mind, the hidden dragon body, had sensed a peculiar, delicious taste. Sure enough, when he grabbed the black flame in his palm, the hidden dragon body quickly absorbed it. So from the audience's perspective, the flame just faded away. Forget it. Since his hidden dragon body wasn't afraid of black flame, this match had no more suspense. Yang Junwu began to counter-attack. Take this move. If you can block it, I'll admit defeat. Dragon Breaker Fist. Yang Junwu's right fist, huge and powerful, smashed toward Cao Mengye's chest. Black Flame Shield. Cao Mengye didn't dare to take it head-on, so she used the power of her elemental body to summon a shield of black flame. Boom! Yang Junwu charged forward, recklessly. Whether it was a shield or a city wall in front of him, he would break it with sheer force. As expected, the black flame on the shield once again became food for Yang Junwu's hidden dragon body, providing no defense at all. However, the shield's physical strength remained, blocking Yang Junwu's fist for a second. A second could be enough for many things. Suddenly, Cao Mengye in front of Yang Junwu split into two, looking absolutely identical. Which one should he attack? Yang Junwu had only a 50% chance. Without much hesitation, he punched through the Cao Mengye on the right. Pop! What a pity, he guessed wrong. Many in the audience lamented for Yang Junwu. What's there to pity? Didn't you notice? Cao Mengye's true body can freely transfer between illusion bodies. No matter which one Yang Junwu hits, he won't hit the real one. Impressive. Cao Mengye, you keep your word, I concede. Yang Junwu laughed heartily and walked straight off the competition stage. That's it? I won? Cao Mengye seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this way of winning. He clearly had the advantage over me. So why did he forfeit? Cao Mengye couldn't understand, but soon joy filled her heart. Champion! It's me, Cao Mengye! With that, the final ranking for first and second place was determined. Cao Mengye took first and became the team leader of the first years. Under her command were 4 people, 3 from the Waterlord Society and 1 from the Waterlord Society's rival. Quite interesting. Dean of Students Zhang Mingbo called the 5 up to the stage and began announcing the rewards. The champion of this competition will receive 100 credit points, 100 faction points for their faction, and a B-rank core. The runner-up will receive 50 credit points, 50 faction points, and a B-rank forging material. Third place gets 10 credit points and 10 faction points. Fourth and fifth will each get 1 credit point and 1 faction point. Who? Just 1 credit point? That's way too stingy, the other students murmured. Exactly. I thought there'd be some mysterious grand prize, but it's just some credit points. Task. Don't be sour grapes. If it's just credit points, why don't you go up and get a top 3 spot? Zhang Mingbo gestured for everyone to quiet down. Students, you might think the rewards are too small, but that's fine. The real rewards are still to come. If you can represent the academy and win the championship in the 5 Academies Exchange Tournament, the rewards will be substantial. Go back and prepare. Tomorrow, we'll head to Tianquang Academy for the exchange. Dismissed. Back at dormitory Noti Shore, Yang Junwu seemed lost in thought. Su Rushui asked, "What's wrong? No confidence in tomorrow's exchange tournament?" Yang Junwu shook his head lightly. "It's nothing. I just find it strange. Wasn't the 5 Academies exchange supposed to be hosted at Shenbing Academy? Why did it change to Tianquang Academy this time? Su Ruoshui was taken aback. Are you suspecting something's wrong with Tianquang Academy? Not exactly. This isn't the first time the 5 Academies exchange has been held, so the academy leaders must know the reason. It's just that Tianquang Academy is on Nyanda continent, so who knows if there's some scheme. Su Ruoshui sighed softly and said nothing. Yan Zhongwu seemed to realize something and quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to discriminate against people from Nyanda continent. Su Ruoshui forced a smile. It's fine. After all, you're from Fei continent, so it's normal to be wary of people from Nyanda. Shh. Let's stop here. Neither of us should bring this up again. Oh, all right. Yang Junwu nodded helplessly. Su Ruoshui thought for a moment. How about this? Tomorrow I'll go with you. I'm familiar with Nyanda continent. Yang Junwu chuckled and gently flicked her forehead. Silly girl, what are you thinking? There are special teleportation arrays between the 5 academies. Shenbing Academy, located in the center of the continent and remaining neutral, is the hub of teleportation. Any academy can reach the other 3 through our academy's teleportation array. Su Ruoshui blushed. Alright, you don't need to worry too much about me. Our first years aren't the main force this time anyway. It's mainly to see the world, check out the teaching progress at other academies, and find the gaps, Yang Junwu said. Su Ruoshui nodded. Well, it's getting late. You should rest early, Yang Zhongwu said, turning toward his training room. Wu, Su Ruoshui called out from behind. Something wrong? Yang Junwu turned back. Su Ruoshui gritted her teeth, then shook her head. No, it's nothing. Go ahead. Good night. Yang Junwu left, leaving Su Ruoshui alone in the room. In her mind, it was as if 2 little figures were engaged in a fierce internal battle. Ruoshui, what's wrong with you? Why don't you have the courage to tell Yang Junwu who you really are? No, you can't be so selfish. With Yang Junwu's talent, he's destined to become a top-tier mech expert, maybe even reach the divine level. If you drag him into your troubles, you'll only harm him. But should I just give up the happiness that should be mine? Of course not. You can fight for it, but you must be careful. Without absolute strength, don't act rashly. I understand. No words were exchanged that night. The next day, when Yang Junwu and the other 4 arrived at the teleportation point, they were told that the 2nd year and 3rd year seniors had already left ahead of them. And the one leading the 1st years this time was none other than Yang Junwu's teacher, Luo He. He checked his watch and gazed toward the inner courtyard. We're about to leave, and the core still isn't ready. Teacher, are you talking about my 100% core? Yang Junwu asked. Exactly. It's just 1 inscription. 2 days is enough to inscribe 10. Luo, he said irritably. Teacher, don't worry. Teacher Zhang Tian might be striving for perfection, which is why he's taking more time. Don't make excuses for him. He's not the one inscribing it. What perfection is he striving for? Luo, he shot him a glare. Yang Junwu didn't dare say more. He stuck out his tongue and slipped aside. A black beam of light shot from the direction of the inner court. Finally, Lu He let out a long breath. If Zhang Tian didn't show up soon, he'd have no choice but to lead the team away first. You old rascal, do you have any sense of time? Lu He grumbled. Zhang Tian shot him a glare, but a strange joy flickered across his pale face. What the hell do you know? With that, he pulled Yang Junwu aside. Zhang Tian drew a golden B-rank core from his chest and pressed it into Yang Junwu's hand. Disciple, you must keep this safe. This core not only guarantees a 100% fusion rate, but it also has a special function. It can LINKMEKAONKMMEDOY. Equipment sat, greatly boosting your power. LYNK summon? Wasn't that exclusive to a rank and above mechs? How could it be possible on a B-rank mech? Yang Junwu's eyes were filled with shock. Otherwise, why do you think something that could be inscribed in a few hours took 2 whole days? Thank you, teacher! Yang Junwu bowed sincerely. Don't thank me. If you hadn't forged this special core, Shuo Tianya's rune inscription skills alone wouldn't have been enough. Oh, and one more thing, I suggest you use this core throughout the competition. We need some combat data feedback. Yang Junwu was taken aback. Using it directly would leak all the core's information, wouldn't it? No, don't worry. Even if they know 100% fusion rate is possible, can they replicate it? Remember this. The Divine Weapon Academy is the strongest academy on the continent. There's no need to play the fool. Zhang Tian seemed to read his thoughts and laughed heartily. Yang Zhongwu gave a wry smile inwardly. His own vision was still too narrow. In others' eyes, the Divine Weapon Academy was the most powerful academy. Not having something to shock opponents would only raise suspicion. Don't worry, teacher. We won't disgrace the Divine Weapon Academy's reputation. Yang Junwu nodded firmly. Are you two done? Time's almost up. Lo? His voice rang out. Teacher Zhang Tian, I should go now. Being late wouldn't be good. Yang Junwu quickly bid farewell to Zhang Tian and returned to the teleportation array. All first-year team members, move out! At Luyo, his command, 6 flashes of light swept across, and the figures on the competition stage vanished instantly. Wow! Is this the Sky Rage Academy? Why does it feel like we're inside a mine? Sun Yuwei couldn't help but complain, looking at the hollowed-out mine shafts around them. Lu, he chuckled. You're not wrong, kid. The Sky Rage Academy was originally a mine vein. Later, as more people came to mine, a school was built around it. Thanks to the natural advantage of the mine, the Sky Rage Academy gradually became the second-ranked academy on the Nianhua continent. Why don't we see anyone? Mo Yibai looked around, seeing only abandoned and fully excavated mines. This is just the passage. The real Sky Rage Academy is still ahead, Lu, he said, pointing to the mine path ahead. The group continued forward for about 10 minutes before finally seeing the gates of the Sky Rage Academy. Lu, he stepped forward to identify himself and show the competition invitation to the guard. Finally, the group was allowed into the campus. A staff member rushed over from a nearby rest area. You're the Divine Weapon Academy's competition representatives, right? Luo, he nodded. Sorry for the neglect. Your rest area is at the Dream-Seeking Pavilion. Please follow me. Soon the group was led to the outside of a 3-story building. Everyone, this is the Dream-Seeking Pavilion. The contestants from your academy who arrived earlier have already checked in. I won't disturb your reunion. If anything comes up, we'll announce. The staff member hurried off. Yang Junwu glanced back, feeling something was off. But seeing that Luo he showed no reaction, he kept quiet and followed the others inside. As soon as they entered, the 10 contestants from the 2nd and 3rd years crowded around them. Yang Zhongwu noticed that none of the major family members were present, not even Sun Yuwei's cousin, Sun Tianyi. He whispered to the latter, "Didn't your cousin participate?" Sun Yuwei shook his head. No, I asked him. First, it would be too one-sided and unfair to the other academies. Second, they're busy preparing for the inner court assessment and don't have time. I see. The academy was really overconfident. A senior sister saw Luo He and immediately complained. Vice Dean Luo, you must stand up for us. The Sky Rage Academy is deliberately targeting us. Since we got here the day before yesterday, they've forbidden us from leaving. Not even letting us get fresh air. That's right. We tried to reason with them, but they just locked the doors and refused to talk to us. If it weren't for the relationship between our academies, we'd have torn this damn place apart by now. Lo He's expression shifted slightly. What was the Divine Weapon Academy's status? They were called one of the 5 great academies. But in reality, their position far surpassed the other 4. In any previous exchange competition, didn't every academy treat the Divine Weapon Academy's representatives as honored guests? To put it bluntly, if the Divine Weapon Academy wanted, they could easily support another academy and replace any of them in an instant. He never expected they'd dare to show such disrespect this time. Come on, follow me to the school committee. I'd like to see who dares to confine you. Luo, he was hot-tempered and immediately led the group to find the school leaders. As soon as they opened the main door, 2 security guards rushed over. What are you doing? We told you no leaving without permission, one guard shouted. Slap. Luo, he stepped forward and slapped him across the face. You dare hit people? The guard was furious. You dare confine disciples of the Divine Weapon Academy, and you think a slap is too much? Consider yourself lucky I didn't kill you. The senior sister named Lin Shuwei sneered. After days of frustration, she finally got some relief. You immediately notify your dean and tell him to come see me. Lo, he said coldly to the remaining guard. Fine, just wait. The guard sprinted off toward the depths of the academy. Lo, he frowned. What's wrong, teacher? Yang Junwu stepped forward to ask. Something's off. These guards heard the name of the Divine Weapon Academy and showed no fear at all. Maybe they're just ignorant? Impossible. Anyone who works as a guard at one of the 5 great academies can't be completely unaware of the academy's affairs. Think about it, if the Sky Rage Academy needed a scapegoat, it would fall on the guards. For their own lives, they'd never dare speak to us like that. Yang Junwu nodded, his guard raised 1,000-fold. Soon, several men in suits came rushing over in a fluster. Apologies. I'm Vice Dean Neo Xiuxian of this academy. Which one of you is Vice Dean Lo? He? The man at the front bowed deeply before the group. That's me. Luo, he snorted coldly. Ah, Vice Dean Luo, a pleasure to meet you in person. Niu Xiuxian extended his hand. Luo, he refused to shake it, sneering. Vice Dean Niu, what's the meaning of this? Why are you confining our contestants? Oh, that. Vice Dean Luo, you misunderstand? It's not confinement at all. The academy has been undergoing internal renovations these past few days, and many areas are dangerous. For the contestants' safety, we kept them indoors. You can ask them. We've provided food, drink, and even cultivation pills. Lin Xue's eyes widened as she pointed at him, furious. You call those pills? They're all low-quality junk. And the food? Just steamed buns and porridge. Sorry. Our academy is poor, not like your super academy. This is all we have to offer. Nai Zixing's apology sounded more like a jab. You? Lin Xiue was livid. Lu, he was enraged. Fine. The Divine Weapon Academy withdraws from this so-called exchange. Everyone, we're leaving. Wait. Nya Zixing waved his hand, and the 10 suited men behind him moved instantly, forming a curved line to block the way. What do you mean? Luo, he laughed in anger. Did the Sky Rage Academy dare to forcibly stop him? Nothing much, Vice Dean Luo. You just arrived, and now you're leaving. That doesn't show much respect for the Sky Rage Academy, does it? Mu Zixing's obsequious demeanor vanished, replaced by an imposing presence. Ridiculous! People of the Divine Weapon Academy come and go as they please. Do you dare to keep us here by force? Luo, he instantly completed his mech fusion, and a powerful pressure erupted. Niu Zixing's expression shifted slightly. The Vice Dean of the Divine Weapon Academy was indeed formidable. His aura alone could instill fear. He was at least an S-rank mech pilot. No, maybe even SS rank. Too bad. Even if you're double S rank today, you won't escape my grasp. Fusion disruption. Activate. Niu Zixing sneered. The 10 suited men produced black boxes with a small hole in the center. From the holes, black beams of light shot out, encircling the Divine Weapon Academy group. A strange mist spread within the enclosed space. Lo, his just fused mech was forcibly deactivated. His face changed dramatically. You're not the Vice Dean of the Sky Rage Academy at all. You're from Dark Nether. Clap, clap, clap. Niu Zixing laughed heartily and clapped his hands. As expected of the Divine Weapon Academy, more perceptive than those useless academies. That's right, I am one of Dark Nether's 10 Dark Guards. Niu Wei, Niu Zixing, Yang Junwu, and the others were utterly bewildered. What on earth was the Dark Nether? And what were these black mists? Wrapped in the black fog, Yang Junwu found that his connection to the other mech cores had been severed entirely. He couldn't initiate fusion at all. But that golden B-grade mech core still gave him a faint sense of connection. However, in the current situation, fusing with a single B-grade mech might not be enough to turn the tide. The other side didn't seem to be making a move for now. They simply wanted to trap everyone here. At a critical moment, this was a trump card. He couldn't reveal it lightly. Niu Zixing pointed a finger toward the small building. Vice Dean Luo, I know you're formidable. Even without a mech, your physical abilities alone can rival an A-grade mech. But look at the people behind you. Can they leave as easily as you can? Li Xue's eyes blazed with fury. Teacher Luo, don't worry about us. You escape first, then come back and avenge us. Luo, he sighed inwardly. Even if he could escape, he couldn't abandon the Academy's disciples and flee alone. The enemy had seized on this weakness completely, holding all the Academy's participating disciples as hostages. Please, everyone, go back. Luo, he had no choice but to lead the group back into the small building. Teacher, what exactly is the Dark Nether? They can even block the ability to fuse mechs. It's terrifying. Sun Yue asked. The question he raised was one everyone wanted answered. Luo, he nodded, gesturing for everyone to sit down first. Originally, you wouldn't have needed to know about the Dark Nether this early. But since we've encountered them now, I'll tell you. On the Feihua continent, besides the Feihua Kingdom and the Nianhua Kingdom, there exists a force of darkness. This force is called the Dark Nether. Unlike us ordinary people who cultivate spiritual energy to drive mechs, the Dark Nether's energy source comes from the negative emotions of this world. Through special techniques, they can absorb the strange energy generated by negative emotions, thereby driving mechs. Such mechs are called Dark Souls. Apart from the difference in energy compared to our mechs, their rank divisions are exactly the same as normal mechs. The original purpose of the Divine Weapon Academy was to eradicate the Dark Nether. No matter which faction a graduate of the Divine Weapon Academy eventually joins, their first priority is always to find and eliminate members of the Dark Nether. After Luo, he finished speaking, the room fell into dead silence. The students had never imagined that the academy had such a background behind it. Yang Junwu continued to ask, "Teacher, what exactly was that black barrier that prevented me from fusing my mech? How can we break it?" This question was crucial. If they wanted to save themselves, they had to destroy that black barrier. Luo, he smiled bitterly. That's the troublesome part. Even my SS grade mech was blocked, which means they must have set up a dark realm here. Dark realm? Yang Junwu searched through the fragments of the original owner's memories but found no information at all. You can simply understand it as a barrier composed entirely of special dark power. Within the barrier, there is no spiritual energy at all. Fusion must follow the rules of the Dark Nether. That's why our mech cores can't be used. And to set up such a large dark realm, the entire Tianquang Academy must have been inscribed with a formation. To break it, we'd need to find the formation's energy supply device. Not to mention we're trapped here now, even if we could move freely. Finding it in such a vast area in a short time would be impossible. The Dark Nether has a strict hierarchy. Below the Netherlord are the 5 Nether Envoys, and each Nether Envoy commands 10 Dark Guards. That new xiuxian just now claimed to be one of the 10 Dark Guards, meaning he's under some Nether Envoy, roughly equivalent to S-grade strength. Without the Dark Realm, killing him wouldn't be difficult. Luo, he spoke with indignation, but the problem now was simple. The enemy would never give him a chance for a fair fight. After Luo, he finished, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. A sense of helplessness surged in everyone's heart. They were like fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. With Luo He's physical abilities, he could at most contend with an A-grade mech. There was no way he could escape. Bai Shuixin suddenly broke the silence. Everyone, don't panic. They're keeping us alive for a reason. If we can figure out their purpose, maybe we'll have a chance to negotiate. Exactly. If they wanted to kill us, it would be effortless. That means we still have some use. We absolutely can't just sit and wait for death. We have to pull ourselves together. Sun Yuwei shouted, boosting everyone's morale. A third-year male student stood up. The junior is right. Even the first-year juniors have more drive than us. As seniors, how can we fall behind? The atmosphere in the room began to heat up gradually. Yang Junwu spoke up. Teacher, I remember you said the other 3 academies arrived long ago. We need to contact them and figure something out together. Lo, he said helplessly. That's easier said than done. Right now, we can't even get out this door. How are we supposed to contact them? Yang Junwu glanced at the others who were discussing plans among themselves, then whispered something in Luo He's ear. Lu? He was startled, then whispered back, "Come on, follow me upstairs." The two entered a small room, and Luo He locked the door behind them, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Xuanhuan, you really can use a B-grade mech? Yang Xiongwu nodded. Yes, I can sense that mech core with a certain fusion percentage. Also, it seems I can open the entrance to a small world. With that, he carefully took out the world pearl, took a deep breath, and channeled the spiritual energy of the wheel space. Indeed, although the spiritual energy of the surrounding world was sealed off, the wheel world, as an independent system world, contained a vast amount of spiritual energy that Yang Junwu could directly draw upon. The entrance opened, and the two quickly stepped inside. Lo He's connection to his mech was instantly restored. The feeling of regaining power was immensely satisfying. Truly, heaven never seals off all exits. As long as I'm here, I can fuse my mech, and that new guy's no match for me. Your classmates can also come here to take temporary refuge. Oh, Lo He laughed heartily. But Yang Junwu wasn't as optimistic as his teacher. Indeed, hiding in the small world was very safe, but the entrance was still in the room unless he could carry the small world out of Tianquang Academy. With just a mere B-grade mech, Yang Junwu didn't think he could defeat the S-grade Dark Soul New Xiuxian fighting on home turf. Besides, there were still people from 4 academies who needed saving. Luo, he said, don't spread this around for now. Though I don't want to suspect the academy's own disciples, since the entire Tianquang Academy is under the Dark Nether's control, we can't rule out that some of them have become news moles. Yang Junwu nodded. I understand, teacher. He had the same premonition, which was why he hadn't mentioned it in the living room earlier. Even if there were no moles, it wasn't the right time to tell everyone about the small world. Once they had an escape route, they wouldn't think about fighting back, and all the pressure would fall on him alone. He knew this well from his time on Earth. Yang Junwu continued. Teacher, I have a conjecture. Go on. Do you think the Dark Nether might be targeting the 5 Academy exchange? Luo was slightly taken aback. That's not impossible. The timing of their takeover of Tianquang Academy is too strange. Let me put it this way. Even if they killed us all right now, it would only expose their position, and the Divine Weapon Academy wouldn't suffer any real loss. Yang Junwu suddenly understood. Compared to the overall strength of the Divine Weapon Academy, the deaths of a few participating students wouldn't matter. It wouldn't harm the Foundation. There was no need to take such a big risk for this. He was now almost certain that the Dark Nether was after the 5 Academy exchange. As for the specific purpose, he couldn't guess yet. The two left the small world and returned to the living room. Luo, he said, everyone, we can now basically confirm that the Dark Nether's plan is related to the 5 Academy exchange. So I hope you'll conserve your strength and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Huh? Everyone looked bewildered. In this situation, they still needed to prepare for a competition? Despite their doubts, everyone obeyed Luo his orders and returned to their rooms to rest. Yang Junwu lay on the not-so-comfortable wooden bed, thinking of a person, his cousin, xuanhuan. He wondered if she had come representing the Lingdi Academy. If she had, he had to find a way to get her out. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock came from outside the door. Who is it? It's me, Sun Yue and Bai Xiuxian. 2 voices sounded from outside. Yang Junwu opened the door and let them in. She said she was tired and resting in her room, Bai Xiuxian said. Let's not talk here. Come in! Yang Junwu opened the entrance to the small world. The 3 returned to the familiar Shuizhen Society building. Wow, this is the first time in my life I felt how sweet air with spiritual energy is, Sun Yue sighed with emotion. Bai Shuixing's beautiful eyes roamed over Yang Junwu. She hadn't expected that even in this desperate situation, he still had a way out. Boss, how did you manage this? I'm truly impressed, Sun Yue exclaimed. If joining the Shuizhen Society earlier had been for cultivation resources, you two must win tomorrow's exchange, not lose. I have a bad feeling if we lose tomorrow, there will be big trouble. Sun Yue shuddered. Yang Junwu's instincts had almost never been wrong. Understood. But if we're in the Dark Realm and can't even fuse our mechs, are we supposed to fight with our bare fists? No, I suspect mechs will be usable in the competition arena. The enemy isn't afraid of students like us. They're afraid of experts like Teacher Luo. Bai Shuixin suddenly realized, I see. As long as they don't let Vice Dean Lue into the competition venue, we can cause as much chaos as we want. Yang Junwu smiled slightly. Exactly. Understood. Tomorrow, we'll give it our all. The two nodded firmly. One more thing, don't tell anyone about the small world being usable, in case walls have ears, Yang Junwu said. Are you suspecting the senior? Don't speculate recklessly. It's just a precaution, Yang Junwu interrupted Bai Shuixian's guess. All right, President. Let's head out then. Staying here too long might raise suspicion, Bai Shuixian said, understanding. The 3 returned to the room. Yang Junwu practiced cultivation for a short while, but unfortunately, the spiritual energy was insufficient, and the effect was minimal. He suddenly felt drowsy and fell into a deep sleep. It was late at night. Yang Junwu suddenly felt someone watching him in his sleep. He snapped his eyes open and sat up in bed. You're awake. A hoarse voice came from the table. Who are you and how did you get in? Yang Junwu was slightly startled, ready to merge with the mag core within him at any moment. No need to be nervous. I was asked to get you out of here, the shadowy figure said calmly. Get me out? Yang Junwu's first thought was Suru Shui. But on second thought, he knew it was impossible. If it were her, there would be no need to hide. Besides, Dark Nether's people were guarding outside. Ordinary people couldn't get in at all, so... You're from Dark Nether. Yang Junwu's eyes flashed with sharp light. The visitor hadn't expected Yang Junwu to be so perceptive. His body trembled slightly, and he said in a low voice, Yes, I am indeed from Dark Nether. But I swear I mean no harm. I just want to get you out. Yang Junwu sneered. I don't know what scheme you're cooking up. Unless you can get everyone from the academy out, I won't believe you. The shadowy figure fell silent. Nothing to say now, is there? Leave. Whatever Dark Nether is planning, I'll expose your conspiracy. The black-clad person sighed. Where there's life, there's hope. Are you really unwilling to leave? Enough talk. I'm not going anywhere. Yang Junwu lay back down. You fool! The black-clad figure stamped her foot and turned to leave. Just as she left the room and was about to slip away from behind the dormitory, a figure stood on the wall. Yang, where did you just go? The black-clad person was shocked she hadn't sensed anyone on the wall at all. She quickly knelt. Master, this disciple wanted to rescue Yang Junwu. Facing her master's question, Tan Ying dared not lie. Oh, and where is the person you rescued? Shuai's tone was calm, as if not angry at all. Tan Ying said gloomily, he refused to leave his classmates. These so-called righteous types are always so sanctimonious, sacrificing themselves for others, all for show. Shui Yi sneered. Tang Ying widened her eyes. No, Brother Yang must genuinely want to save his classmates. Shui said lightly, is that so? Then let's make a bet. If he can win the exchange competition championship, I'll let him and his classmates go. If not, you'll kill him with your own hands. How about it? Do you dare accept? Tang Ying's eyes lit up. Master, do you mean it? When has your master ever gone back on her word? Fine, then I'll bet with you, Tang Ying said firmly. No regret. Remember, if you lose, you'll have to kill him yourself. Shui said with a smile. I believe in Brother Yang, he will definitely succeed. With that, Tang Ying turned to head toward Yang Junwu's room. Wait, Master, any other orders? You must not tell him about our bet, or it's void. Ah? Tang Ying froze. Shui said, you trust him so much, don't you want to know if he trusts you too? With that, her figure seemed to merge into the night and vanished. Tang Ying returned to Yang Junwu's room. I told you I won't leave. Why are you back? Yang Junwu was awake and noticed her arrival immediately. Yang Junwu, I'll give you a chance. If you win the championship at tomorrow's 5 Academies exchange, I'll promise the safe departure of everyone from Divine Weapon Academy. Strange, why did this person insist on him winning the championship? Even willing to trade all the students of Divine Weapon Academy for it? What scheme were they running? Yang Junwu couldn't figure it out for the moment. Tang Ying said, you can rest assured. I have no interest in the students of Divine Weapon Academy, so you can fully trust my words. Though Dark Nether people are seen as villains by you, we always mean what we say, and never break our word. These words, spoken without changing her voice, gave Yang Junwu a familiar feeling. Who exactly are you? Reveal your true identity, and then I'll consider whether to agree or not. Yang Junwu was very curious about the identity of the person before him. You don't need to know who I am. You just said you wanted to save all your fellow disciples, didn't you? This is your only chance. That's all I'll say. Farewell. Tang Yang turned and left, afraid that if she stayed longer, she'd be unable to resist telling Yang Junwu her true identity. Silence fell in Yang Junwu's room. At the former principal's office of Skiraj Academy, Shuai sat in the principal's seat while Nu Xiaoxing stood nearby, hesitating as if wanting to speak. Xiaoniu, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't put on airs. Shuai didn't open her eyes, yet seemed to see through Nu Xiaoxing's hesitation. Cold sweat beaded on Nu Xiaoxing's forehead. Reporting to the Netherlord, this subordinate has a question. If that kid Yang Junwu really takes first place, are we really letting Divine Weapon Academy go? It took us so much effort to capture them, letting them go would be a huge loss. Yo, you need to think long-term. Those few are just small fry in the academy. Whether they live or die has no impact on our grand plan. If we can turn the last shred of hope in Yingying's heart into despair, her potential will be fully unleashed. Then her achievements will only surpass mine. Do you understand? Nu Xiaoxing was shocked. He didn't dare speculate on the Netherlord's level. But his direct superior, the Eastern Nether Envoy, was an SS rank expert. If someone were stronger than the Netherlord, that would mean only... He quickly knelt. Netherlord, forgive me. This subordinate shouldn't have questioned your plan. No matter, rise. You're thinking of Dark Nether's interests. No need to be nervous. Thank you, Netherlord. Nu Xiaoxing let out a long breath. No matter that he was one of the Dark Guards, ranked 3rd in Dark Nether, if the Netherlord said one word, he'd be reduced to an ordinary person instantly. I have matters to attend to and must leave. Tomorrow's affairs are entirely in your yin-yang's hands. Yes, this subordinate will not disappoint the Netherlord. Nu Xiaoxing quickly bowed again, but the voice in the room was gone. He slowly looked up and found the seat in front already empty. Nu Xiaoxing was inwardly startled. He was, at least S rank, yet he hadn't even noticed when the Netherlord left. Right, Tang Ying. The Netherlord's hint was still fresh in his mind. The meaning was clear. Tang Ying was the future heir to the Netherlord, and he had to build a good relationship with her. With that thought, he hurried out of the principal's office and headed to Tang Yang's rest area. Sun Yue and the others had no idea so much had happened last night. At dawn, everyone from Divine Weapon Academy gathered in the living room. It was clear that, except for a few, everyone had tired faces. They hadn't rested well at all. Bai Shuixin walked over to Yang Junwu and asked with a smile, Captain, how did you rest last night? Yang Junwu smiled slightly. Not bad. What about you all? Slept like a log? No need to worry about training. Didn't expect being trapped here to give me the best sleep in a while. Sun Yue said.
You're pretty optimistic. Look at our classmate Mengyu, dark circles haven't faded.
She must not have slept at all last night. Bai Shuixin pointed at Cao Mengye. Cao Mengye smiled bitterly. Indeed, I didn't sleep well. I spent the whole night thinking of a way to break free. She had tried all night to use the power of the fire dragon within her to break through the dark realm's restraints, but without success. Yang Jiangwu pondered for a moment, unsure whether to tell everyone about the mysterious woman's words last night. If what she said was true, fine, but if it was false, it would only give everyone hope, only to end in greater despair. After thinking over, he decided to keep it to himself. Everyone, although we've fallen into the enemy's trap, we can't lose the prestige of our academy. If the 5 academies exchange proceeds as planned, I hope we can all give our all to fight for the championship. That's the pride of Divine Weapon Academy. Even if we die, we must hold it. Yang Junwu said loudly. Exactly. If a first-year junior has such resolve, then we seniors can't embarrass ourselves. Let's go, everyone, Lin Xue said. Everyone responded in unison. Oh, quite spirited, aren't we? Nu Xiaoxing pushed open the door, appearing with several dark nether disciples. Don't get too cocky. Lo, he sneered. Let's go. Niu Zaiyi ignored him and gestured toward the door. Where to? Where else? The exchange competition, of course. This arena took us half a month to set up. If we lose our main characters, the stage would be wasted. The group followed No Xiaoxing deeper into the academy. After about 10 minutes, a massive arena appeared before them. What a huge arena, it can rival the academy's main arena, a third-year senior exclaimed. No Xiaoxing led them in through a side door to the Divine Weapon Academy's rest area. Yang Junwu looked around and noticed that the rest area and the competition area were separated by the Dark Realm, meaning once they entered the competition area, they could use mech fusion. Niu Ziying glanced at Luo He. Don't think about going in there to fuse your mechs. It's useless. You can't escape. Stay put in the viewing area, or don't blame me for punishing your students. With that, Niu Ziying left the Divine Weapon Academy rest area and flew toward the main platform. The other teams should have arrived as well, but each rest area was separated by strange black mist, so they couldn't see one another. Ladies and gentlemen, the annual 5 Academy Exchange Tournament officially begins today. However, this time it is organized by me and Ming. Although over the years, you and I have been irreconcilable, I and Ming will not hold grudges and will strive to make this grand event a success. Yang Zhongwu rolled his eyes. This guy really knew how to pat himself on the back. Alright, I know some of you are already impatient, so I will announce the rules of this competition right away. The competition is divided into 3 grade levels, and each grade will determine its first, second, and third place. The competition for the same grade is divided into an individual competition and a team competition. The rules for the individual competition are as follows. Draw lots to determine the order of appearance. The first and second numbers will fight first. The winner will fight the third number, and so on. Defeating one person earns 1 point. If a full round is completed, start again from number 1 and continue with the next person. This continues until all matches are completed. The total points of all contestants from an academy will be the academy's individual competition score. The team competition is a 5-on-5 match. Grabs are determined by drawing lots. The first and second numbers will duel, the third and fourth numbers will duel, and the fifth number will have a bye. The fifth will fight the winner of the first and second, and the victor will fight the winner of the third and fourth. This determines the final champion. The losers of these 2 rounds will compete for second and third place. Finally, the first place will receive 10 points, second place 7 points, third place 4 points, and fourth and fifth places 1 point each. The total accumulated points will determine today's ranking of each academy. As soon as Niu Ziying finished speaking, voices of unfairness came from all around. According to this competition method, as long as a team drew the 5th bye in the team competition, they were guaranteed to enter the top 3. Niu Ziying said coldly, "Everyone, you have no room to bargain. However, I am kind-hearted. Contestants who fail in the individual competition can go to the revival round to receive a revival card. If the revival succeeds, you will be given 1 chance to challenge the winner. The reward is also simple. The first place can take 10 people away from this place, the second place 7 people, and the third place 5 people. Contestants who successfully revive can challenge one of the spots to leave. If the challenge succeeds, they can replace that person and leave. So if you don't want to die here, please do your best." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Indeed, An Ming had no good intentions. Wasn't this just inciting the 5 academies to slaughter each other? Yang Junwu, however, thought If he could win the championship for the first year, everyone from Divine Weapon Academy could leave safely. Looking at it this way, there was quite a bit of credibility, because no matter how many people the other side let go, the meaning was roughly the same. Forget it. He would win the championship first, and then adapt to the situation. First, we will hold the third-year competition. Please send representatives from each academy to draw lots. Luo Huaiyi. The third-year captain clasped his fists to Luo He and said, "Teacher Luo, I'm going." Luo, he nodded. "Go ahead." Luo Huaiyi walked slowly into the arena. From the other four directions, a young person also entered. Spirit Butterfly Academy sent a woman. Yang Zhongwu glanced at her and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The woman was not his cousin Yang. Gentle Breeze Academy and War God Academy both sent men, while the representative from Heavenly Madness Academy was strange. They wore a veil, hiding their true face. The draw was simple. 5 small flying orbs were in the air, and each person randomly took one. Opening the orb revealed a number plate inside. Lu Huaiyi was lucky and drew number 4. The lower the number, the more disadvantageous it was, because after the earlier consumption, the later contestants could reap the benefits. The first and second numbers were Spirit Butterfly Academy and War God Academy. After drawing their lots, the two remained on the field. The match began. Both sides had a rank max. The woman from Spirit Butterfly Academy launched the first attack. Her movement was agile and swift, focusing mainly on mid-range attacks supplemented by some close combat output. She beat the War God Academy man so badly that he could barely fight back, only continuously defending and creating distance. Xuanhuan said, "I didn't expect the senior from Spirit Butterfly Academy to be so strong, actually able to suppress an opponent of the same rank." Lu Huaiyi shook his head. "Junior, you're wrong. This match isn't necessarily advantageous for Spirit Butterfly Academy." "Why?" "Clearly Spirit Butterfly Academy has the advantage on the surface," Sun Yuwei said, puzzled. "It's simple. Look at the man from War God Academy. Although he's been defending, his footwork isn't chaotic, and every block is precise. This shows his strength is actually above the Spirit Butterfly Academy woman's. He's doing this for only one reason, to conserve core energy and face the second opponent." Sun Yuwei was speechless. Was this the confidence of an expert? Before even resolving the current opponent, he was already thinking about the next one. Yang Zhongwu suddenly smiled and said, "Senior is right. The man's strength is indeed slightly higher, but to say he will definitely win, that's not certain." As he spoke, the situation on the field changed abruptly. The Spirit Butterfly Academy woman suddenly stumbled, as if her core energy hadn't kept up. She missed an attack and exposed a huge defensive flaw at her core. The moment the War God Academy man had been waiting for finally arrived. He immediately switched from defense to offense, both fists gathering energy, and struck toward the woman's chest. His intention was clear, a one-hit kill to save energy. Just as the woman seemed unable to defend, she suddenly folded in a bizarre way in mid-air, dodging the attack. Like a butterfly, she spread her wings and 4 crimson feathers shot out, attacking the man's core one after another. The first crimson feather was deflected by the mech's passive defense. The second feather then broke through the not yet repaired defense, heading straight for the last shield of the core. Then came the third and the fourth. The man's core ultimately couldn't hold, was directly destroyed, and he was severely injured. Several so-called students from Heavenly Madness Academy carried the man away. First match, Spirit Butterfly Academy wins. Lu, he frowned. Spirit Butterfly Academy's strategy was obvious. They wanted to severely injure the opponent's team member so he couldn't appear in the team competition. Hence, they struck with extreme force. And Ming's referees wouldn't care at all about the lives of the contestants on the field. Everyone, if you feel your strength failing later, immediately concede and leave the field. Don't be stubborn. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed the scene on the field just now. The nature of this exchange tournament had long changed. It had become a survival challenge. All teams would use every effort to secure a better ranking, and they wouldn't hesitate to strike ruthlessly. Yan Zhangwu looked up at the main platform, but found that Nu Zixing on it had already disappeared. Strange. If he valued this competition, he shouldn't have left. Could he have another scheme? At this moment, in the medical room, a man lay weakly on a hospital bed. 2 people from Ming appeared beside him, one of whom was clearly Nu Zixing. "What do you want?" The man struggled to get up. "Hey, student Wang Tianxiang, your core has been destroyed and you can't participate in the team competition. That means your academy is doomed and will surely die here." "What do you want?" "Death is death. War God Academy has no cowards. If you have the guts, kill me now." Wang Tianxiang glared with wide eyes. Nu Zixing extended a finger and shook it. "Don't rush to sacrifice yourself. Are you just going to watch the victors leave safely while you're abandoned here like trash?" Wang Tianshang certainly didn't want that, but he had already lost. Even if his team chose people to take back, they would never choose him. Since death was inevitable, he only sought a quick end. Don't be so hasty. I'll give you a chance to live. What did you say? I have a core here, far superior to your previous one. As long as you can successfully fuse with it, I guarantee you'll win in the loser's challenge. Of course, whether you can fuse successfully depends on how strong your will to survive is. Niu Zhaxing took out a dark brown core from his chest and placed it by the bed. He signaled to the other Enming disciple beside him, then left the room. Wang Tianxiang, let's begin. Core fusion takes some time and the process will be somewhat painful. Remember the purpose of your fusion, or you will be devoured by the core. The Enming disciple inserted the core into Wang Tianxing's chest. Ah! A miserable scream rang out, audible even from the grand arena hundreds of meters away. The teachers and students of all academies felt a chill in their hearts. This voice was very likely from that War God Academy student who had been carried off earlier. Especially War God Academy itself, after their team member was carried off, there was no news at all. When the leading teacher raised questions, no one answered. For a moment, the academy was in a state of panic. Regardless of what they sought, the competition continued. The third to appear was Gentle Breeze Academy. Also a man, his fighting style was elegant and agile, almost identical to the Spirit Butterfly Academy woman's. The two were also fairly evenly matched. After exchanging blows for a while, the woman took the initiative to concede and retreat. Her approach was smart. If the opponent wasn't determined to fight to the death, he would let her leave unharmed. And she had already earned 1 point while also depleting the opponent's strength, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was Divine Weapon Academy's turn. Luo Huayi said to the woman beside him, Lin Banmeng. Banmeng, your style counters him. You go in this round. Remember, crush him with force directly. Don't give him a chance. Lin Banmeng nodded and walked slowly into the arena. When the opponent saw that a student from Divine Weapon Academy had entered, his expression immediately tensed. After all, the reputation of Divine Weapon Academy was well known to these third years. Student, you should concede voluntarily. I don't want to hurt you, Lin Banmeng said calmly, stopping 10 steps away from him after completing her fusion. Lo Huayi frowned. This was completely different from the agreed tactic. He had originally arranged for Lin Banmeng to launch a fierce attack and take down the opponent in one go, which would also keep her own consumption relatively low. The Gentle Breeze Academy man frowned. He already had 1 point in hand, so retreating now was perfectly reasonable. But retreating without a fight didn't suit his style. Lin Banmeng suddenly broke into a smile. Student, you must be thinking of doing what the Spirit Butterfly Academy woman did, wear me down a bit and then concede, right? I can guarantee that if you make a move, you won't be able to utter the word concede. If you don't believe me, feel free to attack now. She stood casually within his attack range, her entire body full of openings. The Gentle Breeze Academy man was sweating profusely, frozen in place, not moving an inch. What is Senior doing?
He's not falling for her seduction, is he?
Me you not falling for her, seduction, is mide. A tourney mide, a meld should mide, do smide. A debuate deduction refend a reals support at the beta or now those a re o zine. I concede. Just as Lin Banmeng was about to launch her attack, the male student from Qingfeng Academy suddenly spoke up. Lin Banmeng smiled slightly. Very well. A wise man submits to circumstances. You'll be glad you made this choice. The first-year students were dumbfounded, never expecting that senior sister Lin could intimidate the opponent with just the academy's reputation. Sang Yuwei laughed heartily. Looks like our battles will be simple. Just scare them a bit and we pass easily. Luo, he said calmly, don't get ahead of yourself. The third-year seniors can intimidate opponents because they've trained at the academy for 3 years. You're just a freshman. What makes you think you can make someone retreat without a fight? Luo, he was absolutely right. Every year, the senior competition had little suspense. Even if Shenbing Academy only sent students who weren't their most gifted, the other 4 academies couldn't compare. The fiercest competition was among the first years, because with just over 2 months of study, any gap in skill wouldn't be too significant. Thus, the first-year contestants each academy sent were absolute elites. Yang Zhongwu interjected. Don't be too optimistic. Don't forget, there are still people from Tianquang Academy on the field. Tianquang Academy has long been taken over by Dark Nether. Who knows if their students are even the same people anymore? As he spoke, the 5th contestant, Gu Shihai from Tianquang Academy, stepped up. Lin Banmeng tried the same trick, smiling. Fellow student, just concede voluntarily. I don't want to hurt you. Times have changed. The current Shenbing Academy may not be a match for Tianquang Academy. Gu Shihai sneered. and 3 beams of black light shot from his shoulder and both arms simultaneously, forming a triangular attack. Dark Soul. Lin Banmeng's expression shifted slightly. So the Tianquang Academy contestant had indeed become a Dark Soul master. The power of the Dark Soul lay in its ability to produce strange effects that could prove crucial at critical moments. Thus, Lin Banmeng dared not take it head-on. She quickly retreated while firing 3 laser cannons, hoping to burn away the opponent's attack energy. However, the black light changed direction mid-flight, bypassed the laser interception, and relentlessly pursued her. With no other choice, Lin Banmeng summoned her shield to block. Sizzle. The moment the black light hit the shield, a strange sound emanated from it. The black light actually seeped through the shield and surged toward Lin Banmeng's body. Deceived! Lin Banmeng reacted quickly, immediately abandoning the shield and severing her spiritual power link to it. Though it cost her some mecha structure, it prevented the black light from invading further and preserved the bigger picture. 可惜还 didn't idle either. As Lin Banmeng dropped her shield, a high-speed particle cannon shot toward her now open center. Spiritual energy burst. Lin Banmeng shouted, and a stream of angstrom particles erupted from her entire body. The particle cannon collided with the opponents, triggering a massive explosion, and both were blasted back by the shockwave. Though only 2 or 3 exchanges had passed, the intensity and danger of the clash stunned all the other competing teams. Lin Banmeng steadied herself, her gaze serious. The wide-area spiritual energy burst had consumed nearly half of her core energy. 可惜还, clearly with more energy to spare, pressed forward again. Apart from the initial black light attack, his subsequent attacks were completely normal, no different from an ordinary mecha pilot. Lin Banmeng found no openings and could only engage in a war of attrition. Yang Zhangwu walked over to Luoye and whispered, "Teacher, do you know roughly when Tianquang Academy was taken over by the Dark Nether?" Luoye thought for a moment. Actually, the 4 academies don't interact much with us, but I recall that when Xian came to discuss the exchange a month ago, everything seemed normal. So it can't be more than a month, possibly even just half a month. That's strange. That senior from Tianquang Academy definitely wasn't using spiritual power. It must be that special energy you mentioned. If he was originally from Tianquang Academy, how could he become so strong as a Dark Soul Master in less than a month? Luo, he froze, suddenly realizing something, and his face turned pale. You mean, they've mastered conversion, able to directly turn mecha pilots into Dark Soul Masters while retaining their original strength? Yang Junwu nodded. Exactly. Otherwise, there's no explaining how a Dark Soul Master who trained for only half a month could match a senior. Luo, he couldn't believe it. If the Dark Nether truly possessed such an ability, it would be a nightmare for every mecha pilot on the entire Feihua continent. Yang Junwu reassured him, "I'm just speculating. Even if they have some conversion method, it's likely not highly successful and probably consumes a lot of resources. Otherwise, with no resistance from the 5 academy staff and students in the Dark Realm, they could just convert everyone directly. Why go through all this trouble?" The 2 exchanged a glance, both recalling the scream from War God Academy earlier. Could it be that those who lose here get converted? That would be too bizarre. Oh no, Senior Sister Lin is in danger. Their thoughts were interrupted by the crowd's shouts. Yang Zhengwu looked up to see Lin Banmeng staggering backward, her chest corroded by black light, exposing the mecha core within. It turned out that Gu Shihai had seized a moment when she wasn't paying attention, changed his tactics, and slammed a fist imbued with special energy into her chest. Though Lin Banmeng reacted and immediately raised her shield, it was too late. The special energy pierced through the outer armor and was spreading toward the core. To prevent the core from being corrupted, there was only one thing she could do: self-destruct the core. Would Senior Sister Lin make such a drastic choice? Everyone from Shenbing Academy held their breath for her. "I concede, detonate." Without hesitation, Lin Banmeng shouted her surrender and detonated her upgrade core. With the core destroyed, her body suffered a significant shock, causing some internal injuries. But compared to being eroded by dark energy, this level of injury was nothing. Medical personnel rushed from the sideline. "What are you doing to Senior Sister Lin?" The Shenbing Academy students shouted, but no one paid them any mind. Lin Banmeng was carried away anyway. She was taken to the exact same medical room as the War God Academy male student earlier. TSK. I thought the elite of Shenbing Academy would be stronger, but you even blew up your own core. Nu Zixing appeared from somewhere, sneering at Lin Banmeng's wounded chest. Her private area exposed. Lin Baum was both embarrassed and furious. "Now, if you're going to kill me, just do it. Stop with the sarcasm." Everyone who comes here says that. Ask yourself, do you really want to die so pathetically? Lin Banmeng snorted. "Enough talk. I won't fall for your tricks. Is that so? You all claim you'd give your lives for your teammates, Yet your suicidal behavior here will doom them, because they'll be one person short in the upcoming team battle. Lin Banming's expression flickered. What exactly do you want? No need for such hostility. I bear you no ill will. In fact, I'd love to see a spectacular match. So I'll give you a chance to revive. Use this core and you'll be restored to full strength and return to your teammates. Nu Sexing pulled a black core from his pocket. This is a dark soul? Lin Banmeng's eyelid twitched. I see you know what this is. Yes. This is the Dark Nether. Whether you want to save your teammates or seek revenge on me, you must use this dark soul. Otherwise, I'll kill you with one palm right now. Niu Zixing's voice turned icy. Lin Banmeng suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I finally understand your purpose. You organize this competition just to turn us all into slaves of the Dark Nether. If I accept this dark soul, your goal is achieved. But I'd rather die than let you have your way. So you don't care about your teammates either? I trust my teammates. Even with just 4, they can absolutely win. No more talk, come on. Lin Banmeng closed her eyes and fell silent. Fine. Worthy of an elite from the strongest academy on the continent, such high resolve. In that case, you can die. Niu Zixing raised his hand and struck down toward Lin Banmeng's head. Whoosh! Just as his palm was less than half a centimeter from her head, a black light shot toward his arm. His expression shifted slightly, and he backhanded the incoming object away. Clang! The black light fell to the ground. It was a piece of mecha material. Young master? What are you doing? Niu Zixing bowed to the newcomer. Tang Ying walked slowly to stand before him. Dark God Niu, my master said we are to co-host this event. I have a small suggestion, may I? I wouldn't dare. Please speak freely, young master.
Spare this person's life for now.
When it comes time for the academies to choose at the end, send her before those so-called righteous men of Shenbing Academy. I want to see how they choose whether they'll trade 1 for 1 or abandon her here. If it's the latter, you know what to do. Niu Zixing's eyes lit up, and he gave Tang Ying a thumbs up. As expected of the young master, far more farsighted than the subordinate. Very well, I'll follow your orders and spare their lives for now. Guards, take her to the Black Prison. Yes, the Dark Nether minions outside immediately led Lin Banmeng away. Tan Yingying let out a long breath and gazed through the medical room's glass window toward the Shenbing Academy rest area in the distance. Brother Yang, you have to keep going. All Yingying can do for you is keep them alive for now. The situation on the field grew even more unpredictable. After several rounds of combat, Tanquang Academy held the highest score, with nearly every contestant able to defeat 2 opponents. As injuries mounted, the factions began fighting with real ferocity, leading to even greater casualties. To avoid following in Lin Banmeng's footsteps, Luo He ordered that any Shenbing Academy member who had expended more than half their energy concede immediately. And since Tianquang Academy stood right behind them, they often picked up free points. In the final round, Lingdi Academy's last anchor contestant stepped onto the field. Yang Junwu recognized her familiar figure at once, his beloved sister, Xuanhuan. Trouble. She was about to face Tianquang Academy's 4th contestant, Qiao Shanfu. In the previous round, Shenbing Academy's Su Nianwen had fought fiercely against a Qingfeng Academy expert, exhausting himself. So he conceded directly against Qiao Shanfu without giving her a chance to strike. That meant Yang Guan would face an opponent with no energy spent. Yang Zhongwu's heart churned with anxiety, but he was powerless. He could only pray that Yang Huan would win or concede quickly.
He had a bad feeling. Those classmates who had been sent to the medical room were likely in grave danger.
Yang Huan looked at the woman before her, Qiao Shanfu. They had fought 2 years ago, both as first-year representatives, young and proud, neither willing to yield. They had ended in mutual injury, but became close friends instead. She let out a long sigh. Shanfu, you've disappointed me deeply. Qiao Shanfu replied coldly. You haven't experienced what I have. No matter, even in death, I will never bow to darkness. You've gained power that isn't yours, but your future is already gone. Enough talk. Let's see how much you've improved in 2 years, you so-called believer. Qiao Shanfu's face turned icy as she launched the first attack. The two knew each other well, and their strength was evenly matched, so neither could gain the upper hand for a time. Yang Junwu's eyes were full of worry. Though Yang Guan seemed slightly ahead, her opponent hadn't yet used the Dark Soul's special energy attacks. They clashed palms, sparks flying, and both leapt back to create distance. Looking at Qiao Shanfu, Yang Huan was inwardly shocked. Her opponent could nearly match her with ordinary attacks and defense alone. If she used special energy, Yang Huan would surely lose. Qiao Shanfu said calmly, Huan, you've improved greatly in these 2 years, but you're still no match for me now. Take this sky-rending life-seizing blade. A pitch-black long blade materialized in Qiao Shanfu's hand, and she swung it toward Xuanhuan. While Matt, Xuanhuan conjured a large saber of her own, charging forward with all her mech energy. A black blade and a silver saber clashed together. Neither backed down. They would decide the match with this one move. Huan, concede now. You can't take my next move. If you're sent to the medical room, you're finished. Qiao Shanfu's voice reached Yang Huan's ears. The latter froze for a moment. Qiao Shanfu urged urgently. Hurry, I am beyond saving. You must not die here. Yang Huan's mind raced. Should she trust this former friend who had become one of the darkness? Boom. Qiao Shanfu deliberately detonated her own blade and retreated swiftly. Yang Huan, you're impressive. For this next move, let's decide the match with one move. Qiao Shanfu's eye sockets suddenly turned pitch black, and eerie energy began to gather. Wait! Yang Huan shouted. Words are useless, Strike. Qiao Shanfu ignored her and continued to accumulate energy. I concede. Yang Huan chose to trust her former close friend in the end. She leapt back to her team's rest area. Yang Junwu let out a long breath. Conceding was the best choice. As long as she wasn't sent to the medical room, he still had a chance to save her. Soon, the third-year individual battles concluded. Qianhua Academy ranked first with the highest score, followed by Shenbing Academy and Lingdi Academy, with Qingfeng Academy and Xianxian Academy at the bottom. Next came the second-year individual battles, not the third-year team battles. With the precedent set and the smaller gap in strength among second years, the intensity increased by at least 50%. There were even cases where two contestants were severely injured and sent to the medical room simultaneously. After fierce fighting, Shenbing Academy took first this time, Jiankuang second, and Lingdi third. Then came the first-year battles. Yang Zhongwu whispered a few words to Luo Yu. His face changed drastically. No, I won't agree. Yang Junwu said, Teacher, we have no idea what's happening in the medical room. Only this way can we uncover their scheme. No, it's too dangerous. If they see through your plan, they might kill you on the spot. Zhang Wu, battles against darkness always bring casualties. You're not a god. You can't save everyone. Teacher, I'm the only one who can use mechs in the dark realm. I'll protect myself. Looking at his disciple's sincere face, he didn't know what to say. Yang Junwu's plan was bold, but it was indeed the only possible way to break the deadlock. Fine, do as you wish. I couldn't stop you anyway. But one thing, if you're exposed, take the rescued ones and leave immediately. Don't worry about me. Yang Junwu said nothing, neither agreeing nor objecting. First-year representatives, come forward to draw lots. Yang Junwu stood up, took a deep breath, and walked toward the drawing area. Suddenly, he saw a very familiar person, or rather, someone the original owner knew well, the current heir of the Yang family, second young master Yang Jingxuan. This was the man who had taken everything that belonged to the original owner in the Yang family. Yang Xiuxian also spotted Yang Junwu, and his face changed drastically. Impossible. How was he still alive? Hadn't the Bai family said they'd already dealt with him? Yang Junwu walked up to him with a faint smile. What's the matter, my dear little brother? No greeting for your big brother? No, you're not my brother. Who are you? Yang Jingxuan's eyes were full of terror. Yang Zhongwu was a waste who couldn't even sense spiritual energy. How could he be at Shenbing Academy? It must be an illusion, or someone disguised as Yang Junwu to scare him. Yan Junwu said calmly. What? You doubt I'm an imposter? Want me to tell everyone about you stealing our cousin's underwear when you were 5? You, Yang! Yang Jingxuan's face turned pale. This had to be the real Yang Yunwu. No one else could know about that incident from when they were 5. Are you wondering why I'm still alive? It wasn't me. It was all the Bai and Cao family schemes. The Bai and Cao families? So Cao Mangyue wasn't as innocent as she claimed. Yang Zhongwo was about to press further when the drawing began. He grabbed a ball at random and opened at number 1. Huh, what's the captain doing? Why hasn't he come back after drawing? Bai Shuixin wondered. According to the plan, she would go first, Mo Yibai second, Sun Yue third, Cao Mengyue fourth, and Yang Junwu last. Maybe Yang Jr. adjusted the strategy and wants to go first, Lin Shui guessed. He shook his head. You're all wrong. He wants to fight the entire match alone. What? Everyone thought they'd misheard. Fighting the entire match meant 1 against 20? Was that even possible? I don't know about others, but if it's the boss, maybe it's possible, Sun Yue said, now blindly trusting Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu's thoughts were simple. If he got injured this round and ended up in the medical room, he'd miss the team battle, leaving them in a 4-on-5 situation. So he needed to rack up as many points as possible. First round, Shenbing Academy versus Tianquang Academy begin. Tianquang Academy sent out a tall man. You little brat from Shenbing, I'll teach you a lesson today, please. Yang Junwu said nothing more and activated his mech fusion directly. Huh, why isn't it the 100? That one? Sun Yue almost blurted out. The 100% fusion mech was a trump card, and Yang Junwu naturally couldn't reveal it now. An ordinary B-class mech wouldn't be enough to fight 20 opponents, so he chose the A-class mech the original owner had brought from the Yang family. In Jianshan Academy's rest area, Yang Jingxuan watched in horror as Yang Junwu fused with the A-class mech on the field. He knew that mech well it was custom-made for Yang Junwu by Uncle Yang. The fact that he could use it now meant Yang Junwu had already reached the body tempering stage. Terrifying. Just 3 months ago at the family test, he was only at the second turn body forging stage. In a few short months, he'd jumped an entire major realm and 7 minor levels. No, he couldn't let him leave here alive. If he returned to the Yang family, his heir status might not be secure. A murderous intent flickered in Yang Jingshuan's eyes. The two on the field had already begun fighting. The tall man struck first, sending 3 beams of black light toward Yang Junwu from 3 directions. He went all out from the start, aiming to take his opponent down immediately. Yang Junwu's expression didn't change. A light sword appeared in his right hand. A flash of light, and the next second, Yang Junwu's figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already passed his opponent and stood behind the tall man. You? The tall man turned slowly, his mech fusion dissolving instantly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Then his body crashed to the ground, blood staining the arena. One move, instant kill. The entire venue was stunned. This was the first kill in the tournament. In all previous matches, even mutual injuries had never resulted in death. This was too ruthless. Even Shenbing Academy's rest area was dead silent. It was just an exchange meet was killing someone going too far. Is it him? In Lingdi Academy, a pair of beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the only man still standing on the field. She hadn't expected that in just a few years, the younger brother who'd shown no interest in cultivation had become a formidable expert. Yang Junwu had no intention of killing. But if he was to take on 20 opponents alone, he needed not only to end the fight quickly, but also to intimidate them. It would be even better if they voluntarily conceded. Besides, those he had slain were students who had already turned into Dark Nether. They were no longer on the same side, so killing them was justified. The third challenger was a woman from Qingfeng Academy, Xiuxian. Though the man's body had been removed, the bright red blood on the ground remained shocking to the eye. Senior brother, please show mercy and fight with restraint. Yang Junwu lowered his eyelids and said calmly, "You can concede." "No, I must fight for my academy's victory." Shuling shook her head. Yang Zhongwu was strong, but she still had a chance to win. At the referee's command, Shuiling instantly completed her mech fusion. She was also an A-rank mech pilot. The dark green mech bore faint ancient patterns, indicating the Rune Master's high skill. A dark green spear appeared in her hand. "Watch my spear!" Shuling accelerated, closing the distance between them in an instant. Yang Zhongwu calmly raised his hand and fired an antimatter cannon. The antimatter cannon wasn't powerful, but its impact was strong. If it hit, Shuling would surely be knocked back. If she didn't want to be interrupted, her best option was to dodge. But that would slow her attack, giving her opponent a chance to escape the spear's range. However, Shuling didn't dodge at all. Instead, she swung her spear. At the spear's tip, an ancient shield perfectly blocked the incoming antimatter cannon. A shield on a weapon? What kind of tactic was this? Even Yang Junwu didn't react in time. He had been about to predict her movement and fire a second shot, but he never expected her to block the antimatter cannon with the shield on her weapon and continue her attack. Helplessly, he had to defend first. He activated his shield and retreated at full speed. Although Shuiling's spear blocked the antimatter cannon, her speed was somewhat affected, so she couldn't break through before Yang Junwu's shield formed. The spear tip struck the shield, and Yang Junwu used the impact to retreat even farther, completely leaving her attack range. Her attack didn't work, but Shuiling wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, Yang Zhongwu's strength was evident. He wasn't an easy opponent to defeat. They both fired a particle cannon simultaneously. "This woman is really strong. She can even tie with the boss," Bai Shui Qin said in amazement. Yang Zhongwu was considered the top freshman at Divine Weapon Academy. If even he couldn't easily take her down, it meant her strength was even above theirs. No, the boss doesn't want to waste too much energy. San Yue shook his head. Yan Junwu hadn't used a single ultimate move yet. Trying to subdue his opponent with normal attacks was a bit overconfident. If he dragged it out and still couldn't win, he'd have to use his ultimate move, which would cost even more energy. On the field, they exchanged a blow, and Yang Junwu retreated repeatedly. In normal attack exchanges, he was actually a notch below. "It's over. Take this Moon Shadow Soul devouring spear." A hint of pride flashed in Shuiling's eyes. Yang Junwu had retreated again and again, now at the edge of the arena platform. If they clashed once, even if the outcome wasn't decided, he'd fall off the platform with another step back. Falling off the platform meant an automatic forfeit, regardless of whether the fighter still had strength to continue fighting. Here it comes! Here it comes! Yang Junwu slowly raised his arm, and the joy in Xue Ling's eyes grew. Slowing light ray, activate. A golden light shot from Yang Junwu's arm, and he sidestepped away. Damn it. Xue Ling was shocked. The moment the golden light enveloped her, she felt as if she had stepped into a quagmire. Her attack and movement speed dropped drastically. Yang Junwu easily dodged her attack, then turned and kicked her in the rear. So Xue Ling, carried by the spear's momentum, flew straight off the platform. Bye-bye. Yang Junwu waved at her with a smile. That actually works? The Divine Weapon Academy crowd was stunned. Isn't that the module we used to catch mechanical beasts last time? It actually works in real combat. Sun Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo He seized the opportunity to lecture. Combat isn't just about equipment and techniques, it's also about this. He pointed to his head and continued, any top-tier expert has extremely high combat intelligence. Xue Ling was furious, but even though she had strength to continue fighting, she wasn't allowed back on the platform. Second match, Yang Zhongwu wins. The third challenger came from Lingdi Academy. Her name was Luo Lingshan. The Luo family was one of the 5 great families of Feiye Kingdom, skilled in runes. Mechs produced by the Luo family had many strange and bizarre abilities. Concede. I don't want to hurt you, Yang Junwu kindly advised every opponent who stepped up. Luo Lingshan revealed a dimple and smiled. That won't do. I'm different from Xue Ling. If you don't go all out, be careful you don't capsize in a ditch. As the match began, Luo Lingshan immediately retreated to widen the distance. At the same time, she raised her hand and shot a ray toward Yang Junwu. Facing the strange ray, Yang Junwu did not dare to be careless and immediately brought out his shield. You fell for it! Luo Lingshan showed an innocent smile and lightly shouted. Freeze! Yang Junwu's shield and its launcher were all covered in a layer of white frost. It was attribute power. This was troublesome. To break attribute power, one could either counter with the same method or forcibly consume core energy to dispel the opponent's attribute effect. But clearly Yang Junwu didn't want to waste too much core energy. Lu Lingshan raised her hand and fired another ray. Yang Junwu charged forward, trying to dodge the incoming ray with speed. However, the ray seemed to have auto-tracking no matter how he dodged. It kept following him relentlessly. Meanwhile, Luo Lingshan was cautious. Whenever Yang Junwu got close, she immediately widened the distance, not giving him a chance for close combat. The ray hit Yang Junwu's other arm, and it burst into blazing flames. Luo Lingshan controlled not just ice, but also fire. Under the combined ice and fire, Yang Junwu's mech began to crack. He was shocked. Helplessly, he had to forcibly use core energy to dispel the ice and fire and repair the mech's structure. This directly consumed a third of his core energy. Sun Yue was dumbfounded. This Luo Lingshan is too strong. She has 2 attributes. Luo, he sneered. If she truly had 2 attributes, she wouldn't be at Lingdi Academy, she'd be at Divine Weapon Academy. Teacher, what's going on? I don't understand at all. Let me explain. Lin Xue took the initiative to clarify for the juniors. The ray Luo Lingshan uses is called the 5 Elements Ray. It can launch attacks similar to the 5 elements based on the attribute preset in the mech core. Generally, a core can only have 1 attribute. The fact that she can use 2 shows that the core's rune technology is quite advanced. I see, but she did create effects like attribute attacks. How do we defend against that? Simple. In essence, it's just a normal core energy attack. If you counter it with a laser cannon of the same energy type, they'll cancel each other out. San Youwei understood. This was a tribute simulated by core energy, not a personal ability, so it couldn't grow. Divine Weapon Academy wouldn't admit someone just because their core was powerful. But even with the solution, hitting a thin, fast ray with a laser cannon was extremely difficult. Moreover, Yang Junwu didn't know that her attributes weren't real, so he had no idea a laser cannon could counter them. Luo Lingshan continued her attack. This time, a light sword appeared in Yang Junwu's hand. Facing the incoming ray, Yang Junwu shouted and swung his light sword down. Boom! The ray was knocked away, and Yang Junwu suddenly accelerated, chasing after Luo Lingshan. Luo Lingshan's face changed drastically. She never expected his light sword not to be frozen by the ray. When she tried to fire another ray, it was too late. The gleaming light sword was at her throat. Concede, or don't blame me for being harsh, Yang Junwu said coldly. Tell me, how did you do it? Luo Lingshan stared at him without blinking. Yang Junwu didn't answer. He truly didn't know her attributes were fake. When he used core power to repair his damaged mech, he discovered that the dragon energy inside him could dispel her ice and fire. So he had a bold idea. Cover the light sword with dragon energy and attack the ray head on. It worked so far. Yang Junwu had defeated 3 opponents. setting a record. If he defeated one more, he'd be the first to take on 4 in this year's 5 Academy Exchange. Tang Yingying and Niu Zhaixing stood by the glass window on the second floor, watching the match. That person is the young master's beloved, right? He's got some real skill. Tang Yingying's pretty face flushed, but she didn't deny it. Unfortunately, he's from Divine Weapon Academy, our Dark Nether's absolute enemy. It might be hard for you to be with him. Tang Yingying shook her head. I don't have to be with him. As long as I see him doing well, that's enough. How can that be? You are the young master of Dark Nether. How could you suffer such a grievance? I have an idea why not turn him into one of us. Then you two can be together. Tang Yingying's expression changed, and she said coldly, I warn you, don't do anything reckless. Anyone who tries to harm Brother Yang, I will never forgive, even if they're from Dark Nether. Seeing her anger, Niu Zhaixing quickly forced a smile. Young master, calm down, I was just joking. But I still advise you, the stronger you both become, the greater the differences between you will grow. Maybe one day, when you lead your respective forces into battle, what will you do? Tang Yingying sighed. I don't know. It's too early to think about that now. As they spoke, Yang Ying had already defeated the first challenger from Victory Academy. That meant he had accomplished the feat of taking on 4 opponents alone. The second round begins. Heavenly Ray Yang Junwu suddenly interrupted the referee. Do you have a problem, contestant? The referee, though from the Dark Abyss faction, respected the strong, a universal trait. Yang Junwu's victory over 4 opponents of the same rank had earned a measure of his respect. I've already defeated 4 contestants, so I request that each of the 4 academies send 1 person to the stage. If I lose, I'll return 1 point to each academy. The referee was stunned. You want to take on 1 versus 4? Yang Junwu nodded. Exactly. The referee was at a loss, glancing toward the window where Tang Yingying sat. Niu Zhaixing chuckled. Your beloved seems a bit overconfident, wanting to take on 4 at once. What do you say should I stop him? Tang Yingying paused, then shook her head. She knew Yang Junwu well. If he wasn't absolutely certain, he wouldn't do this. Fine. If he's defeated, he can just join our Dark Abyss. Niu Zhaixing waved his hand, signaling the referee to approve Yang Junwu's request. Receiving the instruction, the referee immediately announced, Heavenly Rage Academy, Spirit Butterfly Academy, War God Academy, and Gentle Breeze Academy each send 1 contestant for the second match. In this match, Yang Junwu of Divine Weapon Academy will face 4 opponents alone. If he wins, he earns 4 points. If he loses, his points from the previous round will be returned to the other academies' contestants still on the field after the match. At this, the entire arena erupted in shock. Damn, Divine Weapon Academy is way too arrogant. 1-on-1, I admit he's strong, but 1 versus 4? That's disrespecting all of us academies. The leading teacher of Gentle Breeze Academy was furious. The other academies were similarly outraged, except for Spirit Butterfly Academy's teacher, Zhang, who after a moment's thought sent out a contestant of modest strength. Xiao Zhou, once on stage, avoid engaging in attacks. Focus on preserving yourself. If things go south, concede immediately. The War God Academy members wore expressions of disbelief. Cao Mengye and the others knew their president was wild, but they never expected him to go so far as to challenge 4 at once. Teacher, do you think Yang Junwu can win? The seniors also found it risky. They'd seen his strength. He was indeed formidable, and winning 4 more one-on-one matches wouldn't be a problem. But taking on 4 simultaneously was a different beast entirely. Luo, he smiled. It's not entirely hopeless. If he can use that move, he might win. The 4 contestants on stage glared at Yang Junwu with murderous intent. Even if they won this match, they'd earn no praise. After all, 4 against 1 winning was expected. But if they lost, it would be a joke. 4 couldn't beat 1. Might as well drop out. Among them, the male contestant from Heavenly Rage Academy radiated killing intent. The man Yang Junwu had killed earlier was his close friend. If given the chance, he'd make Yang Junwu pay in blood. The Gentle Breeze Academy contestant was about to have the group form a formation for coordinated attack, but before he could, the Heavenly Rage male had already charged. What the hell? Can we have some teamwork? The Gentle Breeze contestant cursed, but it was too late to complain. He had to follow the charge. Well done, Yang Junwu shouted, returning Dragon Fist. He closed in and landed a punch on the fastest, the Heavenly Rage male. The latter sneered, coming into direct contact with my dark energy?
You're asking for death?
That's not certain. A silver and a black energy collided instantly. But then something unbelievable happened to the Heavenly Rage contestant. Yang Jongwoo's fist broke through his dark energy. The Heavenly Rage contestant was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Though not knocked out, his dark soul was severely damaged, leaving him unable to fight for a while. The remaining 3 rushed over and launched a new assault on Yang Junwoo. This time, with someone directing, they coordinated well, combining close and ranged attacks, harassment from afar. Yang Junwoo fired 2 particle cannon blasts, not bothering to check if they hit. If he got surrounded by 3, it would be troublesome. After forcing back the close-range attacker, he immediately repositioned. He seized opportunities to harass. The 3 were prepared. The front one raised a shield, while the other 2 used ranged attacks. Though it was their first time coordinating, they were quite adept. Yang Junwoo launched Dragon Breaker Fist and Light Slash Sword repeatedly, but neither succeeded, and his core energy was draining faster. Yang Yanmiao, you're indeed strong, but no matter how powerful an individual is, they can't beat teamwork. Concede, and we won't make things hard for you. The Spirit Butterfly female contestant urged. You want me to concede? Sorry, I don't agree. Yang Junwoo's movement and attack speed suddenly surged. His mech turned into a silver blur, weaving among the 3. So fast, the 3 sensed danger. Yang Junwoo could appear behind them at any moment. If they kept this defensive counter formation, they'd be like a fish in a bamboo trap asking for trouble. So they scattered in 3 directions, launching ranged attacks to slow his pursuit. But Yang Junwoo's eyes seemed fixed on the Spirit Butterfly female. After a brief pause, he charged at her again. Stop him. Stop him now. Before the words faded, Yang Junwoo was already less than 2 meters from her. That distance was more than enough for a strike. I concede, the female shouted without hesitation. Now it was Yang Junwoo's turn to be baffled. What was this? Why concede so easily? Clearly, the other 2 were coming to help, but the Spirit Butterfly contestant in the center gave up. If she'd held on for just 1 second, they could have flanked him. With only 2 left, one of them had only a B-grade mech, unable to match Yang Junwoo's speed and power. After 4 or 5 exchanges, another fell a punch to the head, eliminated. The lost B-grade mech pilot, Yang Junwoo, didn't attack further, letting her concede on her own. 1 versus 4 and easy win. His score now stood at 8 points, all his alone. As expected of the young master's beloved, she's got some skill, taking down 8 in a row. Tang Ying shot him a glare, but said nothing. On the field, Yang Junwoo looked at the referee again. The referee thought, you're not going to cause more trouble, are you? Sure enough, Yang Junwoo spoke. I have 8 points now, so I want all 8 contestants from the next 2 rounds to come up. 1 versus 8. This time, even Tang Yingying wanted to refuse him. The 1 versus 4 had been a win, but his core energy was nearly 2/3 depleted. Even against 8 ordinary A-grade mech pilots with defenses up, he might not defeat them all before his core ran dry. Nu Xiuxian, however, was in a mood for chaos, signaling the referee to agree. The referee's mind was filled with one word: absurd. Each academy sent 2 contestants to the stage. Helpless, the referee also wanted to see how Yang Junwoo would win 1 versus 8. Arrogant. Too arrogant. 1 versus 4 wasn't enough. Now 1 versus 8. We can't let Yang Junwoo keep showing off. Otherwise, we'll all end with 0 points, and they'll take first place without even competing in the team round. The first years from all 4 academies were riled up, eager to get on stage. Someone this arrogant needed to be taken down personally. Soon, 8 contestants gathered, surrounding Yang Junwoo. Learning from the previous lesson, they decided to skip tactics and attack simultaneously. No A-grade mech could withstand a combined assault from 8. Yang Junwoo couldn't either. But not being able to block didn't mean not being able to win. Ancient Mech God. Awaken from the dust. Show your majestic form, Mecha LINK. Ancient Sword of Size. A rift about 3 meters wide tore open in the arena space. A blood-red longsword slowly emerged from the rift, finally merging with Yang Junwoo's right arm. The sword radiated a primal, heart-stopping aura. The moment the sword appeared, the 8 contestants felt their mech cores trembling violently, sending waves of fear. They tried to attack, but their mechs refused to obey. Forcing it even risked breaking the fusion. The 8 were stunned. In all their time as mech pilots, this was the first time their cores had defied orders. What the hell was this thing? Mecha LINK. In all 5 rest areas, the leading teacher shouted in unison. Sun Yue's eyes sparkled. So this is Mecha LINK? I've heard that A-grade and above mechs have a chance to trigger a line K-summon, resonating with ancient mech equipment from other dimensions, greatly enhancing a mech's ability for a short time. Lo Hei nodded. You're right. But while inscriptions can increase the success rate of Mecha LINK, the trigger is still random, with a success rate of less than 1%. Cao Mengyu suddenly spoke. That's strange. The president's trump card for 1 versus 8 should be Mecha LINK, but you said it's random. How can he be sure it'll trigger this time and link to a powerful mech weapon? Luo He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yang Junwoo's performance so far was beyond even his understanding as a teacher. Not only could he build a B-grade mech with perfect fusion, but now he had an A-grade core with stable linking. Regardless of the discussions below, the situation on the field had changed drastically. Yang Junwu, surrounded, swung the blood-red sword. The 4 contestants in front were instantly crippled, unable to fight any longer. What kind of monster is this? The other 4's mentality completely shattered. One move taking out 4 people, this was strength they simply couldn't contend with. I concede. The 2 from Spirit Butterfly Academy jumped straight off the competition platform. Only 1 male student from Skyridge Academy and 1 from Gentle Breeze Academy remained on the field. Yan Junwu turned around, his golden sword pointing forward. Attack! The 2 exchanged glances, spread apart, and struck from left and right. No matter how strong your attack is, you can only hit one of us. They were betting on that 1 in 2 chance. Yang Junwu snorted coldly, hurling his golden longsword, which shot like lightning toward the Skyraj Academy contestant. Dark slowing. The Skyraj contestant wasn't about to sit idle. Black chi erupted from his entire body, enveloping the golden sword, trying to pull it aside. Explode! Yang Junwu muttered. The golden sword suddenly burst apart. The long sword shattered into dozens of smaller blades, piercing through the black mist and striking the Skyridge contestant's mecha. He stumbled back, his mecha's outer layer bursting open. Though he barely saved his life, he could no longer continue the match. Meanwhile, the Gentle Breeze contestant, seizing the moment while Yang Junwu was occupied, fired 3 particle cannons from behind in a sneak attack. Returning Dragon Fist. Yang Jue indeed had no way to dodge now, and the linked golden sword had vanished. His silver-white fist collided head-on with the particle blasts. Yang Junwu spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back 3 steps before steadying himself. After multiple battles, his shield had dropped too much to fully withstand 3 particle cannon hits. He still didn't explode. The Gentle Breeze contestant's eyes widened, a flicker of fear rising in his heart, causing his next attack to lag half a beat. Having steadied himself, Yang Junwu suddenly accelerated, closing the distance in an instant, and unleashed Dragon Breaker Fist. The Gentle Breeze contestant's antimatter cannon had just finished its calculations, but before it could fire, Yang Junwu's fist jammed it right in the barrel. Boom! The antimatter cannon exploded! Yang Junwu leapt back swiftly while raising a shield. Aside from some damage to the mecha on his fist, all the shock waves were blocked by the shield. His opponent wasn't so lucky, his entire mecha burst apart, and when his physical body was exposed, the residual shockwave slammed into him, sending him crashing to the ground unconscious. 1 versus 8, Yang Junwu wins. Yang Jingxuan's eyes held both fear and intense killing intent. Yang Junwu had to die here, otherwise, once he grew stronger, the entire Yang family might not be his match. Though he had already defeated 16 opponents, it was clear he was also severely injured himself. If he were to challenge 4 more alone this time, he had to find a chance to kill him. The referee looked at Yang Junwu, but the latter remained silent, taking the opportunity to recover his mecha's energy. Everyone assumed Yang Junwu would again request a 1 versus 4 match, so they all waited for him to speak. After a moment's hesitation, Xiuxian, the last contestant from Skyridge Academy, finally stepped onto the platform. Yang Junwu opened his eyes. Concede, even if you defeat me now, you can't win the championship. Jiang Feiyan expressed her stance with a dark fire cannon. Yang Junwu's light sword reappeared, infused with dragon chi, and he slashed, sending the incoming dark fire cannon flying. With dragon chi enhancement, the corrosive power of the dark fire cannon was directly dispelled. One could say Yang Junwu was the natural nemesis of dark, mysterious forces. Seeing that dark power was ineffective against him, Zhang Fan had no choice but to attack with conventional means. And Yang Junwu's available options were nearly exhausted too. Both were A-class mechas, so the fight was evenly matched. After over a dozen exchanges, Yang Junwu found an opening and punched her in the chest. Dragon Chi invaded, and Jiang Feiyan let out a scream. Her shadow, which still had energy, was forcibly forced to dissolve its fusion. Yang Junwu hadn't expected that Dragon Chi would have such a miraculous effect against the Dark Nether people. This match, Yang Junwu won again. His points reached 17. Just 3 more victories and he'd achieve the feat of 1 versus 20. But it was obvious that his stamina was now severely depleted, like a towering tree swaying in a storm, ready to snap with just 1 more blow. Who would become the lucky one to take him down? A figure slowly emerged from Spirit Butterfly Academy. The moment she stepped onto the platform, before the referee even said start, she directly conceded. What? Everyone was baffled. Yang Junwu was clearly on the verge of collapse, why not even try? The lead teacher from Spirit Butterfly Academy had her own considerations. Even if they defeated Yang Junwu now, it would only earn 1 point. Those who had fought Yang Junwu before were either severely injured or killed. Taking such a huge risk for just 1 point simply wasn't worth it. And by now, Spirit Butterfly Academy had noticed that young Xuanhu's severe injuries were mostly inflicted on contestants from other academies. Spirit Butterfly had suffered the least, with no severe injuries at all. Xiuanhuan, a third-year student, had directly told the teacher this young Xuanhu was her cousin, younger male, so it was likely out of respect for her that he hadn't gone hard on Spirit Butterfly students. So they placed their bets on the team battle. Young Xuanhu breathed a sigh of relief. Spirit Butterfly Academy not attacking was a good thing. It allowed him to better execute his plan. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. After the Spirit Butterfly contestant conceded, the Gentle Breeze contestant also chose to concede. Now only the last contestant from War God Academy remained, young Jingxuan. Teacher, maybe we should concede too. If Jingxuan gets injured, the team battle might suffer, one contestant suggested, echoing Spirit Butterfly's strategy. No, I'll go. Young Jingxuan stood up. Now was the moment when young Jinwu was weakest. If he didn't kill him now, who knew when the next opportunity would come? By then, young Junwo might have grown into an unbeatable super expert. Young Jingxuan quickly strode onto the competition platform. Young Junwo had already rested for 2 rounds. He couldn't give him more time to recover. Final match of the individual competition. Divine Weapon Academy versus War God Academy. Young Junwo looked at his younger brother who bore a 60% resemblance to himself. I didn't expect you to be part of the plot against me. Young Jingshuan's face darkened. Brother, since you didn't die, why not hide away and live out your days in peace? Why come and compete with me? Ha! Compete! Young Junwu laughed uproariously. Who was the one competing? I was never one to fight for anything. Even if you wanted the Yang family inheritance, I could have given it to you. But you? To make me a stumbling block, disappear for good. You conspired with outsiders to harm your own family. And now, you dare talk to me about competing?
Brother, for the stability of the family, I must kill you today.
Young Jingxuan said coldly. If you've got the guts, bring it on. Yang Junwu said calmly. Take this, Dazzling Dragon Sword. Dazzling Dragon Sword, the Yang family's signature sword technique. Legend has it that an ancestor of the Yang family once subdued a true dragon, thereby becoming infused with dragon chi. When executing the Dazzling Dragon Sword technique, it carries a trace of draconic might. Yang Jianwu hadn't sensed it before, but now, with his hidden dragon body strengthened by the dragon egg essence, his sensitivity to dragon chi was far sharper. Within Yang Jingxuan's sword chi, besides the mecha core's power, there was indeed dragon chi swirling. Yang family members who could wield dragon chi were called half-dragon bodies, possessing extremely high cultivation talent. This also explained why they wanted Yang Jingxuan as a heir. Facing Yang Jingxuan's attack, Yang Junwu showed no fear, raising his sword to meet it. The two clashed like powerful swordsmen, exchanging over a dozen moves with no clear victor. This Yang Jingxuan is strong too. He can actually match the boss, Sun Yue said in surprise. Zhao Mengyue watched the two on the field, her expression slightly tense. Her dealings with the Bai family, though tacitly approved by the Yang family, didn't mean Yang Jingxuan wouldn't completely shift the blame and tell Yang Junwu the truth. If this got out, the Bai family might be fine, but the Cao family would be finished. The battle on the field grew increasingly fierce. The more Yang Jingxuan fought, the more alarmed he became. They were evenly matched now, but don't forget Yang Junwu had already fought over a dozen battles before this. He had to use his ultimate move. Yang Jingxuan fired an antimatter cannon to force Yang Junwu back, then quickly created distance. Ancient divine dragon, protector god of the family, grant the guardian's glory, annihilate the enemy before me. Mecha LINK. Activate dragon's phantom scales. A gleaming dragon scale tore through space and merged with Yang Jingxuan's arm, turning his entire right arm into a silvery scale-covered limb. He can use Mecha LINK too. The Divine Weapon Academy members sensed trouble. They had witnessed the power of Yang Junwu's Mecha LINK before, and now that the opponent was using it while Yang Junwu couldn't, the situation had turned dangerous. Yang Jingxuan sneered. Brother, didn't expect this, did you? Mecha LINK isn't exclusive to you. Enough talk. If you got the skill, attack, Yang Junwu said coldly. Humph, brother, stop putting on airs. You're at the end of your rope now. Don't blame me for being ruthless, blame your bad timing for showing up. Die. Dragon Scale Soul Destroyer. Yang Jingxuan surged forward, the scales on his right arm transforming into sharp projectiles, hurtling toward Yang Junwu. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu raised his shield to defend. Boom, boom, boom. As the scales exploded, Yang Junwu's shield began to shake violently, on the verge of breaking. It's over! Yang Jingxuan flew in and punched the trembling shield. Crack! A massive fissure split the shield, Then it burst apart with a blinding flash. In the light and shadows, one figure stood tall and proud, while another lay sprawled on the ground, alive or dead unknown. Who won? The light gradually faded, and everyone finally saw the situation on the field. Yang Junwu was vomiting blood, his core burst open, lying on the ground, severely injured. Yang Jingxuan wins, the referee announced loudly. I'll spare your life for now. Yang Jingxuan snorted coldly. After the shield broke, Yang Junwu's core had self-destructed, foiling his plan to kill him with a single punch. Medical staff immediately rushed in and carried Yang Junwu off the competition field. Sun Yue's face was full of worry. Do you think the boss is faking it? Bai Shuixin shook her head. Probably not. Under those circumstances, faking a severe injury isn't easy, especially since his core exploded. Cao Mengye agreed with Bai Shuixin's assessment. The president isn't a god either. He couldn't defend against the opponent's linked attack. Sun Yue was speechless. You two, stop with the cold remarks. What do we do now? Lo He looked in the direction where Yang Junwu had been carried off. This severe injury was definitely intentional on Yang Junwu's part, otherwise he could have just stepped down and conceded if he couldn't block it. The opponent's attack, though powerful, wasn't fast, so there was definitely a chance to escape. But the injury was certainly real too, otherwise it wouldn't have fooled Yang Jingxuan, who had launched the attack. All they could do now was trust that Yang Junwu would recover quickly. He took a deep breath and said calmly, everyone, since Junwu is your captain, you should trust him unconditionally. He's already secured 19 points for us. In the upcoming team battle, everyone must give their all and not let your captain's efforts go to waste. Yes, teacher. Yang Junwu slowly opened his eyes. You're finally awake. Nu Xiuxian stood beside him, a smile actually on his face. What do you want? Yang Junwu stammered, caught off guard. Don't be nervous. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of saving you. I'll give you two choices. 1, become a member of the Dark Nether. With your talent, who knows, you might even rise to become the Nether Lord's top lieutenant, outranking me. 2, die right now.
Just kill me then. I won't work for your Nether Lord.
Yang Junwu refused without hesitation. Young man, don't be so hasty. Let me ask you, what's your goal at the Divine Weapon Academy? Is it to serve them? Of course not. I'm here to grow stronger. Nu Xiuxian spread his hands. There you go. The only real difference between the Dark Nether and ordinary mecha pilots is the name. If you can reach the peak of cultivation within the Dark Nether, why cling to a title? Your Dark Nether has done nothing but evil. How can you compare to the Divine Weapon Academy?
Nu Xiuxian burst into 3 loud laughs.
Young man, did you personally witness the Dark Nether killing innocents, or did you just hear it from others? I'd bet it's the latter. What about turning the entire Skyraj Academy's teachers and students into Dark Nether? Isn't that slaughtering the innocent? That's just a tactic against a hostile faction. Besides, we only converted the participants, everyone else is alive and well. And we agreed to let many of you go. Think about it, if the 5 academies captured someone from the Dark Nether, would they be so kind as to release them? Yang Junwu fell silent. From that angle, the Dark Nether did seem to have a bit of conscience. At least so far, they hadn't killed a single student who came for the 5 academy exchange.
I see you're a talent, which is why I'm telling you all this.
You should know what choice to make. Yang Junwu remained silent. Now he wasn't sure whether those who came before him had accepted the Dark Nether's transformation, or where they had been taken. If you don't speak, I'll take it as agreement. Come on, absorb this shadow core, and you'll become one of us.
And Nu Xiuxian handed Yang Junwu a gray Master Core.
Wait, a hoarse female voice suddenly cut in from the side. Young miss, I'm doing this for your own good. If he successfully transforms, you two can truly be together, Nu Xiuxian urged. Don't waste your effort. Yang Junwu won't agree. The woman shook her head. She walked over to Yang Junwu and said calmly, you came here to find out what happened to those who went into the infirmary, didn't you? Am I right? Yang Junwu was stunned. He thought his acting was decent, but it turned out he'd been seen through all along. A flicker of panic crossed his face, and he quickly took a deep breath to steady himself. No need to be nervous. Our agreement still stands, the woman continued.
So it was her.
This was the woman who had snuck into his room that night. Nu Xiuxian had called her young miss, and there was fear in his tone. Could she be the Nether Lord's heir? Someone like that should be his absolute enemy. Why would she agree to let him go? The woman stood close. Though her metallic veil hid her face, her figure was striking, and her scent seemed oddly familiar. Have we met before? Yang Junwu suddenly asked. The woman gave a slight start, then quickly denied it. Of course not. Her reaction only made Yang Junwoo more certain they might know each other. He shouldn't have any ties to the Dark Nether, so it was likely she knew the original owner of this body. Yang Zhuangwu rapidly searched the original owner's memories but found nothing. The woman asked, "Are you willing to become a member of the Dark Nether?" Yang Zhuangwu shook his head. She'd already seen through his intentions, so there was no point in pretending. He had already begun secretly preparing to fully fuse his B-rank core. The moment she made a move, he'd have to fight for his life.
Guards! Take him to the dungeon!
The woman said flatly. The dungeon? So the injured who refused to join the Dark Nether were locked up there. Perfect. If he could get into the dungeon, he could rescue those people. Yang Junwoo suppressed the joy on his face, closed his eyes, and said nothing. Soon he was carried out of the infirmary. "No, xiuxian," urged. "Young Mez, forgive me for speaking plainly, but I think you should learn a thing or two from the Dark Nether's ways." That guy's badly injured. He's completely at your mercy. If you just seal the deal, he'll have no choice but to comply. Tang Yingjing's face flushed red, and she shot him a fierce glare. Nonsense. Yes, I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart. Enough. The exchange is almost over. How are the preparations for the device going? Rest assured, young miss. The moment they leave, the rest will become nourishment for the Dark Nether realm, along with the entire academy. Keep an eye on it. Don't let anything go wrong, or we'll have no way to answer to Master. Understood. Young miss, I'll go double-check personally. With that, Niu Xiaoxing turned and left the infirmary. The room was left with only Tang Yingying. As if all strength had drained from her, she slumped into a chair. Brother Yang, time is short. If you want to save people, you'd better hurry. In the dungeon, Lin Banmeng saw Yang Junwoo thrown in and quickly rushed over to help him up. Junior, how did you end up locked in here too? How are the others? Yang Junwoo shook his head. It's a long story. Everyone else is fine. Are all the injured locked up here? Lin Banmeng shook her head. No, half of them directly joined the Dark Nether. The ones here are those who refused, so they got locked up. So that was it. Half had surrendered outright, which shocked Yang Junwoo. He'd thought at most one or two would fall for Niu Xiaoxing's nonsense. Everyone, you've done well. I'll find a way to get you out. Yang Junwoo pulled out some healing pills and handed them to Lin Banmeng to distribute. The pills weren't top grade, but at least they'd ensure everyone could move on their own. A storage pocket world? Someone gasped. Yang Junwoo couldn't have carried that many pills on him, so producing so many meant he must have a storage pocket world. They were half right. The small world Yang Junwoo carried wasn't a storage pocket world, but a true one. Of course, he wasn't about to explain that. Wait, storage pocket worlds need spiritual energy to use. How can you open it in the dark realm? You don't need to know that. Yang Junwoo pulled out paper and a pen, handing them over. What's this for? The crowd was puzzled. Write IOUS. I saved you, so I deserve some return. Write down what you're willing to pay mecha materials, mecha cores, anything. Think carefully. How much is your life worth? The crowd was speechless. Wasn't this taking advantage of people in distress? Robbing them blind? Seeing no one move, Lin Banmeng stepped forward and took the pen. She finished quickly and handed the paper to Yang Junwoo. I owe Yang Junwoo 1 A-rank core and a full set of A-rank core forging materials to be paid upon returning to the academy. Well, senior sister, you're quite generous. This junior thanks you in advance. Yang Junwoo read it aloud, then tucked the paper into his robe. The others finally caught on generous? The two of them were putting on a show together. This was a template. If they didn't offer something of equal value, they probably wouldn't get rescued. Hurry up and write. I'm not picky. Just give from the heart. Yang Junwoo said with a grin. The crowd began scribbling. Soon, over a dozen IOUs were tucked into his robe. Most wrote similar amounts to senior sister Lin. A few first and second year students genuinely didn't have much, so they looked at him nervously. But Yang Junwoo only gave them a casual glance, not even bothering to check closely. Those who'd written a rank cores were kicking themselves. So Yang Junwoo and Lin Banmeng really weren't acting, and his casual attitude was genuine. But since they'd written it, they couldn't exactly ask for it back. Still, thinking it over, if these things could buy their lives, it was worth it. Everyone, I need to know, are there any guards here? Yang Junwoo asked. From now on, he had to plan the rescue, and the first thing was to assess the guard situation. Lin Banmeng spoke up. This cell is just a repurposed classroom. Since everyone's badly injured and can't use mecha fusion in the Dark Realm, the guards are pretty lax. I think there are only 2 former Skyridge Academy students at the main entrance. Yang Junwoo gave her a thumbs up. Only someone from the Divine Weapon Academy could stay so observant under these conditions. That was good news. Weak guards meant an easy breakout. Should we leave now? Lin Banmeng knew Yang Junwoo could use mecha fusion. Yang Junwoo shook his head. Not yet. There's still the team competition. Later there might be more injured. Yang Junwoo's prediction was correct. After about 10 minutes, 2 more injured were brought in. One of them was actually Xuanhuan. Who won? Before Yang Junwoo could speak, Lin Banmeng asked hurriedly. It was spectacular. The 4 academies joined forces to eliminate the Heaven Defiance Academy first, then 3 academies allied against the Divine Weapon Academy. Yang Huan glanced at Yang Junwoo and began to vividly describe the team battle that had just occurred. And then, Yang Junwoo felt a slight worry in his heart. His senior brothers and sisters were indeed strong, but facing simultaneous attacks from 3 academies in such a cramped space, they might not necessarily win without a scratch. Don't worry, all of us injured were hurt fighting Heaven Defiance Academy. Your Divine Weapon Academy is indeed very strong. They took first place. Yang Junwoo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. According to the tacit understanding among the 4 academies, the next 2 rounds would likely be relatively peaceful battles. Sure enough, after another 10+ minutes, 2 people from the second year came in, also injured during the fight with Heaven Defiance Academy. However, besides them, 2 others couldn't hold on and betrayed the academy, joining the Dark Nether. Yang Junwoo thought it over. He couldn't wait any longer. If he delayed, the enemy might make other moves. He opened the entrance to his pocket world. Everyone, please enter the pocket world immediately. I'll take you out of here. Yang Huan's eyes lit up. Good lad. In a few years you've grown much stronger. You can even get your hands on something like a pocket world. Yang Junwoo smiled slightly. Sis, you go in first. I'll explain slowly. Fine. Then I'll take a tour of your pocket world. The crowd filed in one by one. In an instant, only Yang Junwoo remained in the cell. Guard, something's happened. Yang Junwoo shouted toward the door. Soon 2 Dark Nether disciples guarding the entrance came in. Where are the others? When they saw only Yang Junwoo in the room, their eyes widened in utter disbelief. What's going on? Where did everyone go? One of them demanded harshly. Yang Junwoo put on a panicked expression. I don't know either. A space-time rift suddenly appeared, and people vanished. Come in and see for yourselves. The 2 quickly opened the door and stepped inside. Mech fusion. Yang Junwoo activated immediately, transforming into a golden mech. Impossible. How can you use mech? The 2 collapsed with looks of disbelief, not even having time to fuse with their shadows. Sorry, but you'll have to ask that question in the underworld. Yang Junwoo exited the cell door. Sure enough, the enemy hadn't added extra guards. They must have thought escape was impossible. Now his first task was to find the machine that had cast the Dark Realm for Heaven Defiance Academy. Once the Dark Realm was lifted and the experts of the 4 academies recovered, a mere new xiuxian would never be able to stop them. Of course, if he couldn't find or destroy it, he'd find a way to take these people out first, then send a message for Divine Weapon Academy to come rescue them. If that failed too, he could only hope the so-called young master's earlier promise was true, to let all of Divine Weapon Academy leave. At least then he could take the 12+ people in the pocket world with him, reducing losses for each academy. Yang Junwoo arrived at the rooftop of an empty teaching building. The place was so vast. Where exactly was the core location powering the Dark Realm? Yang Junwoo looked around in all directions and finally spotted a huge mine pit. Right, Heaven Defiance Academy is built within the mine. The mine's own aura masks the Dark Realm's energy, which is how they managed to pull this trick without the 5 academies noticing. Yang Junwoo was almost certain the Dark Realm generator was inside the mine pit, but from here to the pit, he'd have to pass several sentry posts. If he was exposed, it would immediately alert new xiuxian and that mysterious young master. Yang Junwoo was confident, but not foolish enough to think he could defeat the Dark Guard with a B-rank mech. So how could he get to the mine pit? His mind raced, and finally he hit on an idea. Had a new xiuxian wanted to convert him into a Dark Nether member? Why not pretend to be a newly converted member, act lost, and approach the sentries? Taking a deep breath, Yang Junwoo landed directly on the main road, deactivated his mech fusion, and swaggered toward the sentry post. Who are you? What are you doing here? Sure enough, the sentry spotted him easily but didn't immediately sound the alarm. Senior brother, I'm a member just converted by Commander Nu. He sent me to the mine to fetch an ore. If it's the commander's order, show your token. Fine. Yang Junwoo pretended to reach for it, then suddenly kicked off the ground and threw a full-force punch. The sentry, caught completely off guard, took the punch square in the chest. He was only a C-rank Shadow Master. Though Yang Junwoo hadn't fused his mech, he had fused the Dragon Chi within him. Dragon Chi naturally suppresses dark power. The first punch blasted through the chest shield, exposing the core inside. Yang Junwoo gave him no chance to cry out, landing a second punch. This time, he shattered his core directly. After taking down the sentry, he glanced around, then carefully dragged the body to a hidden spot. Next, He headed for the second sentry post, perhaps because they were inside the Dark Realm. The sentry's defenses were actually quite lax. Their main job was to watch over the Heaven Defiance Academy teachers and students confined to their dorms, keeping them from running around. They never imagined someone could fight their way in. So Yang Junwoo pressed forward, using the same trick to pass 3 sentry posts in a row, arriving right beside the mine pit. The closer he got to the pit's center, the stronger the dark power in the air felt. It confirmed he was right, the Dark Realm generator should be here. But there were quite a few Dark Nether disciples in the mine. Yang Junwoo didn't rush down, he observed quietly. Soon, he spotted a strange machine at the very center of the mine. It had 4 tentacles, each extending into a side of the pit, with Dark Nether disciples constantly placing ores onto them. That must be it. That xiuxian was pretty clever using the natural ore veins here to power the machine. No wonder it could cover such a large area. Now he had 2 options. First, cut the tentacles to interrupt the power supply. Second, destroy the machine outright. Both were risky. For the first, cutting the tentacles would cut off energy, but he didn't know how long the machine's stored power could last, or whether it could regrow tentacles. Besides, cutting all 4 tentacles at once was tricky. Destroying the machine directly meant charging into the center, where a dozen plus Dark Nether disciples were. Yang Junwoo didn't know their exact strength. If more than half were a rank Shadow Masters, it would be quite troublesome.
After thinking it over, Yang Junwoo decided on the second option. Mech fusion completed in an instant, and a golden sword appeared in his hand.
Yang Junwoo leaped into the air and charged toward the center. The moment he entered the pit, a disciple spotted him. Though this disciple had no idea how a mech pilot could fuse a mech inside the Dark Realm, he still instinctively shouted 2 words, "Enemy attack." At the same time, 2 dark shockwaves shot toward Yang Junwoo. Yang Junwoo had no time to play around. He executed an extreme mid-air roll, narrowly dodging the dark shockwaves, and pressed toward the center, using a mech at 100% fusion for the first time. Yang Junwoo finally understood why even the higher-ups at Divine Weapon Academy cared so much about it. He couldn't feel the mech at all. It was as if he was the mech itself, more obedient than his own limbs. The moment a thought came, the mech moved. He was now less than 200 meters from the center. 5 or 6 disciples had already risen into the air to intercept him. Dragon Breaksword. Yang Junwoo used the sword in place of a fist. Dragon Juice. Dragon K swording at the blade's tip, fused with the gold egg. Boom. The 2 sides collided instantly. Yang Junwoo's whole body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Though Dragon Chi could suppress dark energy, when the dark energy was vast and overwhelming, that suppression could still backfire. Yang Junwoo suffered a minor injury, but his opponents weren't so lucky. 3 were directly invaded by Golden Dragon Chi in their cores and died on the spot. The other 3 were wounded to varying degrees. Impressive. The remaining Dark Nether disciples were stunned. 1 sword strike sent 6 people flying. Was he an S-rank mech pilot? If he truly was an S-rank mech pilot, then numbers wouldn't close the gap. So these people didn't move at first. Yang Junwoo was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such luck. He accelerated again, swiftly closing in on the machine from above. Stop him! His target is the Dark Realm machine. A disciple realized and rushed forward to block. But he was still a step too slow. Yang Junwoo had already crossed the blockade and was above the machine, golden sword raised high. "Shatter for me," Yang Junwoo shouted coldly, raising the long sword and bringing it down swiftly. The machine even had its own shield. Facing Yang Junwoo's threat, it automatically activated its shield. But its shield only served to add a firework to its own destruction. Yang Junwoo's Dragon Chi shattered it, blasting it apart, then struck the machine heavily. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. Before Yang Junwoo could react, he was sent flying by a powerful shockwave, crashing into the edge of the mine. Damn, that hurts! Yang Junwoo saw stars and his mech fusion nearly deactivated. But what surprised him was that even though the machine was destroyed, he still couldn't sense spiritual power in the air. The Dark Realm hadn't been broken at all. What the hell? Had he gotten it wrong and this wasn't the machine emitting it? Yang Junwoo couldn't understand. He clearly felt the pressure nearby weaken, but it hadn't disappeared entirely. A graceful figure flew over from the grand arena. It was Tang Yingying, the Dark Nether young master. The moment she saw Yang Junwoo, Tang Yingying froze for a second before landing slowly. "What's going on here?" she demanded. "Young master, that man destroyed the machine." A disciple who hadn't been killed outright, pointed at Yang Junwu. You did this? Tang Ying was shocked. She truly couldn't understand how Yang Junwu had activated mech fusion in an environment without spiritual power. Yang Junwu forced himself to stand. In just a few minutes, his injuries had mostly healed. That was the great advantage of a dragon body. Not only could it attack, but its recovery speed was top-notch. That's right, it was me. Unfortunately, I miscalculated. I didn't expect the Dark Realm to persist even after the machine was destroyed. Yang Junwu sighed. Even if you destroy a Dark Realm generator of the Dark Nether, the Dark Realm it created will still last for half an hour. What do you want? It would take half an hour to fully dissipate. Yang Junwu's plan had completely failed. I said before, if you win the championship, I'd let all Divine Weapon Academy contestants leave. But you smashed the Dark Nether's machine, how will you compensate? Yang Junwu hadn't expected the young master to not threaten to kill him or lock him up, but instead ask for compensation. What do you want me to pay? Simple. Spend a night with me and leave me a baby. What? Yang Junwu was stunned. He had calculated everything, but never imagined she'd make such an outrageous demand. Fine, even if I'm not a virgin anymore, I'm not a stud horse. How can I just sleep with a woman I don't know? Tang Ying smiled. What? Is that so hard for you? All I want is good genes. Stop joking. That's impossible. Yang Jianwu refused firmly. Really not possible? Of course not. If you don't agree, I'll kill everyone in your Divine Weapon Academy. Tang Yingying's voice suddenly turned cold. Yang Junwu's face went icy at her words, and he said slowly, if you truly do that, I, Yang Junwu, swear that as long as I survive today, I will uproot the Dark Nether and wipe it out completely. The moment he spoke, the air around them seemed to freeze. The Dark Nether disciples nearby hastily backed away, not daring to get involved. Just then, Tang Yingying suddenly burst into laughter. I'm just kidding. If I wanted your body, I'd have 1,000 ways to get it without needing your consent. Yang Yunwu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He'd only said that on a whim if she really wanted his life. He might have actually given in. After all, as long as you're alive, there's hope. No wonder she was from the dark, she could lie through her teeth. Then name a new condition, Yang Junwu said. Let me think. How about this? This time, you owe me 2 favors. In the future, you'll agree to 2 things I ask, and you can't back out, Tang Yingying said softly. No way. What if you bring up that demand again, then you'd get an extra one? Yang Junwu refused outright. Tang Yingying spat. I wouldn't give it to you even if you begged. I already said that was a joke. I can promise these 2 requests won't cost you your life, nor will they ask you to do anything against your conscience. Is that acceptable? Yang Junwu thought it over. Such conditions weren't entirely unacceptable, so he nodded. Fine, then come back to the grand arena with me now. We only have half an hour. Yang Junwu's destruction of the emitter had indeed impacted Niu Zaixing's plans. They had to complete their tests within half an hour. The 2 returned to the grand arena. But this time, Yang Junwu didn't go back to Divine Weapon Academy's rest area. Instead, Tang Yingying led him to an observation room on the 2nd floor. By now, Niu Zaixing was no longer in the room, but down on the field. Yang Junwu quietly studied the woman before him, wrapped tightly from head to toe. Who are you really? I keep feeling a sense of familiarity. Yang Junwu suddenly asked. Tang Yingying said calmly, I am who I am, the young master of the Dark Nether. But you must have a name, right? Tang Yingying thought for a moment, then said, you can call me Cao Zhang. Cao Zhang? What a strange name. Yang Junwu muttered inwardly. Then I'll call you Miss Cao. Miss Cao, I think you're not a bad person at heart. Why did you join the Dark Nether? Tang Yingying sneered. What in your eyes is the Dark Nether so utterly evil? Not exactly, but using negative emotional power that just doesn't seem like a good thing. Yang Junwu shook his head. Before coming here, he hadn't even known what the Dark Nether was, so he had no particular aversion. Everything in the world has 2 sides. Where there's good, there's bad. Where there's light, there's darkness. Neither can be missing. Take summer and winter. Summer has longer days, winter shorter. Since light is weaker, it's only natural for darkness to take the lead. Yang Yunwu shook his head. That's sophistry. By your logic, being a good person would be a bad thing. Tang Ying smiled. That depends on how you define good. For example, you just killed so many Dark Nether disciples. From Divine Weapon Academy's perspective, you did a good deed. But from the Dark Nether disciples' perspective, you killed their comrades, a bad deed. Good or bad doesn't really matter. What matters is where you stand. Yang Junwu was left speechless. Though he felt there was something wrong with Cao Zhang's words, he couldn't find a way to refute them. Tang Yingying continued. All I can say is, the Dark Nether's methods may be aggressive, but they're for humanity's survival. What do you mean? Yang Junwoo was stunned. I can't explain it clearly now. You'll find out one day. Alright, the match below is almost over, let's go down. Yang Junwoo had no choice. His life was still in her hands, so he obediently followed Cao Zhang to the arena stage. By now, New Xiuxian was below, announcing the rankings of each academy. Unsurprisingly, Divine Weapon Academy took first place. Second was Spirit Butterfly Academy. Yang Wan's strategies for the teachers had been very fitting. Third was Clear Wind Academy. They were strong and might have contended for second if they hadn't lost so many contestants. Fourth was War God Academy with Heaven Defiance Academy at the bottom. Leaders. Per our earlier agreement, first place selects 10 to leave, second selects 7, third selects 5. Now, the top 3 academies, please choose the students you wish to take. Luo He of Divine Weapon Academy stepped forward and sneered. I won't choose. We leave together or stay together. Hey, think carefully. You only get one chance. You may want to die, but your students might not share that wish. Everyone, if your teacher refuses to leave, you can select 10 yourselves. New Xiuxian provoked. Cao Mengyu was deeply conflicted at that moment. She didn't want to die here at all. She had to live to revive the Cao family, and she just obtained the dragon egg and activated her attribute talent. If she died here, everything would be over. But if everyone stayed and she left, wouldn't she be mocked for the rest of her life? On the stage, Yang Junwoo was about to speak, but Tang Yingying reached out to stop him. What are you doing? Don't rush. I'll keep my promise to you. For now, just watch a good show. I'll count down from 3. If no one steps forward, it'll be considered a forfeit, and everyone dies. New Xiuxian's voice turned cold. Wait. I want to leave. Cao Mengyu stepped forward. Oh, so there are smart ones after all. 9 spots remain, decide quickly. Sun Yuwei shouted angrily. Cao Mengyu, what are you doing? We all agreed to follow the boss's arrangements. Why are you acting on your own? Cao Mengyu sneered. Sun Yuwei, do you think your boss will save you? Haven't you seen he's already with the Dark Nether people? This is betrayal. Wrong. I'm just trying to survive. If you choose to die, that's your business, don't drag me into it. Sun Yuwei wanted to say more, but Bai Shueisen stopped him. Forget it. People have different paths. Let her go. A few students from the 3rd and 2nd years hesitantly stepped forward. It seemed Yang Zhongwu's plan had failed. Since there was a chance to leave now, why refuse the offer? Lo, he said calmly, anyone who wants to leave can go. It's your freedom. With his approval, the few finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood with Cao Mengyu. Only 5? You have 10 spots, you know? New Xiuxian pressed. That's enough. Just the 5. Let them go first. Lo, he said coldly. Fine, 5 it is. Next. Spirit Butterfly Academy's choice. Soon, Spirit Butterfly Academy selected 5, all from the 1st year. According to teacher Zhao Shuailing, the young ones had hope of avenging everyone if they lived. Similarly, Clear Wind Academy's 3 quickly stepped forward. Alright, for those staying, you also have a choice. Join the Dark Nether, and you won't die, you'll even grow stronger. So, consider it? Luo. He sneered, who are you fooling? Joining the Dark Nether means washing away spiritual power and relearning dark power. Grow stronger, that's for 3-year-olds. Hey, seeing is believing. Everyone, you're about to witness that my words are all true, not a single lie. Nu Xiuxian clapped his hands, and 6 Dark Nether disciples leaped down from the 2nd floor. Wang Tianxiang, Zhang Tao, Pu Tianxiang. How is it you? Everyone was shocked. These 6 were the disciples who had been severely injured earlier. That's right. They all joined the Dark Nether and gained new power. Now let me show you that this Dark Guard's words are all true. You lot, feel free to pick any opponent among them. Nu Xiuxian pointed at the 13 who had just stepped forward. The 13 chosen ones' faces changed drastically. They never imagined they would have to accept challenges from these people to leave this place. And this time, it wasn't a competition between same-year students. The opponents could freely pick first-year challengers. Cao Mengyu's only hope was that these people's strength had been greatly diminished after being converted to Dark Nether. Otherwise, they were doomed. Let's go. We'll leave the arena to them. New Xiuxian exchanged a glance with Tang Yingying, and the 2 led Yang Junwoo out of the dueling arena, returning to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Tang Yingying said to Yang Junwoo, now you can take the Divine Weapon Academy people and leave, except for those 5. Yang Junwoo's face changed. Why? We agreed on everyone earlier. Those people don't even believe you. Why bother caring about their lives? Tang Yingying sneered. Yang Junwoo was momentarily speechless, but Cao Mengyu was key to uncovering the truth. And from Yang Jingshuan's earlier tone, it seemed she had significant ties to the Cao family. I want to take one more person. Yang Junwu pointed at Cao Mengye. No, Tang Yingying said coldly. Either leave now or none of you leave. Fine. Yang Gunwu had no choice. He flew downstairs and returned to the Divine Weapon Academy ranks. Boss is back! Sun Yuwei was overjoyed and rushed forward to give him a hug. Yang Zhongwu smiled. Everyone, sorry for worrying you. I'm fine. Lo, he looked toward the second floor and asked, Junwo, who was that standing beside you just now? The young lord of Dark Nether, but I didn't get a clear look at her face. I only know she's a woman. So that's it. No wonder Nu Zhaixing seemed so respectful toward her. Everyone, let's hurry and leave. Yang Junwu spoke urgently. Leave? What do you mean? The group was stunned. The young Lord of Dark Nether agreed to let all Divine Weapon Academy people return, except for those 5 on the stage. What? Such a good deal? Captain Lo Huai shook his head, looking at the 5 Divine Weapon Academy students on the stage, and couldn't help but shake his head again. Indeed, Yang Junwu had done it, but unfortunately, they hadn't believed him. Everyone, let's go first. We can only hope they defeat their opponents and earn the chance to leave. Lu Wai said. The Divine Weapon Academy left the dueling arena so openly that the other 3 academies were puzzled. The War God Academy captain shouted, Everyone, if even Divine Weapon is leaving, we should get out of here too. With that, he prepared to head for the main entrance. Whoosh! A black beam struck his back, instantly piercing a hole through his heart. Niao Zhaixing's icy voice rang out. When did I say you could leave? The War God Academy teacher, seeing his beloved disciple die tragically, couldn't help but roar, Why can Divine Weapon Academy leave, but we can't? Nu Zhaixing said flatly, That's because Divine Weapon Academy made a deal with our young lord, so they can leave. You'd better stay put and not force me to act, or you'll end up like him. The Divine Weapon Academy group arrived at the teleportation array, and sure enough, no one stopped them. Sun Yue laughed. I didn't expect the Dark Nether people to be so trustworthy, actually letting us go. Lo, he sighed. That may not be a good thing. I think I figured out Dark Nether's goal. They don't want our lives. They want to sow discord among the 5 academies. Yang Junwu was stunned, then seemed to realize something and his face changed drastically. Teacher, take the students and leave first. After saying this, Yang Junwu immediately turned and charged back into the Dark Realm. Sun Yuwei was shocked. Has the boss lost his mind? Lo Ye sighed. Let's go back and find help first. He instantly understood what Yang Junwu intended to do. If he could rescue the members of the other 4 academies trapped inside the Dark Realm, he could thwart Dark Nether's plan. But could a rank mech pilot defeat so many of them? Lo, he was worried, but there was nothing he could do. Once they entered, mech fusion would be cancelled, and they couldn't help at all. Yang Junwu charged straight to the grand dueling arena. At that moment, Cao Mengye was fighting a converted academy disciple. Clearly, she was no match for him, being beaten with almost no ability to fight back. If not for his fear of her corrosive flames, he would have finished her off long ago. Yang Zhengwu rushed to the center and shouted, Everyone, stop fighting. Follow me and escape this place. Who knows what filthy deal your Divine Weapon Academy made with Dark Nether? You're trying to get us all killed. The Gentle Breeze Academy led teacher sneered. When he saw the Divine Weapon Academy leave unscathed, he realized this 5 academy exchange might have been a deal between Divine Weapon Academy and Dark Nether, aimed at weakening the other 4 academies. Trust me, I've already destroyed the Dark Realm generator here. In less than 10 minutes, this place will return to normal, so the Dark Nether people must have already fled. Don't be afraid! Yang Jun, who shouted for a long time, but Nu Zhaixing didn't come out to stop him, which further confirmed his guess. If what you say is true, we can just wait 10 minutes here and use our mechs. Why bother escaping? The Gentle Breeze Academy lead teacher said disdainfully. Knowing Dark Nether's nature, they'll blow this place up before the Dark Realm ends, and then no one will get out. Trust me. Yang Junwu looked toward the Spirit Butterfly Academy. Because of Xuanhuan, the Spirit Butterfly Academy should trust him more. Sure enough, the Spirit Butterfly Academy lead teacher, Mu Xiodi, thought it over and finally chose to believe Yang Junwu. Let's go! The other academies saw that Spirit Butterfly Academy left without any attack, so they quickly followed. The Gentle Breeze Academy, which had been so stubborn, ran the fastest. Trying to leave? Not a chance. The 6 Dark Nether converts on the stage immediately moved to intercept them. From the moment they accepted the Dark Core, they had betrayed their academies. If they let these people go, they'd be hunted down later. If you want to live, Fight together, Yang Junwu shouted. The dozen or so academy disciples who had been watching hesitated, then rushed forward. A dozen against 6, even if these 6 were experts, they couldn't withstand the combined assault, especially with Cao Mengyue and Yang Junwu's special abilities both countering dark power. Soon, the 6 were killed, leaving only 5 minutes before the half-hour mark. Go now, Yang Junwu shouted. What about you? Cao Mengyue asked. I still need to rescue the people from Tianquang Academy who are locked up. Cao Mengyue opened her mouth, about to say there wasn't enough time. But if Yang Junwu died here, it would be a good thing for her. Sorry, Yang Junwu, but you can only blame yourself for being too saintly. Cao Mengyue said nothing in the end and quickly left the grand dueling arena. Yang Junwu flew straight out from the second floor of the grand dueling arena. The teaching building where Tianquang Academy's teachers and students were held was near the mine pit. Time was running out. If he didn't hurry, it would be too late. 3 minutes until the dark realm disappeared. Yang Junwu finally reached the teaching building. Who are you? The Tianquang Academy principal asked upon seeing him. No time to explain. Who are the teachers? Immediately arrange for students to enter the teleportation portal. Yang Junwu directly opened the entrance to his small world portal. A person who could become a principal was indeed decisive. He gave the order without hesitation. 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds. As the Tianquang Academy teachers and students filed into the small world, time slipped away. 20 seconds. Only the principal and a few teachers remained. Go, go, go. After the principal entered last, Yang Junwu quickly slipped in as well and closed the small world's entrance. Just 10 seconds after he entered, a violent explosion suddenly rocked the dark realm. The buildings, trees, and even part of the mine that had been shrouded by the dark realm were all destroyed. Such power not even the 5 Academy's people who couldn't use mech fusion could withstand it. And even an A-rank mech at the explosion's core might not survive. All Yang Junwu could pray for now was that the World Pearl could withstand such damage. The group that had just escaped the Dark Realm witnessed this massive explosion. Everyone's face showed a sense of relief at having survived. Indeed, Dark Nether had never intended to let them go. If not for Yang Junwu's timely rescue, everyone would have died in there. Cao Mengyue looked toward the direction of the explosion and sighed softly. Yang Junwu, rest in peace. I'll take care of your Waterlord Society and make it one of the strongest forces in the academy as repayment for saving me. Besides her, one other person was secretly pleased, Yang Jingshuan. Big brother, you died well. Not only did you save me, no one will ever fight me for the position of young family head again. Since you cooperated so well, I'll take good care of your parents. Alas, what a pity such a good seedling and one heir too. Mu Xiaode sighed deeply. She was genuinely grateful to Yang Junwu. Not only had he not harmed the Spirit Butterfly Academy members during the competition, but he had also safely rescued them. Additionally, her prized disciple Xiuxian was still missing, presumably already fallen victim. Everyone's hearts were heavy with grief. The Gentle Breeze Academy lead teacher said, "Everyone, this is serious. We must hold an emergency meeting immediately to discuss how to wipe out those Dark Nether bastards." The War God Academy lead teacher nodded in agreement. Let's return to our academies right away and ask our principals to go to Divine Weapon Academy to discuss countermeasures. One by one, they left through the teleportation array. The former side of Tianquang Academy fell silent, with only the collapsed ruins telling the tale of a horrific disaster that had occurred there. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the adventure mission, Terror of the 5 Academies, with an S-rank evaluation. Since the roulette tier is rare tier, you cannot obtain the original A-rank core reward, which has been converted to 10 B-rank core lottery tickets and attribute rewards. Perfect! Yang Junwu spat blood. He should have known to use Stardust Powder to upgrade the roulette first. The difference between A-rank and B-rank core rewards is like heaven and earth. It had been a while since he checked his attributes. He wondered how much they had increased. With a thought, Yang Junwu summoned his attribute panel. Strength R by RT, Agility R by RT, Constitution HP, Ambati, Mecha, a rank. Cultivation method. Dragon forging art. Turn 40 kills. 30 tier kills. Upgrade. You kills. Roulette. Upgrade. 86, that much. No wonder he could take on 19 opponents alone earlier. Yang Junwu hadn't expected his attributes to nearly double. It must have been related to absorbing that dragon egg last time. The roulette's upgrade experience was almost full, and after upgrading, the reward tier for each mission would also rise accordingly. For example, the previous B rank materials would become R rank, and the same for cores and links. Yang Juanwu released everyone from his pocket world. Looking at the ruins everywhere, Dean Tianquang's eyes welled up with tears. Yang Juanwu comforted him. Dean, although the academy is gone, the people are still here. As long as there are people, there is hope. Thank you, Brother Yang, for saving our entire academy from disaster. If you need any reward, just say the word. Yang Junwu had originally wanted some stardust powder, but seeing the scene, he couldn't bring himself to ask. It was better to just owe him a favor. Dean, no reward is necessary. You should focus on rebuilding the academy. Thank you, Brother Yang. The dean thanked him again. Yang Junwu and the others didn't stay long, each returned to their respective academies via teleportation arrays. Only one person remained in his pocket world, Xuanhuan. The two sat on a grassy hillside, gazing into the distance. Xuanhuan sighed. I never thought that in 3 years, my little brother would go from someone who couldn't cultivate at all to such a strong person. How did you do it? Yang Junwu didn't hide anything and told her the whole story. Those bastards, always fighting among themselves. Xuanhuan was furious and punched a nearby rock. Sister, don't be angry. I'm fine now, and one day I'll get back what I deserve, Yang Junwu said calmly. Then what are we waiting for? With your talent now, if you just show grandfather what you can do, the title of Young Master of the Yang family won't escape you. Yang Junwu shook his head. The grudges of the Yang family did need to be resolved, or the original owner's soul wouldn't rest in peace. But now wasn't the time. What mattered most was his cultivation. He needed to reach at least S rank to have the ability to protect himself. After a while, Xuanhuan calmed down too. Actually, it's good that you're like this now, carefree without the burden of the family. Yang Junwu smiled bitterly. It was fine originally, but now that my little brother knows I'm alive, he won't let it go. How dare he? If he lays a finger on you, I'll break his dog legs, Xuanhuan said angrily. All right, sister, I know you care about me, but a mere Yang Jingxuan is no match for me. By the way, is that a stardust mine? Xuanhuan pointed at the mine in the distance. Yang Junwu had nothing to hide from Xuanhuan. How about we team up, brother and sister, and dig it up? Xuanhuan was excited. Cough, cough, sister. I wouldn't mind digging it up, but do you know how hard it is to refine stardust powder? Just the two of us. Who knows how long it would take to finish? Who said just the two of us? Let me tell you, the stardust powder extraction technology at my Spirit Butterfly Academy is second only to Divine Weapon Academy. We just need to offer a little reward, and we can hire people to help dig. Xuanhuan estimated that digging up all the mines in this pocket world would take about 10 people a month. All right, leave this to you, sister. The reward won't be lacking. Yang Junwu thought it over and finally agreed. Originally, he didn't want to hire people for 2 reasons. 1, the digging speed would be too slow, and 2, he wanted to keep the pocket world a secret. Now that all 5 academies knew he had a pocket world, there was no need to hide it. Besides, after digging up the mines, he could free up space to build warehouses or leisure areas, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xuanhuan was a woman of action. She immediately left Yang Junwu's pocket world and returned to Spirit Butterfly Academy via teleportation array. The academy held a commendation ceremony, rewarding all participants, especially Yang Junwu. He directly received a reward of 100 credit points and 2,000 faction points. However, the matter of Dark Nether was not publicized, and the entire academy remained calm. But Yang Junwu knew this was just the calm before the storm. The higher-ups of each academy were already in intense discussions on how to deal with Dark Nether's expansion. But that had nothing to do with him. At that moment, the members of the Waterlord Society were celebrating at a luxurious restaurant. This restaurant, called Watermoon Residence, was the most expensive in Divine Weapon Academy, usually reserved for entertaining distinguished foreign guests. Moreover, they didn't accept money, only mecha materials, cores, or stardust powder. The ingredients used in the restaurant came from various subplanes. Although the Yang family was considered a big clan, some dishes Yang Junwu had never even heard of, let alone seen. Good thing the boss is treating us, otherwise we couldn't afford this feast, Sun Yue said, eating heartily without any restraint. Su Shui looked at Yang Junwu with deep concern. Wu, I'm glad you're okay. Don't take such risks in the future. I say, Shui, you and the boss clearly like each other. Why keep it a secret? The academy doesn't forbid dating. If you ask me, cherish the present. What if something happens and you never even confess? Wouldn't that be a regret? Zhang Chao said, tearing into some unknown meat while speaking indistinctly. What nonsense are you talking? You're cursing the boss and Sister Ru Shui to have an accident. Su Lili gave him a knock on the head. Zhang Chao was dejected. Lily, I was just making an analogy. I absolutely didn't mean to curse the boss. This time, Su Ruoshui didn't blush. During the time Yang Junwoo was away, she had thought a lot. She had a family mission, but she also had the right to pursue freedom. No matter what the future held, she wanted to live for herself, passionately. First, with the appearance of dark nether this time, the future situation was uncertain, and the potential Yang Junwoo had shown might not necessarily be inferior to that person's. She decided to give Yang Junwoo a chance and also give herself a chance. I'm willing to be Woo's girlfriend, but I don't know if your boss has me in his heart. As soon as Su Shui said this, everyone was shocked. Even Zhang Chao put down his chopsticks and looked at Yang Junwoo, who didn't know Su Shui's title as the Ice Beauty.
She had taken the initiative to confess.
Yang Junwoo was stunned for a moment. He could roughly guess Su Shui's situation. She probably came from a big family in Nanhua Kingdom. In such families, children, especially daughters, were almost always tools for marriage alliances. Their marriages were almost never decided or controlled by themselves. This was evident from the Yang family, where the original owner came from. Many daughters from the Yang family's collateral branches had married into other big families, like the Bai family, the Su family, and so on. Yang Junwoo had feelings for Su Shui, and could sense she had feelings for him too, but because of their different statuses, there was always a thin membrane between them. Now Su Shui had taken the initiative to break it. Yang Junwoo stood up, and the golden core instantly fused, a golden rose calculated from Amy particles appearing in his hand. He stepped forward, knelt on one knee before Su Shui, and offered the rose. Beautiful lady, would you be willing to be this young master's girlfriend? Su Shui extended a hand, took the rose, a smile appearing on her face, and nodded gently. I do. Wow, that's so romantic. The boss is indeed an expert at picking up girls. Sun Yue laughed. Then he felt two icy glares land on him. The source was naturally Yang Junwoo and Su Shui. Su Shui sneered. Sun Yue, are you itching for a beating lately? No, Sister Shui, I'm wrong. I won't dare again. Yang Junwoo looked at Su Shui's fair and rosy cheeks, unable to resist leaning his head closer. Kiss, kiss. Before Su Shui could finish her sentence, her lips were sealed by a burst of warmth. This was Yang Junwoo's first kiss in both his past and present life. Su Shui's lips were cool at first, then sweet. After a long while, their lips parted. Yang Junwoo looked into Su Shui's eyes. Wu Shui, from now on, you are my woman. No matter what happens, I will do my best to help you and face it together. Su Shui nodded. I believe you will become the strongest in the world. Thunderous applause filled the room. Zhang Chao said, Boss, this meal isn't enough. You and Sister Ruo Shui both need to treat us. Yang Junwoo wasn't afraid of him. Ruo Shui treating us is no problem, but after you and Lily go public, won't you have to return the favor? Us? How is that possible? Zhang Chao turned his head and happened to see Zhu Lili sneering. He quickly said, How could we not treat you? We definitely will. The room filled with laughter. Everyone teasing that if Zhang Chao and Zhu Lili got together, he'd definitely be henpecked. The room was full of laughter, but only one person felt heavy-hearted, Cao Mengyu. That idiot Yang Jingxuan had almost revealed the truth. Coupled with her earlier desertion, Yang Junwoo probably already suspected her. After Yang Junwoo returned, he hadn't mentioned anything about what happened at Tianquang Academy, as if the 5 academies exchange had never happened. He hadn't kicked her out of the faction, nor had he asked about the Bai family's young lady. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy she felt. Now that Yang Junwoo had become a big shot at Divine Weapon Academy, getting rid of him within the academy was almost impossible. Since she couldn't get rid of him, she might as well try to gain some benefits from the Waterlord Society. So Cao Mengyu actually didn't want to leave the Waterlord Society for now. After thinking it over, she picked up a glass of wine, walked in front of the two, and suddenly knelt down. Cao Mengyu's sudden move left everyone else stunned. Only Yang Junwoo seemed to have an inkling of what was coming. President, I need to apologize. Back at Skiraj Academy, I was too selfish and didn't choose to trust you. Classmate Cao, there's no need for that. In that situation, wanting to survive wasn't wrong. Besides, you didn't take anyone's spot. I respect everyone's choices, including yours. Though Yang Junwoo said he didn't blame her, he didn't step forward to help her up either. It was Su Shui who stepped forward and lifted Cao Mengyu to her feet. Sisters say, if Wu were the type to hold grudges, he wouldn't have saved you. Let this matter go. Don't dwell on it. Besides, you were a victim too. That's right. If anyone's to blame, it's that wretched Dark Nether organization, Sun Yue added. Thank you, President. Thank you, everyone. Cao Mengye was moved to tears. Yang Junwoo smiled. There are still 10 days left in this month. Although we have a good number of points now, to ensure we make the top 20, let's all put in a bit more effort in these final 10 days. Counting the 2,000 points from this time, the Waterlord Society had nearly 2,500 points in total. But the Longwind Society and Heaven and Earth Society could probably guess that the Waterlord Society had received point rewards this time. Even though they didn't know the exact amount, they could roughly estimate based on the standards of previous years. At that moment, in the Longwind Society's base, Nei Changfeng paced anxiously in the president's office. As soon as news of Divine Weapon Academy's victory at the 5 Academy Exchange arrived, he had sent people to inquire about the reward points. But strangely, information that had always been easy to obtain this time was suddenly known to no one.
Boss, we've got news!
Xiuxian burst into the president's office. Oh, speak up. Nei Changfeng was overjoyed. I spent a lot of resources to hear from a junior sister in charge of registration. Apparently, the Academy rewarded a total of 2,000 faction points this time.
That much? Nei Changfeng's smile vanished instantly.
In previous 5 Academy exchanges, while there were rewards, they were never this generous, usually around 500 points. Because Divine Weapon Academy's strength was well known, winning the championship was a foregone conclusion, so the rewards were low. Then, when divided among the 3 grades, each faction got even fewer points. That was why strong students from the 2nd and 3rd years rarely participated. Unexpectedly, this time there were 2,000 points. It seemed the opponents were formidable.
Boss,
on average, the first year can get nearly 700 points. With 4 of the 5 first-year members coming from the Waterlord Society, I estimate they might have over 500 points. No, we should prepare for the worst. Let's assume they have 700. Plus, they seem to have done a few missions in the first half of the month. Each C-rank mission. Let's give them the full 40 points. That's about 200. With 10 days left, let's give them another 200. That totals 1,100 points. Nei Changfeng felt a bit tense. In the past 20 days, while everyone had been doing missions, most time was spent on cultivation, so overall efficiency was low. Up to yesterday, they had only about 700 points to surpass the Waterlord Society's 1,100. They needed at least 400 more points, meaning completing 4 B-rank missions flawlessly. It was too late. Unless everyone went all out, relying on just over a dozen people to complete 4 B-rank missions in 10 days was impossible. xiuxian, notify everyone. Groups 1 through 5. Each group must earn at least 100 points by the end of the month. No less, only more. Yes, President. Xiuxian immediately went to carry out the order. Of course, besides the Longwind Society, the Heaven and Earth Society, Azure Dragon Society, and others ranked lower were also calculating and guessing the Waterlord Society's points. But without exception, they couldn't get accurate information, only vague details here and there. In short, they roughly guessed the Waterlord Society had between 700 and 1,200 points. Except for the Town Guard Society. Mo Wenxian held the report delivered by Mo Yibai. Since Mo Yibai was in the first-year team and received 100 faction points, by that logic, with 4 members in the Waterlord Society, they'd have 400 points. But from other channels, the total reward this time was as high as 2,000 points. Brother, do you mean the distribution wasn't equal this time? Probably not. Didn't you say that Yang Junwu showed incredible prowess, taking on 19 opponents single-handedly in the individual competition? Mo Yibai hastily said. Brother, keep your voice down. The school committee has strictly forbidden spreading details of the 5 Academy exchange. Telling you about the individual competition is already a violation. If this gets out, we might both be expelled. Don't worry. I've made sure no one comes near here, Mo Wenxian said. He had that much awareness. If Yang Junwu had truly played such a significant role, he likely received a large share of the points. I'll assume he got half 1,000 points. And they can do B-rank missions, so add another 1,000. Calculating at 2,000. That's already far above the monthly average for factions ranked below 15th. Mo Yibai was taken aback. He hadn't expected Mo Wenxian to think so highly of the Waterlord Society. Brother, sitting in my position, preparing for the worst is essential, Mo Wenxian said calmly. Should we notify the Longwind Society and the others? Why would we? Aren't we all members of the Anti-Water Alliance? Anti-Water Alliance? If the Waterlord Society were so easy to eliminate, what would be the point of that alliance? Mo Wenxian sneered. Mo Yibai seemed to understand something. The competition among these major factions was far more brutal than merely suppressing a single Waterlord Society. Notify everyone. This month, our Town Guard Society must earn at least 2,500 points. The senior sisters in the student council responsible for mission reception suddenly noticed that more and more people had been coming to take missions over the past 2 days, including many top experts from various factions. A rank and B-rank missions had become hot commodities, and for a time, supply couldn't keep up with demand. Junior sister, when I came yesterday, there were still 10 B rank missions. How come there's not a single one today? Senior brother, I'm not lying to you. People took those missions long ago. What about a rank? No rank either. You'll have to wait for the academy to release new ones. Then there must be C rank, right? Wait a moment, senior brother. Let me check. The only C rank missions left are the repeatable ones. Would you like to take one? Repeatable missions give so few points. Who'd take those? I'll just wait. For a time, the mission hall was crowded with students waiting to take missions. The student council had to revive the long-abandoned number queue system. Over at the Waterlord Society, aside from Yang Zhongwu, the remaining 14 members were split into 4 groups. On the first day, they took 4 B-rank missions. After Suru Shui and Yang Zhongwu confirmed their relationship, she seemed less cold than before and became much more proactive, personally leading a team. Cao Mengyue, Sang Yuwei, and Bai Shuxing each led a team as well. With 4 A-rank mech pilots at the helm, mission completion shouldn't be a concern. Yang Junwu himself didn't take any missions because he was hosting the 10 guests brought by Yang. Brother, these are all good sisters from the Cuckoo Society, completely trustworthy. Cuckoo Society? It's the faction I founded. Let me tell you a secret. All members of the Cuckoo Society come from the satellite districts. After graduation, I plan to lead them in starting a company and building something together. You get what I mean? Yang Junwu understood perfectly. Generally, graduates from the 5 academies either return to their families to join family businesses, or they're recruited by major companies, factions, or the royal family, taking up important positions. Xiuanhuan putting together her own group meant establishing a force independent of the Yang family, entirely her own. And when Yang Junwu later needed to fight his way back to the Yang family, this force could help him. Sister, just tell me what you want. Aside from stardust powder, I can find a way to get you anything else. Setting aside their personal bond, cooperating with Yang Huan was a win-win for Yang Junwu. He had plenty of mech materials and cores now. What he lacked was information and stardust powder. All right, it's a deal, Yang Huan said with a smile. Yang Zhongwu was generous, treating them to a big meal. After getting acquainted, they entered the small world and began mining stardust. Sure enough, these specialists were far more skilled than the bandits. Yang Huan, after examining the waste left by the bandits, exclaimed at the waste. There was still plenty of hidden stardust powder that hadn't been extracted, along with some very rare trace ores. After re-refining, they obtained about 100 grams of stardust powder and 100 jin of trace ores from the waste rock. Yang Zhongwu waved his hand grandly. He only wanted the stardust powder. The ores were all given to Yang Huan and her friends. By market value, those ores were worth no less than the stardust powder. With the stardust powder in hand, Yang Junwu directly used it to upgrade his wheel, jumping from 8,600 experience points to 9,000, just 1,000 more to level up. And Yang Junwu was holding a large number of exchange vouchers, waiting only for the wheel to level up so he could exchange for a large amount of A-rank materials and cores. Over the next few days, Yang Junwu spent every day learning mech forging from Vice Dean Zhang Tian, because in the fight against the Dark Nether, Yang Junwu had discovered that a fully synchronized mech was incredibly effective, far surpassing ordinary A-rank mechs. If he could forge a perfect 100% synchronized A-rank mech, wouldn't it rival an S-rank? This idea ignited Yang Junwu's passion for mech forging. He was smart and quick to grasp concepts. Zhang Tian was overjoyed and directly canceled his classes for the next few days to focus on one-on-one tutoring with Yang Junwu. The two taught and learned. And during the process, Yang Junwu's out-of-the-box ideas actually opened up many new avenues for Zhang Tian, improving his forging skills as well. At his level, every improvement might take years to achieve. But just a few days with Yang Junwu had shaken the bottleneck that had been stuck for so long. The two were so engrossed, they didn't even go to the cafeteria, having their senior brother, Meng Shuan, bring meals to the forging room. During this time, Luo, he came several times, wanting to remind Yang Junwu not to get too absorbed in mech forging, but Zhang Tian chased him away every time. The reason was simple. Yang Junwu was in a period of enlightenment. If he were disturbed, who would take responsibility? Lo, he had no choice but to let them be, lest Zhang Tian use that as an excuse to mock him and monopolize Yang Junwu. Time always flies when you're working hard. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and it was time to announce the faction points at the end of the month. The entire academy, teachers and students alike, fixed their eyes on the display screen in the mission hall. The leaders of the Long Wind Society, Heaven and Earth Society, and Azure Dragon Society somehow ended up standing together. Ni Changfeng wore a smile, completely unbothered. because in the final 10 days, he'd snagged an A rank mission and 3 B rank missions, and his completion rate was solid. This month's points topped 1,800. The other two, though, were different. Worry flickered across their faces, especially Qing Henglong, Azure Dragon Society leader. He'd been forging a set of a rank mechs and got the news half a day late. That half day was all it took. The A rank and B rank missions were all snatched up. He'd barely managed to grab a B rank repeatable mission afterward, but it was a drop in the bucket. Luckily, the Azure Dragon Society had racked up a decent score in the first half of the month, currently sitting at over 500 points. Chenjing of the Heaven and Earth Society was equally frustrated. They grabbed plenty of missions, but in their rush to farm points, their completion quality suffered, and the final rewards were thin. Ni Changfeng chuckled. You two, don't worry so much. We might not be top tier, but we're more than enough to stay ahead of the bottom. All three gazes turned to the Waterlord Society group sitting in the corner. Oh, Ni! What do you think the Waterlord Society will score this time? Qing Hanglong. I'd guess around 1,010. If you're over 1,300, you should be fine. That's a relief. Qing Hanglong relaxed a little. His own estimate was about the same, 1 shen. Great minds think alike. Before the month-end redemption deadline, some in his society had suggested spending all their points to be safe. But dumping points all at once wouldn't get anything good. Plus, he'd judged the Waterlord Society couldn't exceed 1,400, so Qing Hanglong decided to gamble. As they spoke, the big screen began displaying this month's faction point rankings one by one. Since this was the first monthly calculation, the scores shown were cumulative for the month, not total balances. Look, the rankings are out. The top 15 were no surprise. Even on a monthly basis, the leaderboard didn't budge. 16 Golden Lotus Society 3 215 points. 17 White Dragon Society 2,920 points. Here it comes shy time. Should be Long Wind Society, right? Ni Changfeng was confident. The two below him couldn't possibly exceed 1,600. 18 Waterlord Society 2,790 points. At that unfamiliar yet familiar name, the hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted into frantic chatter. How is that possible? The Waterlord Society only has a dozen or so people and is a C-rank faction. Even working day and night, they couldn't hit 2,000 points. Exactly. Did they mess up the count? No way. Absolutely impossible. Could it be they earned a ton of points at the 5 Academy exchange? Ni Changfeng's mouth fell open. Sure enough, the thing he'd feared had happened. Luckily, the Longwind Society had prepared. They hadn't beaten the Waterlord Society, but they wouldn't drop to 21st. Chun Jing of the Heaven and Earth Society and Qing Hanglong of the Azure Dragon Society went pale instantly. The Waterlord Society had that many points. That meant the bottom two had to be among them. Qing Hanglong regretted it. He should have listened to his members yesterday and spent every last point. 19 Longwind Society 1,875 points. Hearing his own name, Ni Changfeng dropping one rank was a minor issue. The crucial 20th spot was coming. That would decide which faction would end years of operation and be forcibly dissolved. Of course, it was only a formality they could re-establish next month, but their accumulated faction level and points would all reset to 0. Under those circumstances, plenty of members might jump ship to other factions. 20 Heaven and Earth Society 16.1 points. Thank heavens. Tianjing exhaled in relief. At least she'd preserved the reputation of an established faction. She glanced at Qing Hanglong beside her. His body was already trembling slightly. 21 Azure Dragon Society 1,590 points. Just 20 points short. The difference of 1 or 2 C-rank missions, yet the outcome was worlds apart. The Azure Dragon Society is hereby dissolved. The remaining account balance of 15,000 Jushid points will be evenly distributed among the top 20 factions, with each receiving 780 points. Boss, we're rich! Sun Yue was ecstatic. Calm down, calm down. It's only 700 or 800 points. Yang Junwu looked calm and composed, but inside, he was over the moon. 800 points! Combined with the Waterlord Society's original 1,700 plus points, their account balance now totaled over 3,500, enough to redeem 3 A-rank cores or a mountain of cultivation materials. Hold on! I have an objection! Qing Hanglong suddenly shouted at the reception senior. What's your objection, student? The Waterlord Society can't have 2,700 points. You must have miscounted. The scores were fully verified before the announcement. There's no mistake. Please don't cause trouble. The senior's face soured. I'm causing trouble? My Azure Dragon Society is being dissolved. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll take this to the school committee. I won't let it go. Qing Henglong was going all in. If the Azure Dragon Society dissolved under his watch, he'd be a traitor to the Qing family. So he'd rather face punishment than back down without justice. What do you want? The senior hadn't expected Qing Henglong to keep harping after her explanation, so she asked helplessly. Simple release the Waterlord Society's detailed point breakdown. Otherwise, I won't accept this. Ridiculous! Why should my Waterlord Society release its breakdown? Just because you got eliminated? Yang Junwu suddenly stepped between them, sneering. Yang Junwu, I don't know what trick you pulled, but the Waterlord Society's points are definitely fishy. You've got the wrong target. My Waterlord Society is 18th. The one who knocked you out isn't me, it's the 20th place Heaven and Earth Society. If you want to investigate, check them. Not me at 18th. Humph! The Heaven and Earth Society's scores are about the same every month. Why would I suspect them? That's strange. My Waterlord Society's scores aren't just similar every month, they're identical. Why suspect me? The students around paused, then caught on and face-palmed with laughter. Your Waterlord Society was only founded a month ago, of course they're identical. Anyway, I want to see the breakdown, or I'm filing a complaint with the school committee. The senior sneered. No one's stopping you from complaining. Go ahead. Just don't cause a scene here. Qing Henglong gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Filing a complaint with the school committee was a huge risk. If it failed, he could be expelled outright. That was clearly stated in the school rules. Otherwise, every student would run to the committee over every little thing. But Qing Henglong was already backed into a corner. He had no choice but to go. Everyone, this is just a small matter. No need to drag it to the school committee. A tall man suddenly stepped forward. Oh my god, it's xiuxian of the Zisu Society. So handsome. I didn't expect him to be here today. Wasn't he supposed to be studying in the inner court? Who knows? Just seeing xiuxian is a blessing. Leader of the third-ranked Zisu Society and one of the Academy's top 10 experts. So that's him. Truly impressive. But what was he doing here? Using his superfaction status to pressure the student union senior? The senior's voice turned noticeably more respectful towards Su Chenji. Senior Su, what do you suggest? I recall the faction rules mention that if anyone disputes a faction's points, they can request a public breakdown after paying a corresponding deposit. Am I remembering that right? The senior quickly checked. Sure enough, the rule existed. It just hadn't been used in years. Faction points rule Shen. If any faction disputes another faction's points, they may pay 1/5 of the disputed amount to demand a public breakdown. If an error is found, the disputed faction must refund the points. If no error, the deposit is non-refundable and goes to the disputed faction. Qing Henglong was overjoyed. It was just a matter of points, a small price. Fine, I'll pay the deposit and demand the Waterlord Society's breakdown. The senior frowned. Think carefully. The Waterlord Society currently has 1,000 and 1,000, 1,520 and points total. 1/5 is 700 and 1,000, 1,000 O Nexen bows. If the Azure Dragon Society hadn't been dissolved, he could have paid 700 points, even 7,000 without blinking. But now, unless some faction on site was willing to lend him points, he couldn't file the objection. Qing Henglong turned to Su Chenji. Brother Su, could you lend me the points? I'll repay you for sure later. It's only 700 points. I'd happily give them to you, Brother Qing. Su Chenji smiled. But if your challenge fails, then join my Zisu Society. How about it? Qing Henglong's face turned cold. So Su Changye had ulterior motives after all. Qing Henglong wasn't 100% certain. Even if the challenge failed, he could rebuild the Azure Dragon Society and repay 700 points within half a month. But if he agreed to join the Zisu Society, the Azure Dragon Society would be gone for good. Ahem, Senior Qing, it's just a few points, no need to sell yourself. I'll lend it to you. Yang Junwu suddenly spoke up from the side. Everyone was stunned. What was this? He was the one being investigated, and he was volunteering to help? Yang Junwu's initiative actually made Qing Henglong feel nervous inside. If he really had a problem, how could he be willing to voluntarily lend out points? Just then, he suddenly saw the trembling hands behind Yang Junwu's back. Fake. It must be fake. He's afraid I'll investigate, so he deliberately offered to provide points just to make me suspicious. What a pity, what a pity! Your acting is too poor. This time, I'll make you lose both the wife and the soldiers. Fine. I'll end. As soon as Qing Henglong said this, the whole scene was even more shocked. Oh my god, the other party had already hinted so clearly that the points definitely couldn't have any issues, yet you still want to lend? Isn't that just giving them away for free? Senior sister, please make public the Waterlord Society's points details. Yang Junwu said with a smile. All right. Seeing that the person in question had said so, the senior sister no longer insisted and pressed a few buttons below, and the Waterlord Society's points details appeared on the screen. 5 B rank missions, 10 C rank missions, and most importantly, the Academy tournament points. Each item's completion time and points situation were all completely clear. Wrong. The Waterlord Society is only a C rank faction. How could it have so many B rank mission points? That's definitely a problem. Qing Henglong was overjoyed. Such an obvious loophole, and they actually dared to show it. However, the nearby first-year students looked at him as if he were an idiot. The fact that Yang Junwu was loyal, his direct disciple, was basically known to all the first years. It wasn't exactly confidential information, and no one really cared about a disciple's identity. Qing Henglong had actually heard of it too, but he just hadn't connected the relationship between the two at that moment. The senior sister looked at him like he was an idiot and said calmly, "The Waterlord Society's president, Yang Yun-Wu, is the vice dean's direct disciple. According to the rules, he enjoys the treatment of an inner court disciple, and inner court disciples can skip levels to take on missions. You wouldn't not know this, would you?" Upon hearing this, Qing Henglong's face instantly turned pale. How could he not know this?
He just hadn't reacted in time. It's over. Completely over.
He collapsed to the ground, having lost all his hard-earned assets and now owing a mountain of debt. Yang Zhongwu smiled and said, "Senior brother Qing, no rush. You just need to pay it back within a month." The crowd burst into laughter. Miserable, too miserable. He'd been calculated twice. But some people's expressions changed instantly. On the surface, Yang Junwu had only earned a few hundred points, but in reality, he had cut off any hope of the Azure Dragon Society's revival. Even if Qing Henglong rebuilt the Azure Dragon Society, the initial 700 plus points from next month would all have to be repaid to the Waterlord Society. Back and forth. That was a difference of over 1,400 points. The Azure Dragon Society would drop to a C-rank faction, most likely end up at the bottom again, and disband once more. Perhaps he could rebuild it in the third month. But the important thing was, even if he himself could persist, would the others really waste their time accompanying Qing Henglong? Yang Junwu was a killing blow to the heart, quite formidable, directly crushing any possibility of the Azure Dragon Society rising from the ashes. Yang Junwu walked up to the registration senior sister and said with a smile, "Senior sister, please deduct the points I just lent to senior brother Qing from the Waterlord Society's account, and then add them back according to the rules." The senior sister was puzzled. "Is that necessary? You've already won. I'll just register that Qing Henglong owes the Waterlord Society points." No, the necessary procedures still need to be followed." Yang Junwu insisted. At this moment, some people on site finally understood the other meaning behind Yang Junwu lending points. He wasn't just trying to earn 700 points, he wanted to earn 1,400. Last month's points had already been settled, so the points he lent out were equivalent to spending 700 points, while making the points details public counted as earning points, which could be calculated into next month's total. That meant at the start of next month, the Waterlord Society would have a base of over 2,100 points. Maintaining a top 20 ranking would be effortless. How shrewd! Some original members of the Azure Dragon Society began privately contacting other factions. A first-year male student shouted, "President Yang, I want to join the Waterlord Society. Is that okay?" Of course! The Waterlord Society's recruitment requirements are simple. First, not from a major family. Second, complete a personal task of 100 points each month. If you meet these 2 points, you can all apply to join. Sang Youwei pointed at himself. "Boss? No major family disciples? Then what am I?" Surushui shot him a glare. "What are you causing trouble for? You're a founding member, not a newcomer." "Oh." Sun Yue obediently shut up. He wasn't afraid of anyone except Su Rushui. Su Rushui could roughly guess Yang Junwu's intentions. The faction he wanted to build probably wasn't just for the academy, but would still exist after graduation. People from major families would naturally leave the faction after graduation. Only those originally from humble origins or those without family burdens could continue to follow him and strive. On the spot, 9 original Azure Dragon Society members switched to the Waterlord Society. After registration, the Waterlord Society's numbers went from 15 to 24, at least greatly increasing in scale. Within 30 people was about the limit the Waterlord Society could sustain on its own without Yang Junwu's subsidies. After all this was done, the Waterlord Society members all left the scene. As soon as Yang Junwu stepped out, he ran into an acquaintance. "From the Clear Sky Society, Liu Mingming. Congratulations, President Yang. The Waterlord Society's strength is thriving." Liu Mingming sideways agreed. "Brother Liu, you've come just in time. I was about to buy something from you." Yang Junwu was delighted. Now that the Waterlord Society had expanded, plus the 10 minor friends brought by xuanhuan in the small world, the original office building seemed insufficient. So he needed to build some new structures. Liu Mingming's designed building cores were quite stable, and the internal space was arranged reasonably. Yang Zhongwu was just about to go find him, but unexpectedly, the other party had come to him directly. Liu Mingming smiled. Not just a coincidence, I came specifically to find you. You could even calculate that. Yang Junwoo was taken aback. A businessman's sense for opportunities is absolutely sharp. Yang Junwoo gave a thumbs up. All right, I want 2 dormitory buildings. Dormitory buildings are no problem. But this time I want to discuss a more interesting cooperation. Wait, let's not talk here. Let's go to the cafeteria's private room and also welcome the new friends. Excellent. The Waterlord Society group arrived at the cafeteria and reserved a large private room enough for 30 people to eat. After a hearty meal, Liu Mingming finally got down to business. Brother Yang, your buildings are all built in the small world, right? Yang Junwoo nodded. The news of his small world had already spread, so it was normal for Liu Mingming to know. Great. Can I go take a look? Of course. Let's all go together. From now on, that will be the Waterlord Society's base. Yang Junwoo waved his hand grandly, letting all the newly joined Waterlord Society members come along. Passing through the World Pearl teleportation gate, they arrived in a vast space. What a huge small world! Lu Mingming was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath. Most small worlds were at most the size of 2 or 3 football fields, mainly used for storage. Slightly larger ones were about 5 or 6 football fields, enough to build some training grounds and houses. But Yang Junwoo's could easily be called a small town. After the shock came wild joy. Such good material, it would be a waste not to use it. Brother Yang! Actually, my secondary profession is a small world beautifier. Liu Mingming spoke up. What? Yang Junwoo didn't react for a moment. It means designing small world spaces. Every small world is like your own home. And of course, a home needs decoration. And the small world beautifier is the one who decorates it. Yang Junwoo understood, but he shook his head and said, but I only want 2 building cores, not decoration. Liu Mingming panicked and quickly urged, don't say that. Such a great, small world, it's too wasteful to leave it barren. Don't worry, I'll give you the best price. Just tell me your needs, and I'll handle all the design and construction myself. No, the Waterlord Society is too poor right now. We simply can't afford it. Yang Junwoo still shook his head. Labor at 50% off. And if you can provide some materials, that material costs can also be deducted. Forget it. Just sell me 2 houses. Yang Junwoo remained unmoved. Labor at 10%, materials at 80%. Liu Mingming gritted his teeth. All right, deal. Tell me what materials you need. Soon, Liu Mingming listed a sheet. Yang Junwoo looked at it, and most of the materials were similar to those used for crafting C-rank and B-rank cores, plus some ordinary non-mecha materials. He had about 80% of the former in stock, and the ordinary materials could be exchanged for points at the Academy store. If Yang Junwoo wanted, he could even gather all the materials. After thinking it over, he ultimately didn't do that, only providing a rare and valuable material. Liu Mingming made a bitter face. Almost all the materials that could earn money had been provided by Yang Junwoo, and the rest wouldn't make any profit at all. This was practically working for free. What? Still short on materials? Let me think of something else. Yang Junwoo asked seriously. No, not short anymore. You go about your business. Leave the rest to me. Liu Mingming quickly refused. If he provided more materials, he wouldn't just be working for free. He'd be losing money. For the next half-month, Yang Junwoo followed his usual routine. Theoretical and practical classes on Mondays and Wednesdays, missions on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and core forging with Zhang Tian on Fridays and Saturdays. Every day was fulfilling. Occasionally, he'd pop into the small world to check, and Liu Mingming was placing things in various corners, though the overall look hadn't changed at all. The newly joined members, having no place to stay except for meetings in the small world, spent their other time in their original dormitories. Just then, outside dormitory, no. 10. Someone came calling. Senior Brother Ching? Do you need something from the boss? Bai Xiuxian asked cautiously. The Azure Dragon Society hadn't been rebuilt, and Qing Honglong hadn't made much of a move either. Qing Honglong coming to find Yang Guanwu now made it hard for Bai Xiuxian not to suspect he was here for revenge. I want to join the Waterlord Society. What? Bai Xiuxian was completely stunned. She had thought of countless possibilities, but never that Qing Honglong would say something like joining the Waterlord Society. Senior brother, don't joke around. Qing Hongchang shook his head, his expression serious. I'm not joking. I request to join the Waterlord Society. Yang Junwu, Su Rushui, Sun Yue, and the other core members of the Waterlord Society sat in a circle around Qing Honglong. Everyone, I am joining with complete sincerity. I will bring my own people as a team and won't take up any of the Waterlord Society's resources. Qing Honglong's request was simple. He would bring his group under the Waterlord Society's name, take on missions separately, and the faction points earned would go to the Waterlord Society. Moreover, he wouldn't use those points to redeem anything from the society. Yang Zhengwu saw the sincerity in his eyes and asked, "Then what are you after?" "I just want the right to take on B-rank missions. If that's all, you could easily attach yourself to a top-ranked faction. Not only could you do B-rank missions, but A-rank ones too. Why settle for my humble little temple?" "Simple. They wouldn't let me use faction points to pay off my debt." Qing Hanglong's voice was calm. Sun Yuwei didn't believe a word of it. "Boss, we're the ones who brought down the Azure Dragon Society. Now he's acting like he has no ulterior motives, just working off debt. Even a dog wouldn't buy that." Ahem. Su Ruoshui shot him a glare. Yang Junwu rolled his eyes. "Looks like he'd have to play the dog this time." "Fine, I accept your terms. But I have conditions of my own," Yang Junwu said coolly. "Name them." "I don't like playing favorites. Once you join the Waterlord Society, you're a member. I'll open up the faction exchange for your team's points too. The only condition is, unless you rebuild your own faction, you can't quit." Qin Henglong was taken aback. Yang Jianwu's move was sharp. The people he'd brought were all direct or collateral descendants of the Qing family, or those under contract with them, the core strength of the Qing family at the academy. Though few in number, they were highly disciplined. The Waterlord Society had essentially gained a vassal. For a faction currently in a weak position, this was a massive boost. No need to hesitate. "This deal benefits both of us," Yang Junwu continued. Ching Heng. All right, I accept. "Let's go then. Registration office. After you." The two left the dormitory with arms around each other's shoulders. The remaining members, including Sun Yuwei, exchanged bewildered looks. "Wait, why did the boss agree so quickly? The Qing family can't possibly be on our side. Why give them the same treatment?" Julie Li chuckled. "You, the young master of the Sun family, aren't exactly on the president's side either, yet he still brought you in." Sun Yuwei's neck flushed red. "That's different." "How is it different?" Su Lili didn't back down. "Enough, you two. Wu made it clear we're just using each other," Su Ruoshui said with a frown. "Sister Ruoshui, I get the boss's point, but isn't letting them exchange points a bit of a loss?" Sun Yuwei didn't dare argue further once Su Ruoshui spoke. "It's a bit of a loss, but it'll push them to take on more missions and quickly raise the Waterlord Society's rank. Otherwise, with just us, who knows when we'd ever reach B rank." No one understood Yang Junwu's thinking better than Su Ruoshui. Within half a day, explosive news spread across the entire Outer Academy. The former president of the Azure Dragon Society, Qing Hanglong, had joined the Waterlord Society, the very faction that had ousted him. It caused a stir. Many were intensely curious and sent people to dig up the details. But the explanation was simple. After the Azure Dragon Society disbanded, he needed a faction to attach to, so he approached the Waterlord Society, which owed points, to work off his debt. That's simple? Few believed it. But starting the second day after joining, Qing Hanglong led his men on B-rank missions. Such an eager attitude actually lent some credence to the debt-working theory. At the entrance to the Pocket World, all members of the Waterlord Society were present except Qing Hanglong's team. Xuanhuan and her 10 faction members were also there. Yang Zhongwu looked at the building, which appeared no different from before, and turned to Liu Mingming with confusion. "Senior brother Liu, why did you gather us all here? What are we supposed to see?" Liu Mingming smiled. "Junior, don't rush. Watch closely and prepare to admire the masterpiece of the great Pocket World design artist, Mingming." In an instant, he completed his mech fusion. A powerful pressure radiated outward from him, spreading in all directions. Yang Jungwu, Su Ruoshui, and the other A-rank mech pilots were fine, but some of the B-rank mech pilots began to sway, forced to quickly fuse with their mechs to withstand the overwhelming aura. S-rank mech pilot? Those words flashed through Yang Junwu's mind. This pressure was definitely not something an A-rank mech could produce. He never expected Liu Mingming, with his unassuming looks, to be so powerful. A master like this, haggling over every penny at the market, Yang Junwu didn't know what to say. "Rise!" Liu Mingming shouted, and the flat ground instantly transformed. 5 massive, uniquely shaped towers shot up from the earth, followed by a swimming pool, an outdoor dueling arena, an outdoor entertainment complex, and a series of functional buildings on the adjacent open space. The most absurd part was that he'd even created a rose garden, shaped like a heart, symbolizing the love between Yang Junwu and Su Ruoshui. The barren pocket world had truly become a gorgeous, cozy home. Everyone was stunned into silence. So beautiful. Su Ruoshui broke the silence, turning to Yang Junwu. "Wu, will you walk with me in the garden?" Yang Junwu smiled softly. "Of course." After the two left, the remaining Waterlord Society members began wandering off in groups to explore the buildings. Zhang Chao walked up to Zhu Lili and extended a hand. "Dear Miss Lily, would you care to take a stroll in the garden with me?" "Scram!" Zhu Lili rejected him outright. Zhang Chao's face fell. No need to be so blunt, is there? Are you an idiot? They boss and sister Ruo Shui just went there. You want to be a third wheel? Zhu Lili said, irritably. Come on, let's hit the dueling arena. I need to see if you've improved it all these days. Zhang Qiao shook his head immediately. You already bully me enough at the Academy's arena. I'm not going. Really not going? Not going? Zhu Lili let go of his hand and shook her head in disappointment. I didn't think you lacked even that little bit of perseverance. Fine, I'll go alone. Zhang Chao's face changed, and he quickly grabbed her arm. Don't be mad. I was just joking. I'll duel with you, not just once, but for a lifetime. I'll never get tired of it. It was just getting beaten up. After all, compared to his future wife, that was nothing. A smile crept onto Zhu Lili's lips. All right, you said it, no backing out. Zhang Qiao, swear to the heavens, I'll duel with Zhu Lili for a lifetime and never go back on my word. Zhu Lili blushed and spat. I was just asking. I didn't tell you to swear. In the end, they walked hand in hand toward the dueling arena. The entire space of the Rose Garden was filled with a pink, romantic atmosphere. Somehow, Liu Mingming had managed it once inside the Rose Garden. All the surrounding noise vanished, so quiet that you could hear each other's racing heartbeats. On both sides of the path, roses of every color bloomed: red, yellow, white, purple, each one releasing a delightful fragrance. This place, it's so beautiful. Su Rushui's eyes sparkled with surprise. Yang Zhongwu smiled. If you like it, how about we make this your private training ground? How could I? The Rose Garden belongs to everyone. I can't hog it. I say you can, so you can. Yang Zhongwu suddenly turned domineering. Su Rushui giggled. All right, I know you're capable, but it'd be a shame for such a beautiful place to be used only by me. Fine, we'll open it up then, as long as you're happy. The two continued forward and suddenly spotted a swing made of vines. Whoa, I want to play on that. Yang Junwu stepped forward to look and was instantly speechless. This wasn't a swing at all. It was a romantic hanging bed. Since when did a swing have a seat made of hollowed-out vines? Ruoshui, how about we finish touring the garden first and come back to play? Sure. Sura Oshui nodded and got off the swing. They walked a bit further and came upon a small lake with roses of some unknown variety floating on the surface. In the center was a small island. They stepped onto the island and found a round bed placed there. Senior brother Liu is so thoughtful, he even designed a bed for resting here. Su Rushui hopped onto the round bed and lay down to rest. Yang Jungwu pressed his forehead. Rushui was too innocent. This wasn't a resting bed. It was a bed for couples to, well, exercise. He had to get Liu Mingming to delete these things as soon as they got out. Otherwise, people would think he was some kind of pervert. Ooh, what are you muttering about? Come lie down. The view from the bed is surprisingly nice. No, you enjoy it. I'll stand and enjoy the breeze. Su Ruoshui was unusually forward today, and it wasn't because her personality had changed, it was the fragrance in the air. Yang Junwu was 100% certain the rose garden scent had a strong yet subtle aphrodisiac effect. He couldn't stay any longer, or anything could happen. I want to leave now, but I haven't finished touring. Su Wuzhui pouted. How about this? You keep exploring, and I'll go settle Liu Mingming's payment first. He designed such a wonderful place for us. We should thank him properly. Su Wuzhui nodded. You're right. Besides, it's in the pocket world, so it's not going anywhere. We'll have plenty of time to tour it. Let's go. I'll come with you. Faced with Yang Junwu's request, Liu Mingming flatly refused. What romance system? Su Ruoshui, standing nearby, looked utterly confused. Nothing. Liu Mingming quickly pulled Yang Junwu aside. Brother, all the buildings are interconnected. Removing this one would require a full redesign, which would be a real hassle. Is there really no way? Yang Junwu looked unconvinced. Really, there isn't. That garden doesn't just stir up desire in people's hearts for no reason. Only those who already harbor feelings for someone would feel anything. You're not lying to me? Of course not. Fine. Yang Jungwu thought it over and accepted it. The garden also served to test true feelings, which was rather interesting. At the easternmost edge of the Feiwa continent, in the scorching forest of the Nianhua kingdom, it was perpetually scorching there, and rarely visited by humans. Yet at this moment, a dozen or so figures were darting through the forest without pause. A middle-aged man and woman stood on a bare rock, gazing into the distance. In the distance, a bizarre blue rift seemed to split the sky in two, an eerie sight. Tiaihei. The rift is growing wider. It looks like the star-slaying worm has already begun its moves. Should we speed up our own progress? The woman frowned, deep worry in her eyes. I'll have the Divine Weapon Academy open the trial earlier, the man nodded. If it weren't for Shuaya insisting on founding Dark Nether to oppose us, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. The woman looked highly displeased. The man smiled bitterly. After all these years, you're still jealous of her. Jealous? No, she's the jealous one. Why don't you go talk to her? If we keep fighting like this, we'll all be doomed. She shot him a fierce glare. The man sighed wryly. You know very well why she left back then. If I went to see her, things would likely only get worse. If it comes to it, we'll have to eliminate her. If you can't do it, leave it to me, the woman said coldly. The man let out a soft sigh. Eliminate her? Even if you could bring yourself to do it, you might not be her match now. Divine Weapon Academy, Dean's Office, Luo Hei, Zhang Tian, Xiyan, and 7 other vice deans from both the inner and outer academies gathered together, all looking at a white-haired elder seated in a chair. He was none other than the never-before-seen dean of the Divine Weapon Academy, Zhen Changqiang. Dean, why have you returned? How are things over there? Xian spoke up. Zhen Sanqiang shook his head. It's tough. The rift has expanded again. At the current rate, the scorching forest will be completely breached within 5 years at most. Once that happens, spatial rifts will appear randomly across every corner of the continent, and the real trouble will just be beginning. So soon? Everyone's expressions changed. The Alliance leader originally estimated 15 years, but unfortunately, the emergence of Dark Nether has made the star-slaying worm more powerful, greatly accelerating the consumption of the Feihawa barrier. Dark Nether again. One day, this old man will personally eradicate them from the continent. Luo, he was furious. Old Luo, don't brag. With your skill, you'd probably only manage to trade blows with their shadow guards. Zhang Tian rolled his eyes. Maybe I'm not up to it, but I have a disciple. Give him 10 years and he might not lose to Shuaye. What disciple? Chen Cangjuan was slightly taken aback. He had been away from the academy for so long that he had no idea Yang Junwu existed. He's my disciple too. Zhang Tian, beating Luo He to it, recounted how Yang Junwu could forge cores with a 100% fusion rate. Chen Cangkeng sighed softly. This Yang Junwu is indeed a rare talent, but unfortunately, his current strength is too low. Even if he could build an S-rank mech within 5 years, it would already be too late. Time. It was still just time. The Tianhe trial begins in 5 days. Have all Inner Academy students make full preparations. Everyone was shocked by the news. Was Qi Tianhe already looking for a successor? Was he planning to head to the Void Realm? Chen Kanxiang sighed deeply. We've all tried to persuade him, but this is the only way to delay the arrival of the Void. I still need to return to the Scorching Forest to help. The trial will be led by Vice Dean Luo. He, with the rest of you assisting. Be sure not to leak any information to avoid causing panic. Yes, Dean. 3 days later, Yang Junwu was summoned to Luo's office. Junwu, I called you here today to discuss something with you. Please speak, Master. Have you ever heard of the Tianhe Alliance? Tianhe Alliance? Yang Junwu searched his memory but came up empty. Given the Yang family's influence, any faction with even a bit of fame on the continent should have been recorded. Seeing Yang Zhongwu's blank look, Luo, he knew he had no idea what the Tianhe Alliance was. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Even among the great families, only the patriarchs and main heirs are privy to a sliver of information. So mysterious. Master, what does the Tianhe Alliance do? The Tianhe Alliance is the continent's foremost mech research center, the #1 organization in the world. Its power, influence, and wealth rank first globally. Once you join the Tianhe Alliance, you become the envy of all. The Tianhe Alliance has a strict hierarchy with countless positions, the most mysterious and fearsome being the 16 dark machines and 32 divine machines directly under the Alliance leader, each with unfathomable strength. Yang Junwu was puzzled. Master, if such a powerful organization exists, why have I never heard of it? Members of the Tianhe Alliance don't interfere in mundane conflicts, but every head of a great family is an outer member. Once the Alliance leader summons them, they must obey. Yang Junwu was stunned. There was such a powerful organization in the world? That meant even the imperial families of the 2 great empires couldn't compare to a single Tianhe Alliance leader. The Tianhe Alliance changes its leader every 30 years, but this time is special. The previous leader, Qi Tianhe, needs to urgently select a new one, and the candidates will be chosen from the inner disciples of the Divine Weapon Academy. This news was even more explosive than learning of the Tianhe Alliance's existence. So the Divine Weapon Academy had such backing all along. Every Tianhe Alliance leader had been a student of the academy. That was terrifying. No wonder everyone wanted to get into the inner academy. Wait, if the master was telling him this, did it mean he also had a chance to be selected? Yang Zhongwu's heart raced. Lohe looked at him with a smile. That's right. You're eligible to participate. Unfortunately, your current strength is too weak. If you had another 3 to 5 years, your chances of success would be greatly improved. Yang Junwu suddenly thought of Liu Mingming. He was an inner disciple, which explained his S-rank cultivation. Master, what's the highest cultivation among the senior inner disciples now? Yang Junwu asked quietly. Let me think. The top 10 experts of the Inner Academy are all SS rank. The rest are just average, barely reaching S rank. Yang Junwu felt like spitting blood. S rank was something he could still try to push for, but SS rank was basically impossible to beat, even with golden link parts. Don't be so discouraged. This selection assesses not just current strength, but also growth potential. So you have about a 0.0 something % chance of success. Yang Junwu was speechless. With odds like that, was that comfort or a knife to the heart? Remember, report to the teleportation center at 8 in the morning, 2 days from now. Do not reveal anything about the Tianhe alliance to anyone. Understood, Master. Yang Junwu took his leave. Back at the dormitory, Yang Junwu saw Sun Yue rushing over in a panic. The first thing he said upon seeing Yang Junwu was, Boss Su Ruo Shui has been taken away. Yang Junwu was shocked and quickly pressed. When did this happen? Right after you left earlier, a group of people claimed to be from Miss Ruoshui's family and forcibly took her away. Didn't the academy do anything? I heard they had already informed them beforehand. Yang Zhongwu's face turned ashen. What Su Ruoshui had feared had indeed come to pass. Though he didn't know what her family was, it was clear that her being taken away boded ill. No, I need to go to the academic affairs office and find out what family Su Ruoshui is from. Wait, boss! This letter is from Ruoshui. Read it before you go. Sun Yue handed him a piece of paper. Yang Junwu quickly opened it. My dear Wu, when you read this letter, I will have already left. I had hoped to spend more time with you in the Rose Garden, but fate had other plans. From the moment I first saw you, I think I fell in love with you. You are so optimistic, lively, full of wisdom and charm. You always manage to turn danger into safety in critical moments. I hope such luck stays with you forever. I wanted to stay with you no matter what, but I can't bring harm to you, and I also have my own mission. I'm sorry I can't walk the rest of the way with you. Since parting is inevitable, perhaps it's better not to meet again, to avoid the sorrow. Don't try to find out about my origins, and don't come looking for me. It won't do you any good. Forget me. You'll surely find a woman who loves you and cherishes you even more. Lastly, thank you again, and thank everyone for letting me experience the freest time of my life. After reading the letter, Yang Junwu roared to the heavens. The original owner had lost his position as heir because he couldn't cultivate, and now something similar had happened to him again. If he were still a candidate for the Yang family head, he would at least have a chance to fight for it. Boss, are you okay? Sun Yue had never seen Yang Junwu so distraught. Usually, no matter what happened, Yang Junwu wore an expression of confidence, but now he was visibly shaken. Taking a deep breath, Yang Junwu tried to calm himself. I'm fine. Now, go on about your business. Let me have some quiet time. All right, boss. Don't be too sad. I believe that one day, you and Miss Ruoshui will meet again. Yang Zhongwu opened the world pearl and entered the minor world. Xianhuan saw him and immediately walked over, gently patting his shoulder. Little brother, I've heard about Ruoshui's situation. Don't worry, as long as you reclaim the Yang family's inheritance rights, you'll definitely find out about Su Ruoshui's origins. When that happens, big sister will go with you to propose marriage. Yang Zhongwu forced a smile and shook his head. I'm fine, sis. Don't worry about me. That's good. That's my strong little brother. By the way, how much stardust powder have we extracted so far? About 500 grams, but it's still scattered. If you need it now, I'll have the girls consolidate it. Yeah, I really need it now. Sorry for the trouble, sis. All right, it should be done by tomorrow noon. Come pick it up then. Yang Quan nodded. Oh, and sis, there's one more thing I need to ask you. We're siblings. Just say it directly. There's no such thing as trouble between us. Well, I have to go on a long trip, and Ruoshui isn't here, so I'd like you to keep the World Pearl safe for a while. Yang Zhongwu had originally planned to leave it with Sun Yue, but after thinking it over, he decided to let Yang Wan hold onto it. After all, this trial was a matter of life and death. If he didn't make it, at least he could leave a huge legacy to Yang Wan's Azalea Society. Yang Wan seemed to sense something and her expression turned serious. Little brother, don't do anything stupid. Your future is bright. Don't act impulsively or take risks. Sis, you're overthinking it. It's an academy organized activity. It might take about half a month and it's too long to carry it around, so I'm asking you to keep it safe for a while. Really? You're not lying to sis? Yang Huan was skeptical. Sis, if you don't believe me, you can ask my teacher, Vice Dean Loyo He. He arranged the activity. Yang Junwu pointed toward the exit. Fine. I'll trust you, but you have to promise me you'll come back safe, or I'll smash your secret garden. Deal, thanks, sis. The next day at noon, Yang Junwoo got 550 grams of pure stardust powder from Xuanhuan. Without hesitation, he used all of it to upgrade the roulette. He had to go all out to win the TNA Alliance's sovereign succession. Once he became the sovereign, no matter what background Suruoshui's family had, he wouldn't fear them. But with his current strength, he was far from enough. So he could only hope the upgraded roulette would bring some surprises. Dang! Congratulations, host. The lucky roulette has been upgraded successfully. Current level epic. You also receive 100 attribute points for the roulette upgrade. Please open the system panel to use them. The roulette upgrade came with extra benefits? Yang Zhongwu was thrilled and quickly opened the panel to check. Strength. Agility. Constitution. A rank. Cultivation technique. Dragon forging art. First turn 6th layer luck value. 100 a bank. L1 mank wa I rank grey wa ba Yang Zhou shook his head. Now wasn't the time to think about that. He needed to decide how to allocate the hunt. Currently, he could use the A-rank mech left by his parents and the golden B-rank mech. The latter was geared toward close combat, so increasing strength would synergize with the dragon forging art to deal high damage. The former could use mech linking to execute some unusual tactics, so increasing agility would better complement the mech link activation. After thinking it over, Yang Junwoo decided to put the points into agility. After all, even if he boosted physical attack, whether A rank or B rank, the power wasn't enough. Better to gamble on luck and see if he could link to some good ancient sets. After the roulette upgrade, he got a one-time 100% luck value. That meant if he used the link ticket next time, he was guaranteed to get gold. This was his last lifeline. He spent a day quietly cultivating in the minor world to adapt and stabilize the attributes and cultivation level boosted by the roulette upgrade. The members of the Waterlord Society all thought their boss was heartbroken over Suruosh, so no one dared to disturb him all day. Early the next morning, Yang Junwoo gathered the Waterlord Society members and told them he was going to participate in an inner court activity that might take a while, so Sun Yue would temporarily act as the society's leader. Sun Yue looked worried. Boss, you better come back soon. I can't hold things together for long. Yang Junwoo smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, believe in yourself. You've got this. After saying goodbye to everyone, Yang Junwoo arrived at the teleportation base. Lo He saw him and waved him over. Teacher, student, Yang Junwoo reporting. Good. Go on in. Teleportation array number 5. Over here. Over here. In the array, a familiar figure waved at him, none other than Liu Mingming. Aren't you a minor world designer? Why are you joining this? Yang Junwoo walked over and asked with a smile. Liu Mingming gave a wry smile. I don't want to go either, but this is a mandatory activity for all inner court disciples. I can't skip it. Come on, don't tell me you are not even a little interested in the sovereign position. A tall man snorted. I really have no interest. The sovereign has too many responsibilities. It's not for me. I'd rather design different minor worlds for people. That's way more fun. I think you're not uninterested. You just say that because you know you can't win. Liu Mingming spread his hands. Think whatever you want. The tall man fell silent. Liu Mingming turned to Yang Junwu. Brother, if you end up winning, you've got to look out for me and hook me up with some minor world design gigs. Yang Junwu smiled bitterly. That's still up in the air. Besides, with my strength, I'm not competitive at all. This junior brother is quite self-aware. But don't be discouraged. Although this is a trial, it's also a shortcut to rapidly improve your strength. If you can survive a few more rounds, you'll progress much faster than training behind closed doors. A senior sister nearby spoke up. Yang Junwu was about to ask more, but the teleportation array began to glow with white light, and the teleportation teacher's stern voice rang out, "Everyone, the destination of this teleport is Dreamstar, which is far away. Do not move." Helpless, Yang Junwu had to swallow his questions. The teleportation array began to shake violently. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Junwu felt his vision go black, pitch black, as if he had entered hell. Senior brother Leo, are you there? Yang Junwu called out a few times, but there was no response. Had they gotten separated during the teleport? For some reason, Yang Yungwu felt like many eyes were watching him from all around. Mech fusion! Without hesitation, he fused with the 100% B-rank mech. Activate lights. 2 beams of white light illuminated the path ahead. Yang Junwu gasped. Beneath his feet were broken, white bones covering the entire ground. He tried to make the mech fly, but some mysterious force pressed him back down. No fly zone. The 3 words flashed in Yang Junwu's mind. A chill ran down his spine. He was bold by nature. If a timid person came here, they might collapse on the spot. He couldn't stay put otherwise. These bones would be the best explanation of his fate. Yang Junwu began walking forward over the bones. The mech's feet crunched on them with each step. After walking about a kilometer, the bones didn't thin out, they got thicker, and in some places, they piled up into small hills. How many people had died here? Yang Junwu was shocked. Just as he was marveling, something bizarre happened. The bone hill ahead suddenly collapsed, and a skeleton leaped out from within. It swung a bone sword at him. Yang Junwu was startled. This was too weird. It defied all logic. If these were beasts, that would make sense. But these were lifeless bones. Why would they attack? But now wasn't the time to think about that. Yang Junwu conjured. He wanted to test the skeleton's strength. Ding! The bone club clashed with the light blade. Yang Junwu felt a powerful force from the club and stumbled back 3 steps. At the same time, the light blade sliced through the bone club. Strong power, but weak durability. Yang Junwu quickly concluded. Don't fight these things head on. Use long-range laser cannons or particle cannons to take them out. 2 particle cannon shots fired, and the skeleton shattered instantly. A red flame flew out from the powder, trying to escape quickly. So you're the one behind this. Yang Junwu pointed his light blade forward, cutting off the flame's escape route. He grabbed the flame in his hand and immediately felt like his whole body was being scorched by the sun. He was almost certain this thing had given the bones temporary life, but what exactly was it? Just then, something unexpected happened. While he was thinking about how to deal with it, the flame suddenly passed through the mech armor on his hand and sank into his flesh. Boom! A massive heat spread from his palm throughout his body. Yang Junwu felt like he had fallen into a boiling oil pot. His whole body was burning and stinging, and the temperature kept rising. Damn, no wonder there were so many bones here. Once the flesh burned away, all that was left was bones. He regretted letting the strange flame get close to him, but regret was too late. His brain was being hit by waves of heat, becoming foggy. He couldn't think or fight back. Just as his body was about to be burned clean, the hidden dragon phantom inside him suddenly let out a roar. The restless flame immediately calmed down, no longer daring to push toward his brain. Instead, it began to forge his body with gentle flames. If Yang Junwu were still conscious, he would have noticed that the way these flames forged his body was almost identical to how he forged mech cores. When Yang Junwu regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a small river, drifting downstream with the current. He wasn't dead. Not only was he alive, Yang Junwu could even feel his body brimming with power. Peak of the body, tempering realm. And it was a perfect peak. He only needed to break through the bottleneck to enter the Overlord body realm. Entering the Overlord body realm meant he would be able to use an S-class mech. Truly, surviving a great disaster brings great fortune. Yang Junwu was ecstatic. He quickly called up the system to check his attributes. Strength? Ardao Agility? 1000 unknown? Ardatorly? Art thou later? If he'd known this would happen, he should have absorbed more skeleton fire. Yan Junwu found a relatively open area and flew out of the river. This place looked much more normal. There were trees, flowers, and birds, like a peaceful mountain forest in the countryside. What should he do next? And where had the teammates who came in with him gone? Yang Junwu tried to fly into the air to search, but when he soared halfway up and looked down, he saw only a gray blur on the ground, completely indistinct. Squawk! A strange screech came from behind him. Yang Junwu instinctively dove downward to dodge. A massive mechanical bird swooped past, grazing the top of his head. The bird's sharp, enormous talons gleamed with a chilling light. If that had landed squarely, he'd be dead or at least severely injured. Yang Zhangwu didn't dare stay in the air. He quickly returned to the ground. Unfortunately, the strange bird didn't seem willing to let its prey escape so easily. It immediately turned around and charged at Yang Junwu. "Don't think I'm easy prey," Yang Junwu shouted, throwing a punch. Dragon Ki swirled around his fist, its might shaking the heavens. After the Overlord body realm, even while still using an A-class mech, the hidden dragon body's enhancement was at least twice what it had been before. Feeling the suppression from his soul, the strange bird seemed to hesitate, its dive slowing considerably. Boom! His fist collided with its talons. Several cracks instantly appeared on Yang Junwu's fist, the A-class mech's strength. But the bird fared even worse. 3 of its talons snapped off, and it screeched in pain. Only then did it realize this humanoid creature wasn't to be trifled with, so it flapped its wings, trying to flee. But now that it wanted to leave, Yang Junwu wasn't having it. "You beast. You sneak attack someone and then try to run? Not a chance." He fired an antimatter cannon, hitting the bird's right wing precisely. The bird plummeted to the ground, half its life gone. Yang Junwu charged in, swung his fist mercilessly at its head, and the bird died on the spot. The dead bird slowly transformed, turning into a strange metallic material. Yang reached out and picked it up. So heavy! Nearly 100 pounds. What the heck is this? Even with Yang Junwu's vast knowledge and the Yang family being a forging dynasty, he couldn't immediately identify what kind of metal this was. He tossed it into his system space. Beep Stardust Motherstone energy fluctuation detected. Hosters advised to absorb it as soon as possible. The system suddenly issued an automatic alert. This thing is Stardust Motherstone? Since it has Stardust in the name, could it be related to Stardust powder? Yang Zhongwu was secretly pleased, but how was he supposed to absorb such a large stone? Couldn't just eat it? Could he? He tried. Die. Pacing his hand on the stone. Nothing pelled. He bit his finger and dripped blood on it. Nothing. He wrapped it in dragon cheese. Still nothing. He was completely stumped. Forget it. He'd set it aside for now. Once he found Liu Mingming, he could ask. Liu probably knew more about this. Yang Zhongwu tossed the Stardust Motherstone back into his system space. Next, he needed to find the path forward. Since this was a trial, there had to be stages. If this was the first stage, then he needed to find the entrance to the second. But there were no clues around. How was he supposed to figure out the way forward? Yang Junwu thought for a moment and finally decided to head in the direction the mechanical bird had come from. It was the only lead he had. Even if he didn't find the entrance, killing a few more birds for Stardust Motherstone wouldn't make the trip a waste. After traveling about a dozen kilometers, a small mountain village appeared ahead. Great, he hadn't expected this world to have native inhabitants. He could buy some food. He was actually pretty hungry, having gone from morning till now. Entering the village, Yang Junwu noticed every door was tightly shut with no one outside. Strange. Were the residents shy, so they all stayed indoors? Yang Junwu picked a random house and knocked on the door. "Who's there?" A woman's voice came from inside. "Miss, I'm a traveler passing through. I'd like to buy some food," Yang Junwu said. The door slowly opened, and a young woman poked her head out. The moment Yang Junwu saw her face, he froze. She was dressed simply a tight top made of some unknown scales, barely covering her vital areas, and a matching scale miniskirt below, quite alluring. But that wasn't the most important thing. The key was that her face bore a striking resemblance to Su Ruoshui, about 70 or 80% similar, like twin sisters. The woman glanced around, pulled Yang Jungwoo inside the courtyard, and firmly locked the door. Come in quickly. It's not safe outside. Miss, may I ask your name? I'm Linglong. So you're Miss Linglong? You alone here? Where's your family? At this, Linglong's face darkened, tears welling in her eyes. My family was devoured by the evil dragon. I'm the only one left now. Evil dragon? Yang Junwoo was puzzled. It's those monsters that fly in the evil dragon Linglong mentioned was probably a mechanical beast, similar to the giant bird he'd encountered earlier. Those mechanical beasts were incredibly powerful, comparable to a class mechs. Ordinary people indeed had no way to deal with them. Young master, please come in. I just finished making dinner and haven't eaten yet. If you don't mind, please join me. Thank you! Yang Junwoo followed Linglong into the kitchen. To his surprise, even though Linglong lived alone, the meal was quite lavish, some unknown meat and vegetables. Miss Linglong, you made so much food. Can you finish it all by yourself? These are for my parents. Even though the village told me they're dead, as long as I haven't seen their bodies, there's still hope they're alive. So every night I make enough for 3 people, hoping that one day they'll show up and eat the food I've made with my own hands. Yang Junwoo felt a bit awkward, so he was eating the food meant for the deceased. Linglong chuckled. Young master, don't worry. Even if my parents were still alive, they wouldn't mind using good food to entertain a guest. In that case, I won't be polite. Yang Junwoo quickly took a few bites to hide his embarrassment. By the way, may I ask your name, young master? And where you're headed? I'm Yang Junwoo. I'm looking for a teleportation point. What's a teleportation point? It's like a door, something that glows. Linglong thought for a moment, left the kitchen, and went into the bedroom. Soon she returned with a black and white drawing. Young Master Yang, is the glowing door you mentioned something like this? Yang Junwoo glanced at the picture and immediately grew excited. Though the drawing was rough, it clearly depicted a teleportation portal. That's it. Do you know where it is? Linglong hesitated. Miss Linglong? What's wrong? If you need anything, just say so, I can trade with you. No, Young Master Yang, I don't need anything. This picture was brought back by an expedition team my parents hired. At the time, they were exploring near the evil dragon's lair. If I'm not mistaken, this glowing door should be inside the lair itself. Inside the lair? That was indeed troublesome. Yang Junwoo frowned slightly. The bird he'd fought earlier was already strong, and as the ruler of this area, the evil dragon had to be even stronger. He might not be able to win. Young Master Yang, the evil dragon eats people on sight. Please don't go, Linglong said, her face full of worry. For some reason, Yang Junwoo felt as if Linglong and Su Ruoshui had merged into one, as if Ruoshui were telling him not to go. All right, I won't rush off until I've figured out a plan. Yang Junwoo agreed with a nod. Linglong's face lit up with joy. Young Master Yang, can I call you Wu? Of course. Wu, from now on you can stay here with me. As long as you don't go out, it'll be very safe. Okay. Night gradually fell. Yang Junwoo lay on the bed, ready to drift off to sleep. Just then, a peculiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and he felt a strange heat spread through his body. A smooth, cool body suddenly pressed against him, easing the heat. Wu, let me serve you. In the moonlight, in a daze, Yang Junwoo saw a face identical to Su Ruoshui's. Ruoshui, you're back? This time I'm never leaving again. I'll be with Wu forever. Wu, give me. Before Yang Junwoo could answer, a cool little mouth sealed his. In that instant, the deep-seated desire within him erupted. Yang Junwoo flipped over and pressed the other down. Suddenly, a cool, mint-like breath emanated from the stardust motherstone in his system space, reaching deep into his consciousness. Yang Junwoo jolted, and reason snapped back from the chaos. What am I doing? She's not Su Ruoshui, she's Linglong. Yang Junwoo sprang up from the bed in a panic. Linglong was stunned, then her face filled with bitterness. He'd managed to stop at the very brink, which meant he'd fully regained his senses. What exactly are you? Yang Junwoo activated his mech fusion, hovering in midair, looking down coldly at Linglong, who had curled up into a ball, and demanded in a harsh voice. Linglong curled up pitifully at the head of the bed, tears streaming down her face, silent. Yang Junwoo felt helpless. He couldn't very well strike an unarmed woman. No, Miss Linglong, I'm not even crying, why are you? Let me ask you, who told you to take Su Ruoshui's form? Of course it was you. Me? Don't go accusing me without cause. How could I possibly make you look like someone else? Yang Junwoo denied immediately. Because I am the form born from your thoughts. Yang Junwu was taken aback. Was that even possible? Indeed, the only woman in his heart was Su Roshue. Could she be telling the truth? What exactly are you? And why can you change according to my inner thoughts? I told you, I'm just an ordinary human, but I became this way because you have someone you long for in your heart. At this, the two were clearly at cross purposes. Yang Junwu couldn't get any useful information from Ling Long. How about this? Tell me where the evil dragon's lair is, and I'll let you go. Ling Long's face was full of sorrow. Wu, can't you stay for the woman you love in your heart? Sorry, though you look alike, you're not the real Ruo Shui. I understand. I'll take you to the portal. Lin Long suddenly calmed down, looking into Yang Junwu's eyes. I have only one request: spend one night with me, and at dawn I'll take you there. Seeing Ling Long's tear-streaked face, Yang Junwu's heart finally softened. After all, this person before him was, in truth, a projection of Su Ruoshui in his heart. Spending a night with someone he cared for, consider it a reward for Ling Long. Fine, but you need to get dressed properly. Let's just talk. A night passed. Yang Junwu looked at Ling Zhong sleeping soundly in his arms and couldn't help but sigh softly. Ling Long, wake up. It's dawn. Oh? Ling Long rubbed her sleepy eyes. Let's go, Yang Junwu said. Wait, let me make you breakfast first. After we eat, we can leave, okay? Ling Long got up, ready to head to the kitchen. Yang Junwu grabbed her arm. No need. I have dry rations with me. If he let her cook breakfast, then lunch, then dinner, he'd never leave this place. A flicker of dimness passed through Ling Long's eyes, and she nodded gently. All right, let's go. The two set out from the eastern edge of the village and soon arrived at a large mountain. Ling Long seemed familiar with the area, guiding him around the territories of many creatures. By mid-morning, they had ventured several miles into the mountain and reached a great canyon. Wu, according to the memory in my mind, the place marked on the map should be somewhere below this canyon. All right, I understand. Ling Long, you go back. It's dangerous down there and I might not be able to protect you. I'll go alone. Ling Long shook her head. No, I'm coming with you. Be good. It's dangerous down there. I don't care. If you don't take me, I'll jump down myself, Ling Long said defiantly. Fine, I'll take you. Yang Junwu had no choice. He completed the mech suit fusion, then crouched down. Hop on. What is this? It's both hard and soft. It's called a mech suit. Think of it as a close-fitting weapon. Hold on tight, Ling Long. About halfway down, dozens of huge openings appeared on the cliff face, and several monstrous birds, the same kind he had killed before flew out, claws bared, attacking him. Particle cannon. Carrying someone, Yang Junwu couldn't engage in close combat, so he fired particle cannons repeatedly to drive back the monstrous birds. Fortunately, these birds didn't attack all at once. Despite their numbers, Yang Junwu could manage for now. Wu, you're so strong. You can handle so many monstrous birds alone, Ling Long shouted excitedly. Yang Junwu forced a bitter smile. This was only a temporary measure. If a dozen more came, he'd be in trouble. Luckily, they descended quickly and finally reached the canyon floor. The monstrous birds circled overhead but dared not dive down to attack, as if something in the canyon frightened them. Look, there's a light over there. Ling Long pointed to a massive cave on the right front. Yang Junwu had intended to have Ling Long get off and walk, since they were at the bottom now, but Ling Long's legs were wrapped tightly around his waist like a lazy little snake, showing no intention of leaving his back. Yang Junwu had no choice but to let her be. Fortunately, she wasn't heavy, so it didn't affect his agility much. As soon as they neared the cave entrance, Yang Junwu felt a familiar dragon aura. It was thick and powerful, and this particular aura carried a massive destructive will beyond those traits. This was indeed the evil dragon's lair. He approached the entrance cautiously. The moment he stepped inside, a huge blast of dragon breath surged from within, heading straight for him. If that breath hit him, he wasn't sure he could withstand it, and Ling Long on his back would definitely be gone. Yang Junwu quickly retreated, stepping back out of the cave. Human, this is no place for you. Leave at once, or it won't be polite. A voice suddenly echoed from within the cave. Who are you? Yang Junwu shouted. Who am I? I am the great evil dragon, Adis. Insignificant human. Today I'm in a good mood and don't want a snack, so get out of my lair now. Liar, Yang Junwu didn't believe a word the evil dragon said except its name. If the evil dragon were so reasonable, Ling Long's parents wouldn't have died tragically. Great evil dragon, I am a being from another dimension. I wish to use the portal in your cave to leave this place. Please do me a favor and let me in. Human, are you deaf? Sorry, but I must use that portal today. Yang Junwu set Ling Long down and walked into the cave alone. This time, Ling Long didn't protest. She watched him enter. The cave was vast, and Yang Junwoo immediately spotted the evil dragon coiled around an ancient tree. Compared to the frozen bone dragon he'd seen in the glacier realm, this one was much smaller, about half the size of a building. It was also clear that the evil dragon's tail was bleeding, indicating it was severely injured. No wonder it didn't want him to enter. It was trying to heal in peace. Seeing that Yang Junwoo ignored his warning and entered anyway, the evil dragon roared and spat a breath of dragon fire at him. Yang Junwoo dodged easily with a swift movement. Dragon friend, I mean you no harm. I just want to borrow the portal behind you. Please do me a favor. I refuse. Get lost. And don't blame me for being rude. Yang Junwoo's expression darkened. If it came to a fight, the evil dragon was injured. Perfect timing to strike while it was down. He fired 3 particle cannons in a triangular formation at the dragon. With its massive body, he didn't worry about missing, so he released control of the particle cannons and added a 4th shot, an antimatter cannon. 4 projectiles flew one after another toward the dragon. Child's play. A firefly's light dares to compete with the moon. Evil dragon wave. A black watery ripple burst from the evil dragon, scattering the leading particle cannons. The antimatter cannon exploded, but it only intensified the ripple. So strong. Yang Junwoo narrowed his eyes. Even injured, the evil dragon had this much power. At full strength, he'd have no chance. A lightsaber appeared in Yang Junwoo's hand. Since ranged attacks were useless, he'd try close combat. He slashed the saber into the ripple, carving a path through the black waves. He surged forward and stabbed at the dragon's massive scales. Clang! A piercing metallic ring echoed. The sharp lightsaber couldn't penetrate the scale defense at all, leaving only a faint white mark. Evil dragon tremor. Yang Junwoo suddenly felt a massive recoil force from the scales. The first thing affected was the lightsaber in his hand. The tremor shattered it into fragments, which dissipated like starlight. Yang Junwoo steeled himself, clenched his right fist, and struck with all his might again. Dragon break fist. Crack. A crisp sound of splitting. The scales that the lightsaber couldn't cut were now cracked open by his fist. Woo! The evil dragon yelped in pain, then roared. You have a dragon body too. Once I devour you, I'll evolve again and become a true dragon. Heaven helps me. Yang Junwoo said coldly. Stop dreaming. You don't have the power to kill me. Hey, boy, I was just playing with you. You didn't take it seriously, did you? The evil dragon sneered, and a gray aura swept over the cracked scale, restoring it to perfect condition. Yang Junwoo raised an eyebrow. Impressive recovery. Take this evil dragon fist. The evil dragon raised its front claw and slammed down at Yang Junwoo's head. Dragon break fist. Yang Junwoo, unafraid, punched upward. Boom! A massive impact came from the dragon's claw, sending Yang Junwoo flying, crashing hard into the cave wall. You have true dragon power within you, but you're just a human. You can't unleash the full might of a dragon body. Surrender and die, or suffer more torment. Yang Junwoo struggled to his feet. The mech suit's core was already blaring alarms. This attack nearly exceeded its defense limit. If it broke, the whole core would shatter. Truly a real dragon, far stronger than his half-baked version. If it came to it, he'd have to use the golden link opportunity from the wheel. He'd been saving that for the most critical moment. Now, it seemed, that moment had arrived. He couldn't hold back any longer if he did. He'd be saving it for the afterlife. Just as Yang Junwoo was about to activate the wheel draw, a small figure suddenly rushed forward from behind him, charging at the evil dragon. Evil dragon, return my parents' lives. Linglong, come back! Yang Junwoo was taken aback. He never expected Linglong to charge forward at this moment. It was too late for Yang Junwoo to save her. He could only watch helplessly as Linglong's frail body collided head-on with the dark dragon wave spat out by the evil dragon. Bang! Linglong was instantly sent flying by the dark dragon wave, slamming hard against the wall. Blood sprayed out immediately. Get lost! Yang Junwoo's anger erupted, and his hidden dragon body hummed loudly. Dragon Breaker Fist, carrying the dragon chi within him, struck out toward the evil dragon's claw that was chasing after them. Boom! This time, the evil dragon's massive body was actually knocked back, its eyes filled with fear. It couldn't imagine how such a tiny human could possess such immense power. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Junwoo hugged Linglong and retreated at top speed. Woo! Linglong forced her eyes open. But as soon as she spoke a word, a large mouthful of blood sprayed from her lips. Linglong, don't talk for now. Yang Junwoo, anxiously searched his system space for spiritual medicine that could repair the body. Will you talk with me for a bit? Okay, but first take this. Yang Junwu finally found a bottle of revival pills. Linglong shook her head. Your human pills are useless on me, because I'm not truly human. Yang Junwu showed no shock on his face. Ever since she said she was a replica of Su Ru Shui, he already knew that Linglong might be a product of some illusion technique. No matter just a friend. Linglong revealed a bitter smile. She was born from Yang Junwu's thoughts, but her feelings for him were real. Wu, can you hold me tight and let me do one last thing for you? Yang Junwu said nothing, only pulled her tightly into his arms. Linglong closed her eyes, and a grayish-white glow began to emanate from her body. Gradually, her body became ethereal, and a gleaming longsword appeared in Yang Junwu's arms. A stream of information directly entered Yang Junwu's mind. Linglong's soul-devouring sword. Level S, rank, attribute, attack module, plus 300% damage against dragon kin. Special ability, Love's Descent. Equipment level, -1. Yang Junwu suddenly understood this was a perfect gift Linglong had customized for him before her death. Linglong's soul-devouring sword, Fuse. The longsword whooshed and flew to the right hand of the mech. Holding the sword, Yang Junwu walked step by step toward the evil dragon. The evil dragon saw the sword in his hand and felt a bad premonition. Human, why haven't you left? Do you want to end up like your companion? Yang Junwu's voice was calm as he said lightly, Evil dragon, your life is mine. Ridiculous, with just you? The evil dragon raised its front claw and swiped down at Yang. Dragon-slaying sword break. The Linglong soul-devouring sword in Yang Junwu's hand swung upward and the evil dragon's claw was instantly pierced through. The moment he fused with the Linglong soul-devouring sword, Yang Junwu's dragon-forging art directly broke through the bottleneck of the first layer and entered the second layer. And Dragon-Slaying Sword was the attack skill of the second layer, plus the triple damage effect of the Linglong soul-devouring sword. Even the thick dragon claw couldn't withstand it. Impossible. How could a mere human like you break through a true dragon's defense? The evil dragon let out an unwilling roar. Just a mere dragonkin and you dare call yourself a dragon. Go die. Yang Junwu accelerated instantly, charging toward the evil dragon's head. For Linglong, this dragon must die today. A gray breath came head-on. Yang Junwu showed no fear, pointing the Ling Dang Jun Dang Ju Yay a C. Yay yay du we. Hey yay yay yay. Hey you we. Don't kill me, I'm willing to let you pass. The evil dragon was terrified, its previous arrogance vanishing as it begged for mercy repeatedly. I said, you die today. The Linglong soul-devouring sword pierced through the evil dragon's head without hesitation. Roar! The evil dragon let out a miserable cry. If it hadn't been severely injured by someone earlier, how could it have been killed by a mere A-rank mech pilot? If it had known, it would have just let him pass. Unfortunately, there's no regret medicine in this world. The evil dragon's breath finally dissipated, and a dragon pearl rolled to the ground. Behind Yang Junwu, a faint golden dragon shadow appeared, absorbed the dragon pearl, and then vanished. A grateful emotion came from the Linglong soul-devouring sword, as if thanking Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu gently stroked the blade, his expression tender. Linglong, thank you. From now on, you'll stay by my side, and we'll go on adventures together. The Linglong soul-devouring sword let out a soft hum, as if responding to Yang Junwu's words. Yang Junwu walked to the depths of the cave, and sure enough, a massive teleportation array shone with white light. Let's go! Without hesitation, Yang Junwu stepped into the center of the array. A flash of light passed, and this time he arrived in a palace. Junior brother, you're here too. Not far away, Meng Shuhuan waved at him. Yan Junwu was overjoyed, not expecting to meet Meng Shuhuan here. Senior brother Meng, when did you arrive? Meng Shuhuan smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. I ran into a forging illusion, and only after finally crafting an A-rank mech did I find the teleportation gate. Yang Junwu suddenly understood. It seemed the first trial tested what each person cared about most in their heart. If someone was held back by what they cherished, they would likely be trapped in the illusion forever, unable to escape. Moreover, there should be multiple teleportation arrays. Otherwise, he wouldn't have missed Meng Shuhuan when he entered. Yang Junwu suddenly remembered the injured evil dragon from before. That meant someone had been in the same illusion as him, injured the evil dragon, and entered the teleportation array. Who was that person? Senior brother Meng, Besides you, have you seen anyone else? Yang Junwu asked. Meng Shuhuan shook his head. No, besides you, junior brother, I haven't seen anyone else. Yang Junwu frowned. Strange, we can't be the fastest. Where did the ones who arrived earlier go? Welcome to the step-by-step arena. This arena features 2v2 battles with random teammates. The opponent's level will be determined by the average level of the two teammates. There are 3 matches total, and each match's opponent will be 1 level higher than the previous. 1 level higher? Yang Junwu was slightly stunned. Meng Shuhuan should be S rank now, and he himself was a rank. That meant the first match would likely be a rank, the second S rank, and the third SS rank. 2 SS rank opponents? That's impossible to fight! Crossing 2 major realms, there's almost no chance of winning. Before they could discuss tactics, the surroundings suddenly changed. The palace disappeared, and beneath their feet became a bottomless abyss, with only stone pillars of varying sizes to stand on. What the heck? What kind of hellish difficulty is this? Yang Junwu was speechless. The opponents are here, Meng Shuhuan said solemnly, looking at 2 stone pillars not far ahead. 2 figures leaped up from the pillars, charging at them from left and right. Yang Junwu and Meng Shuhuan simultaneously fired 3 particle cannons. The opponents were clearly melee mechs. If they tried to block, they might lose their footing and fall into the abyss. Unfortunately, the opponents moved nimbly, dodging left and right to easily evade the incoming shells, closing the distance again. Good! Yang Junwu's blood boiled. At the same rank, he had never feared anyone in close combat. Dragon Breaker Fist. Their fists collided. Yang Junwu's body only swayed slightly, while the opponent was sent flying dozens of meters by the massive impact. Not bad. Yang Junwu didn't intend to let him go. He leaped into the air and charged toward the knocked-back opponent. On the other side, Meng Shuhuan was clearly not used to close combat. Multiple cannon barrels appeared on his left and right, firing particle cannons, laser cannons, antimatter cannons, and hyperspeed shockwaves continuously. No matter how the opponent dodged, they were forced back, unable to get within 10 meters of Meng Shuhuan. Both were geniuses among geniuses, and opponents of the same or lower level posed no threat to them. Opponent No Biao Ye, fighting Meng Shuhuan, finally showed a flaw after continuous dodging. Meng Shuhuan seized the opportunity and landed a direct hit with a laser cannon. Although the laser cannon wasn't powerful, it was followed by a spectacular barrage of firepower. After a round of fierce attacks, opponent No xiuxian mech core was directly destroyed, and it vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Yang Junwu was also beating his opponent. Both were melee fighters with similar movement speed. Yang Junwu didn't use any tricks. He chose to clash head-on. The opponent's level was roughly an ordinary A, far from S rank, and not known for physical strength. With the Dragon Key protecting him, Yang Junwu completely dominated, each exchange dealing significant damage to the opponent. After over a dozen consecutive punches, opponent No by R finally couldn't hold on. Yang Junwu finished it off with a dragon-forging twin-finger strike, and it vanished as light particles. Although they easily defeated their opponents, neither showed any sign of relief. This was only the weakest first-round opponent. The second-round opponents appeared the moment Yang Junwu's opponent vanished. This time, their attack methods were different. As soon as the only weakness was slow energy charging. But opponent No. One's Meteor Star cannon seemed to have been fully charged before entering, as it fired the moment it appeared. Junior brother, leave this one to me. Pull No, 2 away. Meng Shuhuan shouted, raising a shield to withstand the attack. He wasn't good at dealing with melee attackers. The previous opponent was only A rank, so he could handle it easily, but against an opponent of the same level or stronger, using long range against close combat, especially on this kind of terrain unsuitable for kiting, his win rate was low. The second before Meng Shuhuan spoke, Yang Junwu had already flown out. He had the same thought as Meng Shuhuan. He must not let the melee opponent know. 2 get close to him. A light sword appeared in his hand, and Yang Junwu thrust it toward opponent No. 2. Your opponent is me. Opponent No. 2 didn't care who it faced, it would fight whoever came. A round shield appeared in the path of the light sword. A piercing sound rang out as the light sword scraped across the shield, sending sparks flying, but it couldn't break through at all. Strong, truly worthy of an S-rank opponent. Yang Junwu had anticipated this situation. What he needed to do was simple, not to kill, but to hold the opponent off until Meng Shuhuan defeated his own opponent. Then they could gang up 2-on-1. But as good as Yang Junwu's plan was, unfortunately, opponent No Deer wasn't very cooperative. Realizing that Yang Junwu's attacks couldn't break through his defense, opponent No R actually abandoned him and charged straight at Meng Shuhuan. What the hell? This guy doesn't even put this young master in his eyes? Yang Junwu flew into a rage, his attack module instantly fusing as he unleashed a dragon-slaying sword strike at No. R's back no. R didn't even look back, simply raising a shield to block, but this time he miscalculated. With the Dragon Force from the second stage of the Dragon Forging art and the boost from the A-level attack module, Yang Junwu now had the power to break through S-level defenses. Crack! No! R's shield shattered instantly, and the light blade slashed into his back armor. R stumbled, nearly falling straight into the abyss. This was a perfect chance to hit someone while they're down. Yang Junwu retracted his light blade and swung his fist again. Twin Dragon Fingers, Dragon Breaker Fist, Dragon Return Fist, a full combo landed right on the weakened back armor where the defense had just been compromised. Against such ferocious attacks, even S-level back armor couldn't absorb everything, and cracks began to form on the back. Perfect opportunity. Yang Junwu raised his hand and fired an antimatter cannon directly into the gap. Boom! Without armor protection, even A-level attacks could deal massive damage. No. R exploded from the inside out, scattering into powder. Junior, awesome! Meng Xuanhuan gave a thumbs up. Just lucky, just lucky. Yang Junwu smiled modestly and rushed over to join him in a pincer attack on No Boy. Ranged mechs had far weaker defenses than close combat mechs. Under Yang Junwu's harassment, No. Yi was hit consecutively by 2 meteor cannons, and cracks appeared across his entire mech. Before it could start repairing, Yang Junwu stepped in and landed 2 punches, blowing No. Yeah, up, Junior Marshal brother. The real trouble is next, Meng Shuhuan said. Yeah, same tactic. I'll pull one away, and you take out the other first. Yang Junwu nodded. If the gap between S-level and A-level could still be bridged with Dragon Force and attack modules, then the gap between SS-level and A-level was something no attack module could fill. Fortunately, this opponent seemed inexperienced in combat techniques and didn't use any enhancement modules. Even so, neither of them dared to claim certain victory. A new opponent soon spawned in the distance. This time, the enemy didn't launch a ranged attack immediately. Instead, only when they were about 50 meters away did 2 star-destroying cannons fire. Compared to meteor cannons, star-destroying cannons had less power but faster activation. Of course, less power was relative to mechs of the same level. For Yang Junwu's level mech, whether it was a star-destroying cannon or a meteor cannon, one hit would be the end. The star-destroying cannon came too fast. There was no time to raise a shield or dodge. Since he couldn't run, he'd counterattack head-on, Dragon Breaker Fist. Yang Junwu! Charging forward instead of retreating, throwing a punch at the incoming star-destroying cannon. Like a stone hitting a waterfall, Yang Junwu was sent flying, skidding back 100 meters before stopping. The armor on his right arm and right shoulder was completely shattered. If not for the Dragon Force protecting him, his entire right arm would have been blown off. SS-level attacks were truly too strong, far beyond what he could withstand at his current level. There was no choice. To win, he'd have to use the roulette draw that was guaranteed to hit gold this time. Though Yang Junwu felt it was a waste, if he got eliminated here, regret wouldn't matter anyway. His consciousness immediately entered the roulette space. Roulette, I want to draw a match link once. The wheel spun slowly, the pointer stopping precisely in the narrow golden zone, and his luck points instantly reset from 100 to 0. Mech link activated. Ancient Mechanical Dragon. Your will descends upon this world, turning your ally's wish into a silver star of hope. Appear link transformation, Mechanical Silver Dragon. This link summon was different from the previous parts. Though only one ancient entity was linked, it transformed Yang Junwu's entire body into a silver-white dragon. This was the effect of the upgraded roulette. Yang Junwu felt an inexhaustible surge of power, as if a single raise of his hand could shatter a small mountain. Was this the true power of the dragon race? After transforming into the mechanical silver dragon, Yang Junwu discovered that his original attacks, particle cannons, laser cannons, and the like, were all unusable. The only skills available were 4. Twin Dragon Fingers, Dragon Breaker Fist, Dragon Return Fist, and Dragon Scale Slash, evolved from the Dragon Slaying Sword. But that was more than enough to deal with the opponent before him. Yang Junwu swung his dragon body, closing 100 meters in an instant, and raised his massive dragon claw to smash down on No. R's head. Dragon Return Fist. No. Tuan Porai 2 spread a transparent barrier to try to block. But it was useless. The barrier shattered instantly, and No. R was punched squarely on the head, plummeting into the depths of the abyss. Man Shuhuan's mouth hung open, utterly stunned. He had activated his speed and attack modules and was still struggling against No. Its attacks! Yet his junior, only an A-level mech pilot, R flying with one blow? And what in the world was this giant silver white dragon? Senior, don't just stand there. Attack with me, this link won't last long. Yang Junwu's shout snapped Meng Shuhuan back to reality. So it was a mech link. But a mech link that changed the entire mech form. He'd never seen anything like it in all his years. Yan Junwu flew above Nodian Yi, ready to use the same trick. But having seen what happened to Nodian R, Nodian Yi reacted much faster. He fired 2 antimatter cannons while lowering his flight altitude, causing Yang Junwu's attack to miss. And the Nodiar that had been knocked down flew back up again. The recovery ability of an SS-level mech far exceeded Yang Junwu's imagination. Take out Nodiar first! Yang Junwu roared, throwing another punch. Strong recovery didn't mean it couldn't be worn down. That previous punch must have drained a significant amount of No's core energy, making him easier to kill than No Day. Yang Junwu's guess was right. Recovery had consumed at least 80% of Nodiar's energy. Under the pincer attack from both of them, he was almost entirely on the defensive, with no ability to counterattack. A meteor cannon blast drove Nodare E back, and Meng Shuan switched his fire to Nodare U. Dragon Scale Slash! A spinning scale flew from Yang Junwu's right arm. The scale was razor-sharp, slicing straight through the surface armor on No's chest, exposing the core within. A one-hit kill opportunity. Senior! Yang Junwu shouted. Coming! Meng Shuhuan wouldn't miss such a perfect kill chance. An antimatter cannon shot flew precisely through the crack in the armor. Boom. No. R exploded, vanishing into light. Now only No. E remained, and the pressure dropped dramatically. Yan Junwu felt the link summon time was almost up, so he quickly turned back to deal with No. E. But unexpectedly, after being knocked back by Meng Shuhuan, No. E had pulled away and was attacking from 100 meters out. At that distance, Yang Junwu couldn't reach him in time. Sure enough, when he got to about 50 meters, the link disappeared, and Yang Junwu reverted to his original form. He quickly retreated. In his A-level form, going in would just be throwing his life away. Senior, it's all on you, Yang Junwu shouted. Meng Shuhuan smiled slightly. Don't worry, Junior. Leave it to me. 4 strange ribbons of light emanated from his body, bizarrely piercing into the void. Meng Shuhuan shouted Mech Link, Wings of Dreams, activate. His body slowly rose into the air, and the light ribbons that had pierced the void all retracted, transforming into 2 pairs of resplendent golden wings that shimmered brilliantly behind him. What beautiful wings of dreams. Too bad Meng Shuhuan wasn't a woman. If a woman had used this link, she'd surely captivate countless young men. Dreamlight beamed. The golden wings flapped, sending out strands of golden silk that tightly wrapped around No. 以前蓝色 No. Yi conjured a light blade to try to cut free, but found that though the golden threads were thin, they couldn't be easily severed. Junior, go! Yang Junwu didn't hesitate, raising his light blade and thrusting forward. This time, the opponent's armor seemed to be weakened somehow, and Yang Junwu carved a crack straight into it. It seemed Meng Shuhuan's Dreamlight had an armor-piercing effect. 3 swift slashes. Yang Junwu completely shattered the armor around Nodia's chest core. It's over. An antimatter cannon shot into the core. No matter how powerful the mech itself, the core was extremely fragile. Even an SSS-level core couldn't withstand a single A-level antimatter cannon blast. No, R also dissolved into specks of light. Congratulations to both challengers for succeeding. Please proceed to the 3rd stage. An electronic voice came from somewhere, and then the abyss scene vanished, returning the 2 to the Great Hall. Yang Junwu deactivated his mech fusion and plopped down on the ground. Overloading the mech link, plus 3 intense battles, though his body could endure it, his mental energy had been drained enormously. And that hit from No 2 had left him with some serious internal injuries. He pulled a few healing pills for internal injuries from his system space and swallowed them, feeling considerably better. Junior, are you all right? Meng Shuhuan looked much more at ease. Yan Junwu smiled. I'm fine, senior. I never expected you to be a hidden expert. You can even take on an SS-level mech pilot one-on-one. That's just my family's inherited link. But you, Junior with an A-level body, you can control a Dragon-type link component that can fight SS-level opponents. If I'm not mistaken, you must have a special constitution. Yang Junwu was slightly startled. Meng Shuhuan had sharp eyes, he could even see that. But as the hidden dragon constitution gradually upgraded, Yang Junwu had a feeling it was transforming into a true dragon constitution. If he could obtain more dragon pearls or dragon force, the transformation would speed up, and then it would be impossible to hide. Of course, dragon pearls could only be obtained by killing dragons or dragonkin, and dragon force was even rarer. Both were things you could only hope to encounter by chance. At the end of the corridor, a large door slowly opened. Senior, let's go. The third stage is right ahead. Upon entering the grand hall, a dozen or so gazes shot toward him. Among these people were some he knew, but most he had never seen before. One woman sneered, "How strange, even an A-rank mech pilot can make it to the third trial. Could someone have cheated?" Yang Junwu frowned. He actually did know this person. Her name was Yang Chuling, and technically, she was his aunt. Yang Chuling was the result of his grandfather's one-night indiscretion outside of marriage. The Yang family naturally would not acknowledge an illegitimate child. So the old master gave the mother and daughter a substantial sum of money and told them to live in another city on their own. This had caused his aunt to harbor deep resentment toward the Yang family from a young age. In her eyes, Yang Yunwu was still the future heir of the Yang family, so she had no kindness to spare for him. Yang Zhongwu stepped forward to greet her, forcing a bitter smile. "Aunt, I'm just like you now." Yang Chuling was taken aback for a moment, then sneered, "You deserve it." Her goal this time was to seize the position of the sovereign and then appear before her father with an air of superiority, making him regret the mistakes of his past. Yang Zhongwu dared not provoke her further and quickly moved away from her side. "Brother, didn't expect you to make it here too." Liu Mingming walked over and gave him a big hug. Yang Zhongwu smiled. "Senior brother Liu, aren't you only skilled in pocket world design? How did you manage to pass the first two trials?" "I didn't plan it either. I just passed by accident." Liu Ming laughed heartily. Meng Shuhuan and Liu Mingming seemed to know each other as well, exchanging greetings. "Junior Yang, let me introduce you to the top 10 experts of the Inner Academy. These three are Senior Zhang Shizhong, Senior Ji Tianing, and Senior Sister Ban Shuqing, all SS rank experts." Liu Mingming appeared to have good relations with these experts, and Yang Junwu went around greeting each of them in turn. Zhang Shizhun and Ji Tianing merely gave a token nod. Ban Shuqing, however, looked at him curiously and asked, "Are you the forger who created a core with a 100% sync rate?" Yang Junwu nodded modestly. "Yes, but for now I can only forge B-rank mech cores." Ban Shuiqing gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive, Junior. When you can forge SS rank cores someday, could you make one for me?" Yang Junwu was speechless. SS rank was still a distant dream. But since the senior sister had asked, he casually agreed. Just as Liu Mingming was about to introduce the remaining 7, the grand hall suddenly shook violently. "This trial tests your wisdom. If you fail to find the entrance to the 4th trial within the allotted time, the candidates remaining in the hall will be eliminated." A massive countdown appeared in the void, showing 5 hours remaining. "What does everyone think? Should we work together or split up?" one senior asked. Chan Chanya said, "This place is vast. Sticking together would be inefficient. Let's split up, search for clues, and then share what we find." His suggestion was quickly approved, and the dozen or so people began searching different rooms separately. "How about we form a team of 3? Meng Shuhuan's suggestion was quickly agreed upon by Yang Junwu and Liu Mingming. There was no telling what dangers lurked nearby, and since the 3 of them were the weakest, sticking together was the best strategy. Besides, the so-called sharing of clues was just talk. It was absolutely impossible in practice. The fewer people who made it to the 4th trial, the greater the chance of winning in the end. "I'll join too," Ban Shuiqing suddenly spoke up. Having a top 3 expert join would certainly ensure their safety, but if they made it to the 4th trial, how could the 3 of them compete against an SS rank expert? What? Not welcoming me? Then I'll leave. No, senior sister. You misunderstand. Of course we want you to join. It's just that with your strength, wouldn't joining our team be a waste of your talents? Yang Junwu quickly explained. Not at all. I think you're all quite interesting. Alright then, we'll be a group of 4, Yang Junwoo decided on the spot. He had a feeling this palace was not so simple. With an expert by their side, their confidence in exploring grew significantly. Come look, there's a strange symbol here. On a stone statue in the right side hall was carved a symbol that looked like half of the character for bow. Go. It seems to be missing a part. We might need to find the rest to understand its meaning, Liu Mingming said. Let's go. Since the symbol appeared here, similar things must be in the nearby rooms. The 4 searched all 5 side halls nearby and found 4 incomplete symbols. The second symbol was 2 dots, the third was a single stroke, and the fourth was the character for work, gong. Liu Mingming tried every combination, but the 4 symbols could not form any complete character. Are there still symbols we haven't found? Frowned. Yang Junwoo, however, thought it unlikely. The farthest hall and the adjacent hall had no symbols, meaning the 4 halls with symbols formed a set of codes. Based on his experience with escape rooms in his past life, the secret must lie within these 4 symbols. The question now was whether the 4 symbols represented a phrase or a single character. Yang Junwoo thought it was most likely a phrase, because the 4 fragments couldn't be pieced together. How could they extract the correct meaning from the fragments? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yang Junwoo. That's right, this was a selection for mech pilots, not riddle solvers. No matter what the examiner wanted to test intelligence or something else, it had to be connected to mechs. With that thought, what Yang Junwoo needed to do became simple. In each room, besides the statue with the fragment, there were 3 other statues without any inscriptions. The answer must lie within those 3 statues. Without further ado, Yang Junwoo immediately activated his mech fusion and fired a laser cannon at the statue next to the bow symbol. However, his attack seemed to vanish like a stone dropped into the sea, unable to shake the statue in the slightest. There was definitely something fishy. An ordinary statue could not withstand an attack from an A-rank mech pilot. Senior Brother Liu, do me a favor, use your laser cannon to shatter the statue. Yang Junwoo had no choice but to seek help from an expert. Let me do it! Ban Shuai-Qing suddenly spoke up. She raised a finger and a particle beam shot from its tip. With a crack, the statue turned to powder. Impressive! Yang Junwoo gave her a thumbs up. He carefully examined the powder, but found nothing special. Senior sister, what about these 2? Please shatter them all. All right. Ban Shuai-Qing struck again, reducing all 3 statues to powder. But just like the first, there was no information. Could his guess be wrong? Yang Junwoo frowned. He stared intently at the incomplete pattern. A! As his viewing angle changed, a faint phantom appeared in the air where the first statue had been reduced to powder. When the phantom overlapped with the pattern became more complete. I see. We need to find the group tried from different angles, and finally, Liu Mingming shouted in excitement. I can see it. It's the character Yin to guide. Excellent, Senior Brother Liu. Yang Junwoo was overjoyed his judgment had been correct. Liu Mingming laughed. It's not me, it's you, Junior. You found the solution so quickly. Yang Junwoo humbly replied, but we still needed Senior Sister Ban to break the statues. With my meager skills, even if I knew the answer, I couldn't have gotten the specific information. Xuanhuan said, all right, enough with the mutual compliments. This is the power of teamwork. Since we found the method, let's continue solving the remaining 3 statues. Indeed, time was running short, and this might not be the final trial. Ban Xueqing walked at the back, watching Yang Junwoo's back. With a rank strength to make it into the final rounds, he certainly has some special abilities. It seems my choice was right. Following him will make it easier to reach the final competition. Senior sister, come quick! Yang Junwoo called from outside. Coming! Ban Xueqing replied, and with a backhanded strike, she shattered the bow symbol statue into pieces. Guide water into the vat. After gathering all the information from the 4-room statues, Yang Junwoo got 4 characters, simple and straightforward. The problem was, where was the water? Where was the vat? Since entering the Grand Hall, they hadn't seen a faucet or a vat. Liu Mingming's imagination ran wild. What if water and vat are metaphors and we're not actually supposed to guide water into a vat? That's possible, but what do you think the metaphor refers to? Ban Xueqing nodded in agreement. I don't actually know. Then why the hell did you say that? The group was speechless. Yang Junwoo felt the answer shouldn't be that complicated because obtaining those 4 characters was already difficult enough. Adding a metaphor on top would be unreasonable. He believed it was literal, so they needed to find a vat and water to guide. I remember now. I think I saw a vat somewhere. Xuanhuan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. But I can't remember where. Xuanhuan scratched his head. Think hard, the key to solving this is all on you, Liu Mingming urged. I remember. The vat isn't in this grand hall. It's in a side hall we passed before entering the second trial. It was a study, and there was a large vat in it. Are you serious? A vat in a study, and we'd have to leave this grand hall and go back to the second trial? Liu Mingming found it hard to believe. What if leaving the third trial's light gate meant instant disqualification? Even if Meng Xuanhuan wasn't mistaken, there was still the possibility that there was another vat here. How about this? We still have 2.5 hours. Let's spend 10 minutes searching nearby first. If we really find nothing, then we'll go back. Yang Junwu finally made the decision. He trusted his judgment. The answer was definitely guide water into the vat. The four of them split up to search separately. 10 minutes later, they regrouped, all shaking their heads. It looks like we'll have to take a risk. Of course, if any senior brother or sister doesn't want to take the risk, they're free to search for new clues on their own. But I'm definitely going to try. Yang Junwu's gaze was fixed firmly on the entrance. Meng Shuhuan nodded. This idea was mine. If my memory is wrong, I'll bear the responsibility myself. I'm going to. Liu Mingming spread his hands. I never said I wouldn't go. For me, I have no interest in becoming some sovereign. I just want to give it my all and see how far I can go. Even if I'm eliminated here, I'll accept it willingly. 3 of the 4 had declared they would go, leaving only Ban Shuiqing, the strongest among them and the most likely contender for the final victory. With her strength, she truly didn't need to risk herself alongside a group of S-rank or even A-rank teammates. Ban Shuiqing smiled. If we can't even pass this level, what's the use of being strong? I believe in the power of the team. I'm going to. Great. Let's give it a shot whether we soar to the skies or fall together. Yang Junwu's spirit was soaring as he was the first to step out of the main hall. The system prompt didn't sound, which at least confirmed one thing. Returning to the main hall of the second level wouldn't lead to immediate elimination. Under Meng Shuhuan's lead, the 4 entered a fairly spacious study. Yang Junwu immediately spotted a large ceramic vat at the foot of a stack of bookshelves. The vat wasn't filled with water, but with several scrolls of calligraphy and painting. Yang Zhangwu stepped forward, took out the scrolls, and tried to move the vat, only to find it wouldn't budge. The vat seemed to be fixed in place. We found the vat, but what about the water? Yang Zhongwu looked around. Apart from the bookshelves, there was nothing that could hold water. They couldn't even find where the water was, let alone channel it. Think carefully. Figure out where the problem lies. Yang Zhongwu sat on a chair staring blankly at the large vat. The task was to channel water into it. But there was no water now. What would happen if water were poured in? One possibility, the vat's weight would increase. 2. There would be liquid inside. It had to be one of these 2 conditions that required filling it with water. With that thought, Yang Junwu jumped into the vat. His weight was still much lighter than a vat full of water, so he directly activated mech fusion, using the mech's gravity to gradually increase. But nothing happened nearby. It seemed increasing pressure wasn't the trigger condition. Everyone, let's work together to turn Amy particles into liquid and pour it into the vat. Liu Mingming glanced at the vat's size and felt a bit daunted. Junior, this vat is too big. Even if we pour in all the particles we can convert, we might not fill it. Yang Zhongwu smiled confidently. Don't worry, we definitely won't need to fill it completely. Alright, let's give it a try then. The 4 each converted the Amy particles from their cores into liquid and slowly poured it into the vat. Unlike water, the Amy liquid could be recovered after use. Clank, clank, clank. When the Amy liquid reached 1/3 of the vat's capacity, a clanking sound came from outside the door as if some mechanism had been triggered. Let's go check. The 4 had just stepped out when they saw a section of the main hall's floor had opened, revealing a downward staircase glowing with an eerie blue light. We found the passage. Below is likely the entrance to the 4th level. Meng Shuhua was overjoyed. Excellent. Heaven rewards the diligent. Liu Mingming was equally thrilled. On his own, he'd never have thought of all this, and he wouldn't have passed this level. Ban Xueqing took the lead. Liu Mingming brought up the rear, and the 4 slowly descended the stairs. Boom! The mechanism closed as soon as Liu Mingming entered. They could only move forward. There was no turning back. Soon the stairs ended, and after walking through a horizontal tunnel, a wooden door appeared ahead. The door wasn't locked. Ban Xueqing carefully pushed it open, and blinding white light met her eyes. It was the light of a teleportation array, a sign they were on the right track. There are so many teleportation arrays. Which one leads to the 4th level? Liu Mingming was stunned. The room before them contained 10 teleportation arrays, each identical except for a number above it, making it impossible to tell them apart. Should we just try one? Meng Shuhuan suggested. No, Brother Ming, don't be impulsive. The fake arrays might lead to beast spaces, and that would be trouble. Liu Mingming quickly grabbed him. Yang Zhongwu agreed with Liu Mingming. Randomly trying was the last resort when all else failed. For now, the priority was finding a clue to accurately identify the entrance. Everyone, search around for any clues. Yang Zhongwu immediately spotted a notice on the wall. 1, Teleportation through these arrays consumes a large amount of core power. Each teleportation consumes 1/4 of the current mech energy. Once inside a teleportation array, you cannot switch mech fusion, or it will cause space-time chaos and likely teleport you to an unknown location. Say isqneilautuailaitortosci2er2er2sci2er2er. These three rules were clearly designed to prevent endless trial and error. Each attempt consumed a quarter, so 4 attempts would deplete the mech's core energy completely. And it was fair to everyone, whether SS rank or A rank, it was the same quarter. That meant even Ban Shuiqing could only try 4 times in a row. After searching the room for over 10 minutes, the only thing they found was that notice. No choice. We'll have to try first. Meng Shuhuan felt that thinking further wouldn't yield answers, so they might as well rely on luck. Alright, be careful, senior brother. Yang Zhongwu nodded in agreement. Since there was no way to crack it, they'd have to use brute force. Men Shuhuan walked to teleportation array No. He injected core energy into the center, and with a flash of light, his figure vanished. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the No. Qi array suddenly lit up, and Meng Shuhuan stepped out of it. Seeing him, everyone was shocked, including himself. How did you come back? Liu Mingming asked in surprise. Meng Shuhuan smiled bitterly. I don't know either. After my 4th attempt, my core energy ran out, and I was sent back. Yang Junwu remained calm and asked, Senior brother, can you share what happened? Meng Shuhuan nodded. First, I entered from E and arrived at a room with the same 10 teleportation gates, but you weren't there, so it wasn't the same room. Then I switched and entered from No.A, but ended up in the same 10 gate room. Next, I thought I'd try No. Sir again to see what happened, and it was still the same room. On the last round, I only had a quarter of my energy left, so I switched to No Qi and came back. I see. Yang Junwu recorded it on the ground. Meng Shuhuan's route was YT4T, and the final result was returning to the start, but one record showed no pattern at all. This time, I'll go. Liu Mingming also quickly understood the issue. They needed extensive testing to find the correct route. Wait, senior brother Liu, please note down the route you plan to take first. Yang Junwu called out from behind. Liu Mingming realized his mistake. He'd almost forgotten. If he succeeded this time but couldn't send back information, the test would be wasted. I'll go in the order 3, 6, 9, gent, 8, 4, gent, gent, war. After saying this, Liu Mingming's figure vanished from array No NT. This time, it was much faster than Meng Shuhuan's attempt. In less than a minute, Liu Mingming reappeared from array number by. Just as I thought I came back bad luck, no useful information at all. Liu Mingming shook his head. His experience was almost identical to Meng Shuhuan's. Yan Jingwu smiled. Wrong. It's not completely useless. At least now we know this is a 4 teleportation password. You see, senior brother returned to the starting point on the 4th attempt, and so did you. Meng Shuhuan nodded. Junior, you mean we need to use the teleportation arrays in a specific order of 4 to enter the 4th level? Yes. If my guess is correct, that's how it works. Ban Shuiqing frowned. If that's the case, we're in trouble. There's only a 1 in 10,000 chance of hitting the right route. Yang Junwu nodded slightly. That was right. From just 2 sets of data, no pattern could be discerned, and there might not even be one. If the array choices were wrong, the intermediate process was random. Senior Sister Ban, I'd like to ask you to verify one last time. The order is 4798. Is that okay? Yang Junwu looked at Ban Shuiqing, feeling a bit nervous about directing an SS rank expert. Of course, no problem. Ban Shuiqing didn't put on any airs and immediately followed the order Yang Junwu gave. Sure enough, she returned to the room from array number 8. It's confirmed. There's no correspondence between the arrays. The 2nd and 3rd teleportations are meaningless. As long as it's wrong, the 4th will bring you back to the start, regardless of the middle steps. So we're looking for a 4-digit password. Let's search around more. The 4 continued searching the room for a while. Liu Mingming plopped down on the ground. Junior Yang, there's nothing in this room. We can't find any clue related to 4 numbers. Yang Junwu frowned deeply. Indeed, the room was too empty. Apart from the teleportation arrays, there was only the notice, and it contained no numerical information at all. Wait! Yang Junwu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his own forehead. I'm so stupid! This isn't the only room where we can gather clues. Liu Mingming also realized it and said in unison, there are also rooms 2 and 3 that we teleported to. That was it! No wonder there were 2 transfer stations instead of returning to the start on the first mistake. The password must be hidden in those 2 rooms. Yan Zhongwu casually picked a teleportation portal and entered, arriving at the 2nd level of space. Everything here was arranged exactly the same as the 1st level. Yang Zhongwu searched every corner, even examining the floor and ceiling inch by inch. Nothing. There was nothing. Could his guess have been wrong? Was this level purely a test of luck, with a 1 in 10,000 chance where only the fortunate would pass? That was too absurd. Yan Junwu refused to believe the level designer could be so foolish. There had to be something he had overlooked. He got up from the ground and walked over to the notice on the wall. This thing was strange. It made sense to have a notice on the 1st level, but why put one on the 2nd and 3rd levels as well? What was the point? Was it purely to confuse people, making them think they were stuck in a loop? If so, leaving any random object as a reference point would solve it, so it wouldn't be meaningful. Therefore, the answer to cracking the code must lie within these notices. Wait, the previous code breaking had used the power of mech armor. Could it be that this level also required mech power? That had to be it. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu activated mech fusion. A red flare shot up, illuminating the wall. Sure enough, the border of the notice changed, and red arrows appeared within the black frame. Down, 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 left, down, down, right, up, left. Yang Junwu counted. There were 9 arrows in total. If these arrows indicated the order of the teleportation arrays, then starting from number 1 and going down, since there was no other array below it, you'd jump to the top. Following the sequence, he ended up at teleportation array number 5. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu entered through array 5. Arriving at the 3rd level, Yang Junwu repeated the process and got 13 arrows. Right, down, left, right, down, left, left, down, right, up, down, down. After some calculation, he arrived at array number 3. Entering array 3, Yang Junwu reached the final level. However, this time, there were no arrow hints on the wall. Helpless, Yang Zhongwu had to pick a portal at random and enter. Sure enough, he didn't successfully exit the maze but returned to the starting point. Moreover, when the rules area in the original room was illuminated by the flare, no arrows appeared either. No, if there were only 2 codes, it would be impossible to exit a 4-level maze. That meant the hints on the 2nd and 3rd levels didn't represent just 1 path, but 2. Could there have been a partition in the middle that I missed? There was no choice but to wait for the mech energy to recover and try again. Time ticked by, and only 10 minutes remained of the 5-hour countdown. The 4 of them had been trapped here for a full 2 hours. Yan Junwu failed again because there were no partitions in the arrows, making it impossible to tell which arrows referred to the 1st level and which to the 2nd. The 4 regrouped at the starting point. Liu Mingming looked at the arrows Yang Junwu had drawn on the ground and suddenly exclaimed, "I get it. These arrows aren't guiding us on where to go, they form 4 numbers. Look, if you treat the directions as strokes, then 3 downs make 1, and left down, down right, up left makes 6. That makes sense. Then right down, left is 3, and left down, right up, down, down is 9. Yang Junwu finally understood. 1639. Could this be the code? There were 24 possible combinations of 4 numbers, and with only 10 minutes left, they couldn't try them all. If it was wrong, they wouldn't get another chance. Yang Junwu stood up, fists clenched. Let's go for it. I'll go first. If this sequence is wrong, you all try different ones. Yang Junwu took a deep breath and walked toward teleportation array number 1. A flash of light, and his figure disappeared. The remaining 3 waited about 2 minutes, but Yang Junwu didn't reappear. Liu Mingming smiled and said, "Looks like our luck is good. The sequence is 1000-6039. Yang Zhongwu appeared in a massive corridor with a huge hall door at the end. Pushing the door open, he was startled by the scene inside. It was a grand palace like an ancient imperial court, with over a dozen masked figures in blue robes standing solemnly on both sides. At the top, on a high platform, a middle-aged man sat on a massive chair, with a beautiful woman slightly younger standing beside him. Neither of them exuded any aura of a powerful expert. They seemed like ordinary people. But how could anyone sitting in that position be ordinary? Besides these people, Yang Zhongwu saw 2 familiar faces. The top expert of the inner courtyard, Zheng Shizheng, and his own aunt, Yang Chuling. Behind him, Liu Mingming, Meng Shuhuan, and Ban Xueqing also entered the hall one after another. Time's up. Close the hall doors. Final candidates, step forward. A man in blue robe shouted, and the doors they had just entered slowly closed. That meant only the 6 of them had passed the 4th level within the time limit. The man on the chair slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the 6 below. His aura was calm, yet it carried an undeniable pressure, so much so that even SS-level experts like Zheng Shijun and Ban Shuqing dared not meet his eyes. Everyone, first of all, congratulations on reaching the final stage of selection. Let me introduce myself. I am Qu Tianhei, the sovereign of the Tianhei Alliance. This is my wife, Su Ziling. He was the current sovereign? The one at the pinnacle of power? Yang Junwu couldn't help but pause in surprise. Chai Tianhei's appearance was completely different from what he had imagined. Greetings, sovereign and sovereign's lady. Everyone quickly bowed. You've all come here today for the position of sovereign, but you may not know the reason for the Tianhei Alliance's existence. What I'm about to tell you involves the deepest secrets of the Feihua continent, and I hope you'll keep them confidential. In our universe, there's a strange creature called the star-eating worm. They feed on continental space and can absorb the special energy generated by conflict to evolve. Once a space is completely devoured, it becomes a void, eventually turning into chaos. You've all likely seen Small Worlds. Those are the remnants of a plane after being devoured by star-eating worms. Chi shocked everyone. The origin of Small Worlds was actually linked to star-eating worms. He continued, to prevent the Fei Kingdom and Nianhua Kingdom from fighting and generating massive conflict energy that accelerates the worm's evolution, the wise people of the continent established the Tianhe Alliance, meaning to guard the beautiful lands and skies of the Feihua continent. At the same time, to quickly cultivate experts to eliminate the star-eating worms, the Tianhe Alliance secretly established 5 academies to train talents. Over the past century, major conflicts on the continent have been curbed, and the 2 kingdoms have maintained relative peace. However, 20 years ago, a mysterious organization called the Dark Shadow appeared, breaking the world's rules and reigniting disputes across the continent. The sealed star-eating worms gained immense energy, and the sealing barrier set by the continent's top experts could no longer hold. If not suppressed, it would cause uncontrollable damage to the continent. So before that, I must choose a successor to continue managing the Tianhe Alliance's daily affairs. Dark Shadow, those bastards again. What exactly were they after? Yang Junwu's face turned cold. Not long ago, he had nearly been killed by them. All right, enough said. This assessment is simple. If you were the sovereign of the Tianhe Alliance, how would you deal with the star-eating worm attacks? You have 10 minutes to think. Candidates with answers can go to the back hall to respond, one at a time. After speaking, Qi Tianhe took Su Ziling's hand and walked into the back hall behind the main hall. The 6 looked at each other. Liu Mingming smiled bitterly. How to deal with star-eating worms? I can only think of one permanent solution. Kill them all. Zhang Shizhong sneered, foolish. If they were that easy to kill, Qi Tianhe would have done it long ago. If I'm not mistaken, his strength is at least peak SSS level, maybe even quasi-god level. If even a quasi-god couldn't do it, going in and saying your plan is to kill the worms would only make the other think you're insane. I'll go first. You all think it over. Zhang Shizhong stood up and headed to the back hall. Qi Tianhe pointed to the chair opposite him and smiled. Please, have a seat. Zhang Shizhuan's heart was uneasy, but he sat down as instructed. Tell me your thoughts. Zhang Shizhuan took a deep breath. Your Majesty, I believe if the star-eating worms can't be killed, then the only way is to eliminate the Dark Shadow, reduce the worms' energy, and return them to a sealed state. I think that's the simplest and most direct approach. Oh? And how would you eliminate the Dark Shadow? They operate behind the scenes, stirring up conflicts among major powers, making it hard for us to guard against them. Qi Tianhe asked again. Cheng Shizhong was taken aback. He hadn't really considered that. With the Tianha's intelligence network, finding the Dark Shadow shouldn't be too hard, right? Then send letters in the name of the Tianhe Alliance to those major families, forbidding any covert actions or we'll eradicate them. With the Alliance's deterrence, they won't dare disobey. Qi Tianhe gave no clear response, just said calmly, all right, I understand. Zheng Shizhong left nervously and returned to the main hall. How did it go? Ban Xueqing asked. Zheng Shizhong shook his head. Not sure. I feel like some points weren't quite right. All right, I'll give it a try. Ban Xueqing, Yang Chuling, Liu Mingming, and Meng Shuhuan each entered the back hall in turn. But they all came out looking bewildered, unsure if their proposals had been accepted. Junior brother, the 10 minutes are almost up. You're the only one left. Go quickly. Don't run out of time. Meng Shuhuan said to Yang Junwu. Zhang Shijun sneered. What could an A-level mech pilot possibly come up with? Better not to embarrass yourself. Yang Junwu ignored his mockery, nodded to Meng Shuhuan and Liu Mingming, and headed toward the back hall. Sit! Qi Tianhe pointed to the chair in front of him with a smile. Thank you. Yang Junwu sat down calmly. Yang Junwu, the original heir of the Yang family in the Fei Kingdom, was cast out of the family for being unable to cultivate. Later, after being accused of defiling xiuxian of the Bai family while drunk, the Cao family called off the engagement. For unknown reasons, you later appeared at the Tang family in Yunyao City and passed the entrance exam for the Divine Weapon Academy. Qi Tianhai's calm tone stirred a storm in Yang Junwu's heart. He was merely an A-rank mech pilot. How could Qi Tianhai have investigated him so thoroughly? Was this the true power of the Star River Alliance? Seeing Yang Junwu's unease, Qi Tianhai smiled. No need to be nervous. I've been quietly observing you for some time, which is why I had your background investigated. There's just one thing I'm not entirely clear on. How did someone who couldn't cultivate it all suddenly become able to? Could you enlighten me? Yang Junwu's thoughts raced. The man before him was immensely powerful. Brushing him off with a lie wouldn't work. But the matter of the wheel absolutely could not be exposed. Forcing himself to appear calm, Yang Junwu spoke. Your Majesty, it's because I possess the hidden dragon constitution. Without a suitable cultivation method, my strength could never improve. Later, when the Bai family threw me into a mass grave, I unexpectedly awakened the hidden dragon constitution, which is why my cultivation surged. I see. Yang Junwu countered. Your Majesty, I'd like to ask something. Is it true that star-slaying worms cannot be killed, only sealed or weakened? Oh, why would you think that? Your Majesty's strength is already the pinnacle of the Feihua continent. Yet even so, you couldn't completely destroy them when their energy was depleted. That suggests the star-slaying worms may be indestructible. Qi Tianhai nodded. You're right. That's precisely the problem. But the star-slaying worms aren't absolutely impossible to destroy if one reaches god-level cultivation and forges a god-level mech. It might be possible to annihilate them completely. Yang Zhongwu was speechless. God-level such a distant realm. Even if someone could break through, forging a god-level mech was far from guaranteed. Yang Junwu silently ignored the latter half of that statement. So what we need to do is confine the star-slaying worms to a very small area, preventing widespread damage to the Feihua continent. And since the star-slaying worms draw energy from conflict, we need to find a way to eliminate conflict. Unfortunately, that's something we can't achieve right now. Not only are the great families at odds, but even the Fai Kingdom and the Xianhua Kingdom are secretly making moves. All of this is the Dark Nether stirring trouble behind the scenes. So we must first understand the Dark Nether's goals. Whatever it seeks, once the entire Feihua continent turns to nothing, they too will vanish. If we can make them realize that there's a chance for cooperation, then with us in the open and them in the shadows, we can force those family powers to stop their infighting. The star-slaying worm's strength would be greatly reduced. Qi Tianhai's expression turned bitter. He knew exactly what the Dark Nether wanted. Night Shadow not only knew the world was doomed, but stubbornly insisted on achieving her goal her own way. More importantly, she was determined to oppose him, so while Yang Junwu's idea was sound, it was impossible to realize. I can only tell you this, within 30 years, there's no chance of cooperation between us. Qi Tianhe said. Yang Junwu was taken aback, then seemed to realize something. He asked cautiously, Do you know the Netherlord of the Dark Nether? Qi Tianhe nodded slightly. If cooperation was impossible, then the trouble was immense. After a moment's thought, a hint of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of Yang Junwu's mouth. If we can't unite, then we exploit. We bring the Dark Nether's existence into the open, spread rumors that they intend to unify the continent and crush all family powers. Qi Tianhe shook his head. The heads of those families are shrewd people. They'd never believe such absurd claims. Yang Junwu smiled. Repetition creates belief. As long as enough people spread the word, they'll have no choice but to believe it. And if, in the midst of it all, one family is truly wiped out by the Dark Nether, the story's credibility will skyrocket. Then the Tianhe Alliance can place supervisors in every family under the guise of aid and oversight, and the Dark Nether's plans will fall apart. Once they panic and come out of the shadows, we can rally the entire continent's strength to destroy them. Qi Tianhe's expression shifted slightly. A ruthless plan, and one that was indeed feasible. But there's another problem. If we truly provoke a war with the Dark Nether, massive battles are inevitable. The conflict energy generated could greatly strengthen the star-slaying worms. How do we handle that? Punish the ringleaders, spare the followers. Not everyone in the Dark Nether is evil. Many were forcibly converted. Yang Junwu thought of the young lord of the Dark Nether. He could sense that the young lord was different from the ordinary Dark Nether beings, still carrying a hint of justice within. If he could persuade her to turn, the conflict would dissolve. All right, I roughly understand. One last question, if you had to choose a family to sacrifice, who would you pick? Yang Junwu was stunned. The question was cleverly posed, likely a test, to see if he would use the position for personal revenge. He took a deep breath and met the other's gaze without flinching. If it were truly my choice and it wouldn't affect the plan, I'd pick either the Bai family or the Co family. I see. Understood. Let's go back to the main hall. Yang Junwu took his leave and returned to the main hall. Liu Mingming stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder. Not bad, Junior. You talked for so long. Looks promising. Young Junwu smiled bitterly. Don't flatter me. His Majesty didn't say anything. Everyone, please quiet down. We will now announce the heir personally chosen by His Majesty. Qi Tianhai and his wife, Su Ziling, reappeared, and the latter stepped forward to make the announcement. This selection assessed 4 aspects: fortune, strength, wisdom, and strategy. The final victor is Yang Junwu. Please come forward, Yang Junwu. Heavens, Junior. It really is you. Liu Mingming was overjoyed. Meng Shuhuan also wore a pleased expression. He and Liu Mingming had participated mainly for the experience, without much expectation of being chosen. So seeing their close junior and fellow disciples selected, they were genuinely happy for Yang Junwu. The other 3, however, were different. Ban Shuiqing remained silent. Zheng Shizhuang wore a look of discontent, while Yang Chulin voiced her objection outright. Your Majesty, I protest. Yang Junwu's strength and experience are hardly convincing. How can he aspire to the throne? Even if you prop him up with your own hands, can he sit steadily? Dare you speak so arrogantly in the Tianhai Alliance? His Majesty's decision is not something a mere mech pilot like you can question. A guard in green robes suddenly struck out, not even activating his mech, and threw a punch straight at Yang Chuling. Yang Chuling sneered, her S-rank mech fusing with her in an instant, and met the punch with one of her own. A bare fist against an S-rank mech. Clearly, the green-robed guard was at a disadvantage. Yet something bizarre happened. When the fists collided, the guard was unharmed, while Yang Chuling stumbled back several steps. The mech armor on her fist was dented. Mingran, stand down. Qi Tianhe said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. The green-robed man returned to his place. I have plenty of powerful people in the Star River Alliance. What I need is an heir with limitless potential, not just brute force. Yang Zhongwu stepped forward.
This time, no one spoke.
Even Zheng Shizhe, an SS rank expert, was deeply shaken. As an SS rank, he could never have repelled an S-rank mech pilot with just his bare body. Yet here an ordinary-looking guard was stronger than him. Yan Zhongwu slowly ascended to the platform. Qi Tianhe handed him a ring. This ring is called the Star River Ring, the token of the acting emperor of the Star River Alliance. If the previous emperor is confirmed dead, the acting emperor will officially become the next emperor. Yang Zhongwu was startled. It seemed this crisis was truly grave. Even a peerless expert like Qi Tianhe feared for his life. Inside this ring is a miniature space containing some of the Star River Alliance's records and items. Do not share them with anyone, Qi Tianhe instructed. Additionally, half of the 16 dark machines and 32 divine machines directly under the Tianhai Alliance Emperor will accompany me to stop the star-slaying worms. The other half are at your disposal. The contact methods are also in the Star River Ring. Yang Zhongwu was shocked, then overjoyed. The one who had just struck was likely one of the 16 dark machines. With them at his side, he could walk with impunity. Everyone, from this day forward, Yan Junwu is the acting emperor of our Star River Alliance. You will be as loyal to him as you are to me, otherwise, you will face the Alliance's punishment. Qi Tianhe declared. We obey your Majesty's command. Hail the acting emperor! The guards on both sides of the hall shouted in unison. Qi Tianhe looked at the other 5 in the hall. The 5 of you have the strength to apply to join the divine machines. You'll start as quasi-divine machines and can later be promoted to divine or dark machines. Lu Mingming shook his head. Thank you for the offer, Your Majesty, but I'm not cut out for fighting. I'd rather stay a designer of small worlds, Yang Chuling sneered. I will never be anyone's subordinate, especially not a subordinate of the Yang family. Ban Xuqing and Zheng Shijun also declined. Meng Shuhuan, however, expressed willingness. Qi Tianhe waved his hand, and a teleportation array appeared at the hall's entrance. Everyone, except Meng Shuhuan and Yang Junwu, may use the array to return to the first checkpoint. I ask that you keep the final result of this competition confidential. Yang Junwu, enjoy your moment of glory. One day, what the Yang family did to me, I'll repay in full. Before entering the teleportation gate, Yang Chuling hurled a final threat at Yang Junwu. On the outskirts of Donghai City, beyond the 4th Ring Road East, this area was sparsely populated with lush trees and a pleasant environment. An ordinary school bus stopped in front of a villa, and a girl of about 13 or 14 stepped off. Though simply dressed, she was petite and pretty destined to be a beauty when she grew up. She opened the gate and was about to enter the courtyard when she heard harsh, screeching brakes behind her. Luxia turned to see several black shuttle cars blocking her retreat on the wide road, and a dozen tall men in black pouring out, surrounding her. Luxia frowned, but showed no panic. Instead, she demanded coldly, "Who are you?" Who sent you? The lead thug. A burly man with tattoos held a knife and sneered. Just hand over xianxia and I'll guarantee your safety. Otherwise, he licked the cold blade with his tongue, his eyes vicious and menacing. Luozia's heart jolted at the name Yang Xiaoyao, so these people really were after Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao has returned to the Yang family. If you've got the guts, go demand her from them. Little girl, we're not so easy to fool. I advise you not to play smart and lose your life. We don't want to hurt you. We just need to know Yang Xiaoyao's whereabouts. Though the tattooed thug didn't take the young girl seriously, the Luo family was a mid-tier family in Donghua City, and Luozia was a branch family member. He saw no need to make an enemy of her. Scram! Luozia couldn't be bothered to say more and pushed open the iron gate to enter the courtyard. Since you refused a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being rude. Brothers, get her. Her shout made him lose face, and the tattooed thug flew into a rage. G-Class Mac, Purple Luo, 1000 Princess, Fusion! Her body began to change as purple light spread from her chest, forming the mech. Don't let her finish the fusion attack together. The tattooed thug was clearly no saint. An exoskeleton armored him fully. A D-Class external mech was far inferior in power and control to a C-Class, but since it required no fusion, it could fight with direct commands. A metal fist slammed into Luozia's abdomen. At that moment, her mech fusion was incomplete, so the blow hit her bare body. She spat out a mouthful of blood and the fusion halted instantly. Luozia turned pale, clutching her stomach as she staggered back. The tattooed thug sneered. That was just a warning. Otherwise, that hit could have ended your life. I'll give you one more chance hand over Yang Xiaoyao or die. Luozia wiped the blood from her lips and laughed coldly. Kill me then. I, Luozia, will never betray a friend. Fine, since you stubbornly refuse to see the light, then die. The tattooed thug drove his metal claw forward, and Luozia closed her eyes, awaiting death. But after more than 10 seconds, she felt no strike instead. A miserable scream came from her attacker. She quickly opened her eyes. Before her stood a man in white. The fierce tattooed thug lay collapsed on the ground, his mech deactivated, a severed hand on the lawn. Did this man save me? You? Who are you? The white-clad man said calmly, You don't need to know who I am. Just answer 2 questions honestly. First, who sent you? Second, what's your purpose in finding Yang Xiaoyao? Ha! Only the Black Shark Gang interrogates others. Who do you think you are? A thug behind the tattooed man shouted, trying to announce his identity to intimidate. Everyone in Donghua City knew the Black Shark Gang was the Bai family's enforcers. Offending them meant offending the Bai family. Ah. Before he finished, the tattooed thug's remaining arm was severed too. Damn it. I didn't say that. Why cut me to? The tattooed thug's mind raced with curses. The white-clad man said flatly, My patience is limited. Next, come the feet. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Losing an arm wasn't fatal with today's tech. It could be reattached, but delay would leave lasting damage. We were sent by Bai Leng Yu, the 3rd young master of the Bai family, to find his fiancée. He heard she was hidden by this Miss Luo, so he sent us to retrieve her. Get lost. Go tell Bai Leng Yu the marriage engagement is off. May I ask your excellency's name so we can report back? A cold glint flashed in the tattooed thug's eyes. He's not worthy of knowing this young master's name. Still not leaving? Want to stay for tea? The tattooed thug gritted his teeth, ordered his men to pick up the severed hand from the lawn, and quickly retreated from the villa. Silence returned. Luozia gathered her courage and stepped forward to the white-clad man. Thank you, big brother, for saving me. May I ask who you are? The white-clad man smiled gently. A stark contrast to his cold killing earlier. My name is Yang Junwu, Yang Xiaoyao's older brother. You can call me Brother Yang. Indeed, this was Yang Junwu, who had trained in the Star River Alliance for 2 years. After becoming the emperor, Qi Tianhe had given him about 100 jin of stardust powder, and with the Sisters of the Azalea Society digging out the stardust mine, he'd gotten nearly another 100 jin. 200 jin of stardust powder equaled 100,000 grams. Yan Junwu didn't use it to upgrade the wheel, but poured it all into accelerating his cultivation. His passive cultivation speed was now 32 times. His realm had risen from body tempering stage, level 1 to level 9, waiting only for a breakthrough opportunity to reach Overlord stage. The time saved went partly to practicing battle techniques Qi Tianhe gave him, but mostly to crafting mech cores. Qi Tianhe's requirement was simple. Craft a perfect A-class mech to graduate and leave the Divine Weapons Academy. That simple requirement took young Junwoo 2 years and countless materials to finally complete. Though the early practice cost a lot, afterward it was mostly profit. For him, mechs with 90% fusion were junk. But not for others. As a result, Xiuanhuan sold his junk cores at various academies, earning countless materials and stardust powder. The Azalea Society's name gradually spread across the Flying Leaf continent. This time, Yang Junwoo left the academy because Xuanhuan had sent him news. His biological sister, xiuxian, was being married off to a young master of the Bai family. Rumor had it they fell in love freely, and both families went along with it. Yang Junwoo was furious when he heard how old was young xiaoyao, just turned 14, and the family was marrying her off? He was 100% sure Yang Jingshuan was behind it. On the wedding day, young Xiaoyao had secretly run away, hiding at a classmate's home. But the family refused to admit it, and the Yang family, as a prestigious clan, wouldn't search another's home. Using the excuse that the marriage was done and she was now a Bai, they urged the Bai family to find her. After checking one by one, the Bai family pinpointed young Xiaoyao's location, leading to the scene just now. You're a Yang? Luozia's face changed drastically. Yang Xiaoyao had told her the Yang family forced her into marriage. Don't misunderstand. I'm Yao Yao's biological brother. I'd never heard her, Yang Junwoo explained. So what if you're her brother? Her own parents married her off. That's impossible. Yang Junwoo was shocked. He thought it was the family head or Yang Jingzhuan's doing. Nothing's impossible. She told me herself. Yang Junwoo said solemnly, I need to ask her personally. No way. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you where she is. Luozia clearly had a deep bond with Yang Xiaoyao, willing to protect her with her life. Trust me, if I were with them, I wouldn't have intervened. I'm her brother, away studying, so I don't know much about family matters, but believe me, I'm the last person who'd ever harm her. Sincerity shone in Yang Junwoo's eyes. Luozia couldn't help but nod slightly. This man was too handsome, so handsome she couldn't bring herself to doubt him. Plus that look in his eyes nearly swept her away. Fine. I'll take you. Thank you. Yang Junwoo smiled. That smile nearly stole Luozia's At her age, she idolized the strong and handsome, and this handsome man was so gentle too. Entering the villa, a girl in pink sat on the sofa playing with a kitten. Zaya, you're back? Huh, you are. After greeting, Yang Xiaoyao suddenly noticed a man behind Luozia. What, don't recognize your own brother? Yang Junwoo smiled. Brother! Yang Xiaoyao flew into his arms, tears streaming from her eyes. All right, you're grown up now. Don't make a spectacle. Yang Xiaoyao stepped back, and her wits returned. Wait, my brother was killed long ago. You can't be him. Who are you really? Why are you impersonating my brother? Yang Junwoo was speechless. When you were 7 and tore your skirt, who patched it? When you were 8 and fell into the river watching fireworks, who saved you? Brother, it's really you! You're alive, thank goodness! These embarrassing childhood memories were known only to her brother, and young Xiaoyao finally believed the man before her was her real brother. So it was forced after all. Yang Junwu's face turned cold. Little sister, tell me what exactly is going on. Yang Xiaoyao let out a long sigh. It really was Dad's idea. Ever since you were stripped of your inheritance rights, big brother, our branch's standing in the family has dropped a lot. Although many people keep quiet out of respect for grandfather, they look down on us in their hearts. Plus, like you, I have a waste constitution and can't cultivate. On top of that, Uncle's branch keeps suppressing us, and we're short on funds. Many factions that depended on us have started to shift away. Dad and the others had no choice but to agree to the Bai family's marriage proposal. Once I marry the Bai family's third young master with their support, at least things won't be as bad as before. Young Xiaoyao lowered her head after speaking. Her heart was truly conflicted. Because she couldn't cultivate, Yang Ying's branch had been declining, and she blamed herself for it. But using marriage to help the family, she didn't want that deep down, especially when the other party was that detestable playboy, Bai Lengyu. Don't blame yourself, this isn't your fault. What era are we in now? Still selling off daughters? If anyone's to blame, it's them for being useless. Yang Junwu cursed Yang Ying and his wife without restraint. Big brother, enough. Since your big brother is back, I won't let anyone bully you. Yang Junwu's calm tone gave Yang Xiaoyao immense confidence. Even if her brother couldn't cultivate, just having him by her side made her feel safe. Lo Xia, standing nearby, laughed. Your big brother is amazing. I don't think that Bai Lengyu stands a chance against him. My big brother is amazing? Yang Xiaoyao was puzzled. Of course. He chopped off a D-rank mech pilot's hand with his bare hands. Isn't that amazing? Huh? Big brother, you can cultivate now? Yang Junwu smiled and nodded. That's great. I knew you weren't the good-for-nothing they said you were. Ahem. We'll talk about that later. The Yang family doesn't know I'm still alive, right? From how Yang Xiaoyao had reacted when she saw him, Yang Jingxuan hadn't told the family that he was alive. Or maybe he'd only told their own branch. The reason was simple. If the Yang family learned how powerful Yang Junwu had become, grandfather might change his mind and reinstate him as heir. Yang Jingxia absolutely couldn't let that happen. Once he officially became family head and everything was settled, he wouldn't have to fear Yang Junwu's return. Until then, it was best if Yang Junwu stayed at the academy and didn't come home. Sure enough, Yang Xiaoyao nodded. In that case, I'll stay out of sight for now. You handle canceling the engagement yourself. But big brother, I can't just stay at Zia's place forever. Dad will find me sooner or later, and then I'll drag Zia into trouble. Lord Zia waved her hand grandly. We're sisters, don't talk about dragging into trouble. Besides, you saved my life. Yang Junwu smiled. Don't worry, I have a plan. It won't drag Zia into trouble, and it'll make that Bai kid eat a big loss. Then, Yang Junwu laid out his plan. After hearing it, Yang Xiaoyao's face twisted in bitterness. Big brother, the plan is good, but even with the best C-rank mech, I can't beat him. Don't worry, leave it to your big brother. Zia, could you lend us a quiet place? Go to my cultivation room on the second floor. It's quiet and soundproof. Yang Junwu nodded and, led by Lo Xia, entered the cultivation room with Yang Xiaoyao. Here's a B-rank mech core for you. This act can't work without you. Before entering, Yang Junwu casually handed Luo Xia a B-rank core. Luo Xia's eyes lit up with joy. Oh my god, it's actually a B-rank core. The Luo family was a mid-tier family. They might have B-rank cores, but they'd never go to a side-branch descendant like her. She only had a C-rank core because her talent was genuinely outstanding among the Luo family. Thank you, Brother Yan. Luo Xia quickly expressed her gratitude. She knew exactly how valuable a B-rank core was. Lu Xia took the core and went to another room to fuse it herself, leaving the space to Yang Junwu and Yang Xiaoyao. Take off your top and sit with your back to me. Yang Junwu pointed at the cushion on the floor. Okay. Without asking questions, Yang Xiaoyao trusted Yang Junwu completely. Yang Junwu pressed 2 fingers on the acupoint on her back, and dragon chi began to flow in slowly. His sister's symptoms were similar to his own. Yang Junwu suspected she also had some kind of dragon constitution, and low-level techniques couldn't activate her power. His own hidden dragon chi, after absorbing a large amount of dragon power, was beginning to transform toward golden dragon, and the dragon chi it emitted should be able to stimulate the power within her body to awaken. Sure enough, after about a minute of input, Yang Junwu felt a dragon power coming from his sister's body, and it began to resist his dragon chi. If his power was vast and grand, then the dragon power in Yang Xiaoyao's body was gentle and resilient. Though not strong, it still pushed Yang Junwu's dragon chi out of her body bit by bit. Whoosh! The moment all of Yang Junwu's dragon chi was expelled, A colorful dragon shadow appeared above young Xiaoyao's head. So this is my sister's dragon? It's so beautiful, like a rainbow hanging in the sky. 5-color rainbow dragon, one of the golden dragon's guardians, specializes in support, can evolve into 7-color rainbow dragon. A system notification suddenly appeared in Yang Junwu's mind. It really is a true dragon. Yang Junwu was overjoyed. From now on, young Xiaoyao's future would begin to change. Would you like to use Stardust powder? The system notification sounded again. Of course. How do I exchange? 1 kilogram of Stardust powder can exchange for the first 3 levels. Deal. Yang Junwu agreed without hesitation. He still had plenty of Stardust powder in his Star River ring, all earned by Xuanhuan earlier. Exchange successful. A gray mist shot out from Yang Junwu's head and entered Yang Xiaoyao's body. Yang Junwu rolled his eyes so stingy couldn't even let him take a look. Little sister, this is your exclusive cultivation method. Calm your mind and start breaking through, Yang Junwu shouted. Back when he cultivated the dragon forging art, he'd broken through directly to the 3rd level of the body forging stage. He wondered what realm Yang Xiaoyao would reach this time. A thick aura enveloped Yang Xiaoyao, and her body seemed to turn into a 7-color glow. After 5 or 6 minutes, her aura steadied and she slowly opened her eyes, starlight seeming to flow within them. Yang Xiaoyao waved her hand in disbelief, surging power flowing through her arm. Is this what it feels like to be strong? Little sister, what realm are you at now? Yang Junwu asked. Judging by her aura alone, she was at least above the 2nd level of the body forging stage. 7th level of the body forging stage. Yang Xiaoyao sensed it and blurted out. Yang Junwu nearly spat blood. Comparing yourself to others really drives you crazy. When he was her age, he'd only broken through to the 3rd level, and she jumped straight to near the peak of the body forging stage. Big brother, how did you do it? After the excitement, Yang Xiaoyao was astonished. Absorb this first, and I'll tell you slowly. Yang Junwu tossed her a golden B-rank mech core. This was the core he'd forged with Dragon Chi for the first time, with a percentage fusion rate. It was perfect for Yang Xiaoyao, who also had a dragon body. Then, while Yang Xiaoyao fused it, Yang Yungu told her about his experiences. Of course, he didn't mention the wheel, knowing wouldn't do her any good. He also kept quiet about the Star River Alliance. He didn't want to reveal his identity as the quasi-emperor yet. Can't believe the Bai and Cao families teamed up to harm you. That's outrageous. Big brother, we have to get revenge for this. Yang Xiaoyao was furious. Yang Junwu nodded. Of course, I've always believed if they don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. If they mess with me, I'll make them pay. Revenge starts with canceling your engagement. Yang Xiaoyao finished fusing, and the two walked out of the cultivation room. Luxia was already waiting in the living room. When she saw Yang Junwu appear, a strange light shone in her eyes. The branch core Yang Junwu had just given her had a fusion rate of a staggering 90%, and that was only because her own understanding wasn't deep enough. Otherwise, it could have been even higher. A 90% fusion B-rank core was a legendary item you couldn't buy with money, and Yang Junwu had given it to her so casually, just because she was Yang Xiaoyao's good friend. What kind of man was this? Luxia developed a strong interest in Yang Junwu. Little sister Xia, I'm leaving now. You two follow the plan. With that, Yang Junwu left the Luo family villa. The two best friends looked at each other, both finding it hard to believe. In less than 2 hours, their strength had changed dramatically. Luxia's eyes sparkled as she asked, Hey, Xiaoyao, does your big brother have a girlfriend? Yang Xiaoyao's face darkened. What? Are you thinking of making a move on my big brother? Why not? He's single, I'm single. Why can't I try? Come on, with you being so small, my big brother wouldn't even look at you. Yang Xiaoyao gave her a contemptuous glance. Hey, what's small? I'm clearly bigger than you. Luxia puffed out her chest in defiance. Honestly, you'd better not develop feelings for my big brother. You'll only end up hurt because he already has a girlfriend. Yang Xiaoyao warned. Loving someone on a completely different level from you never ends well. How do you know I'll get hurt? Of course I know. I've read tons of romance novels and the girls always end up badly. Luxia, I'm serious. As my best friend, I don't want you to get hurt. Yang Xiaoyao urged again when she saw Luxia brushing it off. All right, I'm just joking. How could I fall for an old man several years older than me? Forget it. Let's go practice. We need to get used to our new power. Inside a luxurious villa in the central district of Donghua City, Black Shark, the leader of the Black Shark gang, knelt with his second-in-command swordfish, whose arms had just been reattached before a youth who looked only 17 or 18 years old. The youth's face was twisted with rage. Shards of porcelain littered the floor, a testament to his fury and displeasure. This was the third young master of the Ba family, Ba Long Yu. He walked over to Black Shark and pressed a finger to his forehead. You couldn't even keep an eye on a little girl? What the hell are you good for? Why should I keep feeding useless trash like you? I might as well blow you all to bits right now and save the grain. Black Shark's face went pale, and he trembled all over, scrambling to beg for mercy. Third young master, it's not that we didn't try. It's just that the gap in strength is too huge. That person is at least a B-rank mech pilot. Even if all our brothers attacked together, we wouldn't stand a chance. Have you found out who they are yet? Reporting to third young master. That person's origins are unknown. We haven't been able to trace them. Useless! All of you are useless! Bai Longyu flew into a rage. A mere B-rank mech pilot dared to bully the Bai family? They must be tired of living. Not to mention the countless experts in the Bai family, there was his uncle, younger, Bai Limfeng, who had graduated and returned to the family last year. His strength was S-rank. Taking down a mid-tier family single-handedly would be no problem at all. But bothering Uncle Feng over a xianxia, Bai Longyu didn't dare. Young master, something's wrong. A man dressed like a servant rushed in from the entrance. Bai Longyu shot him a glare. Young master, all the big billboards and news. And the reason given is that your strength is too poor, that you're not worthy of her. Bai Longyu's face turned ashen. They've got some nerve, spreading such rumors about my Bai family. If I don't teach these bastards a lesson, they'll think the Bai family is easy to push around. Young master, it's not a rumor. There's also an interview with Yang Xiaoyao, saying that if you can defeat her fair and square in the arena, she'll marry you willingly. Bai Longyu hadn't expected this to be Yang Xiaoyao's scheme at all. His fury boiled over, and he grabbed a yellow jade teacup, smashing it to pieces. No one in the room dared to make a sound, afraid of drawing the third young master's anger onto themselves. What's the Yang family's reaction? Bai Longyu took a few deep breaths and asked coldly. The servant answered cautiously, the Yang family hasn't reacted at all. I think they might be waiting to see the joke. A joke? The servant thought to himself, for the Yang family, it's really not a joke. The Bai family has been gaining momentum lately, even threatening to surpass them. They'd love to use this to slap the Bai family in the face. But with the young master in a rage right now, he wouldn't dare say such a thing out loud. Young master, what should we do now? Bai Longyu laughed heartily. Yang Xiaoyao, you're asking for trouble. Shooting yourself in the foot. You there. Contact the media controlled by the Bai family right now. Say that I, Bai Longyu, am willing to fight the beauty, unless she doesn't have the guts only good for talking tough, not showing up. The servant's eyes lit up. The young master's move to lure the snake out of its hole was indeed clever. If she didn't show, she'd be slapping her own face. Everyone would know the Yang family's heir could only talk big and couldn't back it up. If she did show and got beaten, it would prove the Bai family's future was stronger than the Yang family's. Black Shark, send people to spread this news immediately. Also, contact the biggest duel arena in the city and set up a live broadcast. I want everyone on the entire Flying Leaf continent to see how I crush the Yang family's heir until she has no choice but to submit to me. Yes. This subordinate will handle it right away. Black Shark, as if pardoned, hurriedly left with Swordfish. Just as they stepped out the door, Bai Longyu's voice rang out behind them. You two remember this. If this isn't handled well, every member of the Black Shark gang will feed the sharks in the sea. Black Shark shuddered and shouted back, Rest assured, young master. If I fail this, I'll bring my own head to you without you lifting a finger. Once the two were gone, the servant cautiously spoke up. Young master, your goal is just to win the beauty. Isn't this too risky? If Yang Xiaoyao actually beats you, the Bai family's reputation will plummet. Bai Longyu frowned. What nonsense are you talking? I'm a B-rank mech pilot. What does she have to fight me with? But young master, don't forget she has that mysterious expert by her side. They might give her a high-grade mech core. You don't think just any stray cat or dog can use a high-grade core, do you? Let me tell you, to use an A-rank core, you need at least the body-tempering realm, and I broke through just a few days ago. Don't worry, I'm not some stubborn fool. Since you're worried, I'll go borrow an A-rank core from my uncle, younger. The servant let out a long breath. The young master had really grown. With that kind of backing, he could afford to be bold. With an A-rank core, he wasn't afraid of whatever tricks Yang Xiaoyao might pull. Dad, Mom, I'm back. At the Yang family villa, Yang Xiaoyao pushed open the door with wuxia. Yang Ying snapped coldly. Yaoer, you still know to come back? Do you have any idea how much face you've lost for the Yang family? Yang Xiaoyao said calmly, Dad, I'm only here to inform you, tomorrow at 10 a.m., I'll duel Bai Longyu of the Bai family at the Sky Jewel Arena. If I lose, my marriage is yours to arrange. But if I win, my future is none of your business. Outrageous! Yang Yang slammed his palm down, shattering the redwood table beside him. Look at yourself, what are you worth? With your pathetic skills, you want to fight a B-rank mech pilot? All you'll do is bring more shame to the Yang family. Just as she'd expected, they still thought she was useless. Yang Xiaoyao clenched her jaw. Face is earned, not sold off through a daughter. I'm leaving. Whether you come tomorrow is up to you. Zia, let's go. She turned to leave. Wait! If you walk out that door today, don't blame me for disowning you as my daughter. Yang Ying's face flushed red with anger at her defiance. Suit yourself. Yang Ying flew into a rage, his A-rank mech fusing instantly as he moved to strike. Du Ping beside him quickly grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Trying to kill your own daughter with one palm? Yang Ying held back, forcing himself not to attack and watched helplessly as Yang Xiaoyao walked away. Once she was out of sight, Yang Ying seemed to age years in an instant. His mech fusion dissolved, and he slumped to the floor. What sin have I committed, Yang Ying, to be cursed with nothing but failures in this branch of the family? Ying! Yang Ying's eyes were bloodshot, his expression terrifying. If it's not my fault, then it's yours. Fine, even if it's my fault, can you just calm down? Du Ping's face turned cold too. The Du family was also one of the 10 great families, and Du Ping had been the jewel of the Du family back in the day. If Yang Ying hadn't been the heir of the Yang family back then, she'd never have married him. Later, when his branch declined, she stayed by his side without complaint, helping him all the way. And now he dared to blame her. Yang Ying's agitation finally subsided a little. I'm sorry. I was too worked up just now. Forget it. We're husband and wife, no need for apologies. But looking at Yaoer, she doesn't seem like she's given up. Think about it. If she really didn't want to marry Long Yu, she wouldn't have set up a contract she couldn't possibly win. You mean Yaoer has a way to beat him? Most likely. Yang Ying sighed. I hope she's not using some cheating method. Otherwise, even if she wins, the Yang family's reputation in Donghai City will plummet. Donghai City, Sky Duel Arena, 9.1. This was a massive floating arena, 11 stories tall, capable of holding 100,000 spectators. Normally, this arena was reserved for major tournaments and rarely opened from its 8 a.m. Opening to 9:30分哟. The entire venue was nearly packed. The reason? The heirs of Donghai's 2 most powerful families, the Yang and Bai, were about to duel here. Most of the spectators were from other mid-tier families. First, they wanted to gauge the strength of the younger generation from the 2 great families. Second, they were here for the drama. They naturally hoped the 2 families wouldn't unite through marriage but would tear each other apart that way. They could fish in troubled waters and profit. The rest were just thrill-seekers, wanting to watch a clash of experts. Who won or lost didn't matter to them. Soon, the duel's protagonists appeared at 2 separate entrances. Hey, isn't that our Zia? Why is she with the Yang family's young miss? On the spectator stands, a young couple spotted Luo Zia at the left entrance and were taken aback. So it really was Yer who hid Yang Xiaoyao. That girl never gives us peace. This will make the Bai family think the Luo family is meddling in the middle. The man frowned. His wife beside him smiled bitterly. You'd better figure out how to explain this to the family head. We can't go pull her down now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sky Duel Arena number 11. This duel is hosted by me, Xiuxian. First, let's welcome the genius girl of the Yang family, Yang Xiaoyao. This is her first time dueling in the arena, so her combat strength is unknown to us. What surprises will she bring? Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Xiaoyao to the stage. Go on, don't be nervous. Luo Zia gently patted Yang Xiaoyao's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't embarrass my brother. Yang Xiaoyao took a deep breath and walked to the center of the arena with steady, determined steps. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Not that many had actually seen her fight, it was just that the Sky Duel Arena had opened betting, and buying Yang Xiaoyao to win paid 5-1. Plenty of people had bet on her. Next, we welcome the 3rd young master of the Bai family, Bai Lengyu. It is rumored that young master Lengyu has reached the body-tempering realm and can pilot an A-rank mech. With such talent, his future is boundless. I wonder if today he will show mercy to his future wife. As Bai Lengyu slowly stepped onto the stage, a chorus of screams erupted from the girls below. What? That woman doesn't deserve young master Bai at all. Exactly. My young master, Lengyu, is exceptionally talented, while that woman has neither figure nor strength. Apart from a pretty face, she's utterly useless. I don't care. If young master Bai is willing, I'd gladly be his mistress. Soon, the 2 stood face to face on the stage, less than a meter apart. Bai Lengyu smiled. If you wanted to know my strength, there was no need for all this trouble. Once you're married into the family, we can close the doors and you can look as much as you like. Yang Xiaoyao snorted coldly. Don't call me so affectionately. I'm not familiar with you. A shadow of gloom flickered in Bai Lungqu's eyes, but he smiled. It's fine. After this match, we'll be true husband and wife. Qin Qian stepped between them. This duel is governed by the following terms, and I ask all present to bear witness. If Yang Xiaoyao wins, her engagement to Bai Lungyu is automatically dissolved, and no further agreements may be signed without her consent in the future. If Bai Lungyu wins, Yang Xiaoyao will immediately marry him as his wife. Do both parties confirm? I confirm. They said in unison. Very well. I declare the duel officially begins. Qin Qian's figure flickered and he retreated far from the center. Yang Xiaoyao and Bai Lungyu both shouted simultaneously, activating their mech fusion. Yang Xiaoyao's mech was a brilliant gold, while Bai Lungyu's was a gleaming silver. Boom. They threw probing punches, and the gold and silver fists collided. Yang Xiaoyao stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before steadying herself. Bai Lungyu, however, only stepped back once. It seemed Bai Lungyu had the upper hand, his strength slightly superior. In truth, he was inwardly grateful. Had his subordinate not reminded him to switch to an A-rank mech, and had they both been in B-rank, he might not have held the advantage. When had Yang Xiaoyao become a B-rank mech pilot? Not only did he harbor this doubt, but below the stage, the Yang family and other spectators familiar with Yang Ying's lineage were equally baffled. Legend had it that none of Yang Ying's descendants could cultivate. How had she suddenly become a B-rank mech pilot? Yang Tianhe, the patriarch of the Yang family, shot a cold glance at Yang Ying. Ying, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you say Yor couldn't cultivate? Yang Ying smiled bitterly. Father, I'm not sure either. She never told me she could cultivate. How are you a father if you don't know such an important matter? The old master roared in anger. Yang Ying had no answer and could only endure the scolding. No wonder Yang Xiaoyao had been so assertive yesterday. She had already been able to cultivate for some time, but that didn't add up. Where had her B-rank core come from? The audience buzzed with speculation while the battle on stage grew fiercer. Bai Lungyu fired 2 particle cannons, blasting Yang Xiaoyao back, then lunged forward and landed another punch on her chest. Yang Xiaoyao retreated repeatedly, and behind her, not far off, was the edge of the ring. If she fell off, she'd lose. Fortunately, Yang Xiaoyao reacted swiftly. A quick dash not only dodged his killing blow, but also circled to his side and returned a cannon shot. They faced off again. In a small private box at the top, Yang Junwu and xuanhuan watched the battle intently. Xuanhuan sighed. Xiaoyao still lacks experience. She can't fully unleash the power of a high fusion mech. Just now, he left a huge opening she could have launched a counterattack. Yang Junwu remained calm. Experience builds over time. She's not like us. She hasn't been through life and death battles, so she misses many opportunities. Besides, he's using an A-rank mech, which is far stronger than she expected. It's natural she's a bit nervous. Yang Xiaoyao hadn't anticipated her opponent being an A-rank mech pilot, and had indeed been flustered at first. But after a dozen exchanges, she noticed that Bai Lungyu wasn't skilled at controlling the A-rank mech, leaving many openings. She didn't rush to exploit those openings, unsure if he was feigning weakness. That last strike, if he hadn't been faking, she couldn't have dodged it so easily. This confirmed her judgment. He couldn't truly handle the A-rank mech. Yang Xiaoyao raised both hands and a massive beam of cold light shot toward him. Bai Lungyu summoned a shield to block. Crack. The ray struck the shield, instantly freezing it. Then it shattered into powder. Impossible! Bai Lungyu was shocked. This was his A-rank shield. It couldn't even withstand a casual strike from her. Before he could recover, a second ray came. This time he dared not take it head on and could only dodge quickly. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. Yang Xiaoyao stood at the center, firing rays continuously, while Bai Lungyu scrambled around the stage, barely escaping. The moment he stopped, he'd be hit. In the private box, the Bai patriarch watched with a cold face. Someone investigate this. How did Yang Xiaoyao, who couldn't cultivate, suddenly become so powerful that she can beat Yurer without giving him a chance to fight back? Third brother is overreaching and embarrassing himself, shaming the entire Bai family. Bai Lungyu's second brother, Bai Namfeng, sneered. He wouldn't miss a chance to kick someone when they're down. Is this Yang Xiaoyao, the biological sister of Yang Junwu? The eldest brother, Bai Linfeng, suddenly spoke. The name Yang Junwu was taboo among the Bai family's upper echelons. Years ago, although the Yang family's internal power struggle had tacitly allowed them to kill Yang Junwu, if that fact ever leaked, the Yang family could still use it against them. Now Bai Linfeng suddenly brought it up, puzzling the patriarch. Linfeng and Nangfeng, stay. Everyone else, leave. Soon, only the father and his 2 sons remained in the room. Linfeng, what exactly are you trying to say? The patriarch asked. Bai Linfeng let out a long sigh. I didn't want to bring this up again, but it seems Yang Junwu has returned. Brother, what nonsense are you talking? Bai Nanfeng was alarmed. He had personally overseen that matter back then. Yang Junwu should have been dead long ago. How could he still be alive? Yang Junwu didn't die back then. He was saved by the Tang family, who happened to pass by and was even selected for the Divine Weapon Academy. Now, even I'm not sure of his strength, but at least he's unmatched below S rank. The room fell silent. Bai Nanfeng trembled. Brother, is he coming back specifically to seek revenge on our Bai family? Bai Linfeng snorted. He's strong, but not strong enough to take on our Bai family. If it comes to it, we can ask the ancestors to intervene. The patriarch shook his head. Bothering the ancestors over such a trivial matter would be the end of my tenure as patriarch. Don't worry, as long as he has no solid evidence, he can't touch our Bai family. Besides, with his return, the Yang family will be in turmoil. If we fan the flames, we might even fish in troubled waters. The two sons nodded. The old fox was, indeed, the wiliest. What about third brother? Bai Linfeng pointed at Bai Langyu, who was scrambling around the duel stage. The patriarch snorted. He brought this on himself. Let him deal with it. We're leaving. Poor Bai Langyu had no idea his family had already thrown him under the bus. He struggled to dodge Yang Xiaoyao's attacks with sheer speed, silently calculating that if he could hold out until her core energy ran out, he could turn the tables. He wasn't worried about a war of attrition. And A-rank mech's energy reserves were far greater than a B rank's. If not for the fact that Yang Xiaoyao's B-rank mech was a top-tier model among B-ranks, and that her use of the 5-colored rainbow dragon body to fire the ultra-freeze ray consumed little core energy, 5 minutes later, Bai Langyu's speed began to slow. It wasn't that the A-rank mech's energy was running low, but his mental strength was giving out. The high-intensity dodging, combined with the fact that he had only just met the threshold for A-rank mech control, had pushed his mental and physical limits beyond capacity. Yang Xiaoyao immediately noticed his weakening. She fired 2 rays simultaneously, one left and one right. Bang! Bai Lenggu dodged the right ray, but the left one struck his shoulder. Half his body was instantly frozen and a bone-chilling cold spread from his left arm. He hurriedly drove his core energy to dispel the force. Suddenly, Yang Xiaoyao's figure loomed before him, a golden fist flying at his face. Remember this, it's a lesson for you. The fist slammed into his face, and Bai Lengyu was sent flying, crashing to the ground off the stage. Qing Tian flew to the center of the ring and announced loudly, "I declare Yang Xiaoyao the winner of this duel." The entire venue fell silent, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Yang Xiaoyao! Yang Xiaoyao! Yang Xiaoyao! Qing Tian interviewed her. Miss Yan, what are your thoughts on this battle? Yang Xiaoyao waved to Luizia in the distance, signaling her to come up. And this is? I want to sincerely thank my dear sister, Luizia. Without her help, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. In her heart, Yang Xiaoyao also wanted to thank Yang Junwu, but she couldn't say his name here. She could only express her gratitude silently. Lo Zia smiled sheepishly. I didn't really do much. It's all thanks to Xiaoyao's own efforts. The bond between you two young ladies is truly touching. I hope you'll be lifelong friends. The two exchanged a glance and nodded firmly. The Lu patriarch found Lu Zia's parents. When Zia returns, bring her to me immediately. Luo's father and mother exchanged a look, both seeing joy in the other's eyes. With Yang Xiaoyao's victory, the Yang family's prestige would soar, and their daughter was as close as a sister to the Yang family's young miss. The Lu family could no longer sideline her. This duel might reshape the power structure of East Sea City. The smaller and mid-sized families would have to choose sides anew, and this could be their chance to rise. In East Sea City, at the Luo family estate, family head Lu, Zhenyu led a group of Lu family elders to Lu Zia's villa. Lu Zia's father, Lu Xuefeng, spoke up. Yeah, what exactly is going on? Tell your grandfather and uncles the whole story. Unexpectedly, Lu Zia shook her head. Dad, grandfather, uncles, please don't ask anymore. This matter is beyond what the Luo family can handle. Lu Zhenyu frowned. You help the Yang family's young miss offend the Bai family. Our Lu family has no choice but to continue following the Yang family, and you are our best bridge to them. Lu Zia knew what the family head and the others were thinking. They simply wanted to use her relationship with Yang Xiaoyao to gain favors from the Yang family. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the one backing them this time was not the current Yang family leadership. Lo Shefeng saw his daughter's reluctant expression and grew anxious. Yar, you caused this mess. If we've offended the Bai family and don't mend ties with the Yang family, we might not last long in East Sea City. Can you bear to see our great family forced to leave our homeland because of your recklessness? Dad, grandfather, if you trust me, just wait a while. For now, we only need to be patient. But as the family head, he refused to act on mere speculation, so he decided to pry out more information. If you can give us some proof, grandfather will believe you. Luozia bit her lip. Yang Zhongwu's information absolutely could not be revealed, so there was only one option left. She turned her gaze to her eldest brother, Luo Youtian. Brother, I challenge you to a duel. Luo Youtian was stunned. He was the Luo family's designated heir, a peak B-rank mech pilot, just a step away from breaking through to A rank. Although Luozia had decent talent, she was only at the third layer of the body tempering realm. Moreover, due to a lack of sufficient mech cores, she only had a C-rank core inside her. Fighting him? That was just asking for a beating. Alright, let's give it a try. Before Luo Tian could refuse, Luo Zhenyu had already given his approval. The two came to the large courtyard outside the villa. Brother, there's no barrier here, so we'll only use melee attacks, Luozia said. Whatever you say. Luo Tian didn't take her seriously at all. Luozia's expression shifted and her B-rank mech fused instantly. Twin spikes appeared in her hands as she lunged at Lu Tian. Lu Tian was shocked. He never expected his sister's fusion speed to be so fast. He hurriedly activated his own mech fusion. By the time he finished fusing, his sister's twin spikes were already at his chest. In desperation, he summoned a shield, hoping to block her first wave of attacks. Even though he didn't understand why his sister also had a B-rank mech, with both at B-rank, Zia's move shouldn't break through his defense. But things turned out Luozia's left-hand twin spike pierced through Luo Tian's shield, and her right hand thrust forward rapidly, striking the exposed core on his body. If she pushed even a fraction further, Luo Tian's core would be completely destroyed. Brother, you lost! Luozia withdrew her hand. Luo Tian's face turned pale, then flushed red. Useless. Confined for a month, trained seriously. Luo Zhenyu snapped at him coldly. To be fair, Luo Tian's actual combat strength was still somewhat higher than Luozia's true power. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant and got taken down in one move. Losing wasn't the problem. The problem was losing so completely and so quickly. Yes, Luo Tian dared not say more. Indeed, his mindset had been the issue. Luo Zhenyu turned to Luozia, his stern expression replaced by a smile. Yeah, that core inside you wasn't given by the Yang family, was it? That's right. Grandfather understands, alright. I'll follow your advice and do nothing for now. Also, from this moment on, do whatever you want boldly. I give you the authority to use half of the family's resources. Lu Xuefeng was astonished. Half the resources, what did that even mean? That was almost like being half the family head. Even Lu Tian, the heir apparent, didn't have such power. Luozia herself was stunned. She never expected her grandfather to bet so heavily. She nodded firmly. Don't worry, grandfather. Yer won't let you down. Good! I believe you. Luo Zhenyu waved his hand and led the Luo family members away. Back in the chateau car, Luo Xuefeng asked, in confusion, Dad, what exactly did you see in Yer? Luo Zhenyu sighed. The competition among families is fierce now. Our Luo family is mediocre, just maintaining the status quo. But if we keep going like this, we'll lose the future competition sooner or later. So I'm going to gamble. What do you mean? Luo Xuefeng and the others were baffled. Still don't get it? Yer's refusal to let us contact the Yang family can only mean one thing. The people behind her and Yang Xiaoyao are not from the Yang family. The engagement was proposed by the Yang family, and then they pulled this stunt of breaking it off, risking the relationship between the two families just to spite the Bai family. That seemed unlikely. Obviously not. Moreover, the mech cores on Yang Xiaoyao and Zihai were far more powerful than ordinary B-rank cores, and even the Yang family, which specialized in crafting mech cores, couldn't produce such things. Something so precious. Even casually to two young girls, what did that mean? It meant the person behind them was no small figure. Clinging to the Yang and Bai families would only secure a chance to survive by the skin of their teeth. But if this force truly established itself, the Luo family might gain a partnership, because offering help in times of need shows far more sincerity than adding flowers to brocade. One had to admit, Lu Zhenyu's move was a risky gamble. If he bet wrong, the Luo family would be doomed. In the Stardust Small World arena, two graceful figures crossed and spun in the air. After 10 minutes of combat, the girl in pink was struck on the shoulder and lost. Yang Xiaoyao deactivated her fusion, rolled her shoulder and smiled bitterly. I've trained for a week, but I still can't reach 100%. Her sparring partner, xuanhuan, rolled her eyes. Sister Yao, don't be so greedy. You went from 80% fusion to 95% in a week. Aren't you satisfied? Yang Xiaoyao looked toward the spectator seats. Brother, how long did it take you to perfectly fuse a B-rank mech? Yang Zhenwu didn't expect the spotlight to fall on him. He smiled wryly. About 2 or 3 days? 2 or 3 days? Then I'm still far off. Yang Xiaoyao looked dejected. Xuanhuan sneered. Your brother is a monster. Are you trying to compete with a monster? Yang Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled and she said with a grin, Sister Wan, between you and Brother Wu, who's stronger? Him? Yang was taken aback. She was currently at the 7th layer of the Overlord body realm, an S-rank mech pilot. Yan Junwu was at the 1st layer of the Overlord body realm and still used an A-rank core. But if they really fought, her S-rank might not be a match for his A-rank. Yan Junwu spoke up first. Of course, Sister Wan is stronger.
She's a top expert about to break through to SS rank.
Yang Wan rolled her eyes. This kid clearly didn't want to spar with her. Brother, in 3 days, it's the Yang family's ancestral right day. Are you going back? Yang Xiaoyao suddenly asked. The atmosphere in the arena instantly turned quiet. Yang Huan looked at Yang Junwu. The one who persecuted him back then was definitely Uncle Yang Guang's branch. Now that Yang Junwu was powerful and an inner disciple of the Divine Weapons Academy, his status was more than enough to make those who wronged him pay. The Yang family ancestral right had a rule. If anyone objected to the family head's heir, they could challenge them to a duel. If they won, they would automatically become the heir. But the challenge party didn't have to fight themselves. They could choose any 3 Yang family members to fight on their behalf. The challenger had to win 3 consecutive matches to claim victory. In Yang family history, there had been a few ancestral right challenges, but none had succeeded. Yang Huan believed that with Yang Junwu's current strength, he could definitely give it a try. But Yang Junwu shook his head. Yang Huan didn't know that Yang Junwu was the acting sovereign of the Tianhe Alliance. He could never become the head of any family, yet he was by no means someone who would abandon his vendetta for some grand cause. The Flying Flower continent needed saving, but his revenge must also be exacted. Meanwhile, in the Yang family's luxurious villa, many were also uneasy about the upcoming ancestral right. Those were Yang Guang and his son, Yang Jingxuan. Jinxua, are you sure Yang Junwu is dead? Yang Guang couldn't believe that the silent boy who couldn't cultivate at all back then was now a peerless expert and had even joined the Divine Weapons Academy. Dad, I can guarantee it. And 2 years ago, I fought him. Back then, he was only a B-rank mech pilot, yet he sent the top experts of the 4 academies running for their lives. Now, 2 years later, his strength is probably unfathomable. Yang Jingxuan paused. I suspect that Yang Xiaoyao's breaking off the engagement this time was orchestrated by Yang Junwu behind the scenes. Yang Guang nodded. Right, Yang Xiaoyao couldn't cultivate at all, yet within a few days, she suddenly became a B-rank mech pilot, and even A-rank Bai Langui couldn't beat her. She must have someone backing her. So what do we do? If Yang Junwu really shows up at the ancestral right, I'm afraid I'll lose for sure. Yang Jingxuan, though now an S-rank mech pilot, had no confidence against Yang Junwu. It seems we'll have to ask the ancestors for help, Yang Guang sighed. No, absolutely not. If those old men discover that Yang Junwu's talent is better than mine, they might side with him, Yang Jingxuan immediately objected. Yang Jingxuan's words made sense. Those people only cared about the Yang family's future, not who became the family head. A cold glint flashed in Yang Jingxuan's eyes. There's another way. He whispered a few words into Yang Guang's ear. After hearing it, Yang Guang's eyes lit up. Good. Let's do it that way. Xiaoyao, are you really moving out? Luoxia helped young Xiaoyao pack her luggage. Young Xiaoyao smiled. Don't worry, I'll be back. This time, the clan's ancestral rite is coming up, and my father asked me to return early to prepare. All right, safe travels. Just as the two reached the door, more than a dozen masked figures in green burst in, surrounding them completely. Miss Yang, Miss Luo, please come with us. Luoxia's expression shifted. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here? The leader sneered. Azure Scale mercenaries. I believe you two young ladies have heard of us. Azure Scale mercenaries. Both their faces changed dramatically. The Azure Scale mercenaries were an elite force among mercenaries, with influence spanning the 3 cities of East Sea, Wind Moon, and Sky Radiance. It was said that each city's leader was an S-rank mech expert. Backed by a large number of A-rank mech mercenaries, their strength rivaled that of major powers. Their principle was simple. As long as the price was right, they'd take any job. Only a great clan could afford to hire such a mercenary group. Their thoughts immediately turned to Bai Lengyue. It had to be him after being humiliated earlier. He'd resorted to such underhanded tactics out of spite. But mere thugs like these didn't scare them. In an instant, both activated mech fusion and launched an attack on the Azure Scale mercenaries. Overestimating yourselves. The leader, clad in a pale yellow mech, casually grabbed Luoxia's arm and held it fast. Luoxia desperately channeled her core energy to break free, but she couldn't budge an inch. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoyao was surrounded by 4 men, their shields sealing her in from all sides. Each time she broke through one, another instantly took its place, preventing her from aiding Luoxia. You two are indeed skilled, but no match for us. I advise you to come quietly and avoid unnecessary pain, the green-clad leader said coldly. Never! Xiaoyao, go! Don't worry about me, wuxia shouted. Yo! The leader hoisted wuxia high and slammed her down hard. One move and her mech core nearly shattered, the fusion dissolving instantly. An S-rank mech pilot was simply too powerful. Even a high fusion B-rank Mei was no match for a single blow. Yang Xiaoyao, stop, or I'll kill your friend! Yang Xiaoyao froze in shock. These people were likely after her for revenge. She couldn't let her best friend suffer because of her. Helpless, she ceased resistance and allowed herself to be seized and brought before the leader. You want me? Let wuxia go? And I'll come with you, Yang Xiaoyao said coldly. You're in no position to bargain. Behave! The leader remained unmoved. Just as they were about to be taken away, a laser beam shot down from the sky, aimed straight at the leader. The leader reacted swiftly, raising a shield. Who's there? Skulking in the shadows, show yourself! After blocking the attack, he fired a particle cannon into the darkness. You're not worthy of knowing my name! A pink mech appeared, casually dodging the attack with a flicker, then closed in and drove a fist into his chest. The leader was sent flying back several steps. Yang Xiaoyao and wuxia stared wide-eyed. The leader was an S-rank expert, yet this newcomer had knocked him back with a single punch. Did that mean? They exchanged glances, neither daring to voice the thought. S-rank experts were incredibly rare. Even in a super clan like the Yang family, aside from the clan head, the few SS-rank mech pilots were patriarch-level figures who rarely appeared. The leader's face showed a flicker of panic. He'd thought coming personally to deal with 2 B-rank mech pilots was overkill, but now it seemed he'd been wrong. This newcomer was definitely stronger than him and showed no mercy. To escape, his only option was to use the 2 women as hostages to force a halt. When survival was at stake, the client's orders came second. But the pink mech pilot seemed to read his intent. With a raise of her hand, 4 laser cannons blasted the A-rank mercenaries around Yang Xiaoyao away, while 2 shields fell over both women. The pink pilot held back considerably. She didn't use the more devastating star, destroying or meteor cannons. Retreat! The leader bellowed. With an SS-rank mech pilot protecting them, today's mission was impossible. He had to pull back. But while the other mercenaries could flee, he couldn't. A golden ribbon had wrapped around him. This ribbon wasn't ordinary cloth. It was the pink mech's LEN-K skill, the energy-absorbing ribbon, which drained the core energy of any mech it connected to. If he didn't break free quickly, once his core energy was sucked dry, he'd be dead. The leader panicked, firing laser cannons and light blades at the ribbon. Yet the seemingly delicate ribbon refused to be cut. In desperation, he launched an antimatter shell at the pink mech. If she raised a shield to block, she'd have to sever the ribbon. But the pink mech stood still, taking the hit head-on. Was she even human? The leader was in despair. His core energy was already half depleted. Being drained dry was only a matter of time. Just as he lost all hope, the ribbon suddenly vanished. Link time was up. The leader rejoiced. This was his best chance to escape. As long as he put distance between them, even an SS rank expert couldn't catch him. But his joy lasted barely 2 seconds before a heavy hammer struck his chest, shattering the mech shell and exposing the S rank core within. No! The leader guessed what came next and screamed in terror. But the pink pilot ignored his pleas, firing a particle cannon into his defenseless chest, destroying the SR rank core. The leader's true form appeared. He was a man in his 40s, his eyes filled with panic. It was over. He'd struggled his whole life to obtain an SR rank core, and now it was blown to pieces, worse than death itself. Yang Xiaoyao stepped forward and clasped her hands in salute. Yang Xiaoyao of the Yang family, thanks you, senior, for saving us. May I ask who you are? The pink mech's fusion dissolved, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman's face. Yang Xiaoyao was stunned. She'd never expected their savior to be so young. You're Yang Junwu's sister? The woman said coldly. Yes, I am Yang Xiaoyao. Uncertain of the woman's intent, she dared not speak more. Good. Take me to the Yang family's ancestral rite. The woman's tone was flat. I'm sorry, but although you saved me, the Yang ancestral rite has always forbidden outsiders from attending, so... Before she could finish, the woman cut in impatiently. I'm your aunt. Aunt? Yang Xiaoyao was dumbfounded. She'd never heard of having an aunt. Seeing her bewildered look, Yang Chuling snorted. Of course, no one in the Yang family knows I exist. Never mind that, just take me there. Yang Xiaoyao desperately wanted to message Yang Junwu to ask what was going on. From the woman's words, she could tell she knew Yang Junwu well. But Yang Chuling gave her no time. She grabbed the limp leader on the ground and pulled young Xiaoyao into a shuttle. Luoxiao was left behind, utterly confused. After a moment's thought, she decided to find young Junwu and report what had happened. When Yang Ying and his wife saw young Xiaoyao and young Chuling at the door along with the man in Chuling's grip, they were shocked. Yang Ying especially. His first reaction upon seeing young Chuling was sheer astonishment. You're Chuling? Young Chuling gave a cold smile. I didn't expect Big Brother to still remember his little sister. No, Chuling, weren't you and your mother living in another city? Why did you suddenly come back? A bad feeling welled up in Yang Ying's chest. Ridiculous. Though I'd rather not admit it, I'm still a descendant of the Yang family. Why shouldn't I return for the ancestral rite? Du Ping couldn't help but interject. You and your mother aren't even on the family register. What rite do you have to attend? Young Chuling shot her a cold glare. Du Qing felt as if a venomous snake had fixed its eyes on her. A chill ran through her, and the rest of her words died in her throat. For young Junwu's sake, I'll let it slide this time. But if you say such things again, sister-in-law, don't blame me for being rude. Take Yaoer inside first, Yang Ying signaled Du Ping to leave. Though young Xiaoyao wanted to stay and watch the drama, her mother quickly pulled her away. Only Yang Ying and Yang Chuling remained in the living room. Tell me, what's your purpose in coming back? Yang Ying sighed. He did sympathize with Chuling and her mother's plight, but the Yang family was a great clan no matter what. They couldn't allow the scandal of the clan head's infidelity to be exposed. Simple first, add my mother's name to the family register. Second, I want to participate in the Yang family's heir selection. That's impossible, Yang Ying blurted out. If their father could accept them, he'd have done so long ago. Why else send them to another city? You're quick to defend him. But do you know that this very morning, someone tried to kill your daughter, and the one who hired them is from the Yang family? Yang Yang's face went pale. That can't be. Ask him yourself. This man is the head of Azure Scale Mercenaries in East Sea City, an S-rank expert. How many in this city could hire him? You should know the answer. Yang Ying's face turned ashen. He'd thought that now that young Xiaoyao could cultivate, his father might pay more attention to their branch. He never expected this outcome. He slumped back into his chair, bitterness written all over his face. As a father, he had failed miserably. He'd lost his only son and nearly lost his daughter too. After a long silence, Yang Ying finally spoke. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Yang Chuling said coolly. Simple. Support me at the ancestral rite. I'll take back what belongs to us. September Shibais. The Yang family's ancestral sacrifice day. The ancestral sacrifice was not held on the Flying Flower continent, but in the Yang family's hereditary minor world. This minor world was not the kind of refined minor world like Yang Junwu's, but a true sub-world that could only be entered through a special teleportation gate. The entrance teleportation gate was located in the Yang family's core stronghold, the Treasure Pavilion, according to family rules, besides the direct line. Collateral branches could also participate in the ancestral sacrifice. For collateral members to enter the Treasure Pavilion, they had to follow a direct line member, and each direct line member could bring at most 5 people. At this moment, Yang Chuling and Yang Xiaoyao were following behind Yang Ying and his wife. Although Yang Chuling was a new face, the Yang family had so many collateral branches that the guards of the Treasure Pavilion couldn't possibly know everyone. Since she was brought by Yang Ying, the guards didn't think much of it and let them through the teleportation gate. Entering the minor world, what came into view was a long row of forging workshops and material warehouses. This was the true core of the Yang family, where nearly 90% of core forging was completed. About 2 kilometers ahead lay the cemetery, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a small river winding through excellent feng shui. When Yang Ying arrived, many people had already gathered in the cemetery. At 9 in the morning, the current family head, Yang Tianhe, began presiding over the ancestral sacrifice ceremony. Everything was no different from usual. The real struggle came only after the sacrifice was completed. Everyone, in the year I've been family head, though I haven't achieved great accomplishments, I've at least maintained the Yang family stability. Mac Forjing remains leading. After Yang Tianhe finished his annual family head report, it was time for free discussion. Yang Jingxuan spoke first. Everyone, you all know about the duel 4 days ago between younger sister Yang Xiaoyao and Bai Lanyu of the Bai family. Although sister Xiaoyao won, there was fishy business in it. As far as I know, Xiaoyao couldn't cultivate half a month ago, and even controlling a C-rank mech was problematic. How could she defeat an A-rank mech pilot in just a few days? Also, the mech core Xiaoyao used is clearly not produced by the Yang family. Has she colluded with some evil cult? I asked Sister Xiaoya to explain. Yang Tianhe swept his gaze over the crowd and said flatly, those who agree that Yang Xiaoyao should explain, please raise your hands. Yang Jingxue was the designated heir of the Yang family. Whether or not they suspected Yang Xiaoyao, offending Yang Jingxuan would make their future difficult. So most people in the field raised their hands. I don't think we need a detailed count, it's obvious more than half agree. Xiaoyao, explain yourself. Yang Xiaoyao's expression didn't change at all as she slowly walked up to the high platform. I have only one sentence, no comment. The duel with Bai Leng Yu was agreed upon by both sides, and it only concerned my own marriage matters, which have nothing to do with you. As for how I could defeat an rank mech pilot, I can only say, just because you can't do something yourselves, don't think others can't either. As for the source of the mech core, I don't recall the family rules stating that all Yang family members must use cores produced by the Yang family, right? Bold. A hard confrontation indeed. Everyone, including Yang Ying, hadn't expected Yang Xiaoyao to give such a forceful response. Yang Tia's face immediately fell and he snorted coldly, Yawa. Before the ancestors, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, you will be punished according to family rules today. Yang Xiaoyao laughed heartily. Grandfather, may I ask which family rule your granddaughter has violated to deserve punishment by family rules? Yang Jingshuan sneered. Of course, Rule 15, committing acts that threaten the family. Ridiculous. Tell me, what have I done that threatens the family? Did I offend the Bai family's face or lose the Yang family's face? Yang Xiuxian was actually stumped by her question. He couldn't very well say that her dual victory had offended the Bai family. That would imply the Yang family feared the Bai family and slap his own face as the heir. But even though he had nothing to say, Yang Xiaoyao wasn't about to let him off. But there are some people who, as the father of a family head candidate, would go so far as to harm their own family to protect their son's position. Such people, I think, are the ones who deserve punishment by family rules. When Yang Xiaoyao said the last 4 words, she subtly used a trace of the 5-colored rainbow dragon's power, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, striking into everyone's heart. Despite her young age, her momentum was now fully comparable to Yang Tianhe. What nonsense are you talking? Yang Jingshuan was startled, but not panicked. Yan Junwu wasn't here, so the Qingshi mercenaries must have succeeded. Thus, Yang Xiaoyao could only be speculating, she couldn't have real evidence. A flash of light appeared on Yang Xiaoyao's finger, and a person dropped from thin air. This man is called King Shay, Greensnake, the head of King Shay mercenaries in the East Sea. Yesterday morning, he led elite King Shay mercenaries into my residence and tried to... After my interrogation, the mastermind behind it is my dear uncle, Yang Guang. Following her finger, everyone's gaze turned to Yang Guang, whose face had turned pale. Wang Guang never imagined that not only had the Qingshe mercenaries failed, but they'd also left a living witness in Yang Xiaoyao's hands. Given Yang Xiaoyao's strength alone, she couldn't possibly have captured the S-rank Qingshe. Yang Zhongwu must have intervened secretly. These words were probably taught to her by Yang Junwu. Yang Tianhe's face was gloomy. Though he was somewhat stubborn, what he hated most in life was family turning against family. Guang'er, what's going on? Confess truthfully. Wait, grandfather, something's off here. Think about it. Qing, she is an S-rank mech pilot. How could Yang Xiaoyao capture him? It must be a play staged by the forces behind her to frame us and completely throw the Yang family into chaos. Makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. The situation reversed instantly. Now the suspicion had turned to Yang Xiaoyao. Yang Ying sighed inwardly. Yaoer was still too young, no match for these old foxes. Yang Xiaoyao indeed grew anxious. Everyone, the evidence is conclusive. If you don't believe me, you can interrogate him yourselves. Ridiculous. This man is in league with you, so naturally he'll give false testimony for you. Yang Xiuxian immediately retorted. Yang Tianhe said coldly, Yaoer, it's not too late to turn back. Tell me the forces behind you who instructed you to do these things. If you confess honestly, I won't pursue it. Yang Xiaoyao looked to her father with pleading eyes, hoping he'd come out and speak for her. But Yang Ying only lowered his head and said nothing. The Yang family is truly shameless, only bullying their own, picking on a young girl. A cold laugh came from the crowd, and a slender figure flew onto the platform, landing beside Yang Xiaoyao. Who are you, daring to trespass on the Yang family's ancestral land? Guards, seize her! Yang Jingshuan shouted. Slap. Before he finished speaking, he received a hard slap on the mouth. Such speed! The Yang family members, who had been ready to move, froze in place, not daring to act. You're Chaoling? Yang Tianhe recognized the woman before him and blurted out, Father, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Yang Chuling sneered. That single father shocked everyone present. Could this woman be the family head's illegitimate daughter outside? Wow, exciting. So the expert behind Yaoer is you. No wonder she's so protective. Yang Tianhe sighed long. This matter could no longer be hidden. Chuling, have you been well all these years? Yang Chuling snorted coldly. No need for your fake kindness. In over a decade, have you ever come to see me and my mother even once? Yang Tianhe sighed. Chuling, things aren't as you imagine. What do I imagine? Cheating during marriage, daring to do, but not daring to admit. Abandoning your wife and daughter, which of these is false? Chaling, calm down first. I'll explain everything to you slowly. No need. I only ask you one thing. Do you admit that I am your daughter? A member of the Yang family? This... You talk nicely, but you can't even admit the Yang Chuling laughed up at the sky. Yang Tianye shook his head. Your blood carries my lineage. That cannot be wrong. I admit it. Good. Since I am also a member of the Yang family, then today, here, I want to raise two matters. First, everything Xiao said is true. This man was captured by me, and he confessed that the mastermind behind it is my dear elder brother, Yang Guang. Second, I want to run for the position of Yang family heir. Yang Jingxuan's face changed drastically. He never imagined that behind Yang Xiaoyao wasn't Yang Junwu, but an aunt he'd never even heard of. You're in league with Yang Xiaoyao, so of course you can fabricate evidence. And I don't believe the Qingshan mercenaries would betray their employer. Yang Zhoulig gave him a cold look. If you can last 1 minute under my interrogation, I'll admit you're right. Yang Jingshuan's heart turned cold. He didn't dare meet her eyes and lowered his head. Yang Tianhe roared. Guangger, confess now. Yang Guang dejectedly walked up to the platform and knelt at Yang Tianhe's feet. Your son is unfilial. I was momentarily blinded and did such a thing. I'm willing to bear full responsibility. This has nothing to do with... Zhuaner! Please, father, don't take it out on him! Fool! Yang Tianyanhe slapped Yang Guang, sending him flying. Dad! Yang Jingshuan hurried forward to help Yang Guang up. Let him go, or you'll be punished too. Yang Guang gave him a look, and Yang Jingshuan reluctantly stepped back. According to Family Rule 15, Yang Guang harmed family members. From today, he is expelled from the Yang family and shall no longer identify as a Yang family member. Execute immediately. I hope everyone takes this as a warning. If this happens again, there will be no leniency. After Yang Tianhe finished speaking, his gaze swept over Yang Chuling and Yang Xiaoyao, the warning unmistakable. Yang Chuling shrugged. This was nothing. It was just a small bit of revenge for Yang Junwu. Father is indeed impartial. I admire that. Next, the one I challenge is him. Yan Chuling pointed at Yang Jingshuan. Nonsense. There's no precedent in the Yang family for a woman to be family head. Yang Tianhe was getting angry. Expelling Yang Guang was a last resort. Otherwise, everyone would think he, as family head, was shielding his own. But Yang Chuling wanting to run for heir, that absolutely couldn't happen. If word got out, he would lose all face before the Yang family's ancestors. What's the matter? Are you all scared? A whole bunch of men afraid of one woman? Yang Chuling sneered repeatedly. Yang Xiaoyao suddenly spoke up. I've read all the family rules, and none of them say a woman can't become family head. So I support Aunt in her candidacy. Nonsense, Yang Tianhe bellowed. This is the ancestral altar, not a place for your power struggles. We'll discuss this later. Everyone, leave now. The ritual duel is the Yang family's traditional method for selecting heirs. Are you going to cancel it with just a word? Yang Chuling ignored him completely. I am the family head now and I have the right to amend the family rules. Wrong. The family head only has the right to propose amendments. To actually change them, more than half of the entire clan must vote in favor. So your amendment is invalid. The two exchanged sharp words and surprisingly, Yan Chuling, who had been away from the Yang family, gained the upper hand. Guards, throw her out! Unable to win the argument, Yang Tianhe resorted to the simplest solution. 4 or 5 mech guards immediately rushed forward. Yang Chuolang completed her mech fusion and fired 5 antimatter cannon blasts. All 5 guards were hit and knocked back several meters. These guards were all A-rank mech pilots, yet they couldn't even withstand a single strike from her. Yang Chuling's strength was this formidable. Only then did they recall that the Qinglin mercenaries had been taken down by Yang Chuling alone. If she could easily capture an S-rank expert, could she have already reached SS rank? How terrifying! Yang Chuling was only in her early 30s, yet she was already on par with the Yang family's founding ancestor. Yang Jingxuan's face changed drastically. If Yang Tianhe agreed to Yang Chuling's request, no matter who he found to fight for him, he wouldn't be able to defeat her. Yang Chuling, have you caused enough trouble? Yang Tianhe personally stepped in, blocking her attack. Both were SS rank experts. If they truly fought seriously, the outcome was uncertain, but the family cemetery would definitely be destroyed. Come on then, let's see how strong you really are. Yang Chuling, reckless and unyielding. launched an attack at young Tianhe. Blades flashed, cannons roared. After 5 or 6 minutes of combat, neither had gained the upper hand. Enough! An aged voice came from afar, and a silver-white mech appeared between the two. Uncle Hua! Yang Tianhe immediately stopped. The newcomer was one of the Yang family's remaining experts, his uncle, Yang Hua. You've regressed as family head. Yang Hua shot him a glare. Yang Tianhe dared not speak. Yang Chuling could sense the newcomer's immense power. Though both were SS rank, the gap between them was vast. Some SS rank couldn't even beat S rank, while others could take on 10 peers at once. Clearly, Yang Hua was the latter. So you're Yang Chuling? Give up. Talk things through with Tianhe. What happened back then isn't what you think. If you insist on fighting, then I'll be your opponent. Fine. Yang Chuling drew a light blade and slashed at Yang Hua. Knowing she couldn't match him in mech strength or attack technique, she closed in to test reaction speed. Use was her advantage. Facing her storm-like assault, Yang Hua raised a strangely shaped shield in his right hand. No matter which direction she attacked from, the shield was always there to block her path. As mech energy drained rapidly, Yang Chuling's attack speed slowed, while Yang Hua remained calm, as if he had expended nothing. Final strike! Yang Chuling suddenly stopped attacking and stepped back 2 paces. She raised her light sword to her chest and the blade's glow grew brighter and brighter. Yang Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura radiating from Yang Chuling actually made him feel a hint of danger. Killing sword! Yang Chuling shouted, thrusting a light sword 3 times larger than before toward Yang Hua's chest. This was her ultimate technique, her last desperate move, gathering a third of her core power into a single attack. If she couldn't kill her opponent, she'd be the one killed. Galaxy Shield. The shield in Yang Hua's hand suddenly expanded and thickened. Sword matched shield and a blinding light exploded. Everyone present, except Yang Tianhe, was forced to shut their eyes. When the light faded and vision returned, Yang Chuling and Yang Hua had both deactivated their mech fusion and stood facing each other. Who won? Yang Hua sighed. The Yang family is fortunate to have a descendant with your talent. Yang Chuling replied coldly. I didn't expect the Yang family to have an expert like you. Enough! Everyone disperse! Chuling, Tianhe, and Xiaoyao, stay! Yang Hua waved his hand, signaling the end of the ancestral ceremony. Though everyone wanted to stay and watch the drama, the elder had spoken, so they had no choice but to leave. Soon, only 4 remained in the cemetery. Yang Tianhe looked at Yang Chuling and shook his head gently. Chuling, your mother must have told you that I abandoned you two, right? Yang Chuling sneered. Isn't that the truth? Indeed. I did make you leave EC City back then, but not to drive you away to save you. Save me? What a story you've cooked up. Because back then, it wasn't me who seduced your mother. She drugged the food at the banquet and deliberately slept with me, then gave birth to you, hoping to threaten me into helping her. My uncle ordered me to kill you both to eliminate the threat, but you're my own flesh and blood. How could I do that? So I gave her money and made you leave EC City. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're making this up to fool me, right? Yang Chuling felt as if struck by lightning. All these years she had struggled to survive and trained relentlessly for what? To one day take revenge on the Yang family, especially her own biological father, Yang Tianhe. And now he was telling her that his actions were to protect her and that her mother was the liar. Yang Chuling couldn't accept it. Yang Hua said calmly, at this point, Tianhe has no reason to lie to you. I can vouch for this. No, it can't be. If all this is true, then what am I? Yang Chuling seemed on the verge of madness. Yang Xiaoyao quickly stepped forward and hugged her. Aunt Chuling, don't get so worked up. The truth is out now. What's past is past. You should look forward. Look forward? My life is already a joke. How can I look forward? Yang Chuling laughed wildly. Yang Tianhe, said Chuling, come back. You're a descendant of the Yang family and deserve the rights of Yang children. And my mother? What about her? Will you acknowledge her or not? Yang Chuling suddenly asked. Yan Tian shook his head. I'm sorry. I can only promise the Yang family won't harm her, but she can never be added to the family registry. Just as I thought. You're as heartless as ever. This inhuman Yang family, I don't want to stay a minute longer. From now on, I renounce the name Yang. I have nothing to do with this family anymore. Aunt, don't be impulsive. Yang Xiaoyao urged. Yawa, I advise you to leave the Yang family soon and go to your brother. Or one day you'll die without knowing how. With that, Yang Chuling laughed 3 times and turned to leave. You've turned a fine family into a mess, reflect on yourself. Yang Hua left, leaving only grandfather and granddaughter in the vast cemetery. Yang Tianhe, Yao, you mentioned your brother earlier. Do you have news of war? Grandfather, please don't ask. I won't say anything. So you've all grown wings now, huh? None of you respect me as family head? Yang Tianhe raged. Yang Xiaoyao said softly, Grandfather, maybe everything you've done is for the family, but choosing Yang Jingshuan as heir might not be the best decision. With that, Yang Xiaoyao quickly left the pocket dimension. Staring at the now empty pocket dimension, Yang Tianhe seemed to age several years in an instant. Could I really have been wrong? The Yang family's ancestral ceremony was over, but the shockwaves it caused rippled through the clan for a long time. Yan Chulin's appearance, Yang Guang's punishment, and Yang Xiaoyao's rise made the branch families hesitant to pick sides for the moment. Though Yang Jingshuan remained the current heir, without Yang Guang scheming behind him, it was uncertain whether he could hold on. After the ceremony, Yang Xiaoyao didn't stay home or at Lo Zia's villa. Instead, she went to find Yang Guan. Her situation was dangerous now. First, she faced retaliation from the Qingguan mercenaries. Though she hadn't killed anyone, they couldn't find Yan Chuling, and even if they did, they couldn't beat her. They'd pick on the weak, and that meant her second. There was Yang Jingshuan's faction. Yang Guang's punishment was tied to her, and if they could hire the Qinglin mercenaries, they could hire others to deal with her. Then there was the Bai family. Bai Longqiu's defeat had cost them face, and they'd gone quiet, but that didn't mean they weren't plotting revenge. So, staying at Yang Huan's Azalea society was the safest option. Meanwhile, Yang Ying was already on her way to the Cao family. The Cao family had originally been a mid-tier clan, but since Cao Mengyu returned home after graduation last year, she immediately began recruiting talent and expanding their strength. They cleared out several bandit strongholds in the mountains outside East Sea City and found numerous subworld portals, including a blood moon mica mine that produced blood crystal ore essential for A-rank mechs and above. This discovery quintupled their annual income. Now their main businesses were intelligence gathering and mining. Cao Mengyu was gradually becoming the Cao family's decision-maker. Though she hadn't officially taken the title of family head, even the current head followed her orders. At this moment, in the Cao family's meeting hall, over a dozen senior members were in discussion. Your heir, isn't our expansion too fast? If the bandits of Blood Moon Mountain join forces, the Cao family might not be able to handle it. The speaker was Xiao Mengye's father, Cao Qianyi, his face etched with worry. Over the past few months, the Cao family had destroyed 7 or 8 large bandit lairs in the mountain range, but their own losses were not insignificant. The remaining bandits united and issued a statement. If the Cao family continued like this, they would launch attacks on all of the Cao family's assets. But Xiao Mengye remained unmoved, intensifying her efforts to purge the bandits who had retreated deeper into the mountains. Most of these bandits were backed by some faction or another, since every family had matters they couldn't handle personally. Moreover, these bandits could guard subworld portals located far from the faction's strongholds. The two sides had formed a harmonious exchange of interests. The bandits gained living space and equipment, while the factions saved manpower and received ores, materials, food, and more from them. Cao Mengyu's aggressive campaign deliberately avoided the bandit lairs controlled by major powers, but she still offended at least a dozen mid-tier factions. Although these factions couldn't openly admit that the bandit lairs were under their protection, they still issued warnings to the Cao family, both overtly and covertly. I agree with Qianyi's opinion. Yu'er, we all understand your desire to expand the family, but with the Cao family's current strength, even if we take those territories, we can't hold them all. The speaker was Cao Mengyu's uncle, also the current patriarch of the Cao family, Cao Qianhua. Cao Mengyue stood up, her gaze sweeping coldly across the room. Everyone, I've made it clear, a great calamity is coming. If our Cao family doesn't grow quickly, we'll become fish on someone else's chopping block. But Yu'er, you refuse to tell us what this great calamity is. How can we believe you? I can't say. If I do, the Cao family will face immediate destruction. The atmosphere in the room froze. Just then, a guard entered to report. Monsieur, there's a man outside claiming to be a guild leader who wishes to see you. Cao Mengye's eyelid twitched suddenly. So he finally came. Everyone, go prepare. The original plan stands. I'll go receive an honored guest. Cao Mengye left the council hall, leaving a group of grim-faced Cao family elders behind. Slap! Cao Jianhua slammed his hand hard on the chair. Mengye is getting more and more out of line. Does she still have any respect for me as patriarch? Exactly. Relying on her strength, she does whatever she wants at home. Qianyi, you should control her. Another elder chimed in. Cao Qianyi sneered. When she was here just now, none of you dared say a word. Now that she's gone, what's the use of telling me? Cao Mengye walked to the gate and indeed saw a familiar figure. You're here. Yang Junwu nodded. I'm here. As agreed, tell me the truth about back then. Shall we talk inside? No need. Right here is fine. Who was the one who broke my legs back then? I can tell you, but I have a condition. Yang Junwu said flatly. You're in no position to bargain with me. I have news of Roshui! What? Yang Junwu's expression shifted slightly. 3 years. He had sent people to search for Su Shui's whereabouts, but found nothing, as if she had vanished from the face of the earth. To wait for her, he had already rejected Qi Tianhei's urgings to marry 3 times. The Tianhei alliance had an unwritten rule: every sovereign must marry a princess sent by the Nianhua kingdom. The reason was simple: the Tianhei alliance's headquarters was within the Fie kingdom, and this was to balance the 2 kingdoms' influence within the alliance. Before leaving, Qi Tianhe had handed Yang Junwu a marriage contract, telling him to go to the Nianhua kingdom and marry the princess as soon as possible, so he could formally transition from acting sovereign to sovereign of the Tianhe alliance. Wang Junwu had made excuses to delay, and Qi Tianhe, unable to do anything, had urged the Nianhua kingdom to send the princess to the alliance for the wedding before he left. Upon learning this, Yang Junwu fled the Tianhai alliance that very night and returned to East Sea City. By coincidence, he saved young Xiaoyao, which led to everything that followed. Now, hearing news of Su Rushui from Sale Mengye's mouth, thoughts of revenge were instantly cast aside. Go on, what's the condition? If Rushui refuses to marry you, I want our marriage contract restored. Yang Junwu was taken aback. Then a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You want to marry me? That's right, we were supposed to be husband and wife, but someone interfered back then. I have no feelings for you, Yang Junwu said bluntly. That's fine. Even a marriage in name only will do. After we're wed, whether you seek Rushui or other girls, that's your freedom. Yang Junwu's mind raced. Why was Cao Mengyu so desperate to latch onto him? Could she know he was the acting sovereign of the Tianhe alliance? Logically, that should be impossible. The Tianhe alliance had strict hierarchy, the 16 dark mechanisms, and 32 divine mechanisms would never betray him. After a moment's thought, Yang Junwu spoke. Fine, I can agree, but only if the information you give me is true. Su Rushui is the 3rd princess of the Nianhua kingdom, and currently the only princess yet to be married. However, she will be wed soon. A smug, hidden smile curled at the corner of Cao Mengyu's mouth. Yang Zhongwu, even if you're a genius, you'll never guess who your rival is. It's someone you can never touch. Su Rushui is actually a princess of the Nianhua kingdom. Everything made sense now. Why Su Rushui never dared to reveal her feelings for him at the academy, because the man she was to marry was the sovereign of the strongest force on the continent, the Tianhe alliance, with no equal. She didn't represent herself, but the interests of the Nianhua royal family, even the entire Nianhua kingdom. And if anyone found out she was with Yang Junwu, it would bring disaster upon him. So she chose to leave without a word, not even sending him a single letter or message in all these years. But what she could never have imagined was that the man she didn't want to marry was the future sovereign of the Tianhe alliance. Yang Zhongwu was overjoyed. The only thing he wanted to do now was rush to the Nianhua kingdom and marry Su Rushui. Rushui, wait for me. I'm coming. Thank you for telling me. Yang Junwu clasped his fists to Cao Mengyu, then left swiftly. Watching his retreating figure, Cao Mengyu murmured, Woo, I don't actually want you dead. But if you live, you're like a sharp sword hanging over the Cao family's head. I have no choice. After leaving the Xiao family, Yang Junwu went straight back to the Azalea Society. Sister, find me a teleportation route to the Nianhua kingdom right away. Yang Huan was startled. Wu, what are you going to the Nianhua kingdom for? Though the 2 kingdoms were at peace on the surface, they had clashed many times in history, and many people on both sides harbored mutual hatred. If they discovered a citizen of the other kingdom on their soil, they might not receive them kindly. I'm going to find someone. Don't worry about the details. This person is extremely important to me. All right, wait a moment. I'll ask around. Yang Wan didn't press further and immediately gathered her subordinates to research. Soon, a teleportation route appeared before Yang Junwu. Starting from East Sea City, passing through Falcon City, Ziwei City, Xiaoxuan City, and finally reaching Zhenbai City on the border. Then he would need to cross the checkpoint on foot, entering the Nianhua kingdom through Zhenan City, Sky City, Snow Knight City, and finally to the outskirts of the royal capital. If all goes smoothly, you can make it in 2 days. Yang Huan said. Thank you, sister. I'll set off immediately. Yang Junwu began preparing to leave at once. Wu, be careful. Your strength has entered the ranks of experts, but there's always a higher mountain beyond the mountain, a stronger person beyond the person. Act cautiously in everything. Yang Junwu turned back with a slight smile. I understand, sister. Don't worry, I'll be careful. The teleportation portal in East Sea City had always been a Bai family business, so Yang Junwu made some light disguise. He rarely showed his face before, and with 2 or 3 years having passed, his features had become more refined and his stature taller. Unless someone knew him very well, they wouldn't recognize him. 5,000 faith coins per teleportation, the portal attendant said coldly. Good grief. 5,000 per trip. The Bai family really knew how to make money. 5,000 Fei coins could buy roughly 1 B-grade core material. If 100 people used the portal a day, that would accumulate enough materials for a full B-grade mech. Of course, even with money, you couldn't necessarily buy all mech materials, especially the more core ones, and you'd also need a specialized forger to craft the core. I don't have Feo coins. Will a long crystal ore do? Yang Junwu pulled a piece of ore from his ring. Long crystal ore could be refined into long crystal for crafting B-grade cores. You're a mech artisan? That's right. The ore works, but it'll cost double. Yang Junwu's face turned cold. That's robbery, you might as well just steal. He did carry a lot of materials, but he wasn't some fool to be fleeced. Tossing the long crystal ore to the attendant, Yang Junwu strode directly toward the teleportation array. How dare you! You have no respect for the Bai family. Men, seize him! The attendant flew into a rage, and the guards nearby immediately converged, reaching for Yang Junwu. Before their fingers even touched his clothes, a powerful and eerie aura erupted from Yang Junwu, sending a dozen guards flying. By the time they activated their mech fusion and charged again, Yang Junwu's figure had already vanished into the teleportation array. Cold sweat dripped from the attendant's forehead. Just with physical strength alone, he'd sent over a dozen people flying. What kind of strength was that? Thankfully, that man hadn't actually taken issue with him. Even if he'd killed him, the Bai family probably wouldn't dare do anything. After several teleportations, Yang Junwu finally arrived at Zhenbei City, the Fiye Kingdom's stronghold on the northern border. Unlike the tranquility of other cities, the moment Yang Junwu stepped out of the teleportation array, he felt the solemn killing intent all around. Hello, please register your identity information and your purpose for coming to Zhenbei City. The soldier guarding the portal spoke very politely to Yang Junwu. Please take me to your city lord. Yang Junwu produced a token from his chest. The guard laughed heartily. This is the front lines, not a place where just anyone can see the city lord. State your name and where you're from. You're not qualified to know my identity, Yang Junwu said coolly. Ridiculous. This is the front lines. No matter who you are, even royal relatives, you must reveal your true identity. Please give this token to the city lord, and he will understand. Yang Junwu knew the guard was only doing his duty, so he didn't take offense. He placed the token in the guard's hand. The token was exquisite, embossed with stars on the front and a river on the back. In all his years stationed here, the guard had never seen such a token. Man, this person's identity is suspicious. Arrest him. The guard shouted, and his comrades swarmed forward, pinning Yang Junwu down. Yang Junwu sighed inwardly. As the sovereign of the Heavenly River Alliance, he couldn't bring himself to strike at these low-ranking soldiers, so he let them restrain him. I won't run. Just show the token to the city lord, and he'll know at a glance. I've served for 3 years and never seen a token like this. It might be some kind of hidden weapon. Unless you state your identity, I won't hand such a dangerous item to the city lord. Yang Junwu was speechless. Brother, your lack of experience is your problem. What's all the noise about? A mech pilot with an officer's bearing stepped into the room. General Li. Perfect timing. We've caught an infiltrator. This is the token he was carrying. Let me see it. Li Zhong took the token. He'd been chewed out by his superiors for days over reports of Nianhua Kingdom spies in the city. Seeing Yang Junwu's token, a scheme formed in his mind. This token is from the Nianhua Kingdom. He's a spy who slipped into the city. Yang Junwu laughed in disbelief. You don't even recognize it, yet you claim it's a Nianhua token? A general like you in the Fei Kingdom is a national misfortune. How dare you? A mere spy spouting nonsense. Men, drag him out and execute him. Yang Junwu's expression turned cold. It seems I'll have to rid the Fei Kingdom of some vermin today. Without any visible movement, the 4 soldiers holding him were flung away. At the same time, his A-rank mech materialized around him, and he lunged for Li Zhang's throat. This was a heavily guarded frontline stronghold with many experts. Yang Junwu had to end this quickly. Li Zhong remained calm. By the time Yang Junwu had thrown off the soldiers, he'd already completed his own mech fusion. Like Yang Junwu, his mech was a rank, but it radiated killing intent. That killing intent didn't come from the mech. It came from the man himself. A long war lance materialized from the void, its tip precisely meeting Yang Junwu's palm. Yang Junwu dare not press the attack. He flipped backward and escaped through the window. It was night. Over a dozen mechs surrounded him from all directions, gleaming in the darkness like a pack of silver ghosts. He drew a deep breath of cold air, suppressing his tension. A lightsaber appeared in his hand and core energy surged into it. He had to finish this fast. The longer he waited, the more enemies would gather and the more dangerous his situation would become. A cold gleam flashed. Yang Junwu's mech blurred, dodging an incoming attack. He struck back swiftly, his lightsaber carving a brilliant arc that slammed into a mech, attempting a sneak attack. Then 2 particle cannon blasts chased down the retreating mechs. The enemy mechs tumbled under the barrage, dust and electric sparks filling the air. But there were too many of them. Before Yang Junwu could savor any victory, he was surrounded by several more mechs. They circled him like a wolf pack, launching relentless attacks. Yang Junwu felt his mech surging with excitement, like a provoked beast struggling to break free. This was his personally crafted a rank mech at full synchronization, unlike his previous B rank. This one had never faced such intense combat since its creation. As the battle grew fiercer, Yang Junwu sensed his synchronization with the mech climbing higher, even surpassing 100%. Could there be a new realm beyond full synchronization? The thought flashed through his mind, but this was hardly the time to ponder it. Li Zhong had activated the city defense particle cannon. That cannon packed far more power than any mech pilot's weapon. Though less agile, its massive core gave it nearly 10 times the energy of an equivalent rank mech pilot. Clearly, this blast was at least a rank. A searing beam, he barely managed to cry before being hurled away by the blast. His mech tumbled through the air and slammed into a nearby building. Dazed Yang Junwu realized his mech's energy level was nearly depleted from the cannon hit. They clearly intended to leave no survivors. He had to escape quickly, or the next attack would destroy him completely. He struggled to pilot the mech out of the rubble, the battlefield now a wreck. Over a dozen soldier mechs began closing in like a pack of silver ghosts. Yang Junwu took a deep breath of cold air. He knew he couldn't let these pilots stall him, or he'd lose his last chance to escape. He had to attack. The hidden dragon body let out a thunderous roar, and dragon ki surged through his limbs, partially replacing the mech's power. Dragon Break fists shot out like lightning across the night sky, striking several nearby mechs. Li Zhong's expression shifted slightly. This A-rank pilot was far too strong. He'd taken a direct A-rank particle cannon blast and withstood a dozen B-rank pilots' assault and still had the strength to counter-attack. Doubt crept into Li Zhong's mind about Yang Junwu's identity. But at this point, the only way out was to kill him. Even if Yang Junwu forgave him, Li Zhong would at least be stripped of his rank. If he killed him, he could pin the spy label on the corpse. Dead men tell no tales, and he could spin the story however he liked. His figure faded into the darkness as he charged at Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu was fighting to break out when a lance silently stabbed at his back from the shadows. By the time he sensed it, the lance had already pierced the mech's first passive shield. Cut. There was no time to block. He swung his sword backward, trying to force his opponent back. Li Zhong steeled himself. If it's a fight to the death, so be it. He didn't dodge the incoming blade. Instead, he poured more energy into his lance. Bang! The lightsaber slashed into his left shoulder, shattering his mech's armor and destabilizing its core. But his right-hand lance broke through as well, and the armor on Yang Junwu's back exploded into fragments. For an ordinary A-rank mech, such a devastating blow would likely sever the fusion entirely. But Yang Junwu's mech held the fusion didn't break. Instead, it increased core energy output to repair the damage. Seeing more soldiers closing in, Yang Junwu felt a pang of helplessness. From the start, he'd held back, knowing these soldiers were just following orders. But if he kept holding back, he'd lose his life. He couldn't afford to be merciful anymore. He still had several Mecha LINK lottery tickets in hand. If he could draw a gold one, he'd break free. Just then, a strange gray mist suddenly spread across the plaza, and the dozens of pursuing mech pilots inexplicably had their fusions forcibly dispelled. This is Dark Nether Chi. Yang Junwu instantly recognized the gray mist in the air. Dark Nether Chi. The eerie power the Dark Nether used to seal mech fusion. This was Zhenbei City. Why would such powerful Dark Nether Chi appear here? Out of the darkness, a cold woman's hand grabbed him and swiftly pulled him away from the plaza. Gradually, the Dark Nether Chi dissipated, and the plaza returned to normal. The only difference, Yang Junwu, who'd been surrounded, was gone. Li Zhong's heart sank. That man might well have been a top expert sent by the Nianhua Kingdom. He'd never seen anything so bizarre. Even mech fusion could be forcibly undone. If the Nianhua Kingdom had such technology, Zhenbei City was in serious trouble. He didn't dare delay. He rushed to the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Yang Qiamo's face turned pale when he heard the report. General Li, are you saying this man used a strange gray mist? And you and your soldiers had your mech fusions forcibly dispelled upon contact? Yes, it was truly bizarre. I've never encountered anything like it. If this is new Nianhua technology, I think we need to report to the capital. Li Zhong was still shaken. Thankfully, the man hadn't intended to kill. If he had, Li Zhong and his 50 or 60 men would all be dead. You may go. I'll report this to my superiors. Yang Qianmo waved his hand, dismissing Li Zong. Li Zhong didn't know, but as the city lord of this fortress, Yang Qianmo had long heard of the Dark Nether. This gray mist, combined with the effect of dispelling fusion, that was the Dark Nether's signature move. If the Dark Nether had allied with the Xuanhuan kingdom and struck some deal, it wouldn't just be Jinbei City, the entire Fei kingdom could be in danger. This was beyond his ability to handle. He could only request the intervention of the 5 great academies. Li Zhong lingered at the door, hesitating. Yang Qianmo noticed his uneasy expression and snapped, "General Li, is there something you're hiding from me?" Cold sweat beaded on Li Zhong's forehead. He dropped to his knees and explained, "City Lord, this man arrived via a teleportation array from the mainland. When I saw he seemed suspicious, I asked him to identify himself. Not only did he refuse, but he attacked the recording soldiers. He was highly skilled. To avoid casualties, I used the city defense cannon on him. After he was hit, the gray mist appeared. This token fell from him." "What token? Bring it to me." Li Zhong handed over the token Yang Junwu had given him earlier. Yang Qianmo took it and was stunned. "Where is the man who held this token?" Li Zhong didn't know why the city lord was suddenly so agitated. He murmured, "I don't know." After the gray mist appeared, the man vanished. Yang Qianmo shot him a furious glare. "You fool, you've caused a disaster. Who are you, really? Why do you keep helping me?" Yang Junwu stared at the woman before him, her face veiled in black silk. He knew her all too well. She was the Dark Nether young lord who had saved him at Skyrage Academy 2 years ago. "You don't need to know who I am," the woman said coolly, turning her face away. "Do we know each other?" Yang Zhongwu felt a nagging sense of familiarity, but he couldn't place her. "Enough. I'm with Dark Nether. We're the polar opposite of your academy faction," she said with a shake of her head. "I can see you haven't lost your conscience. Why stay with Dark Nether and aid their evil?" The woman was silent for a long moment. "In your eyes, maybe what Dark Nether does is wrong. But what if I told you we're trying to keep the world from being destroyed? Would you believe me?" "Yes," Yang Junwu nodded. "Why?" She didn't understand. They stood on opposite sides, yet he trusted her so firmly. "Because of you. I can feel the sincerity in your heart." Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. "Thank you, Wu. Your understanding is enough." She turned away, wiping her tears, and pointed to the distant mountains. "You're heading to the Xuanhua kingdom to find Su Ruoshui, right? Go that way, and you'll cross into Xuanhua territory. Most of Dark Nether's forces are in the Fei kingdom. I can't help you there. Be careful." Yang Junwu was stunned. She even knew he was looking for Su Ruoshui. A vague image began to form in his mind. "Are you Yengang?" The woman trembled. Slowly, she pulled down her veil, revealing a delicate face. It really was Tang Yingying! Years had passed, and the girl he once knew had grown into a young woman. Her complexion wasn't great, perhaps due to cultivating negative energy. "Yin Ying, it's really you. How did you end up with Dark Nether?" Yang Junwu was deeply puzzled. Tang Yingding clenched her jaw and shook her head. "Don't ask about that. Go now, the city guard from Zhenbai City will search here soon." Yang Junwu glanced back at the city walls. She was right. The ramparts of Zhenbai City were lit up, and a large group of mech pilots were already fanning out to search. He had no choice but to leave. "Yin Yang, take care of yourself. When I come back, we'll talk properly." Don't worry, I can look after myself." After bidding Tang Ying farewell, Yang Junwu quickly slipped into the mountains. 2 days later, he finally entered the Xuanhua kingdom. Having learned from his last encounter in Zhenbai City, he bypassed Zhenin City entirely this time, finding a weakly guarded route to slip around it and head straight for the inland cities. In Yunxiang City, he learned from a map vendor that the capital city had recently been placed under martial law. Entry and exit required special inspection, and all teleportation arrays leading to the capital had been temporarily shut down. The only way to reach the capital was by shuttle. With no other option, Yang Junwu paid 2 B-grade crystals for the fare to the capital. Fortunately, the shuttle was fast. It took less than 10 hours to reach the station outside the southern gate of the capital. Without wasting a moment, Yang Junwu headed straight for the city gate. "Halt! Who are you, and why do you seek entry?" "I am a teacher at Skyrage Academy. I have urgent business with the sovereign. This is my token." This time, Yang Junwu had learned his lesson and fabricated an identity. After all, few would recognize the Star River Alliance token. The guard eyed the token with suspicion. Skyrage Academy was one of the top academies in the Xuanhua Kingdom, held in high regard by the common folk. So the guard didn't dare delay and took the token to report to the inner city. Meanwhile, in the imperial inner court, Sovereign Su Kang paced anxiously in the great hall like a cat on a hot tin roof, while his ministers stood with hands folded, not daring to speak. General Liu, any word on Shu'er yet? Your Majesty, the city guard has searched every corner of the capital. There's no sign of the princess. I suspect she may have already left the imperial city. What good are you all? A grown woman disappears into thin air? Your Majesty, Her Highness the Princess is highly skilled. If she wished to leave, there was little we could do. General Liu stammered in his defense. If you have time to argue, you have time to search. Get out, Su Kang snapped. Yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave. General Liu retreated. Report? An inner guard entered from outside the hall. Your Majesty, a young man at the southern gate holds a token and requests an audience. He says he has urgent business with you. Bring it to me. The inner guard presented the token. This is the token of a Star River Alliance envoy. Su Kang's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, he must be here to discuss the princess's marriage. But Ruo Shui wasn't even in the palace right now. What was he to do? Where is he now? Still waiting outside the southern gate. Quick, bring him to my study. I'll receive him privately. Su Kang had no choice but to see if he could stall the man. Soon, Yang Junwu was led by the guards to the imperial study. Yang Junwu looked at the man before him, whose features bore a resemblance to Su Ruoshui's, and immediately deduced he was her father, the sovereign of the Nianhua kingdom. Sovereign above, your son-in-law pays his respects. You are? Su Kang was taken aback. Could this be the heir to the Star River Alliance that Shi Tianhe had mentioned? Yang Junwu stepped forward and showed the ring on his hand. The ring was the sole token of the alliance leader. Su Kang could be certain this man was Su Ruoshui's future husband and the Star River Alliance's leader. He clasped his hands in salute. I dare not presume. The leader graces us with his presence, and I failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. Yang Junwu smiled. We're practically family now, Sovereign. No need for formalities. By the way, where's Ruoshui? He was eager to see her. Well, Su Kang's face showed reluctance. Has something happened to Ruoshui? Yang Junwu was alarmed. No, don't misunderstand. Sai, I'll be honest with you. Ruoshui has run away from home. What? Yang Junwu was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? With the palace's tight security, how could she just walk out like that? Sai, perhaps she felt cooped up at home and wanted to get out. But don't worry, I've already sent people to find her. We should have news soon. Why don't you stay at the palace for now? And I'll notify you the moment we hear anything about Shu'er. Su Kang dared not reveal that Su Ruoshui had run away because she'd fallen for another man and refused to marry the Star River Alliance leader. The best he could do was keep Yang Junwu in the palace and intensify the search. Yang Junwu was exasperated. He could guess that Su Ruoshui had fled to avoid marrying him, the alliance leader, and the reason she ran was to find him. If he'd known this would happen, he should have revealed his identity to her sooner. Such is the unpredictability of fate. At that very moment, Su Ruoshui, hidden among a group of mercenaries, had slipped across the border and entered the Feiye kingdom. After parting ways with the mercenaries, she began asking around for news of the Yang family. It didn't take long to get a lead. After all, the 10 great families were well known in the Feiye kingdom, and even those unfamiliar with the details knew roughly which city each family was in. You mean the Yang family? One of the 10 great families? I know them. They're in Donghua City. From here, it's a day's ride by shuttle, or you could take a teleport gate if you go into the city. Su Ruoshui ultimately chose the shuttle. Once her father discovered she'd run away, he might notify the Feiye kingdom to keep a strict watch for her. Taking the official teleport gate was too risky. The shuttle took longer, but it was unregistered, no trace left behind. A day later, she finally arrived in Donghua City. After entering the city, Su Ruoshui hesitated. What if she went to find him so rashly, and he didn't like her anymore? Hey there, little lady, new in town, are we? I don't recall seeing you before. While Su Ruoshui was lost in thought, a group of slick-looking young men surrounded her. What do you want? Her voice was icy cold. Except when she was with Yang Junwu, she was always this aloof. Ooh, an ice queen, huh? Do you know who we are? I don't care who you are. If you don't get out of my way, don't blame me for being rude. Su Ruoshui's tone was frigid. That's hilarious. You dare act tough in front of me? Man, drag her away! The leader burst into laughter. Pai Tianjing had ruled the streets of Donghua City for years, relying on his sharp instincts. This woman had looked lost when she entered the city, clearly not a local. And no family had come to receive her, so she was likely just passing through. Besides, she showed no sign of being a powerful cultivator, and given her age, Bai Tianjing quickly concluded she was easy prey ripe for robbing and other things. No need. I'll go with you. Su Ruoshui raised a hand to stop the thugs from approaching. She wasn't afraid of him, but she didn't want to cause a scene on the main street. Soon, she was led to a secluded house. Bai Tianjing's gaze grew hungrier the more he looked at her. With a lecherous grin, he said, "Sweetheart, if you play nice, we can work something out. In Donghai City, I can guarantee your safety." Thud! Before he could finish, a fist slammed into his nose. Blood sprayed from Bai Tianjing's face, and a few teeth went flying. "You bitch! You've got a death wish, hitting me! Everyone, break her arms and legs! Let's see how tough she is then!" Bai Tianjing was furious. His B-grade mech fused instantly. The rest of his men, some B-grade, some C-grade, also activated their mech fusion. But Su Ruoshui acted as if she hadn't seen them at all. She threw another punch. Bai Tianjing's fusion wasn't complete when a blow struck his abdomen. The searing pain cut his fusion short. Su Ruoshui wasn't done. She drove her knee up into his groin. A sickening crack echoed something had shattered. Bai Tianjing's eyes bulged, his face pale, mouth open, but no sound coming out. Su Ruoshui snorted coldly. "Take him to the hospital now, and maybe he can still be saved. If you dawdle and he ends up impotent, don't say I didn't warn you." The thugs broke out in cold sweat. What a ruthless woman. Their boss had picked a fight with the wrong person this time. After dealing with Bai Tianjing's group, Su Ruoshui thought it over and decided to go find Yang Junwu to get the truth. She firmly believed that Yang Junwu loved her just as she loved him. After asking for the location of the Yang family, Su Ruoshui headed there. Suddenly, a child of about 3 or 4 years old ran out from a path on the right, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Su Ruoshui quickly went over and helped him up. "Little one, where are your parents? Why are you running around on the road alone?" The little boy gestured frantically toward the alley across the way, his face full of urgency. "Bad people. Save Mama." "You mean your mother is caught by bad people and you want me to save her?" The boy nodded vigorously. "All right." Su Ruoshui lifted the boy onto her back and walked toward the alley. Sure enough, in a deserted alley, a blue mech was surrounded by 5 or 6 gray mechs. "Bai xiuxian, you've got no way out today. Didn't expect this, did you?" "The Bai family doesn't even acknowledge you," said one of the gray mechs. "Bai xiuxian? That can't be right. Bai xiuxian is at least an A-rank mech pilot. How could she be cornered by these B-rank mech pilots?" The blue mech spoke. "I haven't provoked you. Why must you go so far as to kill me?" "Sorry, we don't want to either, but you know too much, so you have to die." Judging by the voice, it didn't sound like the Bai xiuxian she knew. Su Ruoshui figured it was just a name coincidence. Still, since she'd stumbled upon this, she couldn't just ignore it. She stepped forward and said, "Everyone, isn't it too much for so many of you to bully one woman? Who are you?" "Miss, I warn you best not to meddle, or it'll be too late when trouble comes for you." Su Ruoshui said calmly, "Let her go." The blue mech in the middle spoke up. "Miss, don't worry about me. Please find a man named Yang Junwu. Give this child to him and ask him to protect the child." "Yang Jiangwu! This woman has a connection to Yang Jiangwu." Su Ruoshui's expression shifted slightly. Without any visible movement, the 4 B-rank mech pilots surrounding the blue mech were instantly blasted away. The blue mech's face showed shock. Su Ruoshui hadn't even fused with a mech. She'd used pure physical strength to take on B-rank mechs with just her body. Even if it was a surprise attack and they weren't prepared, it showed her strength far exceeded A rank, reaching S rank or even SS rank. The leader's heart raced. With such strength, he didn't dare act rashly. "Miss, please leave your name so we know who we're dealing with." "Get lost." Su Ruoshui couldn't be bothered. "We're leaving." The leader was smart enough not to clash with Su Ruoshui head-on, and chose to retreat with his men. The blue mech disengaged its fusion, revealing the true appearance of the person inside. She was a very young woman, about Su Ruoshui's age. As soon as she saw Su Ruoshui, she immediately moved to kneel in thanks. "No need for such formalities. It's dangerous here. Let's leave first." Su Ruoshui brought her to a hotel. "Thank you. If not for your help, miss, Tianyi and I would have been in danger." "I don't mind for myself, but Yer is still young." The woman thanked her again. "I heard those people call you Bai xiuxian." The woman paused, then nodded. "That's right. I am Bai xiuxian. May I ask your name, miss?" "Su Ruoshui." "Miss Su, have you heard my name somewhere?" Bai xiuxian was sensitive to subtle expressions. Su Ruoshui had seemed surprised when she asked her name. Su Ruoshui smiled. "Yes, you're very observant. I do have a classmate named Bai xiuxian, about your age." "I see. But since we've never met, it must just be a coincidence of names." Su Ruoshui nodded. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, By the way, you mentioned finding a man named Yang Yunwu. Is the Yang Junwu you speak of from the Yang family, one of the 10 great families of Donghai City? Bai Shuiyin was taken aback. Miss Su knows Yang Junwu. She'd only blurted his name out of desperation. But logically, few people besides a handful should know Yang Junwu was still alive. If you mean the Yang Junwu who was expelled from the Yang family, then yes, Su Ruo Shui said honestly. Oh, Bai Shuiqin didn't seem as happy as one might expect.
She had complicated feelings about Yang Junwu.
Indeed, back then, when Yang Junwu was drugged, she was the one he'd assaulted. Because of that night, she'd become pregnant with his child, and the Bai family had expelled her for tarnishing their reputation. She knew she'd been set up by the Bai family. She was the illegitimate daughter of the family head and a shop clerk, and the Bai family never wanted her. Though Yang Junwu was also a victim, he was still the one who'd assaulted her, and she felt more hatred than sympathy for him. So for all these years, she'd raised her son alone, never thinking to find him. Miss Bai, do you happen to know where Yang Junwu is now? Su Ruoshui asked. I'm not sure, but you could try his sister, Yang Zhaoyao. She might have news of him.
Thank you, Miss Bai. Why don't you come with me?
It's too dangerous for you to be alone with the child. Bai Shuishen shook her head. Don't worry, I've already messaged my good friend. She'll come pick me up soon. Seeing that Bai Shuishen didn't want to come along, Su Ruoshui didn't push. As for what had happened between her and Yang Junwu, she could find out once she located him. Su Ruoshui turned to leave. As she opened the door, she saw a woman standing outside, about to knock. Bai Shuixin, Ru Shuiji. Both were stunned to see each other. You two know each other? Bai Shuixin walked over. Su Rushui was confused. The friend you mentioned is her? You're both named Bai Shuixin? The Bai Shuixin. At the door lowered her head, stammering, unable to speak. Xiao Zhao, so you've been using my identity out there? Bai Shuixin suddenly understood. Fine, I'll just say it straight. Meng Xiaojiao stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Yes, I used your name to get into the Divine Weapons Academy. Back then, I was a bandit and afraid I wouldn't pass the review, so I borrowed your identity as a young lady of the Bai family. I didn't expect to run into that man you mentioned at the academy, so I decided to get close to him and see what kind of person he really was. Su Ruoshui immediately caught on. The man you're talking about is Yang Yunwu. Right. I thought he was an irresponsible playboy, but after getting to know him, I found he was actually a very upright person. I wanted to tell him about you, but then he suddenly disappeared and I still don't know where he is. Bai Shuiqing glared at her. Nonsense. Meng Xiaojiao stuck out her tongue and didn't dare respond. Su Ruoshui sat down. You two, tell me what's really going on. Meng Xiaojiao looked troubled and glanced at Bai Shuixi. Bai Shuixi sighed. It's been so many years, there's no point hiding it.
She recounted the whole story of the Xiao family banquet from beginning to end.
Su Ruoshui suddenly understood the woman Yang Junwu had once said he'd wronged was this Bai Shuixin. That meant they'd not only been intimate, but also had a child together. Bai Shuixin looked at her and smiled. Ruoshui, from the look of you, you must love Yang Junwu, right? Don't worry, even though I had a relationship with him, I've never thought of using my son to threaten him. Soon, Xiaojiao and I will head deep into the mountains, and I'll have no further dealings with Yang Junwu. So you can freely pursue your love. Meng Xiaojiao nodded too. Xu Shenji is right. You and Yang Junwu were a couple at the Divine Weapons Academy, and it's perfect now. Don't worry, neither of us will tell anyone Shu Qin's secret. Zhu Ushui smiled bitterly and shook her head. Yes, she believed they weren't lying. But now that she knew Wu had a child, could she really keep it from him?
I'm sorry, but I can't lie to Wu about this.
If I find him, I'll bring him to see you, even if it's just to make up for the wrongs of the past. Whatever he chooses to do about you and the child, I'll support him. Ruoshui! Say no more. My mind is made up. I'm going to find Wu's sister now. Su Ruoshui turned and pushed the door open, leaving. What now? Bai Shuixin looked at Meng Xiaojiao. The latter shrugged carelessly. You're asking me? How should I know? This is between you two, not my business. I'm Meng Xiaojiao now, not Bai Shuixin. Bai Shuixin's face darkened. Let's get out of here and head back to the stronghold. Even if Ruoshui tells Yang Junwu about me, they won't find us. Bai Shuixin stood up to pick up her son and leave. Wait, Xiaowei, can you really bear for Xiaoyu to grow up without a father? Before you had no choice, but now you know Yang Junwu is alive. Can you bear to keep father and son apart forever? Meng Xiaojiao grabbed her hand. Bai Shuixin trembled. She'd given birth to Xiaoyu alone and raised him through countless hardships. If she hadn't met Meng Xiaojiao, who'd come to town for supplies, they'd have been killed by bandits long ago. She could hide in the mountains for the rest of her life, but she couldn't keep Xiaoyu trapped there forever. We'll talk about this later. Ruoshui saved my life. I can't get in the way of her and Yang Junwu's feelings. Bai Shuixin was resolute. Meng Xiaojiao shook her head. You're always thinking of others. What about yourself? Bai Shuixin smiled. Isn't that why I have you to keep me company? Fine, it's only because I'm so soft-hearted that I keep letting you have your way. Meng Xiaozhao sighed. When Bai Shuizhen acted coy, she really couldn't resist. Let's go, back to the mountain. The troubles of this world have nothing to do with us. Yang Junwu stayed in the imperial palace for 3 days. On the 4th day, he could no longer bear it. 3 consecutive days without any news could only mean one thing. Su Ruoshui had most likely already left the Nianhua kingdom and gone to the Divine Weapon Academy or the Yang family to find him. So he took his leave of his future father-in-law, obtained a golden token, and traveled unimpeded, teleporting directly from Tianquang Academy to the Divine Weapon Academy. However, after inquiring with the teachers, Yang Junwu found that no one had seen Su Ruoshui arrive. That made sense, since Su Ruoshui had run away from home in secret. She wouldn't dare come to the Divine Weapon Academy, which was closely tied to the royal family. She would more likely go straight to the Yang family. So Yang Zhongwu used the academy's teleportation gate to go directly to Donghai City. Meanwhile, Su Ruoshui had already arrived at the Yang family's doorstep. You're looking for the third miss?
She doesn't live at home!
Do you know where she is? Su Ruoshui asked. I heard she's staying with a friend, but as for the exact location, I am not too sure. I say, thank you. Su Ruoshui sighed. She hadn't expected finding someone in Donghai City to be so troublesome. Just as she was about to leave, a voice came from behind. Miss, please wait. Su Ruoshui turned around. A man of striking bearing walked over with a smile. You are? I am Yang Jingxuan, Xiao Yao's elder brother. The moment Yang Jingxuan stepped out and saw Su Ruoshui about to leave, he was utterly captivated. A powerful feeling surged deep within his heart. Beautiful, so beautiful. This woman was destined to be his, Yang Jingxuan's. He even began to imagine scenes with her. He pictured strolling with her along a park path, enjoying the morning sunlight and fresh air. He imagined sitting with her in a cafe, savoring rich coffee and delicate pastries. He imagined watching the sunrise and sunset by the seaside. A light cough snapped Yang Jingxuan out of his daydream. Oh, may I ask your name, miss? Su Ruoshui frowned. Do you actually know where young Xiaoyao lives? Of course I do. I know her better than anyone. Come in and have some tea first. I'll send someone to fetch her right away. No need. Just give me the address and I'll go myself. Yang Jingxuan shook his head. That won't do. You're a guest from afar. And since you're acquainted with Xiaoyao, if she found out I didn't receive her friend properly, she'd surely blame me. Su Ruoshui hesitated. If she were to marry Yang Junwu in the future, she'd be a daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Refusing such hospitality might not be appropriate. As she thought this, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Oh dear, Su Ruoshui, what are you thinking? Whoa, she's blushing. Could she have fallen for me at first sight too? Yang Jingxuan rejoiced inwardly. All right then, I'll trouble you, Su Ruoshui said with a slight nod. Please. Without any suspicion, Su Ruoshui followed Yang Jingxuan through the gates of the Yang mansion. They sat down in a small reception room, and Yang Jingxuan personally poured her a cup of tea. This is fine flying leaf tea, few in the entire flying leaf kingdom can obtain it. Please have a taste. Su Ruoshui picked up the cup and took a sip. The tea's fragrance filled her mouth, leaving a lingering sweetness. It was indeed excellent. Good tea. I'm glad you like it. By the way, how did you come to know my younger sister? I've never seen you before, and young Xiaoyao has never left Donghai City, Yang Jingxuan asked casually, as if it were an afterthought. Su Ruoshui's expression shifted slightly. She suddenly remembered that 3 years ago, Yang Junwu had told her he wasn't well regarded within his family. If she casually mentioned his name, it might cause trouble. Seeing her hesitation, Yang Jingxuan smiled. Miss, no need to be nervous. I was just asking casually. If it's inconvenient to say, I won't press further.
Thank you!
All right, then please wait a moment. I'll go fetch my sister. Yang Jingxuan rose and left the small reception room. Su Ruoshui estimated it would take at least 10 minutes for someone to arrive, so she decided to step out for a walk. But the moment she stood up, she collapsed to the floor. No, the tea just now was drugged. Su Ruoshui was alarmed, realizing it instantly. Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded. Yang Jingxuan reappeared at the door. You? Su Ruoshui tried to fuse with her mech armor, but the sharp pain surging through her mind made it impossible to concentrate. Miss, don't struggle. The poison you just drank is called Angel's Kiss. Within 12 hours, your mind will become foggy. You won't be able to control your limbs, and you won't be able to communicate with your mech core. What do you want? Su Ruoshui demanded angrily. What do I want? A girl as beautiful as you should belong to me. Yang Jingxuan. Don't worry, I'll be gentle with you. Yang Jingxuan stepped forward and tore off Su Ruoshui's outer garment. How dare you? If you touch me, the entire Yang family will be buried with you. Suruel Shui shouted.
Ridiculous! Even the royal family wouldn't dare speak such nonsense.
I advise you to cooperate or pleasure will turn into torment. Yang Jingxuan removed the last layer of her disguise and was about to commit his vile act when a knock came at the door.
Damn it! Who is it?
Yang Jingxuan roared. He had explicitly ordered that no one enter the small reception room within the hour. These servants clearly needed a lesson. Yang Jingzhuan, open the door, or I'll break in. It was Yang Xiaoyao's voice from outside. Why is she back home all of a sudden? Yang Jingxuan felt a flicker of alarm. Sister, I don't have time right now. Go away, I'll deal with you later. Yang Xiaoyao struck the door with her palm, and it collapsed with a crash. Yang Xiaoyao scanned the room but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Have you lost your mind? Don't think that just because grandfather protects you now, you can do whatever you want in this house. Yang Jingxuan shouted. Where is she? Where did you hide her? Yang Xiaoyao ignored his threats entirely. Who? There's no one here, Yang Jingxuan feigned ignorance. Don't lie to me. Someone saw you bring a girl looking for me into the mansion. Where is she? I want to see her. Yang Xiaoyao had run into a spy from the Duzhuan Society on the street, who had happened to pass by the mansion gate and overheard their conversation. That was why she had rushed back in a hurry. She left long ago. Impossible. If she left, why would you be alone in the reception room with the door locked? Do you take me for a fool? Fine. If you suspect me, then search. Yang Jingxuan spread his arms wide, looking righteous. Yang Xiaoyao's gaze fell on Yang Jingxuan's thumb. On his finger was a ring, a small pocket world. And this. Let me check inside, Yang Xiaoyao said, pointing at his ring. Yang Jingxuan's face turned cold. Yang Xiaoyao, don't push your luck. I am the future heir of this family. These are my personal belongings. Why should I show them to you? Fine. You don't have to show me. Then let's go see grandfather and have him inspect it personally. If he finds a woman hidden in there, well, you know the consequences. Yang Xiaoyao sneered. Judging by his expression, she was certain the woman was in that pocket world. Don't always use grandfather to pressure me. I'm leaving now. Can you stop me? Yang Jingxuan was genuinely afraid Yang Dianhe might show up, so he headed for the door. Yang Xiaoyao shouted, where do you think you're going? Come face the truth. She reached out to grab his shoulder. Yang Jingxuan had just barely stepped into the ranks of S-rank experts, so he wouldn't be caught so easily. He shook his right arm, sending Yang Xiaoyao's fingers flying off. Mech armor fusion. Yang Xiaoyao activated her fusion immediately. After training and with her 5-colored rainbow dragon body having evolved considerably, she could now achieve a fusion rate of about 95%, enough to handle ordinary rank mech masters. Slow light. Instead of attacking directly, she used a slowing beam. Anything hit by the beam would be slowed down, and its energy charging time would increase. It was a disruptive skill meant to support her ranged attacks, but now she used it to keep Yang Jingxuan from leaving. A mere B-rank mech master, you're nothing in front of me. Yang Jingxuan didn't even feel his armor. He simply accelerated on foot and dodged the slow beam's pursuit. But at the main gate, he was blocked by another woman. Xiuanhuan stared at him coldly. If Xiaoyao isn't enough, am I? You're Xiuanhuan? Yang Jingxuan had some impression of this highly skilled cousin. Your memory serves you well. Sister Huan, I haven't defended you. Why are you so set on stopping me? We're all family. Her attacks were honed through life and death battles, no wasted moves, each one targeting a vital point. Yang Jingxuan had no choice but to retreat and dodge. But Yang Guan's assault wasn't over. She slid forward and closed in again, this time targeting the ring on his hand. Break! Yang Jingxuan formed a fist with his right hand and threw a punch, colliding with Yang Guan's palm. The force was immense, and both of them staggered back a step. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyao caught up from behind and fired another slow beam. This time, Yang Jingxuan was still recovering from the clash and had no way to dodge. He took the hit squarely, and his speed plummeted. Mech armor fusion! With no other choice, he activated his core fusion. The gray Zhentian mech appeared, and its powerful aura dispersed the B-rank slow beam. Just as a major battle was about to erupt, an angry, aged voice rang out. Enough! Seeing who it was, all three of their expressions changed. Yang Tianhei's cold gaze swept over the three of them. I'm not dead yet, and you're already running wild, are you? Brawling right at the front gate? Aren't you afraid of making our Yang family look bad? Yang Xiaoyao lifted her chin, refusing to back down. Grandfather, Yang Jingxuan, is hiding my friend inside his inner world. I want to go in and check, but he won't let me. Yang Jingxuan sneered. Did you see me hide anyone with your own eyes? I didn't see it myself, but someone saw you bring someone into the residence. If you have a clear conscience, why won't you let me search? Yang Xiaoyao refused to yield an inch. Xuan is the family heir. How can he be searched just because anyone says so? If you don't have solid evidence, stop making a fuss and let outsiders watch the Yang family's drama. And you, xuanhuan, according to family rules, branch family members must obtain the owner's consent to enter the main residence. You came uninvited and even fought with the family heir. That's a serious violation of family rules. Xuanhuan smiled nonchalantly. Today I'm not here as a representative of the Yang branch family. I came to find my friend. This has nothing to do with family rules.
How dare you! You're all getting more and more disrespectful of me, the family head!
Guards, take them away and discipline them according to family rules. A smug smile curled at the corner of young Jingxuan's mouth. Even if Yang Tianhe didn't act for his sake, he'd still have to think about the Yang family's reputation. As the heir, he still had some standing in front of outsiders. As for any investigation afterward, he'd have plenty of time to move the person. Who dares to touch them? Xuanhuan shouted coldly, and a powerful aura erupted from her. The overwhelming pressure of an S-class mech pressed down so hard that the family guards couldn't even lift their heads. Yang Tianhe fused with his SS-class mech, Ming Yang, and struck a palm toward Yan Wan. Yang Huang didn't dare take it head-on. She summoned a shield to defend while retreating quickly. But Yang Tianhe's attack wasn't that simple. Two-star destroying cannon suddenly shot out from his arm. Boom! Yang Huan's shield shattered instantly, and the palm force swept through like it was entering empty land. Yan Tianhe held nothing back with this move. He wanted to put Yang Huan in her place. A five-colored light blazed around Yang Huan, and her speed suddenly increased. She managed to force another step back even after the force had spent itself. The palm force grazed past her chest. Yang Tian glanced at Yang Xiaoyao beside him. It was obvious that the sudden surge in Yang Huan's aura just now wasn't her own doing. It came from Yang Xiaoyao, the B-class mech pilot standing nearby. At this moment, her hands were glowing with five-colored light, linking herself to Yang Huan. This was the new ability she had unlocked after reaching the second level of the Jade Treasure Art. She cultivated the Jade Treasure Light. The five-colored Jade Treasure Light could enhance anyone linked by the light by 10% in movement speed, 10% in maximum core energy, 10% in attack power, 10% in recovery speed, and reduce consumption by 10%. The numbers might not seem like much, but the most terrifying thing about the Jade Treasure Light was that it could grant the same boost to any mech below the god level. In other words, the stronger the person being assisted, the greater the boost. Well done. Yang Hua laughed heartily. The two of them had coordinated more than once before, and with the enhancement, she immediately launched a counterattack. A spear appeared in her hand, and she charged at Yang Tianhe. So what? A green light flickered on Yang Tianhe's palm, and he actually grabbed the tip of the spear with his bare hand. What? Yang Huan was shocked. Catching an S-class weapon with bare hands. How is that possible? It's not barehanded. It's the Yang family's jade palm. He's wearing a weapon glove on his hand. Yang Xiaoyao immediately recognized the technique Yang Tianhe was using. Yang Huan's heart settled a little. If he could really catch a blade with his bare hands, she might as well just run. There was no chance of winning. The two of them fought 2 against 1, yet still couldn't gain the upper hand. Yang Jingxuan seized the moment, circled around to behind the gate, and prepared to slip away. The moment he stepped half a foot out the gate, a tall figure stood before him. You? Are you Yang Junwu? Yang Junwu let out a cold snort. How disrespectful! You! Yang Jingxuan's heart raced as he scrambled for a way to escape. Yang Junwu had already broken through to A-class 2 years ago. Now he was at least S-class, and he had countless strange gadgets on him. In a fight, he had no chance of winning at all. Hand the person over. Don't make me use force. What person? I don't know what you're talking about. Yaora's friend. I'll say it once and I'll give you 3 seconds. 3. She didn't even see anyone. 2. Yang Junwu, don't think I'm afraid of you. 1. Damn it! Yang Jingxianji decided to strike first. At this moment, Yang Junwu hadn't fused with his mech yet, and the two were less than a meter apart. At this distance, if he attacked, the other wouldn't have time to fuse. Yang Jingxuan threw a punch, but his fist was caught by Yang Junwu's bare hands. No matter how he struggled, it wouldn't budge. Impossible! Yang Jingxuan was stunned. Catching an S-class mech's punch with a bare body? Am I seeing this right? He blinked hard yes. There wasn't a trace of mech core fluctuation on Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu suddenly let go, and before Yang Jingxuan could react, a punch landed square on his chest. He didn't even see how Yang Junwu threw the punch. Deactivate it yourself? Or should I blast it apart for you? Yang Junwu's icy voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. Yang Jingxuan trembled all over. The 3 people fighting inside the gate seemed to hear the noise outside and stopped, walking out. Yang Junwu! Brother! Little brother! Three voices sounded at once. The first was shock. The latter two were delight. Young Tianxi's eyes were full of surprise. Julu, weren't you dead? How? Young Junwu chuckled. Thanks to grandfather's blessing, this grandson's talent was too poor. Even the underworld's messengers refused to take me, so they kicked me back out. Yang Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yang Tiana? Junwu, that time was my oversight. I didn't expect the Bai family to dare strike so viciously. Forget it. I don't plan to pursue the past. Yang Junwu turned to Yang Jingshuan. Hand the person over now. For grandfather's sake, I won't kill you this time. There's no one. Yang Jingshuan refused to budge. He didn't dare give in. If Su Ruoshui was found in his space, his status as heir would likely be stripped away. Fine, you asked for this. A dark green mech instantly fused onto Yang Junwu's body. This was an S-class mech. He had built himself out of boredom while in Nianhua country. Perhaps because his heart knot had been untied, this forging went extremely smoothly, achieving a 95% fusion rate in one go. Though it fell short of 100%, among S-class mechs, reaching above 90% was rare, if not 1 in 100, then at least seldom seen. Coupled with the fact that this mech could perfectly complement his hidden dragon body, its power was boosted even further. With this fusion, Yang Xuanwu could fight on par with an expert at the mid-SS stage. Yang Jingwu's punch was incredibly fast. Yang Xiuxian had no time to react before a fist slammed into the core position on his chest. Crack! The passive armor of Zhengshen was shattered directly, exposing the core inside. Stop! What are you all doing? Deactivate your fusions right now. Yang Tianhe quickly intervened, stepping between the two. Yang Junwu shrugged indifferently and deactivated his fusion. Seeing him deactivate, Yang Jingshuan quickly did the same. His core had already suffered severe damage. It would take at least 2 or 3 days to fully repair. We're all one family. What's with all this fighting? If there's a problem, we can sit down and talk it through slowly. Yang Tianhe deactivated his own mech fusion as well. Yang Xiaoyao pointed at Yang Jingshuan. Fine, but first have him return the person. I told you there's no one! Yang Jingshuan still tried to hold his ground. Yang Jianwu's face turned cold, and a sharp aura flickered at his fingertip. Ah. Yang Jingshuan let out a miserable scream. His thumb had been severed clean off. Yang Junwu, you're too ruthless! Yang Jingshuan wailed without pause. Yang Junwu acted as if he had done something utterly trivial. He picked up the thumb from the ground, removed the ring from it, and tossed the remaining half of the finger back to him. Go get that fixed. It might still be usable. He opened a portal to his inner world and gestured for Yang Xiaoyao to go in and find the person. Soon Yang Xiaoyao came out of the inner world carrying a woman. The woman was wrapped tightly in a light veil by Yang Xiaoyao. Yang Xiaoyao's first words upon coming out were, Yang Jingshuan, you used underhanded tricks to drug a woman and intended to do her harm. I didn't! Yang Jingshuan's eyes darted around nervously. Don't take us for fools. This woman is clearly under the influence of the Yang family's exclusive poison, Angel's Kiss. She's not in her right mind. Yang Tianhe's face changed drastically, and he shot Yang Jingshuan a fierce glare. Xuaner, is this true? Don't lie, or I'll expel you from the Yang family this instant, Yang Jingshuan said, in a low voice. It's true, but I fell in love with her at first sight. I thought I'd make things official first, then propose to her afterward. Shameless. Yang Xiaoyao glared at him in fury. A hint of disdain curled at Yang Quan's lips. Family head. Someone with such poor character should have his status as heir stripped immediately, if you ask me. Yang Jingshuan quickly explained, I haven't done anything yet. I only drugged her. If it comes to that, once she wakes up, I'll propose to her right away. You fool. Get back to the punishment room right now and reflect on yourself for half a day. Yang Tianhe's angry roar actually made Yang Jingshuan breathe a sigh of relief. Just reflection that was better than losing his heir status. Yes, I'm going now. Yang Jingshuan turned to leave, but at that moment, a cold, murderous voice rang out. Wait a moment. Yang Jingshuan raised an eyebrow. Yang Junwu. Grandfather already told me to go reflect. What more do you want? Yang Junwu said nothing, then suddenly struck. He circled around Yang Jingshuan at incredible speed so fast that even Yang Jianhe didn't react before Yang Junwu was back in his original spot. Damn you, Yang Junwu! I'll never forgive you! Suddenly, Yang Junjuan collapsed to the ground, screaming like a stuck pig. The joints of his arms and legs in that single instant had all been shattered by Yang Junwu. Yang Tianhe finally snapped back to reality. Seeing his grandson severely injured, he flew into a rage. Yang Junwu, you've lost your mind! Someone, arrest him. He had no time to fight with Yang Junwu. He scooped up Yang Jingshuan from the ground, intending to find a doctor. If you don't want the entire Yang family wiped out, you'd better not move, Yang Junwu said coldly. Just you? Yang Tianhe laughed in fury and swung a slap at Yang Wu. Yang Junwu didn't step back, taking the blow squarely. This slap is my repayment for the Yang family raising me. From now on, the Yang family is the Yang family, and Yang Junwu is Yang Junwu. We owe each other nothing. Yang Junwu's voice was calm. Dozens of Yang family members rushed out from the courtyard surrounding Yang Junwu. Sis, take Xiaoyao into the Stardust world and help the woman with the poison, Yang Junwu said to Yang Huan. Huan frowned. Can you handle this alone? Yang Junwu smiled slightly. Don't worry, it's fine. I am saving them. Soon, Yang Huan and Yang Xiaoyao disappeared with the woman in their arms. Yang Tianhe sneered. Yang Jianwu, the monk may run, but the temple stays. Let's see how you, with your wings grown, can fly even a step out of the Yang family. Pay with your life for my son! At that moment, a red mech burst into the crowd, charging at Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu took a deep breath and threw a punch. Dragon Breaker Fist. Boom! A powerful energy exploded, and the weaker Yang family members around were all knocked back. The attacker was none other than Yang Guang. He had never left the Yang family. Yang Xiuxian had secretly hidden him away. Now, seeing his son crippled, how could he hold back any longer? A bare body going head-to-head with an S-class mech was this even human? The Yang family members were filled with terror. First Yang Chuling, now Yang Junwu. Why were these people, after turning against the Yang family, all so powerful? It seemed that, unless the ancestor acted today, no one could restrain Yang Junwu. I kindly helped the Yang family ward off disaster, and instead of gratitude, you try to kill me. Truly good intentions taken for ill will, Yang Junwu suddenly sneered. What a joke! You severely injure the Yang family heir, and you call that warding off disaster? An elder laughed in fury. Do you know who Yang Jingshuan tried to assault? The princess of the Nianhua kingdom, and also the fiancé of the Star River Alliance's sovereign. The moment these words were spoken, the entire scene fell silent. Ordinary people might not know the Star River Alliance, but the Yang family, as a major clan, certainly did. Offend the Star River Alliance, and they wouldn't even need to act themselves. Other forces would come for the Yang family's life. Yang Tianhe's face darkened. How do you know that woman is the Nianhua Kingdom's princess? Believe it or not, that's your business. I crippled second brother to save his life, as a final gesture of goodwill to the Yang family. In any case, your family's affairs are none of my concern now. Farewell. Yang Junwu turned and walked away. Don't think you can escape. Yang Guang didn't care about the Star River Alliance. He was determined to make Yang Junwu pay. He struck again, but someone blocked his path. Father, you actually believe his nonsense? Yang Guang was shocked. The one blocking him was Yang Tianhe. Don't be rash. Let's get the facts straight first. Yang Tianhe was already 70 or 80% convinced, because Yang Junwu had no reason to lie. Thinking back, Yang Junwu only acted after seeing the woman Yang Xiaoyao had rescued. That meant he truly recognized her identity. So for the sake of the Yang family, you're willing to sacrifice one heir? Exactly. Back then, if not for the Yang family, would I have watched you all harm Yang Junwu? Blame yourself for failing to teach your son properly for his misconduct. Yang Tianhe's heart bled, but he had no choice. Compared to the life or death of one heir, the survival of the entire Yang family mattered most. Retribution is swift! Retribution is swift indeed! Yang Guang seemed to go mad. With Yang Jingshuan crippled, his status as heir would surely be stripped. Then what was all his years of scheming for? Father, it hurts. Save me. I don't want to be a cripple. Yang Jingshuan was a mess of tears and snot. Yang Guang slowly walked to his side, suddenly turning gentle. He softly stroked Yang Jingshuan's face, his voice tender. Xuanhe, don't worry. Father will end your pain right now. Great, Father. Let's leave. Let's not stay in the Yang family. Once I recover, I'll find Yang Junwu and... Yang Jia! Yang Jingshuan's eyes widened. Even in death, he never imagined his own father would be the one to kill him. Death is good. Death, there's no more pain. Yang Guang laughed maniacally, stumbling and flying out of the city, disappearing from sight. Patriarch! Enough! Say nothing. Let's go back and give Xuan'er a proper burial. Yang Tianhe's voice was defeated, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. At the Azalea Society. Yang Junwu rested his chin on his hands, staring blankly at the woman's face before him. Su Rushui blushed under his gaze and spat. You fool, what are you staring at? Hey, I didn't expect you to blush, Ruoshui. Tell me, did you come all the way to East Sea City to find me because you missed me? Po! Su Ruoshui hadn't expected that the steady young Junwu she knew years ago would become so glib. Who's here to find you? I'm just taking a stroll. Yang Xiao, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Brother, sister-in-law, stop with the riddles. Sister Huan and I are waiting for your wedding feast. In my opinion, the day after tomorrow is a lucky day, so why not? No! Yang Junwu and Su Ruoshui said in unison. Yang Xiaoyao was stunned, then shook her head helplessly. These two were really making her anxious. Yang Wan spoke up. Why not? Don't you like Ruoshui? Yang Junwu laughed. Of course not, but marrying so easily would be unfair to Ruoshui. At the very least, we should prepare a grand sedan chair and 10 chests of betrothal gifts to formally propose at her home. Yang Huan realized. That makes sense. No, you can't propose. Su Ruoshui hastily refused. Yang Junwu knew exactly what she was thinking. She was afraid that if he went, he'd learn her identity, that she was betrothed to the Star River Alliance's sovereign. Don't worry, I'm confident your parents will accept the proposal, Yang Junwu said, deciding to tease her because her anxious blushing face was just too adorable. No, that's not what I mean. Actually, you should go see someone first, Su Ruoshui said, unable to find a good excuse, when Bai Xiuxian's image suddenly popped into her mind. Oh, who? Bai Xiuxian? Xiuxian, didn't she graduate? Why would I go see her? Yang Junwu was baffled. Not that Bai Xiuxian. The real Bai Xiuxian. The one you violated back then and who was cast out of her home. Yang Junwu's mind exploded. Could it be that because of this Bai Xiuxian, Su Ruoshui was hesitating not because of her own identity? It was possible. Since she had already come here, it meant she had made up her mind not to follow her family's arrangement to marry the Star River Alliance's sovereign. As for Bai Xiuxian, Yang Junwu did feel guilt. He was a victim himself, but the woman he violated was even more innocent. Where is she now? Yang Junwu asked. Su Ruoshui was taken aback. You want to go find her? Yang Junwu nodded. No matter who set up that scheme back then, she was innocent, a casualty of my struggle with young Jingshuan. In all fairness, I should go see her and apologize. Su Ruoshui bit her lip. If you find her, what will you do? Yang Junwu smiled bitterly. I haven't decided. Maybe keep her by my side for now, to make up for all these years of debt. The room fell silent. Yang Xiaoyao, sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly spoke up. But brother, we don't even know where Bai Xiuxian went. How do we find her? I know. Huh? Everyone looked at Su Ruoshui. Yang Xiaoyao slapped her forehead. Oh my god, even if you know, don't say it now. xiuxian and the fake xiuxian at the academy are good friends. They're living deep in the mountains now. And you have a son? What did you say? I have a son. Yang Junwu was completely stunned. Yes, Bai Shuixing bore you a son, Su Ruoshui confirmed. If she were selfish, she truly didn't want to tell Yang Junwu this news, but she couldn't bear a love built on lies. If one day Yang Junwu discovered Bai Shuixin and his son on his own, things would be even worse. Now she left the choice to Yang Junwu. If he chose Bai Shuixin and their son, she would have no regrets. Yang Junwu sighed softly. Ruoshui, I can't go to the Nianhua kingdom to propose right now. You go back first. Once I find Bai Shuixin, I'll come find you. Wait for me. I understand. Su Ruoshui nodded, but her heart was bleeding at that moment. I want to wait for you, but once I go back this time, I might not be able to return. Yang Xiaoyao quickly stopped her. Wait, why go back? If you need to wait, just wait here. Su Ruoshui shook her head. No, I've been away too long. If I'm late, it might cause trouble. Everyone, until we meet again. Su Ruoshui wasn't one to drag things out. She stood up and left the Azalea Society. Brother, what are you doing? Why didn't you stop her? It's fine, let her go. I have things to sort out first. Yang Junwu wasn't worried. The Star River Alliance sovereign that Su Ruoshui feared marrying was actually him. He looked at Xuanhuan. Sister Wan, will you accompany me into the mountains outside the city tomorrow? All right. Xuanhuan didn't say much, just nodded. She fully understood his choice. If she were Su Ruoshui, she'd probably also choose to tell the truth. A love with a thorn in the heart would be painful. I'm coming too. I'll keep an eye on you for Sister Ruoshui, Yang Xiaoyao said, puffing with anger. Her view was different. There was no real affection between Yang Junwu and Bai Shuixin. Even if there was a child, it was just an accident. If worst came to worst, he could marry both. Yang Junwu rolled his eyes. You've only known Ruoshui for half a day. Since when did you two get so close? Yang Xiaoyao snorted. None of your business. I just want Sister Ruoshui as my sister-in-law. Qinglian Mountain, Muqiang Village. All 108 people in the village, men, women, and children alike, donned their integrated armor and stood before the village gate, glaring at the dozen or so CACH experts not far away. Cao Mengye stepped forward. Listen, all of Muqiang Village. If you want to live, surrender immediately. Hand over the village's teleportation array, and otherwise don't blame me, Cao Mengye, for showing no mercy. A burly man stepped out from Muqiang Village ranks. Cao. Our Muqiang Village has always kept to ourselves and never crossed paths with your cow family. What's the meaning of this? Enough talk. You have only two choices, submit or die. Big words, I'm Mengye. Would like to see what your Chow family is really capable of. Cao Mengye waved her hand. Kill them all. The dozen or so Chow family experts charged into the Muqiang Village crowd. These were all experts personally selected by Cao Mengye, every one of them an A-rank mech pilot. Though Muqiang Village had numbers on their side, most only had B-rank mechs, with even some D-rank mechs filling out the ranks. Like wolves among sheep, the Muqiang Village defenders fell in droves. Don't get cocky. I'll take you on, Meng Xiaojiao shouted, charging at Cao Mengye. Bai Shuixin, is that you? Cao Mengye was momentarily taken aback. Both were members of the Waterlord Society at the Academy and knew each other well. Cao Mengye, can you, for my sake, call off the attack on Muqiang Village? Meng Xiaojiao knew Cao Mengye's strength all too well. If the other didn't use her corrosive flame, she could barely fight to a draw. But once Cao Mengye unleashed her innate ability, even SS rank experts might not withstand it. Cao Mengye shook her head. Not unless you willingly give up Muqiang Village. Muqiang Village is the only place we can survive. Why must you push us to the brink? To support over 100 people, Mengye's only source of income was the rune materials from the pocket world within Muqiang Village. If they gave up the village, they'd starve or be forced to rob elsewhere. I'm sorry, but I need the resources in Muqiang Village. Meng Xiaojiao gritted her teeth. Cao Mengye, you're too greedy. Come then. If you want to stop me, by all means, try. Seeing the other was immovable, Meng Xiaojiao's anger flared. The only way now was to burst out suddenly, kill Cao Mengye quickly, and not give her a chance to use her corrosive flame. The two knew each other inside out, and Cao Mengye immediately saw through her opponent's plan. But she didn't seem eager to use her innate ability. Instead, she countered each move, slowly toying with her. Bai Shuixin, I'm not who I used to be. Even without the corrosive flame, you can't win. Look behind you. Even if you manage a draw with me, within 10 minutes, you'll be the only one left in Muxiang village. I advise you to surrender and save your life. Pumph, even if Muxiang village fights to the last person, we'll tear chunks out of you. I don't believe you can afford the loss of your experts. The Sei family's frenzied expansion had already spread through the mountain range. Once the Cao family's strength was damaged, those villages waiting for revenge or self-preservation would launch counterattacks. Man Xiaojiao saw this clearly, which was why she threatened with words. Both harbored the same thought, neither wanted heavy losses, and both tried to persuade the other to back down. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Cao Mengyue sent Meng Xiaojiao flying with the palm strike, then used the recoil to leap backward, putting distance between them. Damn it. Meng Xiaojiao hastily fired a laser cannon. Cao Mengyue ignored it, taking the hit head on. Her eyes turned a deep crimson, and in midair, a bizarre phantom red dragon slowly materialized. Flame of world incineration, Cao Mengyue shouted, and the red dragon spat out a torrent of deep purple flames. Villagers of Muxiang who touched the flames burst into fire instantly, then melted away in screams, turning to ash. Cao Mengyue, if I don't kill you today, I'm not a man. Meng Ye, seeing his villagers die horribly, went berserk and charged at Cao Mengyue. Overestimating yourself. A mere A-rank mech pilot, Cao Mengyue didn't even give him a glance. She flicked her finger, and a small ball of flame appeared on Meng Ye's chest. Father, watch out! Meng Xiaojiao cried in alarm. Cao Meng Ye's flames were extremely dangerous. Even core power struggled to dispel them. In fact, the core power would ignite, burning from the inside out. She rushed forward, trying to blow out the flame, but the corrosive flame spread rapidly, soon engulfing his entire upper body from the chest. Xiaojiao, don't worry about me. Go. Take xiuxian and the child and leave this place. Father, Go. We're no match for her. Leave? None of you are leaving. Cao Mengyue sneered. The phantom red dragon in the sky suddenly became terrifyingly real and lunged at Meng Xiaojiao. Defensive shield, Meng Xiaojiao, panicking, summoned an energy shield, not daring to touch the red dragon directly. Foolish. The red dragon spat a stream of flame, and Meng Xiaojiao's energy shield began to burn. It's over. I never thought Cao Mengyue would become such a powerful expert. Despair flooded Meng Xiaojiao's heart. The gap was too vast. She didn't even have the capital to fight to the death. Just then, a silver-white dragon appeared in the sky, and a childish voice rang out, "Healing rain." The white dragon exhaled a cloud of mist, and a drizzling rain began to fall over the battlefield. The corrosive flames on the Muxiang villagers were extinguished instantly upon contact with the rain. Not only that, wherever the rain fell, the areas corroded by the flames began to slowly recover. Who's there? Cao Mengyue was shocked. The other's ability was practically her natural counter. She had to find that person. Her gaze swept through the crowd and landed on a child of 3 or 4. The child wore no mech, but a faint green light connected from his finger to the silver dragon's head in the sky. It was him! Cao Mengyue's eyes turned cold, and she shot toward the child. Watch out! Meng Xiaojiao reacted a step too late. Cao Mengyue had already gained a body's length on her. Just as the child was about to be killed, a B-rank mech stepped between Cao Mengyue and the child. Get out of my way! The B-rank mech shattered on impact, revealing Bei Shuqian's true form. Blood sprayed from her mouth and her eyes were filled with despair. But Cao Mengyue's attack still had momentum. Her palm continued unabated, reaching for Yang Tianyu's neck. Whoosh! A sound of something cutting through air. If she insisted on attacking Yang Tianyu, the ring would pierce her chest. Between saving her life and killing, Cao Mengyue chose the former. She halted and leaped backward. The ring missed its target, looped in the air, and returned to the sky. At the same time, a cold voice came from above. Cao Mengyue, it seems you've regressed with age, now you're even targeting children. The newcomers were none other than Yang Junwu, Xuanhuan, and Yang Xiaoyaoyao. They had been searching deep in the mountains for news of Bai Shui Xinxin when Yang Junwu suddenly sensed draconic aura in the distance, and it was remarkably similar to Cao Mengye's corrosive power. So they followed the trail and arrived just in time to save Yang Tianyu. Bai Shuiyin hugged Yang Tianyu tightly and knelt. Thank you 3 for saving us. Yang Huan smiled. Don't thank me. Thank this one, Yang Junwu. The young master Yang. What? You're Yang Junwu? Bai Shuixing stared at him, a whirlwind of emotions churning inside. She had once thought that if she ever met the man who had defiled her, she would kill him even at the cost of her own life. But ever since Meng Xiaojiao, using her identity, had approached Yang Junwu and later told her about his character and experiences, her feelings had shifted from hatred to sympathy. It turned out Yang Junwu was a victim just like her, and she had been the tool used to harm him. but seeing him in person felt entirely different. He was like a Prince Charming descending from the heavens, saving her and her child. You are? The moment Yang Junwu saw Yang Tianyu, a suspicion formed in his heart. I'm Bai Shuixin. This is your child, Yang Tianyu. Bai Shuixin didn't hesitate, revealing the truth outright. Cao Mengyue, not far away, also recognized Bai Shuixin and thought, this is bad. If Bai Shuixin spilled everything about what happened back then, her dealings with the Bai family would be exposed to Yang Junwu. She flicked her finger, and a tiny flame crept along the ground toward Bai Shuixin's back. Bai Shuixin had no Mac protection now. If the flame touched her, she'd turn to ash within seconds. Yang Zhongwu's attention was on Bai Shuixin and the child, but Yang Guan's wasn't. She had been watching Cao Mengyue the whole time. Seeing her move, xuanhuan fired a particle cannon, knocking the flame away. Bai Shuixin pointed at Cao Mengyue, her voice full of hatred. It was this woman who conspired with the Bai family back then. First, to frame your character and break off the engagement. Second, to help my brother get rid of me, the Bai family's thorn in their side. So it was you! Yang Junwu's anger had reached its peak. When he first entered the Divine Weapons Academy, he had suspected Xiao Menyu. But because she was also a victim of that incident, he gradually let go of his suspicion. He never expected the mastermind behind it all really was her. Seeing the truth was exposed, Cao Mengyue sneered. So what if it was me? Back then, you couldn't cultivate at all. Your Yang family, to strip you of your inheritance as the eldest son, deliberately married you off. And I was kept in the dark, thinking that marrying you would build ties with the Yang family and bring prosperity to the Cao family. If not for the Bai family's warning, I would have married you already abandoned by the Yang family. Unfortunately, your Yang family is too powerful. The Cao family didn't dare break the engagement, so I came up with this plan. If you want to blame someone, blame your own Yang family. Finally, he understood. So that's what had really happened back then. Xuanhuan laughed in fury. Cao Mengyue, you're really good at shifting blame. Even if you didn't want to marry Yang Junwu, you didn't have to kill anyone, did you? Meng Xiaozhao nodded. Exactly. At the time, Yang Junwu and Shuixin had already been together. Marriage would have solved everything. But you, out of selfishness, feared the Yang family would one day uncover your scheme, so you had to kill them to silence them forever. That's right. Too bad those idiots in the Bai family didn't kill you, or today's troubles would never have happened. Cao Mengyue, seeing she couldn't talk her way out, decided to throw caution to the wind. Yang Junwu, if you've got the guts, kill me and start a war between the Cao and Yang families. Yang Junwu, his face cold and stern, walked step by step toward Cao Mengyue. He did not want to kill her. The stronger the person slain, the more energy the Star Slayer worm would absorb. Yet this woman before him had not only schemed against him in the past, but now she had even laid her hands on his son. If she were not eliminated, who knew how many more would fall victim to her poison in the future? Cao Mengyue, if you turn back now and swear never to leave the small world again, I will spare you. Young Wu Wu, how ridiculous! Everything I, Cao Mengyue, have done was for the strength of the Cao family. Then what wrong did those you killed commit? They only wanted to survive as well. Yang Junwu snorted coldly. And what about you? You're not dead now. According to the marriage contract, you should marry me, not kill me. Cao Mengyue smeared with disdain. Yang Guan, standing nearby, laughed in fury. Are you insane? Back then, you schemed to have Yang Junwu killed, and now you still dare to mention the marriage contract? Enough talk. If you want to kill me, show me your real skill. The red dragon above Cao Mengyue's head appeared once more, and her body gradually merged with it. Phantom Dragon Mech, Zero Flame Breath. Icy flames descended toward Yang Junwu's head. Hidden Dragon emerges, Dragon Breaking Fist. Boom! Where the two clashed, the mountain peaks shattered, and rubble flew in all directions. Quick, everyone take shelter in the stockade! Meng Xiaojiao shouted! At the same time, she breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed that when Cao Mengyue had fought her earlier, she hadn't used her full strength. Otherwise, that single blow could have taken her life. Soon, all the stockade residents had retreated inside, leaving only her and Yang Guan outside, smashing or deflecting the more dangerous flying rocks. Yan Junwu and Cao Mengyue exchanged dozens of moves. Gradually, Cao Mengyue began to feel overwhelmed. Her fusion with the Red Dragon was not yet perfect, leaving her suppressed by Yang Junwu's hidden dragon power. Despair crept into her heart. She never imagined she would ultimately die at the hands of the man who had nearly become her husband. Xiao, back in the Frostbone Dragon's lair, you must have obtained a dragon egg as well, that red dragon. Yang Zhongwu's voice came through. So you knew all along and you could keep silent and endure. Yang Zhongwu, you're nothing but a hypocrite. Cao Mengyue was stunned for a moment, then sneered. I didn't speak of it because if you could use it for the right path, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Every man for himself! The heavens destroy those who aren't! Your so-called right path is just satisfying your own self-righteousness. Cao Mengyu roared in anger, and 10 wisps of yin fire spun toward Yang Yunwu. This was her last resort. If she couldn't repel Yang Junwu, she would surely die today. Twin dragons emerged from the sea, hidden dragon incarnation. Yang Junwu's hidden dragon suddenly split in two, a small golden dragon separated from the main body, opened its maw wide and swallowed all 10 wisps of yin fire. The golden dragon's body began to turn red and gold, its expression twisted in agony. Yang Junwu's body also trembled slightly, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The golden dragon was the evolved form of the awakened hidden dragon, the king of all dragons. Unfortunately, its power was still too weak, so absorbing the fire dragon's attack was extremely taxing. Had the main hidden dragon not borne most of the damage, even the king of dragons would have been incinerated. Finally, the golden dragon digested all the flames. Its body swelled by a size and it let out a deafening roar. Die, Dragon Emperor Fist. Yang Jiu bellowed. The golden dragon returned to the hidden dragon's body, and a massive dragon fist slammed toward the fire dragon. Yang Junwu, even if I die, I will never die by your hand. Take my final move, Red Dragon incinerates the world. The massive red dragon body suddenly exploded. Cao Mengyu had chosen to self-destruct. Every fragment of the red dragon's body that fell to the ground erupted into raging flames. The fire surged, turning the surrounding forest into a sea of fire. Run! Leave the stockade! Yang Zhongwu shouted. He couldn't extinguish so many flames either. Soon the fire would surround the stockade, and then escape would be impossible. Go! 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 Xuanhuan and Mang Xiaojiao immediately began organizing the stockade residents to evacuate. Amid the flames, a bizarre elongated worm appeared. Wherever it passed, space rippled and everything dissolved into chaos. Yang Junwu's eyes widened. Is this the legendary Star Slayer worm? Logically, Qi Tianhe was organizing experts at the border to fight the Star Slayer worm. Why would one appear here? A terrifying thought suddenly rose in Yang Jinwu's mind. The Star Slayer worm didn't need to come from the border at all. It could appear anywhere with high battle energy. Brick! Yang Junwu fired a star-annihilating cannon at the worm. Boom! The Star Slayer worm was knocked back by the powerful shockwave, but it appeared completely unharmed. Such a powerful attack had only managed to push it back. Roar! As if enraged by his attack, the Star Slayer worm roared and spat a beam of light at him. Where the beam passed, space split open and turned to nothingness. Yang Junwu hastily dodged. Those struck by the Star Slayer worm would be cast into spatial turbulence if lucky, transported to a subworld if unlucky, lost forever in the endless void. No wonder even a quasi-god level expert like Qi Tianhe couldn't directly destroy the Star Slayer worm, only seal them off to prevent them from gaining enough energy lest they threaten the entire Feihua continent. Go! Yang Junwu was no match for it, so he could only retreat with the stockade residents. According to the records of Feihua continent, in the year 1785 of Feihua, the Qingling Mountains blazed with fire reaching the sky as if the end of days had come. This was the man who had taken her virginity and turned her from a young lady of the Bai family into a bandit hiding in the deep mountains. Yet he was also the one who, when she was in despair, descended like a divine soldier, slaying enemies with the might of a supreme expert and saving her and her son. Toward Yang Zhongwu, Bai Shuaixin's feelings were deeply complicated, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Come here. Let your father hold you. Yang Junwu reached out to Yang Tianyu. Daddy! Yang Tianyu! Far from rejecting Yang Junwu, immediately opened his arms and rushed into them. Yang Junwu held him close, then turned to Bai Shuixin with a smile. Shuixin, sit. Bai Shuixin murmured an "oh" and slowly sat down. Shuixin, you've suffered all these years. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you and Tianyu. Tomorrow, I will go to the Bai family to propose marriage. The Star Slayer worm had already appeared, and Yang Junwu no longer intended to keep his identity hidden. He would publicly reveal his status as the Emperor of the Xinghe Alliance and unite all experts to fight the Star Slayer worm. Bai Shuixin hastily stood up. Absolutely not. Yang Junwoo hadn't expected such a strong reaction. He looked up and asked, "Why not?"